Chapter 1. I am live streaming in a fantasy world. Greetings everyone. I am Yi Tian, the young master of the Qingyang sect in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. Today marks my inaugural live stream, so I kindly ask for your support. Thank you. Within the confines of a chamber in the Qingyang sect, a remarkable young man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes spoke to the seemingly empty air. Should anyone else witness this scene, they would surely deem him mad. Yet, before Yi Tian lay a translucent azure screen, visible only to his eyes, showcasing his very own live streaming room. I am live streaming in a fantasy world. Current viewers, too. Now it has dwindled to one. How disheartening. Having traversed into this fantastical realm and bound to a divine live streaming system, Yi Tian found himself in quite the predicament. However, to survive in this perilous world, he had no choice but to commence his live stream, garnering popularity and receiving donations, which would enable him to partake in lotteries to enhance his abilities. As it happened, the sole remaining viewer remained solely for amusement. Is this a new streaming gimmick? So, your background is set in a fantasy world? Could you enlighten me about the cultivation realms in this world? The viewer, with the ID half dream, half awakening, half floating life, sent a barrage of comments. He also sent Yi Tian a small heart, worth a mere dime. Yet, upon seeing this gift, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. Receiving a gift right at the start, what a stroke of fortune. The Tianxian continent is suffused with a mysterious force known as spiritual energy. Cultivators can absorb this energy through cultivation techniques, gradually advancing in levels. Legend has it that powerful beings can move mountains and fill seas, chasing stars and grasping the moon. Yi Tian spoke earnestly. To his dismay, however, the viewer's dissatisfaction was palpable. Half dream, half awakening, half floating life. This setting is far too clicked, it lacks originality. Half dream, half awakening, half floating life. Moreover, I inquired about the cultivation realms. Do you possess martial souls? Are there bloodlines? Are there unique physiques present? It was evident that this viewer was a seasoned reader. Yi Tian's expression turned somewhat awkward. I am also new to this place. It seems there are no martial souls, but bloodlines and special physiques should exist. As for the cultivation realms I am aware of, there are 4 stages of body refining: blood refinement, meridian transformation, bone replacement, and rebirth, followed by the 9 transformations of spirit ascension, which consists of 9 minor realms. Allow me to inquire further and provide you with a more detailed response tomorrow. Half dream, half awakening, half floating life. It appears you are ill-prepared. Your groundwork is lacking. Half dream, half awakening, half floating life. Nevertheless, I find it somewhat intriguing. Could you demonstrate your cultivation for me? Half dream, half awakening, half floating life rewarded him with a flower worth $1. Yi Tian's face lit up with joy. Thank you, esteemed patron, for the beautiful flower. Your generosity is commendable. I am currently at the blood refinement stage and need to undergo a medicinal bath to refine the blood within my body. During this process, there is a chance to awaken bloodline powers. Please wait a moment. I shall commence my cultivation. With that, Yi Tian exited the room. The live stream's visuals shifted, revealing the interior of the Qingyang sect to the audience. The sect was built upon a mountain, exuding grandeur, with ancient architecture standing in splendid array, imparting an overwhelming sense of mystery. However, the beauty was marred by the dilapidation of these structures. The stone-paved paths were strewn with fallen leaves, and cobwebs were visible in certain corners, giving an air of decay. Young master, just as Yi Tian stepped outside, a vivacious girl in a green dress came bounding towards him. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her enchanting visage seemed to speak volumes, especially with her cherry-like, glistening lips that evoked an irresistible urge to kiss. Junior sister, you arrived just in time. I intend to seize the moment to cultivate and restore our Qingyang sect. I need to gather some blood refinement powder. Shall we go together? Upon seeing this charming beauty, Yi Tian's heart fluttered uncontrollably. With such grace and allure, she would undoubtedly be a star adored by countless fans on Earth. Half dream, half awakening, half floating life? Holy moly! Half dream, half awakening, half floating life? Host. Yi Tian, this girl is stunning. Where did you find such an actress? Half dream, half awakening, half floating life. It seems like a significant investment. Just the sex entrance must be worth millions. The only viewer was utterly astounded. However, with his junior sister Qinger beside him, Yi Tian felt it inappropriate to respond, hastening his steps to retrieve the blood refinement powder. Noticing Yi Tian's silence, half dream, half awakening, half floating life frowned. He then opened a group chat and shared the live stream link. "Beautiful girl, come quick." With this simple phrase, a rush of viewers flooded in. They had no time to converse, hastily clicking the link to enter the live stream. Yi Tian noticed the viewer count rising and felt a surge of delight. They're coming, they're coming. Where's the beauty? Wow, she's truly captivating. Why is she in ancient attire? I prefer the allure of black stockings. Is this a live stream for an ancient costume drama? The male and female actors are both quite exquisite. She feels just like my first love. I'm smitten. I must donate. A multitude of seasoned viewers swarmed in, sending a flurry of comments while others contributed donations. Yi Tian could not help but smile broadly. "Young master, what is you smiling so?" Junior sister Qinger inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I just recalled something delightful." Yi Tian took her small hand in his, relishing the soft, tender feel of her touch. Had he ever had the chance to interact with such a beauty before his transmigration? Especially as he witnessed the envy and jealousy of the viewers in the live stream. His heart swelled with joy. "Uncle Chun, I would like to obtain some blood refinement powder." Yi Tian, hand in hand with Qinger, entered a grand hall. This hall, known as the Hall of Treasures, was where the Qingyang sect distributed cultivation resources. As the young master, Yi Tian was entitled to a generous allocation of supplies. However, the scene that unfolded next left him aghast. Upon hearing Yi Tian's voice, an elderly man lounging and dozing in the hall opened his eyes. "Oh, the young master has arrived. What brings you to cultivate today?" "Ah, the blood refinement powder is over there. We only have 2 packs left in the sect, so use it sparingly." Uncle Chen gestured with his chin. Yi Tian inhaled sharply, realizing the sect's dire state. He knew it was in decline, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this severe. Blood refinement powder was the most fundamental resource for beginners in cultivation, and the entire sect had merely 2 packs left. No wonder even the lowly workers were nearly gone. Having procured the blood refinement powder, Yi Tian sent Qinger away and returned to his chamber. He filled a bucket with water and poured in the powder, transforming the once clear liquid into a vibrant green. "Esteemed patron, Qinger was here earlier, so I couldn't speak. She is unaware that I am live streaming," Yi Tian explained. Then he shed his clothing, donning only his undergarments, and sat cross-legged in the wooden tub. An astonishing scene unfolded. Before the viewers could utter a word, they beheld tendrils of green vapor emerging from the tub, surging into Yi Tian's body through his skin. Chapter 2: Blood Refinement Powder, Protection Fee. This extraordinary sight left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure. "Impressive, impressive. The special effects are quite well done. Significant investment. I have a feeling this live stream will become a sensation. I see now this is a new streaming format, akin to broadcasting the daily cultivation routines in a fantasy world. Quite intriguing. Such a fine live stream. Why are there so few viewers? Today is the first day of broadcasting. It's normal for the audience to be sparse. We should help promote it. I admit the host is quite handsome, but I am far more interested in Qinger, my beloved junior sister." A torrent of comments surged through the live stream. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's focus remained solely on his cultivation, oblivious to the activity in the chat. This was the first time he had attempted cultivation since his transmigration, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. To his surprise, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, he experienced a refreshing sensation that was exceedingly pleasant. He could feel the medicinal potency coursing through his veins, purging impurities from his blood. The water in the tub gradually darkened. "See, this is what is known as refining the marrow and washing the bones," Yi Tian proclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped by. At this point, Yi Tian could no longer sense the medicinal properties, as the effects of the blood refinement powder had been entirely expended. He rose, dried himself off, and changed into fresh attire, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Is the cultivation complete? Wasn't that merely a bath? We were hoping to witness a scene where spiritual energy surged and wondrous phenomena occurred. Yes, yes, yes. Your cultivation was rather lackluster. I wish to see a battle scene, perhaps some heavenly grade combat skills show us. By the way, does this world have any dual cultivation techniques or similar practices? The audience presented a plethora of demands, placing Yi Tian in a rather awkward predicament. Esteemed patrons, it is not that I lack the desire, but rather the capability eludes me. The state of the sect is evident to all. My master is away on a journey, and the sect teeters on the brink of collapse, with even the menial laborers nearly fleeing. Yi Tian lamented his misfortunes. Having encountered a transmigration and acquired a system, why could he not be bestowed with the role of a saint or a prodigy? The title of young sect master may sound appealing, yet it is that of a dilapidated sect, which is truly disheartening. Half dreaming, half awake. Understood, you seek to receive rewards. Half dreaming, half awake generously bestowed a super rocket as a token of appreciation. The vibrant effects of the super rocket flooded the live stream screen. A rocket soared into the sky. Yi Tian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Thank you, esteemed patron. Please hold on a moment. Yi Tian hastily began to inspect the system panel. Indeed, with the generous donation of a super rocket, Yi Tian had acquired a chance to draw from the lottery. Though it was merely a basic draw, it was an opportunity worth seizing. System, hurry, and let me draw. I desire a moment of enlightenment. Yi Tian shouted in his heart. A grand spinning wheel materialized before Yi Tian's eyes, whirling wildly. Ding! Congratulations, host Yi Tian, for obtaining blood ignition powder through the basic draw. Blood ignition powder, a potent elixir that can swiftly aid practitioners in transcending the threshold of blood refinement realm. Note: this medicine bears no side effects but necessitates enduring, excruciating pain akin to burning. Please use with caution. Ah? Yi Tian felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Undoubtedly, the potency of this substance far surpasses that of blood refinement powder. Yet the pain it entails is formidable. Moreover, he had not drawn any extraordinary bloodlines or unique physiques, which left him somewhat disheartened. Host, what troubles you? With a super rocket donation, shouldn't you perform something thrilling? Indeed, let us witness a grand display. The audience began to urge him on. Yi Tian glanced at the blood ignition powder in his hand and gritted his teeth. Esteemed patrons, I shall perform another cultivation demonstration. This time, the effects will be even more spectacular. With that, Yi Tian replaced the water in the tub and poured in the blood ignition powder. An astonishing scene unfolded. The water in the tub transformed into a deep crimson hue, bubbling and emitting steam. Goodness, this could melt a person. Yi Tian felt a surge of anxiety. But it was too late to back out. He had to press on. He re-entered the tub, and an agonizing pain assailed him. The terrifying potency coursed through his limbs and bones, bringing forth a searing torment that caused Yi Tian to cry out involuntarily. Soon after, the audience witnessed his skin turning a vivid red at a visible rate. This effect is indeed remarkable. Forgive my ignorance, how is this achieved? Ugh, just watching it makes me wince. Yet it still lacks what I yearn to see. I desire to witness extraordinary phenomena, the scene of spiritual energy surging from the heavens and earth. Indeed, what about a grand sect tournament or similar plot? When shall we arrange for such events? The audience continued to flood the chat with their requests. However, at that moment, Yi Tian could not muster any thoughts. He was utterly immersed in the throes of excruciating pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Having never endured such suffering in 2 lifetimes, tears streamed down Yi Tian's face. Yet, as soon as the tears flowed from his eyes, they evaporated into vapor. A multitude of black impurities expelled from his pores. The potency of this medicine was perhaps tenfold that of blood refinement powder. Fortunately, this agony was swift to come and equally swift to depart. In merely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the medicinal effects had already dissipated. Yi Tian sat weakly in the tub, still haunted by the remnants of pain. However, he soon became aware of the changes within himself. Firstly, his skin had become considerably smoother and fairer. Next came the alteration in strength. He clenched his fist and felt a significant increase in power. The flow of blood within him surged faster, almost audible as it coursed through his veins with a whooshing sound. Perhaps with another packet of blood ignition powder, I could transcend the blood refinement realm. This progress is truly remarkable. Yi Tian exhaled deeply and climbed out of the tub. Just as he finished tidying himself, a knock sounded at the door. Brother Young, Sect Master. Oh no, someone has come to collect protection fees. It was Qing Er's voice, sweet yet tinged with urgency. Protection fees? Yi Tian rifled through his memories and suddenly realized. It turns out that establishing a sect in the Tianxian continent requires payment. This includes a variety of fees such as land usage fees, spiritual energy consumption fees, and of course, protection fees. As the name suggests, this fee ensures that higher-ups will safeguard your sect in the event of an invasion by demonic sects or attacks from monstrous tribes. They would dispatch powerful allies to assist. Failing to pay would leave one unprotected. And worse, trouble might come from both overt and covert sources, jeopardizing the operation of one's sect. Yi Tian suspected that these schemes were likely concocted by some prior transmigrator. Now, the pressing question arose. With the sect so impoverished that only a single packet of blood refinement powder remained, what could he possibly use to pay the protection fee? Shall I offer my head in payment? Chapter 3. The sect conference is upon us. Yi Tian stepped out of his room, his brow furrowed in distress that if he failed to pay the protection fee, Qingyang sect would likely face imminent closure. What should he do now? Qinger, how much money is left in the sect's account? Yi Tian inquired. The sect is currently in debt, having owed 2 months' worth of spiritual energy usage fees, Qinger replied softly. Damn, Yi Tian exclaimed, stamping his foot. The world is filled with spiritual energy. Why should we have to pay for it? Cursed capitalism. He lamented, looking skyward. Little sect master, what does capital mean? Qinger asked curiously. It refers to those who charge fees. Yi Tian explained that a little sect master, we must not speak so recklessly. Our eastern region is governed by the Eastern Holy Clan. We cannot insult them. Qinger cautioned hastily. Yi Tian let out a helpless sigh. He glanced at the comments in the live stream. Goodness, does this mean that even our breathing will incur charges? Haha, it seems life in this fantastical world is no easier. Wait, if the sect is on the verge of collapse, could they be looking for donations from us? Just earlier, a viewer generously tipped with a super rocket, but all I got to see was some special effects. What a waste of money. This live streaming is just a ploy to extract cash from us. I just want to know when the host will start selling products. Upon reading these jibes, Yi Tian's heart sank further. He and Qing made their way to the sect's entrance square, where 2 men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, awaiting them. Are you Yi Tian, the little sect master of Qingyang sect? A bald, muscular man asked, holding a jade slip and examining its contents. That he activated the spiritual energy within the slip, causing a luminous screen to materialize before them. Qingyang sect, an 18th tier sect. Current leader, little sect master Yi Tian. Number of sect members. Current status. On the brink of closure. Outstanding debts. 2 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon reading this information, the bald man couldn't help but laugh. This shabby Qingyang sect is down to just 4 members and owes 2 months' spiritual energy fees. You, the little sect master, appear to be merely at the blood refinement stage. Honestly, you would be better off shutting down. He mocked at why Yi Tian opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The audience in the live stream suddenly became anxious. Come on, host, show him who's boss. How dare he mock you? At this moment, someone should shout. Do not bully the young and impoverished. Exactly. How can this lowly creature look down upon Qingyang sect and the host? Wow, the audience is really fired up. I can't help but want to tip. Regarding that protection fee, I'm willing to help cover it. It's just money. As these comments flooded in, many viewers chose to tip Yi Tian in support. Thank you for your support, esteemed patrons. Yi Tian couldn't resist responding. The bald man regarded Yi Tian with pity. What are you rambling about? Hurry and pay, or tomorrow we'll come to seal your sect's entrance. Boom. With that, a surge of energy emanated from the bald man, causing dust to whirl around them, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Behind him, the shadow of a fearsome lion-headed eagle appeared, roaring. This was the manifestation of spiritual energy, a sign of the spirit manifestation stage. Qinger gasped in shock. Yi Tian, overwhelmed by the pressure, fell to the ground. How embarrassing. But what can I do now? I certainly can't fight him, and I have no spiritual stones that he could only resort to a live draw. Yi Tian checked his rewards and, thanks to the viewers' tips and support, he earned another chance to draw. System. Yi Tian called out in his mind. However, before he could initiate the draw, Qinger interjected, "It's just spiritual stones. I'll give you some." Saying this, she patted a pouch at her waist, and 3 peculiar stones, shimmering with a faint white glow, appeared in her hand. These are spiritual stones, albeit low-grade ones. Why didn't you pay earlier? If you had, this could have all been avoided. The bald man snatched the spiritual stones from Qinger, then cast a derisive glance at Yi Tian. This lad may be useless, but he possesses a handsome visage. He could live off others. However, there is one more thing to inform you. Next month, a sect conference will be held in Tianlang County. Every sect under Tianlang County must send at least 5 disciples to attend. If Qingyang's sect cannot gather enough people, it will still face closure. Ha ha ha. With that, the bald man snapped his fingers that a powerful gust swept through the sky as a griffin-like beast swooped down. The bald man, accompanied by a subordinate, leaped onto the beast's back and took off into the wind. This scene left the audience utterly dumbfounded. Wow, how was that special effect achieved? It's unrealistic. How could such a dazzling effect be added during a live stream? Surely it can't be that we are truly live streaming from a fantastical world. That is even more implausible. It must be a pre-planned script with special effects prepared in advance. That is the only explanation, but it was truly spectacular. Yes, this live stream is about to go viral. As the comments surged, many viewers began to tip Yi Tian, slightly alleviating his worries. What is there to fear? Although things seem dire now, I have a system. I've never heard of anyone with a system remaining in the lower rungs for long. A rise to prominence is only a matter of time. Regaining his composure, Yi Tian turned to Qinger. Where did you acquire those spiritual stones? Yi Tian stood up, brushing off his clothes, and asked "Oh, little sect master, you needn't concern yourself with that. I certainly have some personal savings." Qinger replied. The pressing issue now is the sect conference. Qingyang sect only has the 2 of us as disciples. How will we gather enough participants? Qingyang sect currently had 4 members. Yi Tian, Qinger, Chunbo, and a village guard named De Zhuang. The title of village guard was one Yi Tian had assigned himself, but it was quite fitting, as De Zhuang was a simple-minded errand boy and the only servant in the sect. His parents had sent him to Qingyang's sect merely to secure him a meal. Even if De Zhuang was counted, they still lacked 2 disciples. Surely, they couldn't have Chunbo masquerade as a disciple. No sect would accept such an elderly candidate. Yi Tian felt overwhelmed that if we lack numbers, we must recruit more members. That let's rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll seek out new recruits. Grinding his teeth, Yi Tian stated decisively. Back in his room, Yi Tian prepared to conduct a draw. Even if they managed to recruit enough members, with his meager cultivation at the blood refinement stage, he would merely be a target for bullying. One misstep could even result in his demise at the sect conference. With only a month remaining, he needed to elevate his strength post-haste. Chapter 4. The Fusang Divine Tree, the Ancient Divine Technique. Now he had 3 chances to draw, which was excellent. Yi Tian nodded. Although today marked the first day of the live stream, the results had been quite promising. Thanks to the first patron, Floating Life Giant, who not only donated a super rocket but also brought in numerous viewers. Yi Tian felt a deep sense of gratitude to AT that moment. The live stream audience had swelled to over 100, primarily drawn in by Floating Life Giant through various channels. Having traversed into a fantastical world and become the little sect master of a nearly bankrupt sect, what would our dear Yi Tian do? Isn't there a particularly beautiful junior sister? Given the dark night, it would be the perfect time to seek her out. Host, what are you waiting for? I want to see that griffin. I've heard it's incredibly cool. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes today. It didn't seem like a special effect. It felt real. This is reminiscent of many fantasy novels' beginnings. Host, you must rise quickly. We want to enjoy the excitement. Yes. Let us get the plot moving. The audience continuously urged Yi Tian. Esteemed patrons, to be honest, I too wish for some excitement. I will do my best. Please bear with me for a moment. Yi Tian forced a smile. Then began the draw. According to this so-called divine live streaming system, the mechanics were quite simple. Gain popularity and tips through live streaming to conduct draws, which could yield various cultivation resources, even special physiques and other rewards. However, he currently only had 3 chances for a basic draw, and he doubted he would obtain anything particularly valuable. Let us give it a try. Ding. The melodious system notification chimed. You have received a blood ignition powder. Another blood ignition powder. It seemed to serve as a safety net in the initial draws. Yet with this blood ignition powder, Yi Tian was confident he could break through the blood refinement stage and ascend to the meridian opening stage. It was usable and not a loss. Ding. During the second draw, Yi Tian silently prayed, "Give me luck this time." You have obtained a fragmented bloodline of the Fusang Divine Tree 1.0. The bloodline had arrived. As the system's voice echoed, Yi Tian suddenly felt as though something had awakened within him. A force nestled deep within his bloodline. His eyes widened in astonishment as he began to examine the details of this newfound lineage. Fusang Divine Tree version 1.0. The Fusang Divine Tree, bathed by 10 suns, represents the most potent and supreme bloodline in the realm. Note: this bloodline version is considerably low, and its powers are limited. The host is advised to enhance it through lottery draws at the earliest opportunity. Good heavens, they've even concocted a version 1.0. Fusang is a divine tree from ancient myth, upon which 10 suns reside, far superior to the so-called 9-yang divine skill depicted in some online novels. A surge of excitement coursed through Yi Tian's heart. Seizing the moment, he decided to conduct a third lottery draw. Ding. Acquired the technique. Taiku Divine Art, Body Refinement Chapter. Taiku Divine Art, created by unfathomable beings from the primordial era. Even the most fundamental body refinement chapter can place you leagues ahead in your cultivation journey. Such treasures, truly splendid. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle, appearing somewhat eccentric. The viewers in the live stream remained oblivious to the unfolding events. What has happened to the host? Is he under too much pressure on the verge of madness? Wake up. It's all fake, scripted. Surely no one genuinely believes he has traversed into a fantastical realm. I was nearly convinced it was real. I've been watching the stream all day. The immersion is intense. Are we ready for the spectacle we wanted to see? I'm feeling sleepy. Yi Tian glanced at the barrage of comments and nodded. It's time to commence the live-stream cultivation. Thanks to everyone's generous donations and support, I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude and began adding water to the bath barrel, followed by the addition of blood refining powder. Many viewers started to lose interest. More cultivation? Is life in a fantasy world this monotonous? Aside from cultivation, is there nothing else? Little sister, so beautiful and delicate. Why aren't you knocking on the door? Instead, you're preoccupied with cultivation. How disappointing. Watching the crimson bubbles rising from the bath, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver, recalling the fear instilled by that agonizing pain. Yet in the next moment, he resolutely sat down into the tub. If I fear hardship now, I will be trampled upon in the future. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. My current cultivation is akin to that of an ant. Though aided by the system, I must level up swiftly. Hiss. Yi Tian gasped as the cold water enveloped him, and soon, agonized screams began to escape his lips. The audience remarked on his commendable acting skills. At that moment, more than 100 viewers had already exited the stream. Unable to witness what they desired, they figured watching a beautiful woman dance would be more entertaining. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the effects of the blood refining powder took hold, the flow of blood within Yi Tian intensified. He could almost hear his heartbeat, resonating like the beating of a drum. Behind him, a hazy vision began to materialize, a colossal ancient tree soaring upwards. As if striving to pierce the heavens, suspended amidst its branches were 10 luminous orbs, radiating blinding light. Fusang Divine Tree Bloodline, boom! In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire bath barrel shattered, leaving a chaotic mess strewn across the room, while Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor as he let out a prolonged howl, causing the very air around him to warp. I've broken through. Ha ha ha, I have ascended. Yi Tian laughed heartily, feeling immensely empowered. Even if that bald, muscular man were present, he would dare to confront him. Of course, this was merely a delusion brought on by his newfound strength. In reality, the bald man could still crush him with a single hand, for the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Goodness, what a mesmerizing phenomenon! Host, have you awakened some bloodline power? Thank goodness I didn't leave earlier. This is captivating. But why is the vision so blurry? Is the bloodline impure? Haha, nonsense about impure bloodlines. It's clearly due to insufficient strength to fully manifest the bloodline as potential. Is there more? ILL donate. If you break through once more, I want to see it. The viewers grew increasingly excited, and the number of viewers in the live stream continued to surge, with another substantial donation from the user Fuxingju. A substantial influx of new viewers flooded into the stream. Just then, Yi Tian snapped back to reality, intending to chat with the audience, when he heard a knock on the door. Young master, what is happening? Qing arrived. Yi Tian hurriedly scrambled to find his clothes and opened the door. Qing I'm fine that I merely experienced a breakthrough, hence the commotion. Upon seeing Qing Yi Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. It was evident that she had rushed over upon hearing the noise, her outer garments hastily discarded, clad only in a set of pajamas that accentuated her perfect figure. The faint scent of her body wafted towards him, stirring a sense of yearning within Yi Tian that you've broken through, young master. Did you awaken your bloodline? Qing eagerly grasped Yi Tian's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity that ate her words. Yi Tian offered a mysterious smile. Qing come inside. I want to show you a treasure. Chapter 5. It's gone viral. Upon hearing this, the innocent Qing showed no hesitation and promptly followed Yi Tian into the room. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in uproar to why Yi Tian, you beast. What are you planning? Don't you dare lay a hand on her. Qing is mine. Goodness, showing her a treasure. Huh. Don't get any wrong ideas. Yi Tian merely wants to showcase his bloodline to Qing. Really? I don't believe it. Seeing the barrage of comments, Yi Tian couldn't suppress a light cough that he was merely teasing Qing who was blissfully unaware of certain internet memes. After all, Yi Tian was a traveler, while Qing was undoubtedly a native of this fantastical realm. What treasure? Qing inquired impatiently. To be honest, Yi Tian was tempted to remove his pants. But his 9 years of compulsory education forbade such actions. It's my bloodline. As he spoke, Yi Tian began to channel the latent power of his bloodline. Buzz, the air around him began to tremble, and a hazy vision slowly emerged that a colossal ancient tree overshadowed the sky, with 10 suns suspended above, exuding an overwhelming aura. Instantly, Qing gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Wow, what bloodline is this? Such immense pressure. Qing this bloodline is known as the Fusang Divine Tree, the most potent and supreme lineage in existence. What do you think? Am I impressive? Qing promptly applauded Yi Tian, her cheeks slightly flushed. Incredible. Young master is the most formidable. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream began to tease. This dialogue is quite cringeworthy. For some reason, I feel like this Qing is a bit off. Be confident. Remove those doubts. There is definitely something peculiar about Qing. Why is such a beautiful girl confined to this shabby sect? You like criticizing my Qing are all women, right? Why must women make things difficult for each other? Host, hurry up. If you push Qing, I will donate 10 super hot gifts. This is bound to get the platform banned. The heat in the live stream continued to escalate, along with numerous donations that Yi Tian glanced at the back end. Discovering he had gained 2 more lottery opportunities, filling his heart with joy. Even the most basic lottery could yield good fortune. With this momentum, conquering the Tianxian continent would be a matter of time. All right, Qing, it's getting late. You should return to your room and rest. Tomorrow, we must descend the mountain to recruit disciples. That Yi Tian escorted Qing out of his room, then began to tidy up. The wooden bath barrel had fulfilled its glorious mission, reduced to a pile of fragments, which Yi Tian promptly cleared away. After enduring a string of jeers questioning his masculinity, Yi Tian closed the live stream and prepared for bed. While it was possible to stream while sleeping, Yi Tian found it uncomfortable. The thought of being watched while he slept felt strange, making it difficult to drift off. That night, Yi Tian slept soundly. In the span of a single day, he had transformed from a mere blood-refining realm novice to a pulse transformation realm novice, acquiring a bloodline and a technique. His gains were truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, as he slumbered, several videos began to circulate wildly on Earth. The first video depicted Yi Tian practicing with blood-refining powder. The red liquid in the bath bubbled ominously, and the eerie crimson mist surged into Yi Tian's body, radiating palpable heat even from behind the screen. The second video showcased the bald, muscular man humiliating Yi Tian, the powerful shadow of a tiger looming behind him, alongside a griffin descending from the sky, creating a striking visual impact. The third video captured Yi Tian's breakthrough, revealing the explosion of the bath barrel and showcasing Yi Tian's athletic physique, while the mysterious vision behind him exuded an aura of terror and authority. Almost surreal, simultaneously a trending topic emerged: live streaming in a fantasy world. In these 3 segments of video, as well as beneath this topic, there is an abundance of discussions that I earnestly beseech for the live stream link. I am eager to witness it. Is this truly a special effect? At present, I cannot fathom how such an effect could be achieved. It appears so lifelike that I am left questioning whether it is the result of some arcane technology. Could it be possible that this streamer has genuinely traversed time and space to acquire a system? Brother, have you read too many novels? Such absurdity could never occur. The streamer has concluded his broadcast for the day, and tomorrow he will descend the mountain with Qing'er to recruit disciples. I am truly looking forward to it. I await tomorrow's live stream, as I wish to see the lovely Miss Qing. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, overnight, his fame had surged, and countless viewers were eagerly anticipating his broadcast. After a night of silence, the dawn of the next day arrived at Yi Tian awoke, feeling invigorated. Before his transmigration, he had been a mere cog in the corporate machine, his body perpetually in a suboptimal state, devoid of energy for any endeavor. Yet now, he sensed an immense power coursing through his being, a delightful sensation. Upon rising, Yi Tian threw a few punches into the air, then initiated the live stream. To his astonishment, the number of viewers in the live stream soared rapidly, soon surpassing 5,000. This number continued to rise. An abundance of comments confirmed to Yi Tian that this was no illusion. It dawned upon him that yesterday's live stream had been recorded and shared online. How splendid! A good person enjoys a life of peace. Yi Tian silently praised, then smiled broadly. Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Tian, the young master of the Qingyang sect in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. Welcome to my live stream. I shall share with you the most authentic experiences of daily cultivation in this fantastical world, as I endeavor to revitalize the Qingyang sect, which is on the brink of collapse, and win the heart of my dear junior sister Qing. And with a smile, Yi Tian stepped out of his room. Intending to have breakfast with Qing, cultivators can absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and do not require sustenance. However, this does not apply to novice cultivators at the initial stages of body refinement. Therefore, Yi Tian still needed to eat. Young master brother. Just a few steps from his door, Qing'er rushed over and tightly embraced his arm. Feeling her soft touch, Yi Tian's heart stirred and a smile graced his face. Qing'er, let us have something to eat before descending the mountain. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Qing'er opened her mouth. Young master brother, our sect has but a few grains left. I have prepared some porridge for you. Yi Tian sighed. The Qingyang sect never failed to surprise him. It was likely that any farmer's household down the mountain was more prosperous than the Qingyang sect. After finishing a bowl of plain porridge, Yi Tian and Qing'er descended the mountain, exiting the gates of the Qingyang sect. After traversing a stretch of mountain road, they finally arrived at a nearby village. According to Yi Tian's recollection, many of the sect's previous errand boys hailed from this village, including the current village guardian, De Zhuang. However, as the Qingyang sect grew increasingly impoverished, most of the errand boys had returned home to enjoy a blissful life with their families. Doubt began to gnaw at Yi Tian's heart. Would he be able to recruit any disciples this time? Chapter 6. The terrifying power of a transformation realm expert in this critical moment. Regardless of the outcome, one could only Yi Tian steeled himself, taking Qing'er's small hand as they ventured into Dongfeng village. Within the vicinity of the Qingyang sect's gates, there existed but 4 villages: Dongfeng village, Shifeng village, Nanfeng village, and Beifeng village. Yi Tian mused that the names of these villages were quite distinctive, making him yearn for a few rounds of mahjong. Perhaps in the future, he could introduce mahjong and earn a bit of patent money. He had already mapped out his strategy. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength, for strength was fundamental. However, once he had established a foothold in this fantastical realm, he could then indulge in some audacious endeavors. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Tian and Qing'er had entered the village. To be frank, this Dongfeng village was far superior to the Qingyang sect. Just look at this household with cured meats hanging at their door. Does the Qingyang sect even have cured meats to eat? Ha ha ha, this is a devastating blow, my friends. The Qingyang sect is worse off than a village. I'm dying of laughter. I saw no strange phenomena or griffin beasts, but this is quite amusing. It's all quite delightful. I bet 5 mao of spicy strips that Yi Tian will not recruit any disciples, who would forsake a good life to ascend the mountain for porridge. In just a few days. The Qingyang sect might not even have porridge left. A multitude of viewers reveled in ridiculing the Qingyang sect. Upon reading these comments, Yi Tian's lips twitched slightly. Could this be blamed on him? When he transmigrated, the Qingyang sect was already in such disarray. All of this could be attributed to his so-called master, the sect leader, who left behind such a mess to roam the world. You scoundrel, do not return. When you do, I shall hang you up and beat you. Yi Tian thought bitterly to at that moment. A raspy voice interrupted Yi Tian's contemplation. Oh, young master? Yi Tian turned to see a thin, middle-aged man, holding a pipe and exhaling clouds of smoke. According to Yi Tian's memory, this fellow had once been a head errand boy at the Qingyang sect, notorious for stealing many items from the sect before fleeing down the mountain. His name was, if memory served, Li Hu. Li Hu, you have stolen from the Qingyang sect. Return what you have taken at once, Yi Tian hastily called out. The Qingyang sect was in dire need of funds, and encountering this fellow was an opportunity to strike a significant blow. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Oh, my young master, the Qingyang sect hasn't collapsed yet? You claim I stole from the Qingyang sect. Even if I did, what can you do about it? Go ahead and hit me. Li Hu was utterly audacious. This exchange excited the viewers in the live stream. Go ahead and hit him. Beat him up. Are you telling me to hit his mother or him? You're making me so confused. The anticipated moment of confrontation had finally arrived. Haha, I must say, while this plotline is glitch, it is exhilarating. Hurry and take action, young master. Break one of his legs, and I shall reward you with a super rocket. What transpired next was of little consequence. The critical moment lay in the final remark. Yi Tian glanced at the comments and was immediately filled with excitement. Break a leg and receive a super rocket. Why wait any longer? If such a request has been made, I shall grant it. Yi Tian declared to Li Hu. In response, Li Hu continued to mock him. You incompetent young master, what do you accomplish each day? You are merely at the blood refinement stage. I am also at the blood refinement stage. What can you use to defeat me? Li Hu sneered. An opportunity to show off has arrived. Yi Tian folded his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Blood refinement stage? I have long surpassed that. Boom. With that declaration, an immense aura erupted from Yi Tian, causing the blood within him to surge tumultuously, making Li Hu feel as though he were facing an ocean. Soon, an extraordinary phenomenon materialized. Behind Yi Tian, a vague image began to take shape. A bloodline manifestation. The sacred Fusang tree. Thud. Li Hu, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not comprehend how this once despised young master had activated a bloodline manifestation and, in doing so, transcended the blood refinement stage to reach the transformation stage. This is actually a bloodline manifestation. The power of a transformation realm expert is truly terrifying, Li Hu exclaimed in terror. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. Haha, this is too exaggerated. If I recall correctly, both the blood refinement and transformation stages are merely the initial realms of cultivation, in terms of our earthly education. They are akin to kindergarten levels. This is getting interesting. Who wrote this script? I must treat him to a meal. It's clearly a case of weaklings clashing, yet it feels like a duel between masters. Donations are a must. This is too entertaining. A torrent of comments flooded the screen, interspersed with numerous donations. Most were newcomers to the stream, witnessing Yi Tian's bloodline manifestation for the first time, though it was hazy. They could almost feel the pressure emanating from it. Little Li, who was no match for Yi Tian. Yi Tian exuded an aura of superiority. With a decisive stride, he brought his foot down. Crack! Li Hu's right leg was instantly shattered beneath his weight. Poor Li Hu lay on the ground, rolling in agony. Young master, spare me, he wailed, tears streaming down his face, offering to return all that he had stolen. Yet at that moment, Yi Tian had no time to entertain him. For the viewers in the live stream had kept their word and had already sent a super rocket. Moreover, it was not merely one individual who bestowed gifts. Within a brief span of time, a remarkable 6 super rockets had appeared in the live stream. This equated to 6 opportunities for a lottery draw. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. Yi Tian could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Qing'er looked on in confusion. Brother Xiaozhong, why do you often say this? What does it mean? Qing'er pondered, utterly perplexed at it is like this. It is an exclamatory phrase, used to express astonishment. You may also utter it. Yi Tian responded to Qing'er, then, thank you, esteemed benefactor. Qing'er tentatively tried, that Yi Tian nodded, a smile gracing his features as he observed 3 more super rockets appearing in the live stream. The unfortunate Li Hu felt as though he had been struck by a fierce blow. The worthless young master had actually broken through to the pulse transformation realm and even activated a bloodline anomaly. It should be noted that not a single powerhouse of the pulse transformation realm existed among the 4 villages to the north, south, east, and west. He had shattered his own leg and was now here shouting thank you to the benefactor. What could possibly be the reason for this? Li Hu felt as if he were in a dream. At this moment, the commotion had also drawn the attention of the villagers. Gradually, more and more villagers gathered around, led by a white-haired elder leaning on a cane, the village chief of Dongfeng Village. Li Hu is the foremost powerhouse of our Dongfeng Village. Even among the 4 major villages, he ranks high. The old village chief marveled, delivering a line laden with dramatic flair. Chapter 7. The Emperor's Qi Observation Technique. The extreme embodied the village chief's words were indeed quite extravagant, and behind him, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves that isn't Qingyang's sect on the verge of collapse. It is said that the young master knows nothing of cultivation and only indulges in leisure. He is but a waste. Caution. The young master is a powerhouse of the pulse transformation realm. How dare you insult him? Well done. Li Hu has occupied my wife for far too long. Initially, when Li Hu descended the mountain, he stole a considerable amount of resources from Qingyang's sect, and now he has finally met his retribution. This time, the young master has achieved great success in his cultivation to inform Li Hu that good and evil will eventually be repaid. The villagers' remarks grew increasingly fervent, causing Yi Tian to feel rather embarrassed. It seemed imperative to upgrade and leave this small place swiftly. Hearing about powerhouses of the pulse transformation realm daily was quite awkward. Yi Tian mused internally. However, for the villagers, having encountered the strongest cultivator in their lifetime, which was likely to be the pulse transformation realm, made their sentiments somewhat understandable. The vast Tianxian continent was indeed immense. Yet many people could only lead their lives within the confines of their villages, their perspectives far too narrow. Cough, cough. Greetings, fellow villagers. I am Yi Tian, the young master of Qingyang's sect. I have descended the mountain this time to recruit disciples. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the previously noisy villagers fell silent. They were well aware of the state of Qingyang's sect. Becoming a disciple of Qingyang's sect was hardly more comfortable than farming at home. Who among them would be foolish enough to wish to join the sect? How practical. I have no issue playing the supporting role, but to become a disciple? No way. What to do if no disciples are recruited? And I cannot participate in the sect's assembly. Qingyang's sect will face collapse. Young master, think of a solution quickly. We have all generously supported you with our donations. The most pressing issue is that the sect is too impoverished. What will happen if the disciples cannot even eat once they ascend the mountain? The audience was filled with concern for Qingyang's sect. Let us proceed with the lottery. Yi Tian understood the root of the problem. Therefore, he aimed to address it by utilizing the lottery to acquire more resources. Not to mention, even a single packet of blood-infusing powder could attract a disciple. The system's backend indicated that Yi Tian currently possessed 21 lottery opportunities. This figure made Yi Tian's eyelids flutter. So many. He glanced at the live stream, where the viewer count was nearing 100,000. With such a large audience and considerable donations, having these lottery chances seemed reasonable. 10 low-level lottery chances could be exchanged for 1 intermediate lottery chance. 10 intermediate lottery chances could be exchanged for 1 advanced lottery chance. After contemplating, Yi Tian ultimately opted for the low-level lottery. Let us draw 10 low-level lotteries for a 10-fold reward, Yi Tian commanded in his mind. Then came a series of system notification sounds echoing in his mind. Ding, ding, ding. 3 portions of blood-infusing powder. 3 portions of spirit rice. 10 low-grade spirit stones. 2 manuals for body tempering techniques. 1 vial of pulse-opening pills. These were the rewards from the 10 draws that Yi Tian had no time to scrutinize these items. He simply summoned forth a glowing spirit stone in the palm of his hand. Behold, this is a spirit stone. Our Qingyang sect is not impoverished. By joining us, I will provide all the necessary cultivation resources, ensuring your advancement to the pulse transformation realm, and you shall also have spirit rice to eat. Spirit rice, you all know what that is, right? It is rice infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Not your ordinary rice, Yi Tian proclaimed, gripping the spirit stone as he spoke. Instantly, the expressions of the villagers underwent subtle changes that a flicker of intrigue crossed Qing'er's eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. This is a bug. How did the streamer acquire such resources? Previously, he could not even produce spirit stones, and the protection fee was covered by Qing. Is this logical? It is not logical. No, it should be this way. As long as we, the audience, support him, the streamer can acquire various resources. Now it makes sense. If we do not donate, Qingyang sect will face collapse. I can pay, but I only wish for you to break through your realm swiftly and become a true powerhouse. Not some trifling pulse transformation realm cultivator. Yi Tian glanced at the bullet comments, feeling a sense of wonder as the audience managed to rationalize their thoughts so closely to the truth. Truly, they were remarkable. Young master, why has Qingyang sect suddenly become wealthy? Has the old sect master returned? The old village chief inquired at Yi Tian pondered for a moment, seeking an excuse that MY master is currently traveling the world and has not returned. However, before he left me a sum of resources, which I can access as I continue to break through my realm, so please, rest assured in joining Qingyang sect. Seeing many villagers beginning to waver, Yi Tian felt a surge of confidence. Next, it was time for him to select candidates. Young master, do I qualify? I am strong and eat little. Choose me, young master. When my mother bore me, there was a heavenly phenomenon. A golden dragon appeared in our latrine. His claim is false. Young master, do not be deceived. Does the young master still need maidservants? My daughter is quite beautiful. Look at this child. Her bone structure is extraordinary. She is clearly a rare talent for cultivation. The villagers eagerly began to recommend themselves, hoping to join Qingyang's sect. Yi Tian scanned the crowd, preparing to make his selections. However, a dilemma arose. He had no idea how to discern who among them possessed cultivation potential. How could he determine this? System, can you assist me in identifying individuals with bloodlines or special physiques among them? Yi Tian inquired inwardly. Negative, the system responded curtly. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, but soon, the system's voice rang out once more. Would you like to expend 10 lottery chances to exchange for the Emperor's Qi observation technique? 10 lottery chances for this technique. What is this Emperor's Qi observation technique? Utilizing the Emperor's Qi observation technique allows one to discern an individual's fortune, bloodline, and physique. However, the prerequisite is that the person's strength must not exceed yours by too great a margin. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tian's spirit was instantly ignited. Exchange. It must be exchanged. Perhaps there are hidden talents within this village. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Emperor's Qi observation technique. Without hesitation, Yi Tian activated the technique. Instantly, the scenery before his eyes transformed, and this change was also mirrored in the live stream. Wow. Why are there halos appearing above the heads of these individuals? Is the streamer assessing their cultivation aptitude? It can be done this way. Streamer, can you see if I have potential? Am I some sort of sacred body? Look over there. There is a little girl whose halo is different. Why hasn't Qing'er's image changed? A torrent of comments flooded in. Yi Tian's gaze fell upon a small girl in the crowd, her hair styled in 2 cute buns. Yaya possesses a special physique. Extreme body. Yi Tian's eyes brightened at the sight of this line of text. Chapter 8. The Little Glutton and the Wolf Cub Treasure Discovered. Yi Tian's excitement mirrored that of the audience. Wow, here she comes. The supporting character with a special physique. Generally speaking, such supporting characters would trail behind the protagonist, calling him brother, often possessing a mysterious background, only to be taken away for training by a mysterious powerhouse after a time. The tropes of web novels have been thoroughly understood by you all. Haha. In her current state, Yio appears to be no older than 5 or 6 years, yet she can still revel in the joys of growth and development. It is truly remarkable that 2 peculiar individuals have gathered in such a modest live streaming room. The audience continuously inundates the screen with comments to at this moment. Yi Tian casts a glance at Yi, a smile gracing his face. Little girl, how old are you this year? He inquires, crouching down to admire Yi's adorable visage. Big brother, I am 5 years old this year. Yi proudly displays 5 fingers. Her endearing demeanor prompts the audience to exclaim, "You're trying to trick me into having a daughter. Would you like to accompany Big Brother up the mountain to cultivate and become powerful?" Yi Tian gently entices. However, to his surprise, Yi is entirely uninterested. "That I don't want a grandpa," village chief said last time that Qingyang sect is on the verge of collapse. Not even dogs wish to go there. Upon finishing her statement, Yi casts another glance at the elderly village chief, who awkwardly grins at Yi Tian. "He, esteemed young master, Yi must have misheard. How could I possibly say such a thing? My lifelong dream has been to join Qingyang's sect. If I were not so advanced in age, I would be eager to go up the mountain and sweep the floors." Village chief, what about your integrity? This display elicits peals of laughter from the audience in the live stream, boosting the viewer count and generating a flurry of gifs. Yi Tian silently gives the village chief a thumbs up. This old fellow possesses quite the sense of humor. Yi, the young master wishes to take you to cultivate. That is indeed a blessing. Do you realize how many people aspire to cultivate, but cannot join a sect, thus remaining ordinary throughout their lives? The village chief begins to persuade Yi, hoping to leave a positive impression on Yi Tian, the formidable figure of the transformation realm. Glil. At that moment, Yi's stomach lets out a couple of growls. Yi Tian's heart stirs. Yi, if you come with me up the mountain to cultivate, I will provide you with delicious food. How does that sound? Have you ever tasted spirit rice? Yi Tian resembles an uncle enticing a little girl with a lollipop. It turns out that a targeted approach is necessary. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi's eyes instantly light up. Really? She eagerly asks. Why would I lie to you? Look, this is spirit rice, as Yi Tian speaks. He gestures with his hand, revealing a grain of rice in his palm. This is the spirit rice he had just won in a lottery. Although it is called rice, it is as large as a soybean and emits a faint glow, indicating the presence of spiritual energy within. For ordinary individuals, consuming spirit rice can enhance health and prolong life. For cultivators, it aids in their practice. However, generally speaking, only powerful factions or sects provide such sustenance. Wow, it smells amazing. Yi nods enthusiastically, instantly expressing her willingness to follow Yi Tian up the mountain. She is quite the little foodie. Finally, the matter is settled. Excellent, one small companion with an extreme body acquired. Yet, the number is still insufficient. Even counting De Zhuang, the village guard, they still lack one person to be safe. It would be best to recruit 2 more individuals, leaving De Zhuang as a backup. Yi Tian's gaze continues to scan the crowd. At this moment, he also notices that the Emperor's gaze technique has no effect on Qing, undoubtedly. This is because Qing's power far exceeds his own. Yi Tian is no fool. He can surmise that Qing possesses some secrets. However, at present, Qing cannot comprehend Yi Tian either. She senses that Yi Tian harbors secrets of his own. Where did he acquire the spiritual stones, the spirit rice, and such a powerful bloodline? In her heart, Qing begins to understand. No wonder the organization arranged for her to be placed in this desolate Qingyang sect. There is a deeper significance behind it. They still require 2 more individuals, at the very least. They need 1 more. Qing is immensely powerful, and I, too, am a practitioner of the transformation realm. With Yi's extreme body, a little nurturing, and she could easily become a force to be reckoned with. Winning 3 out of 5 matches would suffice. If necessary, I could pull in someone to fill the GP. Yi Tian muses to himself, scanning the crowd once more. Damn it, not a single promising candidate in sight. Truly, geniuses are not easily found. Village chief, are there any individuals who have yet to arrive? Yi Tian inquires. The village chief surveys the surroundings. It seems everyone is here. Wait, where is that wolf cub? The village chief realizes there are a few individuals missing, most of whom are likely lazy souls sleeping at home. Yet, there is one particular villager who has not shown up, the one he refers to as the wolf cub. Wolf cub? Is there a wolf being raised in the village? Qing interjects, having been momentarily stunned by Yi Tian's series of actions, now finally regaining her composure. Not a wolf, but an orphan raised by a wolf pack that we all call him the wolf cub. His name is Zhang Howard. Hey, Erjuzi, Go fetch the wolf cub, that he is unique. Perhaps he possesses the potential for cultivation. The village chief instructs. Among the crowd, a rather simple-looking child responds affirmatively and dashes toward the eastern edge of the village. Yi Tian feels a sense of anticipation. This wolf cub, Zhang Haoran, might just surprise him. Before long, Erjuzi returns with a wild-looking youth in tow. The youth appears to be around 15 or 16 years old, with disheveled hair and clothing resembling that of a beggar. Yet his eyes emanate a primal intensity, giving one the feeling of being scrutinized by a ferocious beast that he carries a wild chicken in his hand. These creatures can be found in the nearby mountains. Yet they are notoriously difficult to catch. This indicates that the wolf cub possesses extraordinary skills. Most importantly, when Yi Tian employs the Emperor's gaze technique to observe him, he is taken aback by the results. Zhang Haoran, a hybrid of human and beast, a powerful bloodline lies dormant within him. Once awakened, he possesses the potential to become a beast emperor. Note, this child suffers from disordered meridians and displaced organs. On nights of the full moon, his bloodline stirs, causing him excruciating pain. Without the assistance of an alchemist, he will not survive past the age of 16. Yi Tian's heart sinks. How old are you this year? He quickly inquires. This is the potential of a beast emperor, a true powerhouse. Yi Tian has no idea what level of cultivation corresponds to a beast emperor among human practitioners. However, Zhang Haoran utterly disregards Yi Tian. His gaze icy and unyielding. Cough, cough. Young Master Yi Tian, this child rarely speaks, but I know he will turn 16 in 3 months. The village chief responds on Zhang Haoran's behalf. Damn it, only 3 months left for a future beast emperor? This poses quite the dilemma. However, with the system at his disposal, Yi Tian believes he can manage it. Zhang Haoran, you are unwell. Your bloodline is disordered, your organs displaced, and you endure unimaginable pain during the full moon. Don't you? Come with me up the mountain. I will cure you. Yi Tian's gaze is piercing, locking on Zhang Haoran's wolf-like eyes. In that moment, he notices a flicker of shock flash across Zhang Haoran's eyes. Everything Yi Tian has said rings true, and the villagers are unaware of these matters. It seems this young master is indeed a person of great caliber. Thus, Zhang Haoran nods in agreement. Everyone is gathered. Chapter 9. The Qingyang sect banquet at long last. The group has been assembled. Including De Zhuang, the village guard, they have exactly 5 disciples ready to attend the sect conference, at the very least. Qingyang sect is no longer in immediate danger of collapse. Yi Tian breathes a sigh of relief, promptly leading Yi and Zhang Haoran back towards the gates of Qingyang sect. The journey here took a considerable amount of time, and recruiting individuals has consumed even more. By the time they return, night will have fallen. If only there were a means of transportation. Aside from that bald-headed griffin beast, this world seems to possess other tools like spirit boats. But sadly, he cannot afford them at present. Yi Tian muses to himself. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream has erupted, with the excitement steadily climbing. Congratulations to young Master Yi Tian for acquiring an extreme body and beast emperor bloodline. Is this the halo of a protagonist, to find 2 geniuses in such a rundown village? Indeed, novels often depict such scenarios. This script seems like something a web novelist would concoct. Forget about that. My wolf cub is so wild. I absolutely adore that type. Only children make choices. Adults want it all. Annie here is cuddling the young master with one arm and the wolf cub with the other. The internet is not a lawless domain. Could you all please tone it down a bit? In addition to the numerous comments, there are also plenty of donations supporting Yi Tian. He glances at the system's back end. From the previous 21 lottery chances, he utilized 10 in a 10-fold draw and another 10 for the Emperor's Gaze technique, leaving him with just 1. However, it has now surged to 16 chances, increasing rapidly thanks to the audience's support. At this rate, Yi Tian estimates he could conclude his cultivation in the body refinement 4th realm within 3 days, and within half a month, he could break through to the spirit transformation 9th change, making defeating the bald-headed man no longer a dream. Just then, the top supporter, the illustrious Bu Xingju, sends a celebratory donation, congratulating Yi Tian on recruiting 2 geniuses. Thank you for the generous donation. Big brother, everyone, please give our top supporter some love. Yi Tian exclaims without thinking. Instantly, Qing'er, Yi, and Zhang Haoren all regard Yi Tian with peculiar expressions. Apologies, it was an involuntary reaction to why Yi Tian let out a chuckle and continued to lead the team back. Even though they had scarcely exchanged words and were merely hurrying along, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered to watch. The surrounding scenery was picturesque, untouched by any modern devastation. The ethereal world was rich in spiritual energy, home to a plethora of flora not found on Earth. Captivating the audience's interest, one botanist even remarked that it felt as though he had stumbled into an entirely different realm, of course. At this moment, few truly believed that Yi Tian had traversed into a fantastical world, and why Yi Tian chose not to dispel their notions, patiently waiting for them to discover the truth for themselves. As evening descended, a streak of crimson clouds drifted across the sky atop the mountain, and why Yi Tian led the team back to Qingyang sect. Everyone take a moment to rest. I shall prepare dinner. Tonight, we feast on spiritual rice, Yi Tian declared as he strode toward the kitchen. In the days when Qingyang sect was not so desolate, there was a dedicated staff to cook for the entire sect. Now, however, the kitchen was left with but a single pot, one that was even chipped on the edge. Yi Tian retrieved the spiritual rice, added water, and began to cook. Unfortunately, there were no vegetables, only rice. But Zhang Haoren, that rascal, still has a pheasant in his possession. I shall ask him for it. We can enjoy a roast chicken tonight. Now that is a hearty meal. Yi Tian left the kitchen to seek out Zhang Haoren. He soon spotted a robust figure, as sturdy as an iron tower, laughing heartily ahead. Perched upon this figure's neck was a petite and delicate form, giggling merrily. That the Zhuang, Yi Tian called out as he approached. Activating his heavenly emperor's chi observation technique that he had yet to assess the Zhuang. Perhaps this village guardian would surprise him. Zhuang, a village guardian of Qingyang sect, lacking in intelligence, yet possessing a heart of gold. Note, this individual is exceptionally strong by nature, suitable for physical cultivation, but such cultivation requires greater resources. Please decide cautiously. Indeed, his guess had proven correct. Yi Tian's heart soared with joy that a heart of gold was a remarkable trait in the fantastical world. Individuals blessed with such a heart often found it easier to reach enlightenment, progressing at an astonishing rate. It was evident that this village guardian was no ordinary character. I have long seen through the truth and now smile at their performances. The young master Yi Tian, the enigmatic Qing'er, the extreme in-body Yi, the talent Zhang Haoren, and the tank-like physical cultivator de Zhuang. Won't they wreak havoc at the sect conference? Yi Tian mused. I just want to ask, can we fast forward this live stream? I want to witness the sect conference where they flaunt their prowess. Yes, let us commence the sect conference immediately. I'll reward 10 super fire gifts right now. Let us not forget about Uncle Chun from Qingyang sect. That old fellow must be extraordinary as well. Indeed, there is also the master who is currently traveling. He must be a big shot, destined to make a grand appearance when the host faces a crisis. The audience buzzed with excitement, discussing the unfolding plot. In their eyes, the narrative of this live stream was surely preordained. Ironically, Yi Tian's experiences mirrored the Clich scenarios they speculated. Truly, one must play to the hearts of the audience. Yi Tian observed the barrage of comments, feeling a sense of helplessness that he too wished to fast forward. No one desired to become a super strong individual more than he did, to defy the heavens and flaunt his might. Yet for now, he must diligently focus on his cultivation. Haoren, hand over the chicken. Yi Tian approached, extending his hand, but he had anticipated that Zhang Haoren might be reluctant. Yet to his surprise, Zhang Haoren readily handed over the pheasant without a hint of reluctance. Excellent. This demon prince's little brother is worth nurturing. Yi Tian resolved to conduct a lottery tonight, hoping to acquire a means to treat his ailment. As night fell, the banquet of Qingyang sect commenced. The kitchen's entrance stood a rickety table, beside which sat a large pot of steaming spiritual rice. There was also a pheasant, emanating an enticing aroma. However, Yi Tian soon found himself in a predicament. After savoring a bite of chicken, he discovered the pheasant had vanished. After scooping a portion of spiritual rice, he realized the pot was empty. He knew De Zhuang had a hearty appetite, but he had underestimated both Yi and Zhang Haoren. I am truly foolish, Yi Tian lamented, slumping in defeat, as the amused audience began to chime in. I only knew that Yi was a little foodie. I never imagined her stomach could hold so much. I am indeed foolish. I only knew that Zhang Haoran was a talent of the Demon Prince, but did not foresee him being an insatiable pit. Ha 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 ha. Even Qing'er consumed more than Yi Tian. She even had a chicken leg. Attention. While Qing'er eats gracefully, she does so with remarkable speed. Wait, has everyone forgotten about Uncle Qin? We should have invited the old man to join us. Look, there's an old man at the kitchen entrance devouring a chicken's backside. That must be Uncle Chun. When did this old codger arrive? Has he mastered the legendary spatial power for instant teleportation? As dinner concluded, Yi Tian returned to his room with a heavy heart. After adjusting his emotions, he began the lottery. Current lottery opportunities. 39 times. Gazing at the number of chances, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief. With the support of the audience, what was there to fear? Today had been relatively smooth. He had recruited 2 talents, and De Zhuang was also suitable for physical cultivation, as for the food and cultivation resource shortages at Qingyang sect. He would leave it to the esteemed audience. You guessed correctly. Your support for my live stream allows me to acquire more cultivation resources. Yi Tian clasped his fists and declared, Indeed, I am openly asking for it. Surprisingly, with the charm of his handsome face, many female viewers began showering him with gifts that Yi Tian watched with delight as his lottery chances increased to 40, that he felt he should now be eligible to attempt a mid-level lottery. System, let us try a mid-level lottery. Yi Tian commanded in his mind. Ding. The system's melodious prompt resonated. Congratulations, host Yi Tian. You have obtained the first volume of the Indestructible Diamond Technique through the mid-level lottery. Indestructible Diamond Technique. A physical cultivation method that, when perfected, allows for rebirth through blood and renders one impervious to destruction. Note, this is only the first volume, suitable for cultivation in the 4 realms of body refinement. Additional note, to practice this technique, one must possess diamonds, absorbing their essence to cultivate Yi Tian inwardly cursed. What a grandiose claim. Only the first volume is of no use. When will I receive the complete version? And where am I supposed to find diamonds? System, that rascal's lifespan is down to 3 months. I urgently need a method to cure him. Is it possible to draw a cure from the beginner lottery? Yi Tian inquired within. The mid-level lottery is too costly. I am reluctant to spend that. If the beginner lottery can yield a cure, that would be splendid. The system, in a tone of lofty arrogance, replied, Fine, go ahead and draw all the remaining 30 times. Yi Tian boldly declared, going all in, with 30 lottery draws. Yi Tian's mind buzzed with the cacophony of notifications, nearly overwhelming him. Once the draws concluded, he began to assess his winnings. 0.10 portions of blood ignition powder. Ha! A third of his chances wasted on what was now useless to Yi Tian. 0.10 portions of spiritual rice. Well, at least it's better than blood ignition powder. Spiritual rice can be consumed. And with 6 mouths to feed in the sect, we have quite the appetite to satisfy. 0.50 spiritual stones. That's not bad. Quite a decent haul. 0.2 bottles of meridian opening pills, useful for cultivating in the meridian opening realm. I drew 1 bottle earlier today, so now I have 3 in total. I wonder if that's enough to see me through. Then 1 diamond. This has brought Yi Tian a pleasant surprise. So low-level lotteries can yield diamonds. What a treasure. Now, the true highlight was yet to come. A pharmacist's manual, which will assist Yi Tian in becoming an apprentice alchemist. Lastly, there was a prescription for a pill that could alleviate Zhang Haoran's condition, extending his life. With this, what else was needed? Yi's cultivation technique was still missing. She should be suitable for something akin to the ice archer technique. No, rather, an ice-type technique that I still lack offensive means and weapons. That can wait. Yi Tian mentally summarized his needs. There remained quite a few essentials, and he would need to strive harder. Indeed, the audience must continue to support as well. Earlier, he had drawn 2 methods for the 4 realms of body refinement, which he nearly forgot to open. Yi Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, noticing 2 wooden boxes within the system space. That he retrieved the boxes and opened them sequentially. Water Elemental Technique. Cultivating the power of water. Ever-flowing. Using softness to conquer hardness. Fire Elemental Technique. Cultivating the power of fire. A single spark can ignite a prairie. Well, it's obvious from the descriptions that these are worthless, Yi Tian muttered, casting the 2 useless techniques back into the system space. This system space was indeed far more convenient than any storage treasures from the fantastical realm. While Qing'er possessed a storage talisman that required a tap for access, Yi Tian needed merely to direct his thoughts. He wondered about Qing'er's origins. Shaking his head, he decided to set those thoughts aside for the moment. Esteemed viewers, I have transcended to the Meridian Transformation realm, becoming a formidable practitioner of this level. Now, I shall commence my training in the Meridian Transformation realm. Yi Tian declared that it was time for the evening training session. Once more, Yi Tian produced a vial of Meridian elixir and poured out a single pill. Each vial contained 10 pills, comparable in size to the 6-flavor Romania pill, shimmering in a golden hue that appeared quite delectable. Yi Tian consumed one, swallowing it down. Immediately, a surge of potent medicinal energy erupted within him, and he felt his meridians tearing apart in excruciating pain. Damn! Yi Tian exclaimed, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Atio sweat so soon. The potency of this elixir is immense, quite impressive. This sweat doesn't seem artificial. The streamer is quite skilled. Brothers, the progress is a tad sluggish. I shall take my leave that I'll return when the sect conference begins. That don't go. These daily rituals are quite entertaining. Host, if you can break through to the next realm tonight, I shall reward you with 10 super fire gifts. Yes. Hurry and break through. It's delightful for everyone to witness. The barrage of comments flowed in relentlessly. But Yi Tian was entirely absorbed in diligently circulating the primordial divine art, guiding the elixir's energy that if left unchecked, this energy could potentially overwhelm him. Buzz, as he operated the primordial divine art. The air around him began to tremble, and the medicinal energy within him soon became compliant. Truly, a technique created by an unfathomable existence from ancient times, it proved to be remarkably effective. Under the influence of the primordial divine art, the energy of a single meridian elixir was swiftly depleted. With newfound confidence, he poured another into his mouth like beans. This time, he consumed 3 pills in one go, completely refining them. He pressed on. Yi Tian had 3 vials in total, equating to 30 meridian elixirs. Upon consuming the 28th pill, Yi Tian experienced a breakthrough. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the wooden bed beneath him collapsed. His aura surged to the bone transformation realm. Ha ha ha! 1 realm a day. Heaven does not give birth to me, the young master. The celestial abyss stretches on like a long night. Yi Tian laughed heartily, relishing the transformation of power within him, filled with unparalleled joy. Leveling up through elixirs was exhilarating. Moreover, the medicines provided by the system were extraordinary. Not only were they potent, but they also bore no side effects. Yi Tian felt that even disciples of major sects and sacred lands could not enjoy such privileges. No doubt about it, the system was remarkable. Meanwhile, the commotion Yi Tian created caught the attention of others. The Qing'er, accompanied by Yiya, was the first to knock at the door. Then came the silent Zhang Haoren, while the Zhuang remained asleep, oblivious. Outside, they all heard Yi Tian's boastful proclamation. Heaven does not give birth to me. The celestial abyss stretches on like a long night. How audacious! It soon dawned on them that Yi Tian seemed to have broken through once more. It was barely midnight, and Yi Tian had advanced from the Meridian Transformation realm to the Bone Transformation realm. Although the Body Refinement realm was merely the initiation of cultivation, breakthroughs were not so easily achieved. Chapter 11. 2 individuals with secrets. The door swung open, revealing Yi Tian before the curious onlookers. The first to catch his eye was Qing'er, who had changed into a new set of pink pajamas. Looking particularly adorable in her arms, Yiya, with her delicate, unblemished face, appeared still half asleep. Young master, the Bone Transformation realm is a foundational stage. One must not be careless. Your rapid breakthrough concerns me. I fear it may compromise your foundation. Qing'er said with genuine concern. This was indeed a valid point. Even prodigies had been known to spend years in the body refinement realm to solidify their foundations in pursuit of perfection. However, for Yi Tian, such issues were non-existent due to the system. Fear not, I am well aware of my path that I have disturbed everyone. Please return to your rest, Yi Tian replied. The wolf cub departed without uttering a word. This ungrateful creature, Qing'er and Yiya inquired a few more questions before finally taking their leave to rest. Afterward, Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head. The Qingyang sect was already impoverished, and now with the bed collapsed. He had no means of replacement. It seemed sleep was not on the agenda for him tonight. Let us continue. Yi Tian announced that I am now a practitioner of the Bone Transformation realm, and the essence of cultivation lies in shedding the old to embrace the new. an act of defiance against destiny. This realm requires the tempering of all bones. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with determination, yet the audience remained unimpressed. The body refinement realm lacks intrigue. It's merely a novice stage. We wish to see the Spirit Ascension 9 transformations. Indeed, what stages does the Spirit Ascension 9 transformations entail? You've yet to elaborate. I only wish to see Qing'e. Can't the leading lady have a camera too? With a month until the SEC conference. What are your plans for this time? Just fast forward. Bring us some excitement. Venture into some mountains for training. Perhaps you might encounter romance. The audience bombarded him with various demands, leaving Yi Tian feeling overwhelmed. These viewers were truly difficult to please. Thank you for your support. Please be patient that I will strive to deliver the most captivating live content. Yi Tian assured them that he then flipped his palm and retrieved a diamond, his soul diamond. Yes, he intended to test it himself. The indestructible diamond technique could also be cultivated by him. This body cultivation technique, even at its entry level, should significantly enhance his physique, rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. Next, gripping the diamond, Yi Tian began to circulate the indestructible diamond technique. Buzz! The diamond trembled in his palm, and he soon felt a surge of diamond energy coursing through him, akin to a multitude of blades slicing through his flesh. The pain was unbearable. This was more agonizing than the blood refinement powder or the meridian elixir. The dreadful part was that even while practicing the indestructible diamond technique, he could not dispel this agony. At that moment, Yi Tian understood. The system's offerings were potent, but painful. The last remaining packet of blood refinement powder from the Qingyang sect was utterly useless. Completely painless. System, please provide a painkiller next time. He mentally implored. This was an ordeal no mortal should endure. Yet, the system offered no response, for painkillers were not part of its prize offerings. Although this training was excruciating, the results were undeniably remarkable. The audience witnessed a radiant golden aura emanating from Yi Tian. Quite an impressive effect, so. What are you training in? You haven't disclosed it to us. Host, be more diligent. What exactly are you practicing? It looks like a body refinement technique. Typically, protagonists in fantasy novels engage in such practices to enhance their physique. Ouch! That looks painful. My heart aches for our young master. As the comments flooded in, time slipped by unnoticed, and the dawn began to break in the eastern sky. Yi Tian exhaled deeply, releasing his tightly clenched fist, and in his palm lay a heap of ash-gray powder. The energy from the diamond had been completely absorbed. Yi Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through him. Boom! He struck the ground with a punch, producing a deep thud as the earth trembled, and a fist imprint shattered the floor beneath him. Such a divine technique was indeed extraordinary. This punch contains 20 years of cultivation. Yi Tian chuckled at his own jest. He then glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Many viewers could no longer endure and had retired to bed. Yet some night owls remained, accompanying him through the night of training. Thank you all for your support and companionship. As a cultivator, I can go 3 days and nights without sleep, but please do not stay up late. Yi Tian advised that a few audience members attempted to retort, believing his performance was merely an act. However, seeing Yi Tian's energetic demeanor, they found no grounds to argue. Subsequently, Yi Tian stepped out of the room, stretching languidly. The sensation of possessing immense strength was truly delightful. Young master, was that noise from you again? Qing'e ran over, inquiring to Yi Tian nodded. Yes, from now on, any commotion is likely me, so there's no need for alarm. Such behavior. Qing'e scrunched her nose. Come, breakfast is ready. While you will accompany Zhang Haoran in his cultivation, while I shall guide Yaya in hers. The Qing leads Yi Tian toward the kitchen, pondering over Yaya's cultivation technique, which poses a challenge due to her unique constitution of extreme. It seems she requires a rather specialized method. Does it not? I have yet to draw such a technique, Yi Tian remarked. Draw? How does one draw? Qing'e inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. I simply mean I do not possess that particular technique. Yi Tian deflected to Qing'e, clearly unconvinced, cast a suspicious glance at Yi Tian. What secrets does this fellow hold? Just then, I happen to possess a technique suitable for Yaya. She can utilize it for the time being. Once she acquires a better one, she may transition to that. As Qinger spoke, she patted the pouch at her waist and retrieved a jade talisman. Techniques stored in jade talismans are generally quite advanced. Yi Tian cast a glance at Qinga, pondering her hidden secrets. The two individuals, each shrouded in mystery, held hands and made their way to the kitchen. De Zhuang was already sipping porridge from a bowl. Breakfast was simple, consisting of porridge made from spirit rice. The wolf cub had also set down his bowl, which was entirely clean. As for Yaya, she was fixated on the two bowls of porridge belonging to Yi Tian and Qinger, clearly exhibiting immense self-restraint to refrain from reaching for them. Once Yi Tian and Qinger finished their porridge, Yi Tian surveyed the gathered individuals and declared, in preparation for the upcoming Tianlang County Sect tournament, we must diligently cultivate, so as not to bring disgrace to the Qingyang Sect during the competition. From today onward, I shall guide Zhang Haoran in his cultivation, while Qinger will instruct Ya De Zhuang. You may amuse yourself for now. I shall teach you later. Yi Tian had utilized his lone diamond, leaving him unable to facilitate De Zhuang's cultivation for the time being. Subsequently, Qinger took Yaya's small hand and departed to impart her technique. Now the question arises, how shall I teach Zhang Haoran to cultivate? Chapter 12. The Beast Mountain Range. Yi Tian found himself at a loss once more. Zhang Haoran, a hybrid of human and demon, concealed the bloodline of a demon emperor within him. Alas, he possessed no corresponding technique. System, can I draw a technique suitable for Zhang Haoran from the beginner's lottery? Yi Tian pondered internally. After all, this individual is destined to become a demon emperor. Investment is essential. The bloodline issue must be resolved first before cultivation can commence. Otherwise, he will surely perish. The system responded. Yi Tian took a deep breath. Furrowing his brows, the TO addressed this predicament. He must first become an alchemist and embark on this vocational path. Moreover, merely becoming an alchemist is insufficient. He would require various tools and materials such as a pill furnace and medicinal herbs. Where could he procure such items? Haoran, why not scout the vicinity for some wild vegetables or game? I shall contemplate how to treat your ailment. Yi Tian suggested to Zhang Haoran. Without uttering a word, Zhang Haoran departed, showing no deference to the young lord. Were it not for the few words Zhang Haoran had previously uttered, one might have assumed him mute. What now? How shall I resolve the wolf cub's dilemma? Shall we resort to collective donations? Hey streamer, your money-grabbing antics are a bit excessive. Many viewers had already contributed substantial amounts, and the stream's popularity was soaring. Shouldn't you expedite the progression? Others are beginning to imitate you. If this continues, we may switch our allegiance. Some viewers even began to threaten Yi Tian. Damn it. Yi Tian cursed inwardly. Could those imitators truly replicate the authenticity of his stream? Yet he dared not voice his grievances aloud. Esteemed viewers, our stream thrives on authenticity. Everything proceeds in a well-ordered manner. Please be patient as I contemplate a visit to the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range. This formidable range stretches across the eastern edge of the Tianxian continent. Legends say that beyond this mountain lies an entirely new realm, yet such tales remain unverified, for no one has ventured there. As with all fantasy novels, the Beast Mountain Range is replete with abundant resources, housing various rare treasures and legacies of powerful beings. Of course, it is fraught with peril. Numerous beasts pose a grave threat to humanity. Human cultivators hunt these beasts as materials for their training, while demon clans hunt human cultivators to consume their flesh and wear their skins. The relationship between the two factions has long since soured. Among human cultivators, divisions exist between the so-called righteous path and the demonic path, alongside various peculiar organizations with differing beliefs and objectives. Similarly, the demon clans lack unity, occasionally erupting into internecine conflicts. Yi Tian provided a brief overview of the Beast Mountain Range. Excellent. At last, a venue for leveling up has emerged. According to the script, the streamer is bound to discover the lair of some formidable being. Indeed, we must encounter some mercenary group or the like. Did you think, streamer, that we haven't read your script? It's all cliches, devoid of genuine emotion. Set forth now. I shall reward you. Reading these comments, Yi Tian found himself bemused. However, he contemplated that the sooner they embarked on this journey, the better. Despite the fact that there remains a month until the sect tournament, the journey to Tianlang County would require at least 20 days of travel. Alas, the Qingyang sect is far too remote. Yi Tian mentally cursed his lackluster master and made a decision. Let us embark. A spontaneous journey awaits us. Destination the Beast Mountain Range. Qing'er Yaya, how fares your cultivation? Yi Tian addressed them before seeking out Qing'er and Yaya. The scene before him left him astonished that it was the height of summer. Yet as he drew closer, he felt an unexpected chill. The source of this chill was none other than Yaya. Is the extreme Yin constitution truly that formidable? System, grant me one as well. Little Lord, Yaya is truly a genius. She has already reached the meridian transformation stage, Qing'er exclaimed. What? Yi Tian was left speechless. Her cultivation speed seemed to surpass his OWN. Is this the power of a special constitution? This won't do. I must acquire one. The bloodline of the Fusang Divine Tree sounds impressive, yet appears nebulous, providing little more than a hint of pressure in battle. Its utility is limited for now. Better to obtain a special constitution, even a flawed one, if it accelerates cultivation. Excellent, Yaya. The weighty responsibility of revitalizing the Qingyang sect rests upon your shoulders. Now, let us gather our belongings and set forth to the Beast Mountain Range for our trials. Yi Tian proclaimed, Is it not too soon for those at the body refinement fourth stage to venture into the Beast Mountain Range? Qing'er was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yi Tian's sudden declaration to journey to such a perilous locale. Let us not even discuss the formidable beasts lurking therein. The mercenary groups alone would pose a significant challenge for the Qingyang sect's members. Typically, mercenary groups operating in the outer regions of the Beast Mountain Range would invariably have at least one Ascendant Ninth Transformation expert among their ranks. To delve deeper, even that might not suffice. Without hardship, how can one witness the rainbow? Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot grow into true warriors. With Yaya's remarkable talent, can you bear to see her become an uncompetent vase? Yi Tian sought to persuade Qing'er. Qing'er nodded, as if beginning to see the wisdom in his words. Very well, let us prepare our belongings. Yet upon reflection, she realized there was hardly anything to pack, leading to an awkward moment. Ultimately, Yi Tian, Qing'er, Yaya, and the returning Zhang Haoren all found themselves empty-handed, that Zhuang carried only a battered pot on his back. This constituted the formidable lineup of the Qingyang sect's five-member team. The viewers erupted into laughter once more. With this group heading into the Beast Mountain Range, those mercenary bands will surely mock them. Forget about that. Just hurry and go. Indeed, I wish to see what the beasts look like. This also marks our departure from the novice village. It's worth celebrating, and I shall reward you. At this moment, should a song by Su Wei not be played? Once upon a time, that song, I listened to it and then resigned from my job. Now I cultivate land back home. As a flurry of comments bid them farewell, Yi Tian exchanged pleasantries with Chen Bo before leading the team down the mountain. Throughout the journey, he felt a pang of regret. According to the narrative, Chen Bo should have been a hidden master. Knowing they were heading to such a dangerous place as the Beast Mountain Range, wouldn't he be expected to produce some valuable items? Alas, the Qingyang sect is pathetically impoverished. Perhaps Chen Bo is merely an ordinary old man. Yi Tian sighed, reflecting. Regardless, the party was now en route, heading toward the Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 13. Even children must purchase tickets. Yi Tian led the team towards the demonic Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, the advantages of the secluded Qingyang sect became apparent, that if one were to travel to the demonic Beast Mountain Range from a more bustling area, such as Tianlang County City, it would take nearly a month if one lacked the cultivation level to fly and had no means of transportation. However, the remote Qingyang sect was relatively close to the demonic Beast Mountain Range. A 3-day walk would suffice. Is it possible to fast forward directly to the demonic Beast Mountain Range? Host, can you say something? Yes, you should immediately head to the demonic Beast Mountain Range to start filming. I'll reward you. I feel like that's not possible. This live stream feels too real that I'm starting to doubt whether this fantasy world is genuine. Indeed, there are many plants here that I do not recognize. Unlike those on Earth, the audience continuously discussed and commented in the chat. Traveling was, of course, rather dull, and everyone longed to see the content of the demonic Beast Mountain Range immediately in novels or television dramas. There would typically be a caption reading 3 days later, followed by a quick transition to the destination. However, Yi Tian's livestream was too authentic to allow for such shortcuts. More and more viewers began to feel that this was indeed real. Once they confirmed that this was a fantasy world, the popularity of the livestream would soar. Yi Tian secretly anticipated this. Should it occur, it would undoubtedly attract global attention. At that point, having over 100 million viewers would not be a dream. And wouldn't that mean endless opportunities for giveaways? He chuckled at the thought. Young master, what's wrong? Qing'er asked with concern, noticing the silly grin on Yi Tian's face that, I just thought of something joyous. Yi Tian replied, maintaining his response. Even the dogs wouldn't believe that. Qing'er increasingly suspected that Yi Tian held a secret. The young master possessed a powerful bloodline and advanced at a remarkable speed. Rivaling the prodigies of prominent sacred lands, that he had access to abundant cultivation resources and was now eager to venture into the demonic Beast Mountain range. The astute Qing'er pondered, and then concluded that there must be powerful protectors safeguarding this expedition, those known as Path Protectors. It must have been a Path Protector who communicated with Yi Tian earlier, which explained his smile. With this thought, Qing'er felt reassured. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Tian was contemplating that although the demonic Beast Mountain range was perilous, Qing'er was at least a practitioner of the ninth transformation of Spirit Ascension. Even the Emperor's Qi observation technique could not discern her. Thus, as long as they remained on the outskirts of the demonic Beast Mountain range, there was no need for concern. With Qing'er around, they would be perfectly safe. Where could one find such a beautiful and charming bodyguard? Each harbored their own thoughts. Zhang Haoran, the little rascal, silently advanced, while De Zhuang carried a pot. Trailing at the rear, Daiyi had fallen asleep on his shoulder, drooling profusely. The journey continued in silence. Before long, 3 days had passed. Ahead, a continuous mountain range loomed, stretching across the heavens. An ancient and untamed aura approached, causing a heaviness in the heart, prompting Yi Tian to pause. The demonic Beast Mountain range, we have finally arrived, Yi Tian exclaimed. His sentiments resonated even more strongly with the viewers in the live stream. They had indeed traveled for 3 days. I'm impressed. This live stream is astonishingly real. Host, young master Yi Tian, I'll reward you if you hurry and procure a flying device. We can't possibly walk to the upcoming SEC conference. Can we? Bring out a griffin. I'll reward you with 10 super fire gifts. Even through the screen, one could sense the grandeur and terror of the demonic Beast Mountain range. Where did this inspiration come from? Is this a mountain range from our country or abroad? A torrent of comments flooded the chat, interspersed with numerous gifts. After 3 days, the audience was nearly bursting, while the daily happenings were quite interesting. 3 continuous days of travel could become tedious. Moreover, most of the time was simply spent on the road. What was there to see? Now that they had finally reached their destination, let us head to a stronghold up ahead and stay the night, Yi Tian said. Upon hearing this, the audience recognized that a plot was about to unfold. Yi Tian led the team toward a nearby stronghold. Such strongholds were abundant at the foot of the demonic Beast Mountain range, where numerous mercenary groups and merchants resided. What was once a stronghold had long since developed into a bustling town, complete with various restaurants, inns, shops, and even brothels. Before Yi Tian and his companions stood a structure resembling a city wall, complete with a large gate and guards stationed at the entrance. Although not as towering as a true city wall, it exuded a sense of solidity and stability, reinforced by arrays, similar to alchemists. Array masters enjoyed a lucrative profession, as did artifact makers, beast tamers, and talisman masters, each possessing their own unique skills that entered the stronghold. One needed to pay with spirit stones, one for each person as they approached the gate. A guard blocked Yi Tian's path, demanding spirit stones. How outrageous! One for each person. If I didn't have a system, I'd be relying on Qing'er's generosity again. However, Yi Tian had amassed a fair number of spirit stones. He pondered for a moment and glanced at Yi. Brother, look, this child is still young. Shouldn't she be exempt from the fee? Yi Tian attempted to use Earth's logic, arguing that children did not need to purchase tickets. No can do. We charge per head, but if you don't have spirit stones, you can't enter, the guard replied without an ounce of leniency. This scene sent the audience into fits of laughter. It turned out that the logic of children not needing to buy tickets did not apply in the fantasy world. There was a certain rationale to it. In a fantasy world, many children were powerful from birth, far surpassing many low-level practitioners who toiled their entire lives. Why should they be exempt from entry fees? That is true. Yi has a special physique. She should be charged double. Wait, shouldn't we support the young master here? He has been walking for 3 days. I'm nearly bored to death. This is pure revenge, blatant revenge. Left with no choice, Yi Tian paid 5 spirit stones to enter the stronghold. The guard then informed him that these stones would only cover 10 days. And after that, they would need to pay again to stay, that if they left midway and wished to re-enter, they would have to pay once more. How outrageous. Who set these rules? Yi Tian silently vowed that once he achieved success in his cultivation, he would abolish such regulations that as the group entered the stronghold, a cacophony of noises enveloped the entire live stream, that Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a lively atmosphere, compared to the desolate Qingyang sect. This place was truly bustling. The Poison Scorpion mercenary group is hiring. Just a few more from the transformation realm, and we can set off. High prices for all kinds of demonic beast corpses. Honest dealings, special roasted wolf legs, 1 spirit stone for 1, 2 spirit stones for 3, 3 spirit stones for 4. Mysterious treasure maps said to contain the legacy of the saints. Once obtained, you can dominate the Tianxian continent. Do you need a room? Clean and odorless. And the prices are reasonable. Come, old man. We have several lovely ladies who just arrived. A myriad of voices filled Yi Tian's ears, accompanied by the tantalizing aromas of various foods that made him salivate. Big brother, Yiya is hungry. Yiya, who had been dozing onto Zhuang's shoulder, perked up and exclaimed for food. Young master, that wolf leg looks quite appetizing. Qingya tugged at Yi Tian's arm, urging him to buy something. Though to Zhuang and Zhang Haoran said nothing, their eyes conveyed all that needed to be said. They were all staring at Yi Tian. Yet, Yi Tian was most intrigued by the brothel. Likewise, the audience yearned for a dada. The fantasy world is wonderful. Brothels are illegal. How can I cross over? Could someone provide a tutorial? Bro, why not jump off a building and give it a try? Am I the only one who noticed that Poison Scorpion mercenary group? I sense they might be minor antagonists who will be obliterated by the protagonist. I bet 5 dimes that mysterious treasure map is definitely a scam, sold in bulk. Anyone who buys it is a fool. Host, find an opportunity to check out the brothel, and livest, let us first purchase 5 wolf legs, and then we shall find a restaurant to indulge ourselves. Yi Tian proclaimed with a grand gesture. He still possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, so enjoying a lavish meal should pose no issue, right? After spending 4 spirit stones to acquire 5 wolf legs, Yi Tian felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He then led the group to a restaurant that offered both dining and lodging, and most importantly, was conveniently located next to a brothel. Ideal for illicit activities. Esteemed guests, would you prefer to dine or lodge? Upon entering, a young waiter approached with a warm welcome. His gaze particularly fervent as it lingered on Qing Yi Tian quietly remarked to her, "You ought to wear a veil. Otherwise, it may incite unwanted attention." Qing Er's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Yi Tian a glare, slightly lowering her head. Since their arrival at this establishment, numerous eyes had been fixated upon Qing Er, far surpassing the beauty of the common courtesans within the brothel. Yet, here was Yi Tian, a wretch, surrounded by such a stunning beauty as Qing Er, while still contemplating a visit to the brothel. Truly, no man is without his flaws. Let us dine first and then find lodging. Please bring forth the menu. Yi Tian settled into a seat and instructed the waiter that it was merely a habitual request. After all, one cannot rely on scanning a QR code on the dining table in such a lackluster establishment devoid of technology. Esteemed guest, here is the menu with clearly marked prices. Please take a look. The waiter replied, presenting a sheet of paper. To Yi Tian's surprise, a menu indeed existed. After perusing the prices, he found them to be reasonably acceptable. Let us start with a pot of plain rice. No spirit rice. Yi Tian ordered. He was nearly tired of spirit rice, having plenty left, and the price for spirit rice here was exorbitant. Dining on it would not be cost-effective. As he read through the offerings, braised golden scale fish, spicy salted wolf stomach, stir-fried twin-headed beef, roasted nightingale chicken, steamed earth spirit root, and chilled clear spirit melon. Yi Tian had never tasted any of these dishes. He selected a few that caught his eye, calculating that this meal would cost approximately 20 spirit stones. It is noteworthy that the purchasing power of low-grade spirit stones is rather weak. Previously, it was poverty that limited their imagination. Under normal trade circumstances, the host would struggle to afford a visit to the brothel. Not to worry, he can indulge for free. Yet, how could someone at the bone transformation level manage such a feat? The host remains too feeble. At this rate, when shall he enjoy a life of nightly revelry? Indeed, we seek to witness restricted content, and we are willing to pay. At this moment, not only did the audience take notice, but Yi Tian observed as well. The purchasing power of low-grade spirit stones is indeed inadequate. If a meal costs 20 spirit stones, then a cultivation sect ought to possess reserves of at least 80 to 100,000 spirit stones. Yet the Qingyang sect was in debt by 2 spirit stones. How could the Qingyang sect be so impoverished? It is utterly outrageous. However, he had no time to ponder further as the dishes began to arrive. A plethora of dishes Yi Tian had never encountered before graced the table, that he eagerly picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. The fish was tender and flavorful, awakening his taste buds and causing his eyes to widen in delight. He then sampled the wolf's stomach, which was crunchy and chewy, both texture and flavor exquisite. All the dishes were delectable. Yi Tian, unable to restrain himself, immediately began to feast. Ultimately, he was outmatched by the others, each one a glutton, and Yi Tian could hardly compete. Even Qing Er consumed more than he did. No one is allowed to touch this last piece of meat, Yi Tian declared, his expression fierce as he grasped the final piece of beef on the plate. Observing this, the others silently withdrew their hands. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian swallowed the meat whole. "Are we all full?" Yi Tian inquired. "Not yet," came a harmonious chorus of 4 responses. "Good, as long as you are full." Yi Tian feigned deafness. This entire exchange incited uproarious laughter from the audience, who showered Yi Tian with gifts. "Young master, allow me to treat you. I shall reward you. Look at how hungry these children are. It's truly pitiful. I too shall contribute. You must ensure you eat your fill. Are those dishes authentic? I wish to taste them." Clearly, these were merely ordinary dishes. That chilled clear spirit melon was nothing more than a cucumber, which had never imagined it could possess such an illustrious name. So, when shall our 5-member team of the Qingyang sect venture into the Beast Mountain Range? As the audience continued to shower gifts, Yi Tian glanced at the system's backend. Lottery chances. 100 over the past 3 days of travel. There had been consistent gains, and with the recent flurry of gifts and an influx of viewers, Yi Tian's lottery chances had surged into the triple digits. This excitement stirred within him. Should he draw a lottery now? Yi Tian pondered. Meanwhile, Qing Er suggested they venture outside to see if any equipment could be procured. Yi Tian's heart raced at the prospect. Perhaps a scene of bargain hunting at a street stall awaited them. They simply had to check it out. Chapter 15. The street stall bargain hunting segment, what Yi Tian could conceive. The audience could too. Here it comes, the street stall bargain hunting segment. Yes, perhaps an inconspicuous scrap of iron may conceal a powerful martial technique. Typically, such moments would introduce a villain, leading to a conflict. Please, let us directly head to the Beast Mountain Range to slay monsters. Is it that the models for those beasts are still unfinished? That does seem rather costly, that if everything is merely special effects. How is it achieved with such realism? And at what expense? A deluge of comments flooded in, many in foreign languages. Numerous international viewers had caught wind of this live stream and tuned in to watch. The mysterious allure of Eastern fantasy captivated many foreigners, who longed to dive into the screen and experience it firsthand. That at this moment, Yi Tian led his group out of the restaurant and onto the street. A waft of perfumed aromas assailed him. Next to the restaurant stood a brothel, a thriving industry chain. Yi Tian speculated that, by nightfall, little cards might be slipped under the door. "Young man, you are quite handsome. Come inside and have some fun with the sisters." "Oh dear, come in, young man. If I don't get any business soon, I might be forced into the Beast Mountain Range. Can you bear to let that happen?" 3 raggedly dressed young ladies intercepted Yi Tian, De Zhuang, and Zhang Haoren. The trio of men in the group were completely captivated. Who could resist? "Quick, go inside, Yi Tian. Look at the smile on our young master's face." "Ha ha ha." Qing Er's face is turning green. They're stealing men right in front of her. Compared to Qing Er, the beauty of these 3 sea cucumbers was decidedly lacking. Is there a courtesan or something of the sort inside this brothel? Are you testing the cadre with this? Such scenarios were beloved by male viewers, who urged Yi Tian to hurry inside. That no, I have urgent matters. Yi Tian repeatedly declined. Such a thing, if to be done, must be kept secret from Qing Er and Yi. How could one be so brazen? What urgency could possibly surpass that? Several hands began to roam over Yi Tian's form. Enough. Yi Tian struggled to maintain his composure. At that moment, Qing Er finally spoke up. She brushed aside the intrusive hands, seemingly employing a bit of her cultivation, causing the three young ladies to stumble backward, one nearly losing her footing. These were merely ordinary individuals. Seeking the services of a practitioner would not occur in an ordinary brothel, but rather in a more upscale establishment. "Let us go," Qing Er said with a stern expression, pulling Yi Tian's arm as they departed. Zhang Haoran and De Zhuang hurriedly followed. Even the slow-witted De Zhuang dared not utter a word at this juncture to Yi Tian. "You seem rather tempted, reluctant to leave," after they had walked some distance. Qing Er finally challenged him, no longer referring to him as young master, but addressing him directly by name. "Not at all. I swear on heaven. I absolutely did not. Those ordinary women could never capture my interest. I already possess you, Qing Er. How could I be swayed by anyone else?" Yi Tian raised his hand in protest. Qing Er was easily appeased. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, her face flushed with embarrassment. "What nonsense are you spouting? We share merely a senior-junior relationship. I ask that you maintain your decorum, young master." Qing Er gazed down at her toes as she spoke. "Very well, I shall refrain from addressing you as young master. It is no issue." Yi Tian then splurged on 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, immediately winning Qing Er over. "Who wrote this script? Come out and face the consequences. Indeed, if I encountered such a situation, I would be kneeling on durian." Just moments ago, even De Zhuang had chuckled, surprised that this fellow understood matters of romance. De Zhuang may not comprehend, but his body was honest. Such physical reactions are difficult to control through sheer willpower. "The little wolf cub has also succumbed to darkness. I just saw him touch something. Is there such a thing? Let me take a look back." This particular segment instantly ignited excitement among the audience, leading to a significant increase in donations. As the lottery entries surged, Yi Tian felt immense satisfaction within that if this live stream ventured into a brothel, wouldn't he ascend to divinity in mere moments? Subsequently, Yi Tian and his companions began to explore. Transitioning from the desolate Qingyang sect to this place felt akin to a country bumpkin entering the city. Everything seemed novel to Yi Tian, and his companions shared a similar sentiment. "The stall to your left absolutely has treasures. Don't be ridiculous. That stall is selling nothing but junk. Let us see how the script unfolds. Wherever the host pauses, that stall will surely have something valuable. Why are there so many stalls? Most appear to be set up with worthless items to deceive people. When will the antagonist make an appearance? I want to see some face slapping. Into the mountains, into the mountains, into the mountains. Important matters must be repeated thrice." During the preceding 3 days of travel, the live stream's popularity had been rather lukewarm. Many viewers would peek in, find it uninteresting, and leave. Yet now, the atmosphere was genuinely buzzing. While Yi Tian and his group roamed in a highly classified research facility on Earth, a team of researchers gazed gravely at the screen before them. Given the current situation, our officials are utterly incapable of intervening in this live stream. Furthermore, according to the most expert analyses, it could be determined that the live stream content was entirely devoid of special effects. This matter has now been classified as a top-tier event, with the state issuing directives to establish contact with Yi Tian at any cost. High-ranking officials from around the globe have also taken notice of this situation. Ordinary people still speculate that the live stream is merely a product of special effects, with a pre-written script, believing that Yi Tian and his companions are merely acting. Yi Tian encourages viewers to donate, allowing him to grow stronger, thereby amassing wealth. However, from a national perspective, using state resources for analysis leads to a straightforward conclusion. This live stream is not a fabrication. It is authentic. Every detail within the broadcast may very well belong to another realm. This has escalated into a supernatural phenomenon, drawing significant attention from nations worldwide. Undoubtedly, the party with the greatest advantage in this affair is the Xinzhou nation. Thus far, every character that has appeared in the live stream is of Xinzhou lineage. Conversing in the Chinese language. If the host Yi Tian is indeed a traveler from another world, he must have been a citizen of Xinzhou prior to his journey. Countries around the world have begun to take action. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remains blissfully unaware, crouched before a stall, haggling over a tattered wolfskin map with the vendor. Chapter 16. 100 Shots of Fire. Yi Tian clutched a tattered wolfskin map in his hand. Opposite him stood a lean vendor, his beady eyes glinting with cunning. Such a person is easily recognizable as a shameless merchant. Little sect master, this is definitely a fake. Don't buy it, Qing'er advised from the side. Oh dear, young lady, what are you saying? This map is a family heirloom. If this is a fake, then what could possibly be real? You won't suffer losses or be deceived. For 200 spirit stones. It will directly help you attain sainthood, the gaunt vendor boasted extravagantly. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian retaliated with a decisive offer of 2 spirit stones that if you won't sell it, I'm walking away, he declared, challenging the vendor's outrageous pricing. This scene instantly endeared many viewers, particularly older women, to Yi Tian. This young man is quite impressive. He knows how to bargain and can manage his affairs. One exclaimed that MY's son is such a fool. When I tell him to negotiate prices, he gets embarrassed. How did I end up with such a child? Another laughed. Haha, it went from 200 to just 2. I reckon even 2 is too generous. If it were me, I'd just knock that vendor out and seize his goods. Someone chimed in, adding to the laughter. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. The previous 3 days of travel had seen little engagement. But now the excitement was palpable, as the storyline took a turn for the intriguing, especially with the mention of the brothel, which many viewers were still reminiscing about. 2 stones. Little brother, you must be joking. Just the wolf skin alone. The vendor immediately adopted a defeated expression, attempting to explain. Yet, Yi Tian paid him no mind and stood to leave. Hey, don't go, little brother. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 2 spirit stones. The vendor lamented, oh dear, I'm losing money on this. It's my treasured heirloom. Only then did Yi Tian return, tossing 2 spirit stones at him and taking the map. After Yi Tian and his companions walked away, the vendor retrieved another identical map from his bag, proclaiming, heirloom treasure map, leading you to the Saint's legacy. Without attaining sainthood, one remains an ant. Everyone, today is a massive clearance sale. He resumed his hawking. While nearby vendors discussed, he sold another one. Fools are everywhere. Who are those people just now? I've never seen them before. They look like they're from some major sect. We can't afford to mess with them. Especially that beautiful lady. If I could just have one night with her, I'd die happy. You're such a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Qing'er was observing Yi Tian. Little sect master, this is clearly a fake. It's obvious at first glance. Why buy it? She stomped her foot, adding, that is not wolf skin. The usually taciturn Zhang Haoran chimed in, I also think that's not wolf skin. Having grown up in a wolf pack and possessing the bloodline of a demon emperor, he could certainly discern its authenticity. That I certainly know it's not wolf skin, Yi Tian replied. This is likely made from other materials, artificially aged, perhaps even buried in filth for a while. However, the treasure map's patterns appear to have been traced from a genuine fragment, with some manual additions made afterward. The added lines are clearly haphazard, but the original ones seem authentic. Even if it's not a Saint's legacy, it holds exploratory value that Yi Tian articulated, not as a mere conjecture, but rather through the insights gained from his celestial observation technique. This technique not only allows him to perceive people, but also to assess objects, proving to be exceedingly practical, with 10 chances for a lottery draw. The targeted exchange of the celestial observation technique has certainly been a tremendous boon for Yi Tian. Now, Yi Tian was beginning to suspect that the system had provided him this opportunity as a form of assistance. He wished to exchange for a particular special physique, but found the system wholly unresponsive. Next, Yi Tian resumed employing the celestial observation technique to examine the various items displayed at the stalls, only to be met with disappointment. Most of what the vendors offered was fake. Even the few genuine items were of little use. For instance, one vendor boasted that a particular cultivation method would elevate a practitioner to the 9th transformation of spirit within 3 days, and break through to the realm within a month. Yet in reality, while the method could indeed be practiced, it was inferior to the Qingyang technique passed down from the Qingyang sect. After perusing nearly every stall, Yi Tian's enthusiasm waned. There was little of worth to purchase, and with nightfall approaching, it was time to return and rest. Let us head back, Yi Tian beckoned. Everyone naturally followed Yi Tian's lead. Without any objections they made their way back to the inn. They passed by the stalls selling treasure maps once more. Upon seeing Yi Tian and his companions, the vendor quickly stowed away the maps and gazed skyward. Yi Tian chuckled, choosing to disregard him. The group of 5 settled into their accommodations. Qing'er and Yi shared a room, De Zhuang and Zhang Haoran another, while Yi Tian enjoyed a room to himself. Little sect master, you ought to have some special treatment, shouldn't you? Having your own room allows for more convenient communication with the audience. Having said this, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to the host multiple times today. It felt somewhat inappropriate. Finally, he could converse with the esteemed viewers. Arriving at the foot of the Monster Beast mountain range, the next step was to venture into the mountains that Yetion mused. I wonder what extraordinary encounters await this time. Come on, you can't possibly not know. You have a script, don't you? Claiming ignorance is far too disingenuous. Exactly. Your background is utterly implausible. So, will tonight be another night of cultivating? We don't want to see you train. We want to witness the ladies in the brothel. Indeed, Yetion. The young ladies in the brothel need your assistance. Hurry, I've already topped up my funds. Faced with this barrage of comments, Yetion found himself both amused and exasperated. What should I say? Should I go take a look? It doesn't necessarily have to lead to anything. Just visiting should be fine, right? Listening to the tunes in the brothel while enjoying a drink to unwind. Is there any issue with that? Absolutely none. Very well, I shall go take a look, as we do not engage in unlawful activities. It also allows everyone to catch a glimpse of what the enchanting world as pleasure quarters are like. As Yetion spoke, he prepared to climb out of the window. After all, he was now at the realm of bone transformation. Regarded as a pillar of strength among several mercenary groups, climbing out of a window was a trivial matter for him. That moment. A viewer with the ID Chuyi directly rewarded Yetion with 100 bursts of super fire. The screen was filled with dazzling effects, leaving everyone astonished. Although Yetion's livestream was currently thriving with a multitude of viewers, including several influential figures, the sudden influx of 100 bursts of super fire propelled him to the top of the leaderboard, overshadowing Fu Sheng. Subsequently, Chuyi's comment sent Yetion into a frenzy of elation. Chapter 17. The Ancient Dragon Emperor Physique. Chuyi. Hello, Yetion. I am a staff member of the Supernatural Research Institute of Shenzhou. This opening line stirred Yetion's heart. Had the nation finally taken notice of him? This coincided with his anticipated timeline that he had been live streaming for several days, and it was inevitable that someone would notice something amiss. While ordinary viewers might interpret it as a script or special effects, a closer examination would undoubtedly reveal clues. Chuyi, are you truly a traveler from another world? Have you obtained a system? Were you a citizen of Shenzhou before your journey? And if so, from what era and what identity? Chuyi. These questions are of utmost importance. I hope you can cooperate. His inquiries left many viewers bewildered. The Supernatural Research Institute? Never heard of it. Who concocted this? Before Yetion could respond, the live chat erupted in chaos. There was no doubt that Chuyi and the streamer were in cahoots. The selling point of this live stream was to broadcast from a fantasy world. And until now, everything had seemed quite authentic. Now, a plan had appeared. I don't care whether he is truly in some fantastical realm. I simply wish to see him topple Qing. I long for heated scenes and grand battles. Even if it's fabricated, that would suffice. Temporarily ignoring the barrage of comments, Yetion began to answer Chuyi's questions that I have indeed traversed worlds and obtained a system that allows me to live stream from this fantasy realm. The system's premise is that as viewers support me with rewards, I can draw from a lottery to acquire various resources to enhance my strength. Prior to my journey, I was a modern citizen of Shenzhou. And my name is also Yetion, with an ID number of 371,082. Yetion recited his ID number. Immediately, relevant staff began verification on Chuyi's end. Boss, this person truly exists. He is an orphan with few friends. His colleagues reported that he hasn't shown up for work in several days, and even filed a police report that we can access the relevant records. Can we confirm this as a genuine supernatural event? One of Chuyi's subordinates asked excitedly. Chuyi furrowed his brow and shook his head, but we cannot fully ascertain yet. However, I personally believe the likelihood is above 80%. Have Lao Ba and the others conduct a comprehensive investigation into Yetion. Chuyi commanded. Immediately, personnel sprang into action, and organizations across the board coordinated seamlessly, operating with remarkable efficiency typical of national machinery. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream continued to jest, clearly under the impression that Chuyi and Yetion were in collusion. Nonetheless, it must be said, the effect was indeed remarkable, particularly that 100 bursts of super fire, which attracted a considerable influx of viewers. Yetion, what you have said requires verification. Let us assume it is true. Does that mean if I continuously reward you, theoretically, You could swiftly break through your realm? Chuyi inquired further. Indeed, Yi Tian fervently nodded. With the support of the state, Wen Ti he soared to new heights in no time. That 100 bursts of super fire had just granted Yi Tian 100 opportunities to draw from the lottery. At this point, even high-level draws were within Yi Tian's reach to play with. Following this, Chuyi fell silent momentarily. Why Yi Tian waited. But when he did not see any further comments, he speculated that Chuyi was likely verifying certain matters. Thus, Yi Tian continued his live stream. After such an event, he momentarily lost interest in visiting the brothel and instead began conducting the lottery. Please hold on a moment. I will commence the system's lottery, Yi Tian announced, regardless of what the viewers had to say. He entered the lottery interface. Currently, lottery opportunities, 239, a new historical high. As for how to utilize these opportunities, Yi Tian pondered for a while. First, he thought it best to try the high-level lottery. However, there was no rush. He would begin with some initial and intermediate draws to warm up that he wasn't too sure if warming up would prove beneficial. But generally, in lottery-related activities, this was the common practice. When Yi Tian previously played games and opened chests for skins, he had always done the same. This fell within the realm of metaphysics. Now, situated in a fantastical with something feels amiss. I could almost sense an overwhelming aura through the screen, causing my dog to whimper in fright. I have an inexplicable feeling that this live stream might be genuine, yet it defies logic. In this fantastical realm, where the extraordinary abounds, Yi Tian's various actions can indeed influence those tuning into the broadcast. And that is entirely plausible. The manifestation of bloodlines and unique physiques can certainly project a formidable pressure that the audience can perceive through the live stream. However, what the viewers experience is merely a fraction of the true essence, leading many to dismiss it as mere illusion. That if, in the future, as Yi Tian's strength escalates and his mental prowess intensifies, he could even hypnotically control the audience through the screen. Yet at this moment, Yi Tian is utterly preoccupied with his own plight. His body has been thoroughly drained, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. That am I truly destined to perish in this state? Yi Tian's heart swells with indignation. Fortunately, every cloud has a silver lining. That why Yi Tian's current condition stems from excessive physical exertion. Since he has depleted his energy, replenishing it should suffice. With a mere thought, a spirit stone materializes in the palm of his hand. He immediately channels the ancient divine technique, commencing the absorption of the spirit energy contained within the stone. The spiritual essence of the world is the very foundation of this realm and the cornerstone of every cultivator's journey. As the energy flows into his body, Yi Tian's pallid complexion gradually regains its vitality, that he finally regains some strength, sitting upright and exhaling a sigh of relief. It is only at this juncture that the system finally alerts him. The ancient Dragon Emperor physique requires at least the realm of transformation to be activated. Yi Tian's mind fills with fury as he curses the system, unleashing a torrent of invective upon its entire lineage. Apologies, but the host is indeed family to the system. The system retorts. You provide me with a physique suitable for the realm of transformation only after I attain the ascension of 9 transformations. What good is that to me? Yi Tian responds that if the host is dissatisfied, the physique can be returned. The system will grant the host 1 intermediate lottery opportunity in return. The system's reply leaves Yi Tian utterly speechless. Such a remarkable physique, and all I receive is a single chance at an intermediate lottery. How ridiculous! Yi Tian dismisses the system and begins his cultivation anew, with a flick of his hand. A golden tiger bone, the size of a human head, appears in his grasp. That I wonder if 2 pieces will suffice for me to break through to the transformation realm. How exhilarating! Yi Tian initiates the ancient divine technique, absorbing the energy from the tiger bone to advance his cultivation. That he braces himself for pain. Yet to his astonishment, it does not hurt this time. Instead, he feels an itch deep within his bones. An unsettling sensation that causes his entire body to contort. What is happening to the host? Are you in need of a restroom? No, he must be yearning to relieve himself. Speaking of which, have I not seen him take a bathroom break before? Do cultivators not need to use the restroom? Advanced cultivators likely do not, but he is still a novice. Wait, is this live stream not fabricated? What are you all discussing so seriously? I've been watching long enough to know he has stepped away for a few minutes before. Upon reading these comments, Yi Tian cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity that I do not require a restroom. This is merely the result of my transformation training. My bones are itching. Yi Tian grits his teeth, his expression contorted with discomfort. Young master, who are you speaking to? A voice calls from outside. Did you feel that aura earlier? Are you all right? It is Qing, her concern evident. This girl truly cares for herself. Qing, I am fine. Please return to your room and rest. Yi Tian replies, feeling utterly exhausted. All right, young master, Qing obediently responds as she returns to her chamber. Subsequently, Yi Tian plunges back into his grueling training. While he is not in pain, he wishes he were. The sensation of ants crawling within his bones, as if insects are gnawing at him, is excruciatingly tormenting. He realizes that while the resources provided by the system are undoubtedly effective, they are far from comfortable. Damn the system. The entire tiger bone ultimately loses its luster, reduced to powder as its power is entirely absorbed by Yi Tian. Clearly, one piece is insufficient, as he has yet to break through. Thus, Yi Tian retrieves a second tiger bone, estimating that once he fully absorbs its energy, he will achieve his breakthrough. However, just as he absorbs half of it, dawn breaks that Qing knocks on the door, calling for Yi Tian to join her for breakfast. Alas, women are truly a hassle. All I desire is to cultivate. No wonder they say that with a heart free of women, one can wield the sword with divine precision, to slay maidens and attain enlightenment. I have realized, Yi Tian muses internally. Yet this is merely idle thought. He certainly cannot contend with Qing, and presently, he may not even be a match for her. Through the heavenly insight technique, he can see that Qing's strength far surpasses his own. At the very least, at the ascension of 9 transformations level. Qing, you all go ahead and eat. I am in the midst of cultivation. Yi Tian declares that he wishes to seize the moment and break through to the transformation realm. Every bit of strength will provide him greater assurance in the Beast Mountain range. Cultivation? Qing exclaims in surprise, yet she does not press further. She has an inkling that once Yi Tian concludes this round of training, he may well become a practitioner of the transformation realm. Such a pace is truly astonishing. Indeed, after the sun has risen high, Yi Tian emerges from his room, a smile illuminating his face that he has absorbed the energy from the second tiger bone and has officially broken through to the transformation realm. This marks the final stage of the body refinement realm. This moment, within Yi Tian's dantian, a golden figurine has emerged. This is the spirit embryo. The formation of the spirit embryo signifies that the cultivator has attained the transformation realm, with all spiritual energy stored within the spirit embryo, enabling the initial application of spiritual energy for offensive maneuvers. Once the esteemed experts of the initial realm bestow their generosity, I shall see if I can draw upon some martial techniques for use. Yi Tian contemplates, simultaneously noticing the crowd awaiting him outside. De Qing holds Yi Yu's hand, while the Zhuang wears a silly grin, and Zhang Howard's expression remains stoic. They all gaze upon him. My cultivation is complete. I have broken through to the transformation realm. Let us feast heartily before embarking on our journey to the Beast Mountain range. Yi Tian proclaims, waving his hand grandly as he produces a mid-grade spirit stone, announcing, bring forth every dish you have. Chapter 19. The Grand Feast of Sea and Sky. The Transformation Realm. A mid-grade spirit stone? Everyone, including Qing, is rendered speechless that if memory serves, did Yi Tian not just recently ascend to the bone transformation realm? How could cultivation be as effortless as drinking water? What sort of talent does this require? Moreover, Yi Tian has now produced a mid-grade spirit stone. One mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Young master, did your master leave all of this for you? Qing inquires. Why? Yi Tian nods. He certainly cannot explain the system to these denizens of the fantastical world. Matters concerning the system are best left for the viewers to discuss. My master indeed left behind a considerable amount of resources, but I must continually break through realms to unlock them gradually. Previously, I was merely too indolent to cultivate, but now, to restore the Qingyang sect, I must strive diligently. Yi Tian proclaims, clutching the mid-grade spirit stone. Isn't that from the system? Did you not win it in a lottery? How has it now become a legacy from your master? What nonsense system? His system is us, the viewers. It is our contributions that have granted him this mid-grade spirit stone. The realization dawns. This host has not spoken a single word of truth. It seems that handsome men are indeed not to be trusted. So, host, when will you venture into the Beast Mountain Range? Stop merely making proclamations. I wish to witness the beasts. Hurry to the Beast Mountain Range and capture a fox spirit or serpent spirit. Wouldn't that be delightful? Why do you all consistently conjure such inappropriate notions? Men are truly terrifying. A torrent of comments floods the screen. Observing the viewer's fervent anticipation, Yi Tian smiles lightly and leads the group downstairs for breakfast. Waiter, bring forth every dish you have, and 5 buckets of rice to start. Yi Tian exclaims, brimming with newfound wealth. The waiter hastily informs the proprietor, who promptly attends to their service. One must understand that at the foot of the Beast Mountain Range, countless establishments abound. Most individuals seeking to make a living here are not particularly affluent, and few would dare to indulge in such a feast. This is a significant customer. Regrettably, Yi Tian's excitement is tempered by the realization that the proprietor is an old, grumpy man, lacking the allure of the mysterious beauties often depicted in novels. Following this, under the watchful gaze of the audience and the astonished expressions of other patrons in the tavern, Yi Tian and his companions devour their meal with gusto. The empty plates stacked high. This is genuine eating, my friends. Indeed, it is true eating. Every morsel is swallowed without reservation. Utterly astonishing. How can Yi's little belly possibly contain such a copious amount of food? This defies reason. I have come to understand. They are all cultivators from a fantastical realm. Their appetites are naturally greater. Yet this is all staged. They are not genuinely in a fantastical world. How utterly absurd. I find myself immensely hungry. Oh dear. It turns out this is a food broadcast. Some viewers exclaimed that they had been deceived, initially believing it to be a live stream from a fantastical realm, only to discover it was a culinary showcase. The abundance of dishes is enough to make anyone salivate. Have we all had our fill? Yi Tian let out a burp and inquired, "Are we satisfied?" "Indeed," replied De Zhuang, who had also managed to satiate his appetite this time, indicating that everyone was genuinely full. That in truth, these dishes could only be considered rudimentary spirit food. What is spirit food, you ask? It refers to food imbued with spiritual energy, distinguishing it from the mundane fare consumed by ordinary individuals. Like the disparity between spirit rice and regular rice, that of course, the spirit food here is merely the most basic level. It is said that the highest grade of spirit food transcends monetary value, crafted from the flesh of great demons and nurtured by the earth's treasures. A single meal could elevate one's cultivation. For practitioners, consuming ordinary meals is utterly futile. Only spirit food can aid in their progress. In the future, I shall take you all to indulge in even higher grade spirit food. Yi Tian rose to settle the bill, leading the group out of the tavern. Brother Yi Tian, I've heard that every decade in the eastern region, there is a grand feast known as the Sea and Sky Banquet, where the spirit food is the finest in the entire region. Qing Er said, linking her arm with Yi Tian. Sea and Sky Banquet. Yi Tian was taken aback. Was that name for real? Was the eastern region truly so extravagant? The audience was equally astonished, bursting into laughter. Qing Er, what exactly is the Sea and Sky Banquet? Yi Tian inquired, aware that it likely wasn't tea as he imagined. The Sea and Sky Banquet, as the name suggests, is a grand feast held at the juncture of sea and sky. Occurring once every decade, it gathers the most elite talents of the eastern region to compete on the same stage, with supreme experts taking on disciples that if one performs exceptionally, they may be chosen as a disciple and partake in a meal of unimaginable spirit food. It is said that someone once broke through their cultivation level at the banquet, achieving a new realm on the spot. Qing Er's eyes sparkled with longing as she spoke. When will the next one take place? Yi Tian continued to question, knowing he must participate in such an event. Following the usual pattern, the protagonist is bound to come first. In 1 month, there will be the SEC conference in Tianlang County, which serves as a selection for the Sea and Sky Banquet. Only those who excel at the conference will earn a spot. The rigorous selection process will take a full 6 months before the grand banquet. Qing Er explained. I see. So it's akin to a college entrance examination? Yi Tian chuckled, quite familiar with this trope. The SEC conference in Tianlang County is merely a stepping stone, followed by a middle examination, leading up to the Sea and Sky Banquet, which is akin to the final college entrance exam, where a collection of prodigies vie for the chance to enter a prestigious institution. The audience erupted in laughter at this explanation, finding it quite amusing, although Ching Er and her companions remained bewildered. College entrance exam. What an intriguing concept. Is it edible, big brother? Yi inquired, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. Not tasty at all, very bitter. Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. But it is indeed the most worthwhile experience. He mused that as a time traveler, his homeland would always be Earth. Alone in a foreign land, he felt like a stranger. This sentiment evoked a flurry of donations from the viewers, who perceived a hint of loneliness in Yi Tian's gaze. Separated from his homeland by an unfathomable distance, would he ever return in his lifetime? Surely, this was just an act. The audience unanimously agreed that Yi Tian's performance was remarkable, far superior to the so-called young idols of today. Furthermore, his ancient attire made him exceptionally handsome. The world has long suffered from a lack of attractive figures in traditional garb, prompting many to call for Yi Tian to debut on the spot. Amidst their banter, Yi Tian had already led the group to the exit of their base. Beyond this point, a short distance further would lead them to the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. At that moment, Yi Tian spotted a group blocking their path. Chapter 20. The Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group. Before them stood a gang with unfriendly expressions, each adorned with a black scorpion tattoo on their arms. The Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group. Some viewers had previously remarked that this mercenary group resembled the minor antagonists found in the early chapters of a fantasy novel, typically meeting their demise at the hands of the protagonist. It seemed their prediction had indeed come to fruition. Gentlemen, we of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group have been awaiting your arrival. Currently, our group is in need of manpower, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to join us in our pursuit of wealth. The leader, a towering one-eyed brute, exuded an intimidating presence. Although he addressed Yi Tian, his single eye was fixed on Ching Er. Even a fool could discern his intentions. His subordinates were also eyeing Ching Er, and some even cast lecherous glances at Yi. If they could have just one encounter with her, it would be worth a lifetime. What a beauty! Her face is so delicate, it seems one could squeeze water from it. If those long legs wrapped around my waist, oh my, that little girl is so adorable. Heh. They whispered amongst themselves, but Yi Tian overheard every word. The audience was incensed. Go on. Take them down. A mere mercenary group dares to offend the protagonist? Prepare for your demise. I'm furious. They dare covet Ching Er. She is mine. I suspect Ching Er could single-handedly take down this mercenary group. And that scoundrel has his eyes on Yi. I truly wish to eliminate him. Host, annihilate this mercenary group, and I will reward you with 100,000. The viewers erupted in furious condemnation, while Yi Tian was equally enraged. This Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group clearly did not regard him. A transcendent realm expert, with any respect, he responded without hesitation. What nonsense is this Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group? I've never even heard of you. Don't block my path, get out of my way. A bunch of insignificant ants dares to invite me to join? Yi Tian snorted disdainfully, causing the group before him to freeze in astonishment. What is this kid's background? With such a tone, he can't possibly be a disciple of some prominent sect. Can he? One of the one-eyed brute's lackeys leaned in to ask. The one-eyed brute's expression also grew serious. The Yi Tian's demeanor was impressive. He didn't appear to be from a small place, but rather from a significant sect. Such a person was not someone the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group could afford to provoke. Stories circulated in the Beast Mountain Range about mercenary groups that had foolishly crossed paths with the scions of powerful families and faced utter annihilation. The members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group hesitated, clearly intimidated by Yi Tian's presence. However, the one-eyed brute seemed to have seen enough to regain his composure. A smile returned to his face as he addressed Yi Tian. I apologize for the interruption. Young brother, you possess an extraordinary bearing. May I inquire which esteemed family you hail from? Yi Tian pondered for a moment, considering fabricating a name to intimidate him. However, at that moment, Yi interjected excitedly. Big brother is the young master of the Qingyang sect, just breaking through to the transcendent realm. Impressive, isn't it? Her clear voice rang out. The one-eyed brute was taken aback. Qingyang sect? I don't believe there is a significant sect by that name. Have you heard of the Qingyang sect? I haven't that it doesn't sound like a major sect. This kid looks to be around 16 or 17. How is he already at the transcendent realm? That is not the level of a young master. Wait, I feel like I've heard of the Qingyang sect somewhere. The one-eyed brute's subordinates began to murmur, "At that moment." A glimmer of recognition sparked in the one-eyed brute's gaze. He remembered that just a few days ago, his elder brother had passed through this area. He had treated him to a meal and indulged in some entertainment. His brother had mentioned that during that trip to collect protection fees, he encountered a rather amusing sect called the Qingyang sect, which was on the brink of collapse with only 4 members remaining. The young master was a mere 4th realm cultivator, and the sect was nearing its end, but there was a beautiful girl named Qing Er. How perfectly this aligned. A young master of a prestigious sect, the failing Qingyang sect. The one-eyed brute's expression turned dangerous. Undoubtedly, his elder brother was the bald man who had come to collect protection fees. The bald fellow was responsible for collecting fees from various sects and these outposts in the region, and he often received tributes from the one-eyed brute, maintaining a solid rapport. The Qingyang sect. Understood. Young brother, please take care that I shall certainly pay a visit in the future. The one-eyed brute smiled, stepping aside to clear a path that Yi Tian, filled with skepticism, nonetheless led the way forward, striding out of the outpost. Did this fellow truly know of the Qingyang sect? But how could someone who eked out a living in the Beast Mountain range have heard of it, especially when the sect was on the verge of collapse? Yi Tian surmised that this individual was likely already aware of his background, that if all proceeded as expected, this mercenary group would undoubtedly trail closely behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Engaging them within their stronghold was out of the question. However, the Beast Mountain range was a realm of utter chaos. Here, the greatest threat did not stem from the monstrous beasts, but rather from other human cultivators. Acts of murder and treasure theft were commonplace in this treacherous land. That it was once said that the very soil of the Beast Mountain range was stained red, soaked in the blood of countless victims. Big brother, did Yaya say something wrong? Yaya, noticing the change in Yi Tian's expression, sensed something amiss. That it's all right, Yaya. However, we must keep a low profile for now and refrain from revealing our true identities to strangers. Yi Tian gently reassured her, patting her head. Though this little girl possessed a unique physique, she had lived in Dongfeng village until now, far removed from the world's complexities, and was still quite innocent. Young master, those individuals are following us. Qing'er spoke in a low tone. How brazen. Yi Tian turned to see the eye-patch-wearing leader of the one-eyed dragon mercenary group. This leader was at the 9th transformation of spirit elevation, while the others were at the 4th stage of body refinement. Qing'er, do you have confidence? Yi Tian inquired that Qing'er was taken aback. You want me to take action? Yet she nodded in agreement. The leader was certainly no match for her, and the other lackeys were even less of a concern. Very well. Let us proceed further and find a secluded spot to eliminate this band, Yi Tian instructed Qing'er. Qing'er was utterly astonished. Are we truly going to kill them? And you expect me to do it all? Shouldn't you be the one protecting me, my young master? The audience in the live stream burst into laughter, utterly surprised that Yi Tian had so readily entrusted Qing'er with the task. Chapter 21. Go. The live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments and donations. The viewers were beside themselves with excitement. It's all thanks to you, Yi Tian. The young master is invincible, living off soft rice with a hard edge. Our young master is merely at the body refinement stage. It seems reasonable for him to let Qing'er take action against the one-eyed dragon. Indeed, Qing'er is extraordinarily powerful. She possesses her own little secrets. Not to mention, in fantasy novels, the protagonist typically fights beyond their realm. Our young master should be able to contend with the one-eyed dragon as well. Let us get started already. I can't wait to see the mercenary group utterly vanquished. The multitude of viewers eagerly urged the action to commence. Yi Tian himself felt a surge of exhilaration. Having traversed into a fantastical world, he had yet to experience combat. He was keen to observe how Qing'er would strike, and how the mercenaries would retaliate, all while the audience expressed their readiness to spend money, demanding immediate action. The members of the Scorpion mercenary group were in no hurry, trailing behind them, and Yi Tian could faintly hear their laughter, indicating their overconfidence in their advantage. After approximately half an hour of walking, Yi Tian surveyed the surroundings, nodded in approval, and halted his steps. This location is quite suitable to serve as the burial ground for the Scorpion mercenary group, Yi Tian declared aloud, ensuring the mercenaries could hear. Big brother, that brat just said he wants to bury us. I'm terrified. A young master from a failing, shabby third-rate sect is putting on quite the act. Don't rush to kill this brat. Let him kneel and watch us toy with that little girl. Hey, you truly are a pervert, but I must admit, this idea has merit. This brat's delicate skin should make for a delightful plaything. Keep your distance from me. You're absolutely disgusting. Amidst their laughter, the one-eyed dragon led his group to confront Yi Tian and his companions. Fear not, boy. I shall crush your bones one by one. You wish to be buried? You want to even have bones left. The one-eyed dragon sneered at classic villain dialogue, crush bones. Now that's a touch of authenticity. The audience grew increasingly excited, urging for the battle to commence. In truth, many adaptations of fantasy novels, and this is certainly unfeasible. It may suffice to deal with someone like Li Hu, who is merely at the blood refinement stage, but when confronted with an opponent of equal or greater prowess, it becomes evidently inappropriate. It is imperative to swiftly cultivate some combat techniques, such as martial arts, body movement, and secret methods of a similar caliber. At this moment, with a thunderous roar from the Cyclops, he charged towards Qing'er, wielding his wolf-tooth club with the intent to strike her head. What a ruthless individual! When it comes to real combat, he shows no mercy, regardless of whether his opponent is a beauty. He is unhesitatingly brutal. Sister Qing, Yi couldn't help but exclaim, a chill radiating from her, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Fear not, Yi. This Cyclops is undoubtedly no match for your sister Qing. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Yi Tian remained composed, not even putting on an act. These words reached Qing's ears, igniting a wave of irritation within her. Damn Yi Tian. Doesn't he have a shred of concern for me? After all, I am still a girl. She vented her frustration entirely upon the Cyclops in a flurry of movement. Qing'er advanced, her figure transforming into mere afterimages, her speed astonishingly swift. The wolf-tooth club swung through the air, shattering only a remnant of Qing'er, failing to even graze the hem of her garment. This realization weighed heavily upon the Cyclops in combat. If one cannot even land a blow on their opponent, how can one expect to fight? Wow, Qing's movement technique is incredible. The special effects are truly remarkable, so captivating. Oh dear, Qing'er is truly my goddess. Does anyone know the name of this actress? I, who have never chased after stars, can hardly contain myself. Yes, when will Qing'er take on an advertisement? I wish to spend money on her. If you wish to spend, just send her a reward directly. Look, Qing has made her move in the live stream. A deluge of comments flooded in, interspersed with numerous gifs. This marked the first appearance of a battle scene since the broadcast began, inciting great excitement among the audience. Although the protagonist Yi Tian had not yet engaged, seeing Qing'er in action was even more delightful. Next, flashes of sword light dazzled, so rapid that the eye could scarcely follow. In hindsight, some viewers slowed the playback to discern Qing's swordplay. Meanwhile, the Cyclops had yet to execute his next move when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. With a clatter, he widened his eyes in disbelief, for he witnessed the wolf-tooth club, which had accompanied him for over a decade and had crushed the skulls of countless beasts and humans, shatter into fragments, scattering upon the ground. What did this signify? The terror of the spiritual treasure in Qing's hands far exceeded his imagination. Spare me. The Cyclops immediately retreated, calling out for mercy. Yet Qing'er remained relentless, pressing her attack, step by step. Even as the Cyclops desperately dodged, he sustained numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. Hiss, by the looks of that blood, it seems he has struck an artery. A question arose. Would a practitioner die if struck in an artery? What are you all talking about, pulsating? I love the taste of lime. Shut up with the advertisements. Will Qing'er kill? The audience continued their animated discussions, each one more agitated than the last. That the little lackey, weeping and bowing in supplication, pleaded for mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian let out a cold snort, remarking, "Those who visit the brothels always claim it to be their first time. Your words are hardly credible." With that, he delivered a kick, embodying the archetype of a rogue, much to the amusement of the onlookers. The lackey scuttled away in a flurry, while Yi Han approached the corpse of the Cyclops. The pungent stench of blood was overwhelming, yet Yi Tian exerted great effort to suppress his reaction. This was a fantastical realm, a place where one could kill without a flicker of an eyelash. He had to adapt. Otherwise, possessing merely strength without the courage to fight would lead to his downfall. Before long, Yi Tian rummaged through the Cyclops' belongings, uncovering a trove of items. Among them were various medicinal substances. including a hemostatic agent and a vial of golden gun immunity pill, which he cheerfully stowed away in his system space. Additionally, he discovered a stack of spirit tickets and several spirit stones. The spirit tickets, akin to currency, were issued by the Jinlong Treasure Bank, the sole financial institution in this world, reputedly established by a formidable powerhouse. The tickets on the Cyclops were roughly equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, representing a windfall. Presumably, this was the entirety of the Cyclops' ill-gotten gains amassed throughout his life of plunder, now fortuitously falling into Yi Tian's hands. Indeed, it seemed that pillaging was the most expedient path to wealth. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, the Cyclops belonged to the Moonlight Tribe and squandered his wealth at every opportunity. The spirit tickets had been acquired through the plundering of a group of sect disciples, and he had yet to spend them. Finally, there was a book, its cover emblazoned with the characters 36 styles of opening the mountain. Astonishingly, it was a martial technique stored on paper, typically indicative of lower-tier skills. Yi Tian leafed through it briefly and discovered that it contained barely more than a fraction of its contents. Indeed, less than half, recording only 6 styles. A mere beginning. He shook his head and tucked the book away, then rose to his feet. The Zhuang, take a look and dig a pit to bury him. Yi Tian instructed, and no need to bury him. Even if we did, the beasts would unearth him to feast. Qing Er interjected. That is true. Burying him would be futile. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian witnessed Qing Er patting the pouch at her waist, producing an exquisite porcelain vial. She sprinkled a powder from the vial onto the wounds of the Cyclops' enormous corpse. To Yi Tian's astonishment, the body began to corrode at a visibly rapid rate, transforming into a puddle of black water in under a minute. This was far more potent than any acid or corrosive substance. Wow, Qing Er, what a remarkable item is this? Yi Tian inquired eagerly to his surprise. Qing Er rolled her eyes. So the esteemed young master only remembers me now. Hearing this, Yi Tian slapped his forehead, realizing, indeed, Qing Er is exceptionally capable. She had no trouble dealing with the Cyclops. Yet, he had shown no concern, appearing as if he were comfortably fishing, which left Qing Er feeling quite dissatisfied. The customary response would be to rush over after the battle, grasp her hand, and inquire if she was injured or fatigued. However, this was Yi Tian's first encounter with combat, and he was still processing the act of killing, neglecting to do so that it was not too late. Though, Yi Tian approached her and took her hand. For the first time, Qing Er shrugged off his grasp, but on the second attempt, she shyly lowered her head. As the saying goes, the scriptwriter ought to face the consequences. Courting a woman is no simple task. It feels insincere. My girlfriend has been sulking for nearly 5 years. I refuse to indulge her. Goodness, by now your girlfriend probably has a child who can fetch soy sauce. Poor Cyclops, dying without a name. How lazy must the scriptwriter be? The bald fellow doesn't even have a name. Calling him bald is quite impolite. Indeed, I am but a bald man, and I despise being called such. The audience continued to flood the screen with comments. Among the Qingyang sect team, aside from Yi Tian, who still felt somewhat out of sorts, the others appeared to treat the incident with indifference, as if it were business as usual. Truly, they were the natives of a fantastical world. The team pressed onward, and Qing Er requested the book on the 36 styles of opening the mountain. Glancing through it, the Cyclops was fortunate indeed to have obtained this technique. Even if it contains only 6 styles, it suffices for him to dominate this small locale. Qing Er remarked. This revelation piqued Yi Tian's interest. It sounded like a significant acquisition. Qing Er, what level of martial technique is this? Yi Tian inquired eagerly. In the Tianxin continent, martial arts and techniques are classified into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The 36 styles of opening the mountain is classified as an Earth-tier technique. It hails from the Kaishan sect in Zhongzhou, a formidable sect indeed. Legend has it that its founder could split mountains with a single palm, establishing the sect that has stood for centuries. The most renowned are the first 6 styles. Outside the core members of the sect, few can master more than 30 styles, and the last 6 are known to be utilized by no more than a handful of individuals in this era. Qing Er elucidated. I see. It truly is a powerful martial technique, Yi Tian exclaimed. However, much like the techniques and bloodlines he had acquired through the lottery, this technique was also incomplete. System, what level is my Taiga Divine Art? Yi Tian inquired in his mind. The tiered classification of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow pertains only to the majority of techniques accessible to practitioners. The Taiga Divine art transcends this classification, surpassing even the so-called heaven tier. The complete 36 styles of opening the mountain can be obtained through a mid-level lottery draw with a probability of 1 in 1,000. The system responded succinctly that Yi Tian felt a wave of dread wash over him. It would take 1,000 mid-level draws to acquire the complete version of the Earth tier technique. Unless I experience an extraordinary stroke of luck, I would need to expend a significant number of lottery chances. The low probability of success explained why he had mostly received incomplete items. But wait, the Taiga Dragon Emperor physique is complete, right? Yi Tian continued to probe. Powerful special physiques can only be obtained through high-level draws. The host's luck was extraordinary to have secured the Taiga Dragon Emperor physique on the first high-level draw, which had a 1 in 10,000 chance. The system elaborated. Realizing this, Yi Tian comprehended fully. He was still quite weak and had no immediate use for that physique, nor the qualifications to wield it. However, having acquired such a treasure ahead of time was certainly fortuitous. With this thought, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Then he felt Qing'er withdraw her hand from his grasp, refusing to let him hold it. Qing'er, what troubles you? Yi Tian asked hastily. Qing'er was on the verge of wishing to eliminate Yi Tian. She was earnestly explaining the 36 styles of opening the mountain, yet he seemed lost in thought. How absurd! Thus, Yi Tian had to coax her once more. Indeed, Qing'er had her moments of temper. What girl didn't? Yet, she had one redeeming quality. She would quickly forgive him with a little coaxing. This tendency had often drawn the audience's criticism for its implausibility. The team continued onward, their primary objective being to level up by slaying monsters and gathering materials for crafting pills for Zhonghauren, while also hoping to encounter treasures or inheritances. They would also make their way toward Tianlang County to attend the SEC conference that we want to see beasts. Is this not the Beast Mountain Range? Where are the beasts? Has the modeling for the beasts not been completed yet? Hurry up. We want to see the beasts. Let us hope they don't end up showing us a husky and claiming it to be the Wolf King. I want to watch if that happens. It shouldn't come to that. Judging by the special effects, this is undoubtedly a grand production, and they wouldn't be so negligent that am I the only one still concerned about the little wolf dog's plight? We've donated so much money, yet the host remains weak. Alas, the audience continued to bombard the screen with comments, voicing their various demands that Yi Tian understood that everyone desired thrilling visuals, terrifying beasts, and intense battles. This was only natural, given the rapidly accelerating pace of life. Who had the patience to endure tedious build-up? Yet, Yi Tian was not merely dragging things out. He genuinely had not encountered any beasts yet. Qing'er, why have we not encountered any beasts? Yi Tian inquired innocently. Young master, the Beast Mountain Range is not teeming with beasts everywhere. Moreover, we are still on the outskirts. Just a bit further, and perhaps we shall be ambushed by beasts tonight. Qing'er explained that Yi Tian nodded and blinked, as if to convey to the audience. Did you all grasp that? The audience understood but remained dissatisfied, for they continued to watch Yi Tian and his party journey until nightfall. This streaming was enjoyable, yet the inability to fast forward or skip was torturous. As night fell, Yi Tian and his companions came to a halt, igniting a bonfire. The method employed was not the traditional friction of wood to create fire, but rather a remarkable act by Qing'er, who withdrew a red bead from her fragrance pouch. Upon contact with the firewood, it ignited instantly, an astonishing feat akin to a magical lighter from a fantastical realm. I wish to have one as well. This is the fire spirit pearl, and there is one in the kitchen of the Qingyang sect. It surely cannot be of great value. Haha, do you hold the Qingyang sect in such disdain? Naturally, for the Qingyang sect is a dilapidated and nearly defunct sect of the 18th tier. My dear friends, I have a premonition that this time at the SEC conference, there will be an unexpected turn of events, and the Qingyang sect shall emerge as the dark horse. Do you even need to say that? If we fail, we will simply return to our hometown. What else is there to pursue? The audience continued to banter in the live stream chat, especially as night descended, allowing those who needed to work or study to return home and naturally have more time to watch the broadcast. Increasing the viewership, Yi Tian glanced at the system's back end and discovered that the lottery draw count had already reached 109 times. Converting this to a high-level draw, it would only allow for a single attempt. The number of draws was insufficient. Where had that Supernatural Research Institute's Chuyi Ju gone? Yi Tian pondered that he required the nation's assistance to send him generous donations, enabling him to amplify his strength through the lottery. Yet unbeknownst to Yi Tian, such matters were far too extraordinary and required rigorous verification. His rented accommodation on Earth had been secured, with professionals having accessed the data from his phone and computer. If he were aware of this, he would undoubtedly feel quite embarrassed that Yi Tian had a fondness for black silk. However, this was not a shameful preference. In truth, I share the same taste. His favorite takeout was from a Lanzhou beef noodle shop, and his preferred singer was Zhou Dong, leading a simple social life. At that moment, a staff member was reporting the investigative findings to Chu Yiju. Just state the conclusion, he said, waving his hand, that we believe that Yi Tian has very likely traversed into a fantastical world. Boss, what should we do next? Inquired a subordinate named Chuba, referred to as Lao Ba. Within this supernatural research institute, they had dealt with numerous extraordinary phenomena since the first, all the way to the 36th. However, without a doubt, compared to Yi Tian's live stream crossing, all previous occurrences were mere child's play. Chapter 25. What is your phone password? The Supernatural Research Institute overseen by Chu Yiju had never encountered such a situation before. Such a significant matter must be reported to the state. Continue the investigation and escalate the report that I will keep watching the live stream. Let the brothers remain vigilant, seeking every piece of evidence to validate the authenticity of this broadcast. After Chu Yiju finished speaking, he continued to watch the stream and immediately sent 100 fire tokens as a reward to Yi Tian. Thank you, boss. Yi Tian was eagerly awaiting a response from Chu Yiju. And just as he was contemplating, Chu Yiju appeared. Yi Tian, what is your phone password? Upon seeing this message, Yi Tian was taken aback that he suspected that this so-called Supernatural Research Institute had located his residence on Earth and accessed his phone. Yi Tian hesitated. He was aware that his phone contained a multitude of personal secrets. We have already accessed your phone. We've examined everything on your computer and phone, that there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We merely need to confirm if the phone belongs to you. Chu Yiju continued to send messages, causing Yi Tian to feel a shiver down his spine. Indeed, how could the password of an ordinary person's phone pose a challenge for a national agency's personnel? It was 0815. Yi Tian obediently divulged the information. At that moment, Qinger and the others regarded Yi Tian with curious expressions. What was he doing? Who was he conversing with? Although they were intrigued, they refrained from asking, as they knew Yi Tian would simply evade the question and not speak the truth that in her heart. Qinger speculated that Yi Tian might be harboring the soul of a formidable being within him. A phenomenon that had occurred before in the eastern region. There was a sage who rose from obscurity to achieve sanctity. Later, it was revealed that when this sage was weak, he obtained a ring containing the soul of a saint, who took him as a disciple, diligently teaching him until he reached enlightenment. Afterward, he gathered rare treasures to forge a new body for the saint's soul, helping revive it, and together, they roamed freely, creating a legendary tale. Thus, Qinger believed that Yi Tian was communicating with the powerful soul residing within him. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of pride. Even if Yi Tian did not speak, she had deduced the truth. Meanwhile, the audience continued to express their dissatisfaction. This plotline should be cut. It's utterly meaningless. Indeed, finding a stooge to validate your status as a transmigrator is simply tedious. It would be better to watch you cultivate. Hurry and break through your realm. You just received new martial arts techniques. Why not practice instead of sitting here spouting nonsense? Is the live stream gaining popularity, making you complacent? The viewers collectively voiced their discontent regarding this segment. However, they were unaware that this was not a fabricated plot by a screenwriter. It was of great significance to Yi Tian. Currently, it aligned quite well, but there remained one issue. On our end, he was categorized as mysteriously missing. Yet his appearance had changed significantly, becoming much more handsome. Was he a body or soul transmigrator? Chu Yiju continued to inquire. This question was critical and had been a point of confusion for him. Transmigrators were typically either body or soul transmigrators. I believe I am a soul transmigrator. As for my physical form, it has likely been reduced to ashes. Before I crossed over, I witnessed a strange light enveloping my body. I could feel it disassembling, which was terrifying. Yi Tian murmured to Qinger, having faintly caught the word soul, was further convinced of her hypothesis. Yi Tian undoubtedly harbored the soul of a powerful being. Chu Yiju nodded. Having come to an understanding to why Etion's body had been destroyed, and his soul had traversed into the fantastical world. Very well, this matter requires further verification and must be reported to the state. Awaiting their decision, do you require anything else? Chu Yiju inquired. That I want donations, as many as possible. Etion quickly replied. The audience was both amused and exasperated. You two chatted for so long, just to set up for that last line. Donations? As if we haven't given you enough. Isn't that a bit greedy? Consequently, many viewers expressed that they would no longer watch this live stream, finding the money-grabbing too excessive. Others indicated they would continue watching but would cease to send donations. Upon hearing Etion's request, Chu Yiju contemplated for a moment. All right, our department still has some funds left. I will send you all of it. With that, he began to shower Etion with donations, sending 2,000 fire tokens, flooding the live stream chat. All the viewers were astonished. Even if this was part of an act, the cost was exorbitant. Thank you, boss. Etion could not help but shout in delight. Qing'er glanced over again, pondering whether the powerful soul within her little sect master was named boss. What a peculiar name, she mused, observing the viewers' reactions. Chu Yiju shook his head. This live streaming room was beyond the officials' intervention. They could not trace the registrant, bank account, or any related information. Such a situation was typically impossible. But if Etion possessed a system, it would explain everything. He concluded that this matter was undoubtedly genuine. Now awaiting the higher-ups' decision, if national strength were to be employed, would Etion not be able to break through to the highest level in no time? Would he then be able to shatter the void and return to Earth? Chu Yiju lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Etion began the lottery draw. With Chu Yiju's 2,000 fire tokens, he had 2,000 chances to draw. The draw count skyrocketed into the thousands. Even high-level draws could now yield 20 attempts, with 210 consecutive draws. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled with anticipation as he entered the lottery interface. Current draw count, 2333. Quite impressive. This number is rather auspicious. I am currently at the embryo stage. System, logically, I should be able to draw the materials needed for cultivation from the basic lottery, right? Etion inquired within. The system seemed well-versed in the law. Disclosing the draw probabilities to Etion, IT, is noteworthy, that failing to disclose the odds in a lottery draw is a legal violation. Yes, but the probability is quite low. The system suggests proceeding with a direct medium-level draw. What say you, young one? Shall we go all in? The system prompted. Goodness, do you simply despise the fact that I still have draw chances? However, Etion pondered that it was indeed unnecessary to retain the lottery chances. It would be more prudent to exchange them for cultivation resources to enhance his strength, for that was the true priority. The intermediate lottery should be the most suitable choice for him at present. The rewards from the advanced lottery were beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he resolved to first undertake 33 rounds of the basic lottery to prepare himself, followed by 200 rounds of the intermediate lottery. Etion made his decision, and soon thereafter, a series of alert chimes resonated in his mind. Chapter 26. The terrifying Dezhuang, over 200 rounds of lottery. It was truly exhilarating. Etion was dazzled. With swirling images of the lottery before his eyes, the sounds in his mind ceaselessly ringing until the lottery concluded. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure, excluding some useless cultivation materials such as blood-burning powder, meridian opening pills, and tiger bone. He was left with a few spirit rice, low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and some worthless techniques. There were also various herbs, most of which Etion could not identify. In truth, the number of genuinely useful items was rather limited, that's why Etion disregarded the useless items, directing his attention solely to those of value. Bloodline. Fusang Divine, Tree 5.0, Technique. Primordial Divine Art. Ascending Spirit 9 Transformations Phase Technique. Inheritance. 5th Tier Alchemist Inheritance. Includes a 5th Tier Alchemy Furnace. Elixirs. A bottle of Life Essence Pills. Quickly replenishes depleting spiritual energy with no side effects. Elixirs. A bottle of Rejuvenation Pills. Rapidly heals injuries with no side effects. Elixirs. 5 bottles of Rebirth Pills. Aids practitioners in swiftly breaking through their realms. Martial Skill. Great Stone Smothering Hand. High-grade Profound Martial Skill. Spirit Treasure. Cloud Soaring Boots. Enhances movement speed. Resources. 30 blocks of diamond. In summary, These were the items of considerable worth that Yi Tian had acquired, that he had come to understand the system's drop rate and deemed these rewards rather satisfactory. His bloodline had upgraded once again, and he now possessed the subsequent techniques. Furthermore, he had obtained the 5th-tier alchemist inheritance, which indicated that the alchemist manual he had previously acquired was merely an entry-level item, unworthy of retention. What should he do next? Yi Tian began to contemplate. He had no qualms about staying up late, feeling rather invigorated, as the physique of a practitioner allowed for such indulgences. First, he would strive to break through to the ascending spirit 9 transformations. And he must impart the indestructible diamond art to De Zhuang. After all, he had consumed so much, and it was high time he contributed. Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he glanced at De Zhuang, who was already fast asleep a short distance away. De Zhuang. Yi Tian called out to awaken him that if he were to encounter someone with a poor temperament, they might have reacted with irritation at being roused. However, De Zhuang merely stared blankly at Yi Tian, displaying a foolish grin. De Zhuang, I am now going to impart a body refinement technique to you. You must cultivate diligently to grow stronger, Yi Tian informed him. Unexpectedly, De Zhuang shook his head. That I don't want to cultivate. I only need food to eat. That why mother says practitioners die quickly. Upon hearing De Zhuang's words, Yi Tian nearly collapsed onto the ground. What kind of logic was this? Your mother, unable to become a practitioner herself, disparages what she cannot attain. De Zhuang had a point. Practitioners indeed face a higher risk of death. Cultivation is inherently an act against the heavens. Hadn't the one-eyed dragon met his demise due to cultivation? If he had been a farmer, perhaps he would have lived to 70 or 80. One-eyed dragon. I never imagined that cultivation would lead to my death. How infuriating. So, the streamer was just conducting a lottery earlier. What good items did he obtain? Why hasn't he shared with us? The audience continued to send comments back and forth that in contrast to the previous scene where the initial inquiries about Yi Tian's status were made. It was evident that everyone preferred the current unfolding drama. Hearing De Zhuang's words, Yi Tian's expression darkened. But if you wish to eat, you must cultivate. If you do not, I shall expel you from the Qingyang sect. And you will have no food to eat. Yi Tian threatened. De Zhuang's face immediately fell, panic overtaking him as he grasped Yi Tian's arm. No, young sect master, I will cultivate. I am willing to cultivate. Only then did Yi Tian nod in satisfaction. Subsequently, he raised his hand and placed it upon De Zhuang's head, transmitting the first volume of the indestructible diamond art to him. That moment. De Zhuang's facial muscles twitched, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. Oh my goodness! Qinger felt a tumultuous wave of shock within her heart. This method of inheritance was clearly indicative of a particularly advanced technique or martial skill. Likely at least of Earth-grade quality. It must have been that sole entity, known as the boss, who possessed a body refinement technique suitable for De Zhuang. That De Zhuang had remarkable bone structure and extraordinary strength. He was indeed well suited for body refinement. Little did she know that this was a direct inheritance facilitated by the system. After a while, De Zhuang finally came to his senses. How is it? Can you comprehend it? If not, I can teach you, Yi Tian said to De Zhuang, concerned that he might struggle to operate the technique. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian was left astounded. Buzz! The air surrounding De Zhuang began to vibrate, producing a humming sound. Without a doubt, he was practicing the indestructible diamond art. This fellow possessed a pure heart, truly extraordinary. Despite his low intelligence, he was able to grasp the technique immediately. Use this. Yi Tian hurriedly handed De Zhuang a block of diamond. Then he watched as the diamond in De Zhuang's hand visibly transformed into a gray hue at a rapid pace. Hiss! Yi Tian couldn't help but inhale sharply. This body refinement technique was evidently a perfect match for De Zhuang, allowing him to cultivate at such a swift pace. He was indeed a prodigy. I am so foolish, he reflected. I thought 30 blocks of diamond were a considerable amount. For my own use, they would last at least a month. But for De Zhuang, they might only last 2 or 3 days. Yi Tian's heart ached as he watched a block of diamond nearing complete depletion before his eyes. What he failed to notice was the light in Qinger's eyes. Diamonds, truly diamonds. Qinger was once again taken aback that Yi Tian was oblivious to the value of diamonds in the mystical world, that in such a desolate area, diamonds were a rarity. Even in Tianlang County, once they appeared, they would likely be auctioned off, as they could not be acquired through ordinary means. In truth, there were many things Yi Tian was unaware of. For instance, the The cultivation resources provided by the system were top-tier quality items, which explained why he could break through so swiftly without side effects. That he only knew that the system's drop rate was low, but remained ignorant of the exceptional quality of the items he received. Ordinary practitioners, even those from major factions, would hesitate to use resources in such a reckless manner, as it could jeopardize their foundations. Yet with the resources granted by the system, Yi Tian had no such concerns. Spending to level up was a thrilling experience. Reluctantly, Yi Tian gave to Zhuang an additional 10 blocks of diamond for immediate use, while he himself consumed a rebirth pill and began his cultivation. He had already resolved to break through to the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations. Remaining at the 4th refinement realm was simply too humiliating. It was the realm of the lowest practitioners. Only upon reaching the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations could one claim to have taken the initial steps into the halls of cultivation. Next, Yi Tian swallowed the rebirth pill, and an overwhelming medicinal force erupted within him. Chapter 27. Breakthrough, Dragon-Shaped Spirit Seed. Indeed, this rebirth pill was no ordinary item. Yi Tian experienced the accompanying pain and inwardly cursed the system. The system, however, paid him no mind. Such a valuable item would attract countless individuals eager to obtain it. Yet Yi Tian was complaining about the discomfort. At this moment, Yi Tian activated the primordial divine art to refine the medicinal force. The essence flowed through his body, eventually converging into Dan Tian's spiritual womb. The root of the pain stemmed from the spiritual womb. Why is the stage called the rebirth realm? Because this stage involves transforming the spiritual womb into a spirit seed. The spirit seed realm is the first minor stage within the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations. Within the body of a practitioner, a spirit seed will manifest, serving as their fundamental essence to cripple a practitioner. One must shatter their spirit seed. Some demonic practitioners and beasts prefer to refine or consume the spirit seeds of human practitioners to augment their own power. After refining a pill, Yi Tian estimated that he would need to consume approximately 3 bottles worth to achieve a breakthrough. Given that he had obtained 5 bottles from the lottery, it was more than sufficient. Better to endure the pain all at once than to suffer over a prolonged period. He decided to consume a larger quantity at once. Yi Tian poured the contents of the vial into his mouth. That Qing'er felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the events unfolding that night, although she did not know the nature of the pill Yi Tian was consuming. The fragrance alone indicated it was no ordinary item. This high-grade elixir was being poured into his mouth as if it were mere beans. Was he truly attempting to break through to the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations tonight? Qing'er felt a pang of bitterness. She had worked tirelessly, beginning her cultivation since childhood, enduring countless hardships, and was still only at the spirit being stage of the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was poised to catch up in such a short span of time. It was terrifying. Was the entity known as the boss's sage in life? Qing'er felt utterly paralyzed, too fearful to glance over at Yi Tian and to Zhuang, both of whom were provoking her senses. "Yeah, let us commence our cultivation," Qing'er urged, pulling Yi a short distance away to begin their training. Qing'er sat cross-legged, inhaling the essence of the heavens and earth, while around Yi, frost began to gradually coalesce, a manifestation of her extreme physique. Only Zhang Haoran remained seated, appearing utterly foolish. It wasn't that Yi Tian had forgotten him. Rather, he needed to concoct medicinal pills to suppress Zhang's condition before he could cultivate further. For now, Zhang Haoran could only pray that Yi Tian would manage to produce the necessary pills before the arrival of the full moon. The night passed in silence, dedicated to their practices. Many spectators endured the strain, their eyes reddening, feeling as if they might collapse from exhaustion. Yet Yi Tian and his companions remained unaffected. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Yi Tian had gone days without sleep. Was he truly a cultivator? "I genuinely feel he is practicing dark arts," one murmured. "Dear family, I can't shake the feeling that this is real. What should we do?" They were temporarily at a loss for an explanation. But there was a growing sense that this might indeed be a reality in a fantastical realm. Gradually, the audience began to sense the oddities. The longer they stared, the more abnormalities they detected. As dawn broke, one would expect them to continue their journey. Yet Yi Tian remained entrenched in his meditation. Qing'er and the others had already halted, now observing Yi Tian as he cultivated. The young sect master is on the brink of achieving the 9th transformation of spirit, Qing'er remarked, feeling the rising aura. How brief had this period been? Yi Tian soared from the blood refinement stage, directly aiming to leap across the four realms of body tempering. Even some prodigies from major sects, bolstered by the strength of their entire sects, would find it challenging to match such a pace of cultivation. It was truly astonishing. Buzzing. At that moment, the air around Yi Tian trembled violently. An influx of spiritual energy surged forth, creating a vacuum of spirit. Yi Tian quickly focused his thoughts, retrieving several mid-grade spirit stones to absorb their essence. Spirit stones were the hard currency of this world, as they contained vital spiritual energy. An absolute necessity for all cultivators. With a whoosh, a phantom emerged behind Yi Tian, far more substantial and defined than before. An embodiment of the Fusang Divine Tree, version 5.0. Towering, it radiated an intense pressure, causing even Qing'er, a powerful being of the spirit realm, to take a step back, her expression grave. Cultivators endowed with potent bloodlines naturally possess the ability to engage in cross-border combat. This was a divine blessing. However, this was not the end. Next, an ethereal dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Qing'er turned pale. While others were perplexed, she sensed it might relate to Yi Tian's extraordinary constitution. She should have anticipated it. Yi Tian undoubtedly possessed some formidable special physique, but which one could it be? Qing'er pondered, feeling overwhelmed by the enigma that was Yi Tian, and no wonder she had been dispatched by the organization to the remote Qingyang sect. Once more, she marveled at the foresight of her leaders. The seemingly insignificant Qingyang sect harbored immense secrets, and this secret resided within Yi Tian. The dragon's roar resonated, gradually influencing even more distant areas. In the distance before Yi Tian and his companions, weaker beasts scurried away in sheer panic. Among all creatures, none could rival the dragon clan. It was a natural suppression. At this moment, within Yi Tian's body, his spirit embryo began to shatter, revealing a spirit seed. Yi Tian's aura surged, fully ascending into the realm of spirit seed transformation within the ninth change of spirit. Moreover, this spirit seed manifested in the form of a dragon, exuding a faint aura of dragon might. Distinctly, there was an underlying heat, as if it could incinerate the very fabric of the world. Yi Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt that this breakthrough had significantly enhanced his strength. Indeed, the breakthrough of a major realm was entirely different from that of a minor realm. Congratulations, young Sect Master, on breaking through to the Spirit Seed realm. Young Sect Master, what level is your Spirit Seed? Qing'er hurriedly approached, grasping Yi Tian's arm. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Qing'er, Yi Tian felt perplexed. Spirit Seeds have levels. Upon hearing this, Qing'er was utterly exasperated. Young Sect Master, how could you be so oblivious to matters of cultivation? Simultaneously, she mused, you don't know, but the entity within you surely does. Why not ask it? Could it be that it's too powerful to deign to answer such questions? The levels of spirit seeds range from 1 to 9.1 to 3 is considered low grade, 4 to 6 is mid grade, and 7 to 9 is high grade. It is said that above the 9th grade. There are even earth and heaven spirit seeds, among others, but they are exceedingly rare. Qing'er explained to Yi Tian raised his hands in surrender. I have no idea how to discern levels. With patience, Qing'er continued, spirit seeds will bear markings. The number of markings indicates the grade of the spirit seed. Yi Tian was left speechless. His dragon-shaped spirit seed was covered in intricate markings. Could it possibly be hundreds of grades? Chapter 28. The two-headed bull Yi Tian truly did not know how to classify his spirit seed. So he evasively told Qing'er, I believe it has 8 markings, implying it was an 8th-grade spirit seed, considered high grade, reserved for inner disciples of major factions. Though Qing'er found this hard to believe, she refrained from pressing further, as she too held her own secrets. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was inwardly inquiring of the system. System, what level is my spirit seed? The spirit seed has no level. The classifications your little wife mentioned are merely for low-level cultivators. You do not fall into that category, the system replied, exuding arrogance. What could Yi Tian say? These classifications were likely the standard across the Tianxin continent, utilized by the vast majority of cultivators. Yet the system claimed it was merely for low-level practitioners. What then constituted a high level? Was it the sacred realm? Yi Tian dared not inquire further, fearing the system might dismiss the sacred realm as insignificant, that he was aware that post the ninth change of spirit. The next step was the general realm, and beyond that, possibly the king realm, but he was still unclear about the specifics of the sacred realm. He decided to put such thoughts aside for now. Feeling the immense power surging within him, a smile spread across his face to Qing'er. What levels do other cultivators typically reach at the sect conference? Yi Tian pondered that with a bit more training, he could wreak havoc at the sect conference. From what I know, at the sect conference, most cultivators will be at the body-tempering fourth realm, but they are merely there to fill the numbers. The true stage is reserved for those in the ninth change of spirit, Qing'er elucidated. Additionally, some newly initiated cultivators in the ninth change of spirit may be defeated by those at the body-tempering fourth realm if they lack combat experience. Qing'er subtly hinted at the implication that Yi Tian should not get ahead of himself. Having just broken through, he lacked battle experience and might face overwhelming adversity at the sect conference. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. In terms of realms, he was unconcerned. Although he had just achieved the ninth change of spirit, he recalled that there was still nearly a month until the sect conference, during which he could potentially advance to the general realm. His primary concern lay with his lack of combat experience, that he had yet to engage in a genuine battle in his past life. He had been a mere worker, never having fought anyone, that he was unprepared. It was crucial for him to confront his shortcomings and not become arrogant. He needed to remain grounded. Otherwise, he might find himself perishing before achieving success. System, is there any way for me to rapidly gain combat experience? Yi Tian inquired silently. Unfortunately, there is none. The system responded. Yi Tian mentally cursed. In the novels I read, there are always such scenarios. The protagonist's consciousness can enter a void space to train martial arts. And while a day passes outside, the protagonist cultivates for 10 years. Yi Tian felt the system was utterly useless. That is merely the fanciful fabrications of those web novel authors. Such things do not exist. At least not in this low-level realm, the system replied. That was it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart sank, that he had hoped to break through to the highest realm and return to Earth, flaunting his prowess. It seemed that after transcending this Tianxian continent, there would be realms like the heavenly realm to conquer. How long would this take? He felt overwhelmed. One step at a time, he decided. With that thought, he issued the command to continue their journey to this point. They had yet to encounter a single beast. In order to advance swiftly and without delay, lest they miss the sect conference, the group continued their journey deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Big brother, where did you buy that map? Suddenly, Yao inquired, drawing the attention of Qing'er, who regarded Yi Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. Although Yi Tian had offered an explanation regarding the map, Qing'er remained convinced that he had been deceived and had purchased a counterfeit item. The vastness of the Beast Mountain range meant that encountering the area marked on the map would rely solely on luck. We'll discuss this later. Even if I did overpay, it's only 2 low-grade spiritual stones. Consider it a throwaway, Yi Tian remarked. With this, Qing'er found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Yi Tian was quite affluent now. The one-eyed dragon had gifted him with 100 mid-grade spiritual stones, equivalent to 1,000 low-grade ones. In contrast, discarding 2 low-grade stones seemed trivial. What a wealthy man! With a golden belt for killing and arson, I owe thanks to the one-eyed dragon for the spiritual tickets. So, does the one-eyed dragon truly have no name? That feels rather disrespectful, right? Is there no cast list for this live stream? Stop looking. Let me tell you that I've confirmed that this live stream is indeed taking place in a fantastical realm, and I'm pondering how to traverse into it. Another one has lost their mind. Ha ha ha. The audience continued to comment, inundating the screen with a flurry of messages. Given the current number of viewers and their engagement, Yi Tian could expect to accumulate hundreds of lottery chances daily. And surely more would follow. After all, the live stream had yet to showcase anything truly spectacular, lacking intense battle scenes that would draw viewers in. Many would glance and depart. Once a grand spectacle emerged, it would undoubtedly be explosive. Thus, Yi Tian eagerly anticipated an encounter with a formidable beast to hone his skills. After approximately half a day's travel, with the sun high in the sky, Yi Tian beheld a peculiar scene by a stream. Before him stood a bovine-shaped beast with 2 heads, both of which were submerged in the water as it drank. Employing the heavenly emperor's gaze, Yi Tian assessed the creature. Beast, 2-headed bull, low intelligence. feeble strength, possessing only brute force, equivalent to a human practitioner at the Meridian transformation stage. Excellent, a mere trifling foe, perfect for practice. Stand back. I shall handle this. Yi Tian chuckled, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the two-headed bull. After all, he was now a formidable practitioner at the 9th transformation of spirit elevation. Dealing with a two-headed bull should be child's play. However, the ensuing reality dealt a stark blow to his confidence. Moo! Upon spotting Yi Tian, the two-headed bull raised its heads, its 4 eyes gleaming with fury. The IT let out a furious roar and charged directly at him. In that moment, Yi Tian found himself at a loss. Utterly inexperienced in combat. In terms of cultivation, he had indeed reached the 9th transformation of spirit elevation and boasted bloodline and physique advantages. Yet, in the realm of combat experience, he was a complete novice, incapable even of street fighting. Just as he stood there in a daze, Qing sprang into action, in a flash. She transformed into a blur, deftly drawing her sword from a fragrant pouch. With a swift stroke, she severed one of the bull's heads. The flesh of this demonic beast is simply delectable. Duang, do take your time. This piece is clearly tough and difficult to chew. Why don't you have it? Yeah, do be careful not to overindulge. This meat isn't suitable for you. Hand it over to me. Zhang Haoran, why don't you utter a word? We've hardly heard your voice all day. Come on, give us a smile. Yi Tian exerted every effort to disrupt others from enjoying their meal. Yet ultimately, he faced failure. These individuals were devouring the food as if their lives depended on it. Before long, an entire cow's worth of meat had vanished into the stomachs of the 5. Da Zhuang still felt unsatisfied, believing he hadn't eaten enough. Yi Tian was thoroughly exasperated, and all the diamonds he had given Da Zhuang were entirely consumed. Who could possibly afford to support such a glutton? Yi Tian was now contemplating expelling Da Zhuang from the Qingyang sect, but given the sunk costs, he could only continue to sustain this insatiable eater. Let us proceed. Everyone should keep an eye out for these medicinal herbs. These are meant to prolong Zhang Haoran's life. Yi Tian named several medicinal herbs and even sketched their shapes on the ground. The others were unaware of the value of these herbs. But Qing was informed. Young master, these herbs are still potentially locatable. For instance, this rootless water is merely dew, and the copper coin grass can be found everywhere. However, the Rehmannia is quite rare, and the cloud leaf vine generally grows on steep cliffs. Deeply enveloped in clouds, Qing elucidated to Yi Tian, causing him to furrow his brow, that he had no knowledge of these herbs and initially thought he could search for them. But after hearing Qing, it seemed quite challenging. Before the sect conference commenced, he needed to extend Zhang Haoran's life and get him started on cultivation. What should he do? Young master, I have a plan. We can hasten our pace and head to Tianlang County City to purchase some herbs or attend an auction. Although these herbs are rare, they should be available in Tianlang County City, Qing suggested to Yi Tian. Chapter 30, Earth Armored Dragon, Demon Crystal. Upon hearing Qing's words, Yi Tian pondered for a moment. With no other options, he decided to quicken their pace towards Tianlang County City. After all, if you weren't destined to become a future demon emperor, I wouldn't concern myself with you. You just stole a piece of my beef. Yi Tian thought resentfully. The Qingyang sect team truly lacked any reliable members. System, I wish to draw a flying item to expedite our journey. Do you have anything like that? Yi Tian inquired internally. This wretched system, with such a low drop rate, was truly infuriating. There is a chance to obtain various flying items from both intermediate and advanced draws. Please continue to strive, host, the system replied. After so many attempts without even a single useful item, the drop rate must be quite low. Yi Tian sighed and continued leading the group onward. Meanwhile, at the previous stronghold where Yi Tian and his companions had been, a griffin beast swooped down, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that toppled several stalls in the vicinity. Yet, the stall owners dared not express their anger, silently tidying up instead, for atop the griffin sat a bald, muscular man, responsible for collecting protection fees in the area. Not only did he have backing, but he was also a formidable cultivator at the spirit transformation level. He was not to be trifled with. He was also the elder brother of the one-eyed dragon, who had previously come to the Qingyang sect to collect fees and had mocked Yi Tian. Where are the members of the Scorpion mercenary group? The bald man bellowed. The vendor who had sold the treasure map trembled and raised his hand. That moment, The bald man waved his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his palm, transforming into a rope that ensnared the vendor's neck, yanking him forward. The treasure map vendor knelt before the griffin, lifting his gaze to the bald man. Master, a few days ago, shortly after the Scorpion mercenary group set out, a group returned claiming their leader had perished, and many packed up to go home or fled to other places. That I know of only one still at this stronghold, residing in the brothel up ahead. His name is Lu Laosan. The vendor hastily reported the situation. Upon hearing this, the bald man nodded. All right, I understand. That he then guided the griffin to the entrance of the brothel. Upon witnessing the fearsome griffin, several women attempting to solicit guests turned pale with fright. The bald man snorted and entered the brothel. Lu Laosan, come out and face me, he shouted. Soon after, a bare-chested man emerged from a room. Brother Guang, please avenge our leader. He hurriedly approached the bald man, recounting the events as they had unfolded. That woman was actually a cultivator at the spirit birth level, and she possessed a spiritual treasure. The one-eyed dragon died without injustice. But this matter cannot simply be forgotten. Who in the vicinity does not know that the one-eyed dragon was under my command? The bald man frowned. The opponent is at the spirit birth level, even stronger than him. We must find some assistance, or we will not prevail. After all, the most valuable possession I have is this griffin. As for the spiritual treasure, I can only afford a defensive one. That offensive treasures are far more expensive than defensive ones. Soon, the bald man mounted the griffin and flew away from the stronghold in search of allies. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his group remained blissfully unaware of these events as they continued on their journey. Simultaneously seeking the required herbs, Yi Tian noticed that Zhang Haoran was the most proactive among them. Often inquiring if a patch of weeds was medicinal, it was evident that he truly wished to survive. After all, who desires death? This lad spoke little and seemed to have closed himself off. Perhaps others considered him an outcast and were reluctant to engage with him. Quite pitiful. Haoran, do not worry, with me around. You will certainly not perish. Yi Tian reassured Zhang Haoran, patting him on the shoulder and discarding a handful of weeds he had been grasping. These cannot possibly be used for alchemy. Nevertheless, throughout their journey, they indeed collected several herbs, including one relatively rare specimen, yielding a satisfactory harvest. Let us rest here for the night, that we shall have a light meal, and then begin our cultivation, Yi Tian remarked, glancing at the sky. Big brother, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Yao inquired. Yes, what is for dinner? The others echoed, still reminiscing about the roasted beef from noon. We can't just boil a pot of spirit rice. Boom! Just then, a resounding roar erupted from ahead. Yi Tian then beheld, emerging from the night, a creature the size of a small carriage. No, it was a demonic beast the size of a small carriage. Demonic beast, earth armored dragon, possessing the power to burrow through mountains. With sharp claws and a body encased in a tough shell, confronting it requires absolute strength or a spiritual treasure capable of breaking its defenses. Otherwise, it's best to flee. Note, this earth armor dragon is comparable to a human at the spirit seed level, with a chance to drop a demon crystal. Yi Tian cast a glance and immediately sensed the predicament. This creature was not comparable to the two-headed cow they had encountered in the daytime. It seemed he would need Qing to take action now. Qing go, Yi Tian commanded, tactically retreating. Qing pouted. So you know this one is tough to beat, hence you leave it to me. Shouldn't you at least give it a try to hone your skills? Though she thought this, Qing nonetheless drew her sword, her figure transforming into a blur as she charged forward. Watching Qing in combat was a delightful spectacle, unlike Yi Tian, who would smash a beast's head in a violent and bloody manner. The audience could hardly discern Qing's movements, only hearing the earth-armored dragon emit cries of anguish. The sword pierced repeatedly, tearing gaping wounds into the earth-armored dragon's flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Yet none touched Qing's attire. Wow, this special effect is phenomenal. Qing, my goddess, hurry and stab your sword into my heart. Get lost, you pervert. The demonic beast was enormous, with impressive modeling, vividly lifelike. I even glimpsed the earth-armored dragon's anatomy. It's a male. Did it truly matter whether it was male or female? The earth-armored dragon was nearing its end. Perhaps the Qingyang sect's 5-member team would finally have a proper dinner. And this time they might even be full. Not necessarily. This creature has incredibly thick skin, Who knows how much meat it holds? A flood of comments inundated the screen, with even more viewers present in the evening, resulting in heightened popularity. Yi Tian glanced at the comments, only to find that Qing had already concluded the battle. All right, it's dead. You all may take care of it. Qing tossed the sword in her hand to Yi Tian. As Yi Tian caught the sword, he felt a sudden heaviness. Wow, I didn't expect this sword to be so heavy. What grade of spiritual treasure is this? However, he refrained from questioning the system, as it would undoubtedly dismiss it as worthless. Subsequently, Yi Tian began collaborating with Dezhuang and Zhang Haoran to handle the Earth Armor Dragon. This was more challenging than killing it. The entire body was armored with sturdy scales, and when they struck with the sword, sparks would even fly. Ultimately, Yi Tian unearthed a fist-sized brown crystal from the creature's head, which appeared to be the Demon Crystal. Chapter 31. Genius, Monster, Demon Crystal. In truth, the substance known as Demon Crystal is akin to the spiritual essence of human cultivators. When demon beasts consume the spiritual essence of human practitioners, it aids in their cultivation and evolution. Conversely, humans also have a great need for various types of demon crystals. Some can be refined into elixirs to assist in cultivation, while others can be utilized to forge weapons or construct formations. Among other purposes that this moment, Yi Tian meticulously observed the demon crystal in his hand. Although it bore traces of blood and brain matter on its surface, it still emanated a faint, ethereal glow. The entire demon crystal was translucent, resembling a piece of exquisite art. It is worth noting that Yi Tian had grown less fearful of blood and brain matter. This was a testament to the trials he faced in this fantastical world. While the pungent scent of blood still caused him some discomfort, he was now able to conquer it, believing that it would only improve with time. Big brother, what is this delicious treat? Can Yaya have a taste? Yaya's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the demon crystal. Yaya, this is not food. Yi Tian chuckled, stowing the demon crystal away in his system space. In terms of value, this demon crystal was worth approximately 10 low-grade spirit stones, which was not particularly valuable. However, it held significant meaning as it was the very first demon crystal that Yi Tian had personally unearthed. I can't believe there truly is a demon crystal here. However, younger brother, I feel it unlikely that such a level of demon beast would appear in this area, as we are still on the periphery of the demon beast mountain range, Qing remarked. Upon hearing this, the audience expressed familiarity with this trope, clearly recognizing it as a foreshadowing for the upcoming plot developments. Indeed, in every novel, when the protagonist arrives at a mountain range of some sort, there is bound to be a fortuitous encounter. If the streamers don't encounter a twist of fate, I'll eat dung live. Bro, if you need anything later, please contact me. I have plenty. This Earth Armor Dragon. That's its name, right? Its presence here surely indicates that some ruins are about to be uncovered, or perhaps a divine beast is about to emerge. The audience was well aware of these narrative tropes. Nevertheless, Yi Tian shared this sentiment internally, contemplating the various scenarios that might unfold. For instance, the emergence of ruins could draw various formidable beings, or perhaps a rare treasure would attract numerous strong individuals. Alternatively, the appearance of a divine beast would undoubtedly summon a multitude of powerful figures. For Yi Tian, his priority was to swiftly enhance his own strength. Otherwise, how could he seize opportunities amidst such competition? Let us start the barbecue. After dinner, we'll all cultivate together. Haoran, wait a moment, don't rush. I assure you, I will heal you, Yi Tian said. With his words, everyone sprang into action. Soon, a barbecue of Earth Armor Dragon meat commenced. This time, Yi Tian paid no mind to anything else. Using both hands to ravenously devour the meat, his mouth dripping with grease, it must be said that the meat of the Earth Armor Dragon was quite a fine spiritual delicacy. After the meal, everyone felt a warm current within their bodies, a most comforting sensation. The spiritual energy within the meat was nourishing their forms. If they were to dine in such a manner continuously, even a pig could break through its limits without hindrance. At the very least, it could not be stopped at the fourth stage of body tempering. Let us begin our training with the 36 styles of mountain opening. Yi Tian retrieved the martial technique from his system space and began perusing it. He commenced practicing according to the instructions in the book. Although the movements were peculiar, they effectively doubled the output of his internal spiritual energy. Indeed, it was worthy of being classified as an Earth-tier martial art. Yi Tian felt a surge of joy as he realized he had grasped the threshold. Each move was executed with precision, and Yi Tian's progress was rapid. Immersed in his practice, he failed to notice that this had delivered yet another blow to Qinger. In fact, Qinger had practiced the 36 styles of mountain opening as well, mastering the first 18 styles after 2 months of diligent training, earning her master's praise as a genius. She clearly remembered that she had spent over half a month to learn the first 6 styles, barely managing to grasp them without achieving true mastery. However, upon observing Yi Tian's progress, she was astounded. Within merely the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yi Tian could already execute the first 6 styles in succession. What level of genius could younger brother be? This was simply monstrous. No wonder he was chosen by a soul master to be a disciple. Qinger reflected, recognizing that had Yi Tian been a waste, even the soul of a powerful being could not have propelled him forward. Such a soul master surely sought to revive themselves in the future, necessitating a disciple of sufficient talent and potential, and one with commendable character. Otherwise, who could say when they might find themselves consumed by that very soul? Is that all? At this moment, Yi Tian had just finished a set of the first 6 styles and felt somewhat unfulfilled. The sensation of fluidity abruptly interrupted left him feeling particularly vexed. He yearned to continue his practice, yet he was limited to these 6 styles. Curse this system. Why not just grant me all the techniques directly instead of this lottery nonsense? It's infuriating. Yi Tian inwardly cursed at the system, which stubbornly remained unresponsive. However, shortly after, he found himself feeling rather pleased at so. It's this simple to cultivate martial arts. I am indeed a genius. Previously, he had been somewhat anxious, pondering what he would do if his martial arts training progressed slowly. That in many novels, the higher the tier of martial arts, the more challenging they are to master. Even protagonists often expend considerable time to comprehend them. If one were to pick up a martial art and use it without even glancing at it first, it would indicate a lack of diligence on the author's part. Now, he felt reassured. The 36 styles of mountain opening was an Earth-tier martial art, and he had already become quite proficient after practicing it just 3 times. Next, Yi Tian took out the powerful technique he had won from the lottery, the Great Stone Smasher. This was a profound tier martial art, equally suited for close-quarters combat. Similarly, after practicing it a few times, he had already grasped it thoroughly that he even used the Great Stone Smasher to shatter a large boulder, which exploded violently, turning it to dust. Excellent, truly formidable. Now, if another Earth Armored Dragon were to appear, I could easily crush it. Yi Tian could not help but exclaim joyfully. Then, he noticed that the others were staring at him with wide eyes, not at him, but rather behind him. Yi Tian's heart raced as he turned to look, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, another Earth Armored Dragon had appeared behind him. Is this Earth Armored Dragon a servant of Cao Cao? I merely mentioned it and it showed up. Chapter 32. Heartbroken for Qinger Dam. Yi Tian could not help but exclaim. Without hesitation, he activated his internal spiritual energy. The dragon-shaped spiritual essence in his dantian quivered slightly, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his limbs, granting him immense power. Bloodline phenomena emerged. The roar of the dragon echoed. Yi Tian took a step forward, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he appeared before the Earth Armored Dragon. Cloud Stepping Boots. He activated the Cloud Stepping Boots he had won from the lottery, unleashing a burst of speed. Mountain opening. 36 styles. Yi Tian twisted his body at an odd angle to deliver a punch squarely to the Earth Armored Dragon's face. He finally understood why characters in novels and anime often shouted their moves beforehand. It was simply exhilarating. What Yi Tian had just executed was merely the first style, yet it already carried the momentum to alter the skies. Following this, he unleashed a series of 5 additional styles, leaving the Earth Armored Dragon utterly dazed, letting out a mournful roar, its face drenched in blood. How tough? Is it unbreakable? Once more, Yi Tian bellowed, continuing his assault. First, he unleashed a powerful Great Stone Smasher, and spectators noted that a glimmer of golden light appeared along the edge of his palm, rendering it incredibly sharp. Half of the Earth Armored Dragon's face was obliterated, its eyes now filled with terror. What kind of monster is this? Die. Yi Tian's gaze burned with fervor as he reveled in the battle. After the Great Stone Smasher, he executed another set of the 36 styles of mountain opening. By now, the Earth Armor Dragon's head had been thoroughly destroyed. Yet Yi Tian still felt unsatisfied. He stepped forward, leaping onto the back of the Earth Armor Dragon and continuing his onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the scales on the Earth Armor Dragon shattered one after another. That's enough. That's enough. Young Master Brother, it's dead. Qinger shouted, her scalp tingling. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Disrespecting the corpse? What a deep-seated grudge. My goodness. This Earth Armor Dragon has truly suffered a lifetime of misfortune. Why can't I see the demon crystal? Did Yi Tian shatter it? This one likely didn't produce a demon crystal. It seems rather weak, having been completely dominated without a hint of resistance. It is not incorrect. Rather, it is the bloodline and physique of our esteemed sect leader that exerted immense pressure on this Earth Armor Dragon, rendering it incapable of resistance and transforming it into a mere wooden post. The advancement has been astonishingly rapid. This morning, he was but a novice in battle, and by nightfall, he single-handedly vanquished the Earth Armor Dragon. One might say it feels somewhat implausible. The audience inundated the screen with a plethora of comments. Engaging in lively discussions, some expressed skepticism, deeming it too far-fetched, while others relished such spectacles, indifferent to the nuances of cultivation as long as it was exhilarating. Mindless enjoyment sufficed. To speak frankly, Yi Tian's progress is indeed remarkable. He perceives himself as a prodigious talent born for combat. Meanwhile, Qinger remained in a state of shock, as the blows Yi Tian dealt her were numerous and profound. The others, too engrossed to continue their training, gathered around to commence the culinary process of grilling the Earth Armor Dragon's meat. Sister Qinger, the sword. Aya tugged at Qinger's garment, demanding the treasured sword, that a magnificent spiritual treasure. Yet they wielded it as if it were a kitchen knife. Haven't you just eaten? Qinger inquired with a wry smile. Not enough, Sister Qing. All the meat earlier was devoured by the big brother. Yaya pouted adorably. What could Qinger say? She reluctantly retrieved the sword and entrusted it to Yi Tian, allowing them to handle the Earth Armor Dragon .as for herself. She yearned for solitude, in a world teeming with exceptional talents. Some are born as sacred physiques, instantly ascending to positions of power with a mere breath. Others grasp profound techniques without a mentor, even creating high-level martial arts during the body-tempering stage, imbued with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Some warriors traverse their lives undefeated, charging forth and directly entering the sacred realm. One must not compare oneself to such individuals. Otherwise, it may spawn inner demons and lead to a descent into darkness. Qinger, shrouded in shadow, consoled herself. Comparatively speaking, she was already quite exceptional. It was merely Yi Tian's extraordinary prowess that eclipsed her. At that moment, Yi Tian's group had begun grilling, beckoning Qing to join them for a meal. That Qinger composed herself and approached them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yaya swallowed a piece of roasted meat, and a chilling aura erupted from her, nearly extinguishing the flames before her. Hey, Sister Qing, I think I just broke through. Without further ado, she continued to devour the meat. Qinger, the audience was in high spirits, torn between sympathy for Qinger and their uncontrollable laughter. One moment feeling for her, the next erupting in joyous guffaws. This shouldn't be. Qinger should be playing the role of a goddess. Why do I feel she is destined to become the weakest among the sect? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. While Yi Tian may not be able to say for certain, the others are certainly no match for Qing at present. That'll be why the time of the sect meeting. She may indeed find herself relegated to the lowest tier. No rush. Typically, such characters are reincarnated great beings who ascend rapidly. That makes sense. My friend, you must be an avid reader. I'm currently in a literary drought. Do you have any captivating novels to recommend? The audience continued to chatter, showering generous gifts that contributed to Yi Tian's burgeoning opportunities for the lottery. Yi Tian had initially intended to wait until after finishing the roasted meat to test his luck in the lottery for the complete version of the 36 styles of mountain opening, an extraordinary martial technique of grand proportions that he greatly admired. To his surprise, upon finishing the meal, Qinger directly presented him with a jade talisman containing the first 18 styles of the 36 styles of mountain opening. What a timely boon! Yi Tian joyfully resumed his cultivation of the 36 styles. As he practiced, he began to notice that the handwritten manuscript in the possession of the one-eyed dragon contained subtle errors that could diminish the technique's efficacy. What a fool the one-eyed dragon is. Yi Tian muttered in frustration and began his training anew. Rectifying previous mistakes, that it is crucial to understand that a martial technique, as it is transmitted through generations, may lose nuances, contain errors, or even be deliberately altered by others. Attempting to practice such flawed versions could potentially lead one astray, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Although such occurrences are rare, they generally arise from deliberate schemes that as dawn broke, Yi Tian and his companions had trained throughout the night without rest. Many viewers who had persisted through the entire ordeal were beginning to feel the strain. Continuing this way could prove exhausting. An increasing number of spectators now believed that perhaps Yi Tian had indeed traversed into a fantastical realm. Becoming a cultivator, otherwise many events would remain inexplicable. After a night of rigorous training, Yi Tian had mastered the first 12 styles of the 36 styles of mountain opening. That it must be said that as one progresses, the challenges intensify. That Yi Tian estimated that he would require at least another night to fully grasp the remaining 6 styles. The progress of the others was also commendable. Yi Tian generously bestowed all of his remaining diamonds upon De Zhuang, who promptly consumed them throughout the night. When Yi Tian instructed De Zhuang to throw a punch, he felt that even the earth-armored dragon would be hard-pressed to withstand such force. Chapter 33. Fairy Yun. Then there was Yaya, who, while devouring roasted meat, experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation that if she did not rein in her aura, an icy chill would emanate from her being. Coincidentally, given the sweltering heat, Yi Tian utilized her as a portable air conditioner. That if only I could acquire a body of extreme Yin, he lamented, my ancient dragon emperor body remains dormant, serving only to enhance my presence. Yi Tian inwardly complained to the system, which remained silent, entirely disregarding his insatiable desires, but he was unaware of the true implications of the ancient dragon emperor body. Once he reached the appropriate realm, he would surely comprehend. Qing'er, do you think we can delve deeper today? We cannot remain on the periphery indefinitely, Yi Tian inquired. This, Qing'er nodded. Rest assured, brother Yi Tian. We are on the right path, let us press on. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the Beast Mountain range, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down their spines. With Yi Tian's current cultivation level, bolstered by his bloodline and physique, even his calves trembled slightly, revealing the sheer terror of the situation. In an instant, the 5 members of Qingyang sect appeared to falter, retreating and paling visibly. The most unfortunate was Zhang Haoran, who nearly collapsed to the ground. After all, he was already in poor health and had yet to begin his cultivation, making him the weakest link in the group. Is everyone all right? Yi Tian quickly inquired, upon confirming that all were unharmed. He finally felt a sense of relief. He could not afford to lose any of them. Otherwise, where would he find another disciple? Through their time together, they had forged bonds, and he would not abandon any one of them. Qing'er, do you have any insight into this? Yi Tian turned to her, for she was the most knowledgeable among them. However, Qing'er shook her head. That I cannot say for certain, that I can only speculate that it might be the roar of a demonic beast of king-level status. A demonic king. That is equivalent to a human cultivator at the king's realm. A true ruler, Yi Tian exclaimed. The Beast Mountain range is vast. Its deepest recesses are said to be places where even sacred realm cultivators dare not tread lightly. Thus, the appearance of a demonic king is not entirely unexpected. Could there be powerful beings battling the demonic king? Yi Tian continued to probe. Possibly, but such matters do not concern us. That we should continue on our journey and avoid heading toward the source of that sound. Even the slightest ripple from such a battle could spell disaster for us. Qing'er cautioned gravely. Yi Tian understood this well. He had no intention of seeking trouble. That a mere breath from a demonic king could lead to his demise multiple times over. Given their current weakness, they needed to proceed cautiously and bide their time. Meanwhile, deep within the Beast Mountain range, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, each hovering in midair, some adorned with ethereal wings woven from spiritual energy. An impressive sight indeed. The manifestation of spiritual wings is a hallmark of those in the realm of kingly status, while those who tread the air are marked as king-level cultivators. This indicated that a significant number of both kingly and king-level cultivators were present. Before these cultivators lay a colossal, nearly lifeless demonic beast, glaring at them with eyes filled with hatred. Haha, this extraordinary beast was hunted within the jurisdiction of my Tianlang County. Naturally, it belongs to us. One proclaimed. That is not how it works. The one who exerts the most effort should claim this demonic beast. Another countered. Who dares to contest us, the Sacred Fire Sect? We shall not concern ourselves with other matters. But the demonic crystal of this demonic king must belong to my Daoyuan Palace. Such audacity from the insignificant Daoyuan Palace. At this moment, the demon king remains alive, yet this group of cultivators has already commenced their scramble for the spoils. Indeed, the worth of the demon king is exceedingly high. For instance, the earth armor dragon slain by Yi Tian may suffice for lower-tier cultivators, but advanced practitioners hardly regard it with any esteem. The current demon king, however, is a veritable treasure trove. Even acquiring a single strand of its hair would be a boon. Esteemed colleagues, this demon king ought not to be present in this location. As you have all witnessed, it was previously escorting something, which is undoubtedly of paramount importance. If you trust our Cloud Heaven Palace, I suggest we first entrust the corpse of this demon king to them for safekeeping, and then urgently seek the object it was safeguarding. Just as the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disputes, a melodious voice resonated, seemingly descending from the heavens. Following the sound, one could see a celestial maiden, who appeared as if she were an ethereal being not meant to exist in this world. Clad in a gown of purest white, untouched by the dust of the earth, her bare jade feet hovered above the ground. Behind her, two wings of pristine white light gently fluttered. Her visage was exquisite and flawless, resembling the most perfect creation of the divine artisan. Instantly, many gazes turned fervent, since the celestial maiden has spoken. I shall comply. I am willing to serve the celestial maiden with the utmost devotion. If the celestial maiden would consider becoming my partner, I would gladly forfeit this demon king. Foolish delusions. How could the celestial maiden possibly deign to look upon someone as coarse as you? We naturally place our trust in the Cloud Heaven Palace. Celestial maiden, please proceed. With the celestial maiden's utterance, the arguments among the assembly ceased, that if anyone believed this was due to their admiration for her beauty, they were gravely mistaken. The true reason lay in the celestial maiden's formidable prowess and the backing of the Cloud Heaven Palace. The entire eastern region is governed by the Eastern Holy Clan. Yet beneath them, the Cloud Heaven Palace stands supreme, truly one person beneath thousands. Observing the scene, the celestial maiden lightly nodded, her wings unfurling as she gracefully descended before the demon king's colossal form. In comparison to the immense creature, her figure appeared remarkably petite. Yet at this moment, the demon king trembled in fear. The demon king was akin to a human sovereign in strength, while the celestial maiden was merely a warlord. Even in its severely weakened state, it should not be so intimidated. A flicker of veiled apprehension flashed across the eyes of those present. That it was said that the celestial maiden might possess the capability to confront a monarch with her warlord's cultivation. Or could it be true? Take a rest, the celestial maiden spoke, her voice ethereal in the next instant. She extended her jade hand and placed it upon the demon king's head that a radiant white light enveloped the creature. And its aura began to dissipate gradually, leading to its complete demise. Following this, with a mere gesture of her hand, the enormous corpse of the demon king vanished into thin air. Only the Cloud Heaven Palace possessed the means to acquire such a treasure. Esteemed colleagues, let us disperse and search. This demon king was undoubtedly a subordinate of the sky-devouring emperor, and the object it was escorting must be of immense value, not to be overlooked. With that, the celestial maiden flapped her wings and swiftly vanished from the scene. The commotion on their side had a significant impact on the surrounding practitioners and mercenary groups at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Due to this battle, numerous beasts fled from their habitats, escaping to the periphery. Not long after, Yi Tian and his companions encountered a new beast, Chapter 34, the Azure Blood Python. Before Yi Tian and his group lay a colossal python with wings sprouting from its back. This giant serpent stood an imposing 5 meters tall, towering like a building and exuding an almost tangible sense of pressure. Isn't that precisely the pressure we seek? I shall confront it, beast. Azure Blood Python. Massive in size, agile in movement, with impenetrable scales, lacking any weaknesses. A direct assault is advised. Note, this Azure Blood Python's strength is equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the Earth Spirit realm. Good heavens! How can one crush a foe that possesses no weaknesses? Is the heavenly gaze technique mocking me? And system, could you possibly provide a health bar for this creature? Yi Tian cursed inwardly as the system remained unresponsive. Howren, retreat with Qing Dezhuang. Let us advance together. Yi Tian called out, then stepped forward, leading the charge. The cloud-treading boots upon his feet illuminated with intricate patterns, forming a formation that accelerated his speed. That it was as though a swirling mist of clouds enveloped his feet. And his form became a mere blur. Qing'er followed closely, her speed equally swift. Though Yi Tian relied on a spiritual treasure while Qing had mastered a technique for swift movement, Dezhuang trailed behind. Although the battle had not yet commenced, he was already in a combative state, golden light flickering upon his body. Given Dezhuang's current prowess as a cultivator at the 4th stage of body refinement, few could withstand a single punch from him. Even those at the 9th stage of spiritual elevation would think twice. Roar! The azure blood python, upon perceiving these tiny intruders, unleashed a furious roar, summoning a fierce gale. In the next moment, its wings flapped, and its massive form swiftly darted forward, crashing through numerous trees in its path as it charged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian, being the primary target, felt the overwhelming pressure momentarily stall his movements. However, in the next instant, an immense aura surged within him, then an ancestral bloodline manifestation emerged behind him, the Fusang divine tree swaying gently as 10 radiant suns ascended. Simultaneously, a faint dragon might emanated from him. This was the most lethal element. How could a snake raise its head before a dragon? The fierce glint in the azure blood python's eyes shifted to one of trepidation. It could not comprehend why this human cultivator radiated such dragon-like power. Yet, soon after, its gaze turned greedy. Consume him. This impulse, ignited by its bloodlust, drove the azure blood python into a frenzy. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying green light as it opened its maw wide. Lunging toward it, swish, what greeted it was Qing's blade, swift as lightning. The sword light flickered, seemingly capable of rending space itself, severing the long tongue that protruded from the azure blood python's mouth. The sword's energy also inflicted injury upon the creature's oral cavity, causing a deluge of putrid green blood to cascade down like rain. The azure blood python let out a pained cry, but was immediately bombarded by the relentless assault of Yi Tian and Dezhuang. Yi Tian closed the distance, his movements nimble, that as he stepped upon the clouds. He executed the 12 styles of mountain splitting and the 36 techniques with fluidity and finesse, causing the massive serpent to tremble violently. Dezhuang, on the other hand, swung his fist with sheer force, devoid of technique, driven purely by emotion upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Qing'er took a deep breath, her right hand clutching the sword as she swiftly sliced her left palm, allowing a crimson stream of blood to flow forth, eagerly absorbed by the blade in her grasp. Undoubtedly, such a maneuver was reminiscent of a tactic that inflicted 1,000 points of damage on the enemy, while inflicting 800 upon oneself. As the blood was drawn into the sword, Qing'er's complexion paled. However, her aura surged with increasing intensity that a practitioner of the spirit being realm. She found herself pitted against the blood python, which was merely of the earth spirit realm. Logically, she should have been able to easily vanquish, or even slay, the beast. Yet its colossal size rendered conventional attacks ineffective, necessitating a surge of power and a display of her full strength. As the air began to vibrate with energy, swirling winds gathered around her, and fallen leaves danced in the tempest she conjured. Even the blood python's eyes glimmered with a flicker of apprehension. Before it could react, Qing'er unleashed a mighty slash. As if cleaving the very heavens asunder, the momentum surged like a tidal wave, the sword's brilliance slicing through the sky, illuminating a radiant arc that directly targeted the creature's neck. In the next instant, the blood python's jaws gaped wide, attempting to unleash a roar, only for its head to detach and plummet to the ground. That a torrent of foul, green blood erupted from the severed neck, saturating the earth beneath. Witnessing this, Qing'er finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Do not concern yourself with me. Hasten to rescue the young master," she urged as she caught sight of Zhang Haoren rushing towards her with Yi in tow. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, urging them to assist Yi Tian. However, at that moment, a group emerged from behind the carcass of the blood python, their applause echoing ominously. "Bravo! It is indeed surprising that you managed to slay the blood python. However, your performance concludes here, as this territory now falls under the jurisdiction of my Daoyuan Palace, the leader. A brooding young man grinned as he spoke. Chapter 35. Yi Tian takes action. The mantid catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits, to Qing's astonishment, just after she had slain the blood python. Another party appeared to intercept her. These were the same spectators who had been watching moments ago. Had Yi Tian been aware of the unfolding events, he would have certainly warned her. Daoyuan Palace? The mention of this name sent a chill through Qing. While Yi Tian might have claimed ignorance of it, she understood that Daoyuan Palace was a formidable force, ranking within the top 10 in the entire Eastern Domain. You too, extract the demon crystals that I asked for you. Handle the body and take it with you. It is fine material for spirit cuisine. The shadowy young man commanded, and his four companions immediately set to work. He then turned his attention to Qing'er, striding forward with unabashed eagerness. That in his hand appeared a silver cord, which he tossed, ensnaring Qing'er and rendering her unable to escape. What do you intend to do? She demanded. You shall not harm Sister Qing. Yi's defiant voice rang out as she positioned herself protectively in front of Qing. This little girl seems promising that a few years of nurturing could yield a fine specimen. The young man's eyes lit up, and he reached out to stroke Yi's head. Yet, Yi was no ordinary child. She possessed an extreme physique. In the next moment, she launched an attack. A chilling aura surging up his arm, instantly coating half of it in frost. He exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the revelation that this young girl was indeed a practitioner, displaying excellent potential. Remarkable to possess such a special constitution. I must refine you into my spirit puppet. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he shook his arm violently, shattering the ice and seizing Yi by the throat. Struggling, Yi grasped his wrist. Her little legs flailing in desperation. That moment, Zhang Haoran and De Zhuang rushed forward. Unfortunately, Zhang Haoran had yet to begin his training, and De Zhuang had sustained injuries with several ribs broken. Release Yi. De Zhuang bellowed furiously. Without uttering a word, Zhang Haoran brandished a small knife, aiming it at the young man's heart. Body cultivator? What is that? Not even a practitioner dares to strike at me. Fang Zhuo furrowed his brows. In an instant, he delivered a kick that sent Zhang Haoran flying, then turned and slapped De Zhuang across the face. The quintet from Qingyang's sect faced imminent annihilation. Meanwhile, the audience could see none of the action. Only hear the commotion. I am frantic. What on earth is happening? It's over. The protagonists are about to be wiped out. Despite knowing it was staged, viewers felt an overwhelming urgency. Hurry up and take action to eliminate them. I will reward you. I am willing to pay. Streamer. Young master, what are you doing? Your people are on the brink of death. What kind of nonsense is this Daoyuan Palace? I will pay $100,000. Can you eliminate them immediately? Big brother, you are truly wealthy. Could you spare me a bit? I would even call you daddy. The chat room was flooded with fervent comments that, on the other hand, the first group of viewers breathed a sigh of relief. For the live stream continued, indicating that Yi Tian was undoubtedly alive. Yet the question remained. Where was Yi Tian? Surely he would emerge from the belly of the serpent soon enough, right? Zhuge, this feels amiss. A voice echoed from behind. Fang Zhuo frowned and turned to see the two subordinates he had dispatched to extract the demon crystals. Demon crystals typically resided within the heads of demonic beasts. Yet these two were now witnessing the head of the blood python withering at an alarming rate, seemingly drained of all vitality. They had managed to excavate a large cavity at the top. But there were no demon crystals to be found. No, there are demon crystals. Yet a young man holds them tightly in his grasp. The entire crystal trembled, its energy rapidly being siphoned away, while the young man's aura surged with each passing moment. Finally, there was a visual. The young master was about to break through. Ha ha ha. Hurry, annihilate them all. I will reward you. Indeed, leave none alive. Eradicate them all. Why are they so bloodthirsty? I think we should sever their limbs. Gouge out their features and create a human puppet. Mommy, what do we do if there are perverts in the live stream? Next, the audience witnessed Yi Tian slowly rising, emerging from the head of the python, once again revealing himself to all. Following Yi Tian's perspective, the viewers beheld the dire situation ahead. Qing'er was bound, unable to move. Yi was struggling as she was choked. Zhang Haoran and De Zhuang lay unconscious. Their fates unknown to why Yi Tian's expression darkened instantly as he fixed his gaze upon Feng Zhuo. "Release that girl," Yi Tian commanded in a low voice, as the demon crystal in his hand rapidly transformed into a lifeless powder, cascading through his fingers, absorbing the energy of a demon crystal directly. "You must be seeking death. Kill him," Feng Zhuo sneered, regarding Yi Tian with a look of derision. This boy was obviously frantic, attempting to absorb the energy within the demon crystal to break through. Yet, at his current spirit seed realm, what could he possibly achieve? Everyone knew that the energy within demon crystals was tumultuous and required refinement before absorption. To absorb it directly would ruin one's foundation, and in severe cases could lead to a fatal explosion. Hearing Feng Zhuo's taunts, his two subordinates began to circulate their spiritual energy, preparing to attack Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian stepped forward, transforming into a blur, his hand morphing into a blade as he executed a powerful strike that smashed down onto one subordinate's shoulder. Crack! That half of the man's body crumbled, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Lifeless, that Yi Tian's movements were swift. With a quick pivot, he unleashed another devastating blow, smashing down upon the second man, leaving him bloodied and sprawled on the ground. In the next moment, Yi Tian approached Feng Zhuo, launching an immediate assault. With Yi incapacitated, Feng Zhuo was forced to hurl her aside to hurriedly confront Yi Tian. Turbulent waves of anxiety surged within him. Who was this man before him? Exhibiting such ferocity, the 36 styles of mountain splitting displayed a masterful demeanor. How long had he trained? A foreboding aura began to envelop him. Yet why? Feng Zhuo was a disciple of Daoyuan Palace, possessing extraordinary talent, having reached the spirit image realm at a young age. Even among peers in the talented Daoyuan Palace, he was considered exceptional. Why did this mere spirit seed realm practitioner dare to challenge him? Die! Feng Zhuo roared, his spiritual energy surging forth as he retaliated against Yi Tian. Yet behind Yi Tian, a bloodline phenomenon materialized, the Fuso Divine tree manifesting, emanating immense pressure as 10 solar orbs ascended into the sky. Blinding Feng Zhuo, the carefully prepared technique was interrupted, and in the next instant, Yi Tian's palm descended directly upon Feng Zhuo's face. Chapter 36. 5 kills, Super God. Boom! This strike landed with the force of a thunderclap, leaving Feng Zhuo reeling. His nose was shattered, a front tooth lost, his face a mask of blood. Had it not been for the timely activation of a defensive spiritual treasure he carried, this blow could have cost him his life. I will carve your flesh piece by piece." Feng Zhuo roared in fury, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, manifesting behind him as a spiritual image. To his astonishment, it took the form of a Bagua formation, slowly rotating as if it encapsulated the profound truths of the universe, bearing down upon Yi Tian. The spiritual image, a hallmark of those at the spiritual image realm, was intimately tied to the practitioner's bloodline, physique, and the very techniques they cultivated. "Little brother, be careful. This is the Bagua spiritual image specially cultivated by Daoyuan Palace, capable of suppression and sealing." Qing Er cried out in alarm, warning Yi Tian. It's too late to regret now. I shall make you all wish you had never been born." Feng Zhuo sneered, extending his palm to press down from afar. The Bagua spiritual image floated above Yi Tian's head, descending with an overwhelming force, akin to Mount Tai pressing down, intent on sealing Yi Tian's bloodline and suppressing his spiritual energy. What a spectacular battle this was! The colossal beast, the dazzling effects, the tense plot. Absolutely thrilling. Stop delaying. Swiftly eliminate this fellow. He irks me to no end. Which actor is this? He seems perfectly suited for the role of a villain, radiating that particular aura. According to the narrative's trajectory, the host would undoubtedly slay these individuals, thereby incurring the enmity of Daoyuan Palace. Excellent. It appears that the minor antagonists of the early stages will indeed be Daoyuan Palace. Poor Daoyuan Palace. Their annihilation is inevitable. Ha ha ha. The audience was thoroughly engrossed, delighting in the spectacle, as the barrage of comments and gifts flooded in. Were it not for Yi Tian's preoccupation with the battle, he would surely have found himself chuckling at the talents of these viewers. Buzzing, at this moment, confronted by the suppression of the Bagua spiritual image, the dragon-shaped spiritual seed within Yi Tian's dantian trembled, exuding a faint dragon might, astonishingly preventing the Bagua's spiritual image from descending any further. What is happening? This aura. Who are you, kid? Feng Zhuo exclaimed in shock, desperately channeling his own spiritual energy to maintain the suppression of Yi Tian. Yet in the next moment, he was astonished to see cracks forming upon his Bagua's spiritual image. What a farce! His cultivation at the spiritual image realm, employing the specialized Bagua spiritual image of Daoyuan Palace, was failing to suppress a mere spiritual seed realm brat, and the spiritual image was on the verge of shattering. How could this be possible? Feng Zhuo staggered back, sensing that he had indeed kicked a hard plate this time. Break for me, Yi Tian bellowed, unleashing his full power, causing the Bagua spiritual image to explode into a myriad of light particles. Feng Zhuo, in stark contrast, turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quick, block him! Brother, I am Feng Zhuo, a direct disciple of the Palace Lord of Daoyuan Palace. Let us speak civilly. There's no need for bloodshed. As he retreated, he proclaimed his identity. What nonsense, Daoyuan Palace! I've never even heard of it. Yi Tian retorted, stepping forward to confront Feng Zhuo. Feng Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could process the situation, he was met with a powerful palm strike from Yi Tian. Crack! His skull shattered under the force of the blow, his body convulsing before he slowly knelt to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His life force gradually fading. Feng Zhuo died. Who would have thought that my first kill would be you? What Palace Lord's direct disciple? You seem rather mediocre after all, Yi Tian mused internally, that he then turned to face the other 4 individuals. 2 lay incapacitated, 1 seemingly lifeless, leaving 2 others who, paralyzed with fear, were tending to the corpse of the Bai Shuemeng. Eliminate them all, Yi Tian commanded, a steely resolve igniting within him that you've killed Brother Feng Zhuo. You are doomed. Kneel and beg for mercy. Return with us to Daoyuan Palace to accept your punishment, and perhaps you may yet spare your life. The 2 exclaimed, attempting to intimidate Yi Tian. Excellent, standard villain dialogue. With that, I feel no guilt in slaying you too. Crack, crack, with 2 decisive strikes, Yi Tian broke their necks, then returned to finish off the one with a severely fractured torso, ensuring the deaths of all 5. A quintuple kill, utterly divine. Congratulations, young master, you've achieved a 5-fold kill, claiming 5 lives. This scene was exhilarating. The host had finally begun to slay. Wait, can this even be broadcast? It's too bloody, too violent. What does this signify? The host must have powerful backing, someone shielding him from censorship. Right, during my last stream, I smoked a cigarette and was immediately banned. The regulations are stringent. Quick, check on Qing Er and the others. Everyone is injured. Without needing the audience's reminders, Yi Tian hurriedly began assessing Qing Er and the others' conditions. Qing Er was mostly fine, merely fatigued, needing a couple of days' rest and some medicine. Yaya was also unscathed, save for a handprint on her neck and a slight cough. Unfortunately, De Zhuang and Zhang Haoran fared poorly, with Zhang Haoran suffering the worst. Feng Zhuo had kicked in a row of his ribs, leaving him unconscious. The Yi Tian administered a rejuvenation pill, a prize from a lottery, which could heal injuries without side effects. That De Zhuang's condition was somewhat better, albeit with several broken bones. Yi Tian also fed him a pill, distributing the remaining diamonds to him. Qing Er, what is this rope? How do I untie it? Yi Tian inquired, attempting to free Qing Er, but discovering the knots beyond his ability to unravel. Young master, this is a spirit-binding lock, capable of sealing a practitioner's internal energy. Each lock has a specific incantation. Without that knowledge, it cannot be undone, Qing Er explained it. Oh, then what shall we do? Yi Tian pressed urgently. Fear not, I am gradually deciphering it. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I shall unlock and refine this spirit-binding lock, Qing Er reassured him. Good heavens! Qing Er had been silently refining Feng Zhuo's spirit-binding lock all along. Truly commendable. Young master, how are you feeling? You directly absorbed the demon crystal energy of the Bai Shuemeng, which could jeopardize your foundation. Qing Er queried, her gaze fixed on Yi Tian, clearly puzzled, for she sensed that Yi Tian appeared untroubled. Oh, my unique constitution safeguards me that I feel no ill effects. And in fact, I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Yi Tian declared, Young master, do not rush into a breakthrough. Gather all items here, including the corpses, and let us hastily depart. Qing Er cautioned. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slapped his forehead. Daoyuan Palace was evidently a formidable power. With their disciple slain, the higher-ups would undoubtedly take notice and send someone to investigate that it was prudent to leave swiftly. Thus, Yi Tian hastily began to clear the scene. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to search each corpse individually, instead gathering all the bodies, including that of the Bai Xuemeng, into his system space in one fell swoop. This scene left Qing Er astonished that a storage treasure capable of containing the Bai Xuemeng's corpse must possess an immense capacity. It is widely recognized that the larger the storage space of a treasure, the greater its value. For instance, Qing Er's pouch was already quite impressive. However, it could only accommodate half of the Bai Xuemeng, not the entirety. That must be a storage treasure gifted to the young master by that entity known as the boss. A sole entity of formidable strength, Qing Er contemplated. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, she found herself wandering further down the path of imagination, a phenomenon humorously termed Dihua. Next, leading the way, Yi Tian swiftly departed the area. De Zhuang carried Zhang Haoren and Yaya, while Yi Tian supported Qing Er. Beast, release that girl. Wow, Qing Er has such a splendid figure. Wait, in their current state, if those from Daoyuan Palace catch up, they will surely notice something amiss. Right? I think so too. We should disguise the scene and leave the bodies behind. How could that be acceptable? We must loot the bodies to secure our fortune. Besides, the Bai Xuemeng's corpse is so large. It could sustain us for quite some time. How can we abandon it? For a bit of resources and food, to place ourselves in peril is a foolish decision. Why fret over such matters? Just continue watching. Everything depends on the whims of the scriptwriter. The audience engaged in animated discussions within the live stream, sending a flurry of comments. Moreover, after this round of combat and Yi Tian's quintuple kill, a surge of viewers began showering the stream with donations and support. At this moment, Yi Tian noticed the comments. Indeed, the audience had spoken wisely. He could disguise the scene and then escape. Yet, he was reluctant to part with the massive serpent's corpse and the resources on the 5 individuals. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, all the corpses had been stored within his system space. Even if a super-strong individual from Daoyuan Palace were to capture him, they would find nothing. What was there to fear? As time rewinds to the moment when Yi Tian took the life of Feng Zhua in a distant realm, there existed a grand and imposing sect, occupying no less than 10 towering peaks, subtly forming a Bagua diagram. It was none other than the Daoyuan Palace. Perched atop the peaks corresponding to the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, within a tranquil chamber, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a flick of his hand, a jade talisman appeared in his palm. Yet at that moment, the talisman was shockingly riddled with cracks and soon shattered into pieces. Who dares to slay my disciple? The elder's robes fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he let out a furious roar. Subsequently, he retrieved another jade talisman. Feng Hai, what are you doing? Zhe has been killed. Immediately conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Buzzing. Meanwhile, deep within the Beast Mountain range, a cultivator from the Daoyuan Palace, with 2 luminous wings unfurling from his back, swiftly traversed vast expanses in search of the Beast King's protective relic. That moment, he sensed something amiss and took out a jade talisman, which was vibrating. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he instantly heard the elder's wrathful shout. Feng Zhuo is dead. He barely avoided crashing into a large tree. His mind reeling, that it should be noted that Feng Zhuo had been dispatched to the outer regions of the Beast Mountain range. What danger could possibly lurk there? Even if a battle had erupted deep within the mountains, causing some beasts to flee to the outskirts, with Feng Zhuo's group as strength, they ought to have been safe. Moreover, even if they encountered formidable foes, they should have been able to send a distress signal. Feng Hai's mind was in disarray. Disregarding everything else, he quickly summoned his subordinates to search for Feng Zhuo. Within the Daoyuan Palace's Li Palace, the disciple most cherished by the palace lord was none other than Feng Zhuo. With Feng Zhuo meeting his end outside, Feng Hai would be held accountable and would undoubtedly face severe punishment upon his return. Now, he could only hope for redemption through merit, finding the culprit and presenting them to the palace lord. Instantly, a multitude of Daoyuan Palace disciples sprang into action, commencing their search for Feng Zhuo. Meanwhile, on Yi Tian's side, Qing Er had finally refined the spirit-binding lock and handed it over to Yi Tian. He promptly stored the lock within the system space. That it was only at this moment that Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all traces had vanished, even if they encountered members of the Daoyuan Palace. They had nothing to fear for the injuries sustained by Zhang Haoran and De Zhuang. Those were trivial matters. They could simply claim to have been wounded in battle against beasts. That was hardly a difficult story to concoct. Thus, after advancing a distance, Yi Tian and his group finally encountered disciples from the Daoyuan Palace. It was evident that the Daoyuan Palace was currently on a rampage searching for the murderer. In Yi Tian's heart, he had formed a rough hypothesis regarding the situation. It seemed that the Daoyuan Palace had dispatched a substantial force to the Beast Mountain range. The roar of the beast that had resonated from deep within the mountains was undoubtedly linked to them. Feng Zhua and his companions, lacking sufficient strength, could only wander the outskirts, where they coincidentally crossed paths with Yi Tian's group, the 5 from Qingyang sect, ultimately leading to their downfall. Only this little spirit stone? Fine, be gone. The group of Daoyuan Palace disciples was interrogating a mercenary team. After confirming that the mercenary team was not responsible, the disciples shamelessly extorted them, uttering a few curses before sending the mercenary team away. The mercenaries, powerless to retaliate, accepted their fate, recognizing that they were merely a small team and dared not offend the Daoyuan Palace. "You lot, come here." At that moment, a leading disciple from the Daoyuan Palace spotted Yi Tian's group and immediately barked with arrogance. This scene ignited fury among the viewers in the live stream. This Daoyuan Palace deserves to perish. If I donate 200,000, can we immediately rush over and annihilate the Daoyuan Palace? No way, that would ruin everything. How could the story progress then? Even in writing, one must advance step by step. The Daoyuan Palace should be able to last 1,000,000 words in this narrative. This live stream won't fast forward. When will the Daoyuan Palace finally meet its end? Just take your time. The host is leveling up rather quickly. Once he reaches the king level, he should be able to wipe out the Daoyuan Palace. The audience continued to flood the chat with comments. The Daoyuan Palace certainly knew how to cultivate hatred. These disciples always carried an air of superiority, which was truly infuriating. Yet, at this moment, Yi Tian donned a smile, approaching them with a friendly demeanor. "Esteemed friends, what brings you here?" He said cheerfully, "That I suspect that it is you lot who killed my Daoyuan Palace disciple." The leading disciple accused, launching a verbal assault. Chapter 38 Qing. Abba what? Yi Tian feigned a look of utter shock, dramatically exclaiming, eliciting laughter from the audience that, "Oh dear, how could we ever offend members of the Daoyuan Palace? Just look at us. We hardly seem capable." The disciple cast a glance, and indeed, they appear to be a bunch of unrefined bumpkins, not a single capable fighter among them. Merely a bunch of useless individuals. Whether you look capable or not is not for you to decide. I am currently suspicious of you and intend to take you back to the Daoyuan Palace for questioning. As he spoke, the disciple rubbed his fingers together, clearly seeking a bribe. Good heavens, Yi Tian silently cursed. Then reached into his robes, rummaging for a moment before finally producing 2 low-grade spirit stones, which he handed over. "Brother, this is all I have. Please accept it. I implore you to show mercy and let us go." Yi Tian maintained a deeply humble posture. "Did I ask this all there is? I see you're a cultivator at the 9th transformation of the spirit realm, yet you're this impoverished." The disciple took the 2 low-grade spirit stones, playing with them in his hand, clearly displeased. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon Qing's face, and a lewd glimmer sparked his eyes. "This young lady is quite attractive. Keep her, and the rest of you can scram." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's scalp tingled, as long as Qing retained her looks. Enemies would never cease to emerge. "Brother, this is my wife. She's naturally a bit simple-minded, merely a country bumpkin. You are a noble disciple of the Daoyuan Palace. She is hardly worthy of you." Yi Tian continued, downplaying Qing's worth to Qing. Hearing this, felt her temper rising. Yet Yi Tian discreetly pinched her thigh from behind, urging her to cooperate. Qing let out a yelp of pain, drawing the attention of the nearby Daoyuan Palace disciples. Abba. In less than a second, Qing fell into character, beginning to play the fool. "Mama!" At that moment, Yaya chimed in, looking at Qing and calling out for her mother. The expression of the Daoyuan Palace disciple shifted immediately. It turns out she's a simpleton, and she's already given birth to a child. Cursed luck. Get lost, hurry up and scram. He waved his hand. impatiently dismissing Yi Tian and his group. All right. Yi Tian led his team away briskly. Shortly after their departure, a surge of energy stirred, and a figure with wings descended, gazing at the group of disciples. Master Hai, the disciples quickly bowed, greeting Feng Hai. We have located the site where Feng Zhuo met his demise, not far behind. Have you encountered any suspicious individuals? Feng Hai asked in a low voice. He had already discovered Feng Zhuo's death site, where traces of blood and evidence of a skirmish remained. Based on the residual blood and some scales, he deduced that a blood python had appeared here. No, the leading disciple promptly replied. The individuals they encountered were all worthless. Even if there had been suspicious individuals, he would deny it. Otherwise, allowing a suspect to escape would only bring trouble upon himself. Continue searching. Feng Hai soared into the sky, barking orders. Once Feng Hai departed, the disciples exhaled a sigh of relief, only to have a glint of schadenfreude flash in their eyes. Feng Zhuo is dead. Ha! The last time I encountered him, I greeted him, and he didn't even spare me a glance. He deserves to die. Humph. During the last mission, I secured a rather lovely girl, only for Feng Zhuo to snatch her away. Good riddance, they chuckled derisively. Meanwhile, on Yi Tian's side, the audience in the live stream was nearly in stitches. Haha, our young sect masteress acting was truly remarkable just now. Qingya must be the best actress, destined for stardom. And Yaya, her mama call, was perfectly timed. But here's the question. Why do the Daoyuan Palace disciples disdain her for having a child? I personally have a fondness for mature women. You are a rogue. But not everyone shares your taste. To be fair, every disciple of the Daoyuan Palace seems to be a miscreant. The audience engaged in lively conversation, generously bestowing numerous rewards, while Yi Tian busied himself with apologies to Qingya. Now that Qingya had descended, she walked away from Yi Tian. Ignoring him to Qingya, please allow me to explain. Yi Tian implored. I refuse to listen. Qingya retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Very well, I shall remain silent, Yi Tian replied, breaking the mold of their typical exchanges. Instantly, Qingya shot him a fierce glare. Of course, her displeasure was merely a fleeting tantrum. She understood that Yi Tian's decision was indeed the correct one. That had a confrontation ensued. Those ruffians from the Daoyuan Palace would have certainly met their demise, but they would have also been thoroughly exposed. Qingya, may I inquire about the standing of Daoyuan Palace? What level of power do they possess? Yi Tian glanced at the barrage of comments, contemplating the opportune moment to eradicate the Daoyuan Palace. Daoyuan Palace ranks among the top 10 forces in the eastern region, currently holding the 8th position. It is divided into 9 palaces, each presided over by a palace lord, all of whom are at the king realm. Above the 9 palace lords resides a grand palace master, who is said to be on the verge of reaching the emperor realm. Qingya elucidated. How can one combat such an entity? It is not a matter to be resolved quickly. That I am but a fledgling at the initial stages of the ascending spirit's 9th transformation. The audience, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious. Daoyuan Palace is so formidable. No wonder their disciples are so arrogant. When will we be able to vanquish them? Even our generous donations cannot hasten the process. The broadcaster must progress slowly, unable to ascend to the emperor or the sovereign realm in an instant. Daoyuan Palace serves as a major early game boss. For now, we shall await the sect conference. Indeed, the hearts of the people turned cold, with only my concern for the little wolf cub's ailment remaining. That is it possible to accelerate our progress. Perhaps we could first secure a legacy in the mountains, then collectively elevate our realms before the sect conference. The audience felt the pace was somewhat sluggish. However, in all honesty, Yi Tian believed they were progressing quite swiftly. The audience would never be satisfied. Even if he were to obliterate Daoyuan Palace immediately, they would still yearn to witness his ascension to supremacy over the Tianxian continent. One must consume a meal one bite at a time. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. To why Yi Tian chose to ignore the barrage of comments and focused on steady advancement. As night fell, their group found a suitable spot to rest. To be prudent. The corpse of the blood-red python was not suitable for consumption at this time. Hence, Yi Tian, accompanied by De Zhuang, ventured into the vicinity to hunt, casually capturing a few magical beasts to grill. At this juncture, Zhang Haoran finally regained consciousness, arriving just in time for dinner. How does everyone feel now? Yi Tian inquired. There were no concerns among the group that Qing'er had slightly overexerted herself while dealing with the blood-red python, but had since recovered through medication. The handprint on Ya's neck, inflicted by Feng Zhuo, had also been completely erased. After all, she possessed a unique constitution that De Zhuang and Zhang Haoran had taken their medicine. De Zhuang's fracture had healed, while Zhang Haoran still required a bit more time, prompting Yi Tian to feed him another pill. "You will surely be well by morning. Good, as long as there are no issues. After our meal, let us hasten our cultivation till we now face a formidable enemy, Dao Yuan Palace. Qing'er, come here." Yi Tian beckoned the group to dine and pulled Qing'er aside to ask a few questions. Chapter 39. The Way to the Big Orange. As evening approached, the streaming room saw its highest audience turnout. After a long day's work, everyone had leisure time to catch up on the live broadcast. What transpired today? Missing today's stream would be a lifelong regret. The protagonist group is tangled with a colossal entity. Today, the young sect master displayed incredible prowess, achieving a 5-fold kill streak. Yi Tian killed someone, he would tremble at the thought of slaying a cow. Yet now he is taking lives. His progress is astonishing. Well, it's all scripted. The audience buzzed with chatter. Those who had missed the daytime broadcast rushed to catch up. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was inquiring with Qing'er for more detailed intelligence regarding Dao Yuan Palace. He had already learned of their formidable strength and the conduct of their disciples. What he now sought was whether Dao Yuan Palace had any rival sections. The greater the enmity, the better. He asserted that, "I understand, young sect master." Qing'er replied, "Are you suggesting we seek opportunities to join a rival sect of Dao Yuan Palace?" Yi Tian nodded, "That be by the time of the Hai Tian Grand Feast. It is highly probable that we will be discovered by Dao Yuan Palace, and we must be prepared that it would be best to align ourselves with their adversaries. Otherwise, our lives may be at stake," Yi Tian stated. After pondering briefly, Qing'er nodded. "Indeed, there is one. The 6th-ranked force among the top 10 in the eastern region, Taishan sect. This sect has a long-standing feud with Dao Yuan Palace. Their disciples typically engage in lethal confrontations when they meet outside. It is said that a palace lord of Dao Yuan Palace once killed the daughter of the Taishan sect master, prompting the sect master to single-handedly storm Dao Yuan Palace, shocking the entire eastern region." Qing'er explained. "Excellent. We must certainly join Taishan sect." Yi Tian nodded, finding great appeal in the name Taishan sect. It bore the hallmark of a sect that protagonists would join. The audience, too, expressed their sentiments. "All right, family, it is beyond doubt that the broadcaster will subsequently join Taishan sect, that we are already aware of the early plot. The broadcaster departs from Qingyang sect, undergoes trials at the sect conference, and ultimately arrives at the Hai Tian Grand Feast to join Taishan sect. After joining Taishan sect, there will undoubtedly be a wave of academy-themed storylines, culminating in a disaster where the broadcaster heroically intervenes. Is there anything else to add? To be honest, I prefer the comedic daily life segments. That today's battle was indeed spectacular, but I found the most amusing part to be Qing'er playing the fool while Yi called for her mother. Different strokes for different folks. This streaming room offers both thrilling narratives and humorous daily antics. Let us continue watching." The audience buzzed with excitement in the streaming room, sending a flurry of comments and rewards. On Yi Tian's side, he had established several preliminary objectives. To heal Zhang Haoran, ensure the entire group diligently cultivated, and join Taishan sect. For the time being, this was the plan, aligning closely with the audience's expectations. Yi Tian often marveled at how astutely the viewers grasped the situation, fully aware of every trope. Subsequently, it was time for cultivation. Yi Tian temporarily set aside the indestructible diamond body technique, as he had given all the diamonds to De Zhuang. He continued to practice the 36 styles of mountain opening, refining the magical crystal energy accumulated within his body, striving to achieve another minor breakthrough. Qing'er was training with Yi, who was on the verge of breaking through to the Ascending Spirit's 9th transformation. Pressing on vigorously, poor Zhang Haoran, however, had made no progress at all. After consuming a rejuvenation pill, he lay there sleeping to recover from his injuries. Just then, Yi Tian detected a rustling sound emanating from the nearby thicket. He paused his actions and peered into the distance. Qing'er, possessing a keener sense, approached with her sword drawn. Is it a magical beast? Yi Tian inquired. Qing'er shook her head. "We shall find out shortly." Yes, she spoke. She began to advance. Meow. A cat's meow suddenly echoed from ahead. Yi Tian's eyes widened as he beheld a small orange cat emerging from the bushes, its nose twitching in curiosity. The creature seemed utterly unperturbed by their presence. Striding forward to pick up a bone from the ground and crunching it with gusto, swallowing it whole. There were plenty of bones scattered about, all consumed by the little feline. Zhang Haoran also stirred awake. And the 5 members of Qin Yang's sect regarded the orange cat in astonishment. What is an orange cat doing here? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from ordinary. By all accounts, ordinary cats should not thrive in this region. The only inhabitants here were magical beasts. This implies that this orange cat is highly likely to be a magical beast, Qing'er remarked. Meanwhile, the audience had already unraveled the mystery. Here it comes, the protagonist's pet has made its debut, and it's an orange cat. I guarantee with my head that this orange cat is anything but ordinary. It's a Yuan devourer. When will it begin to speak human language? I eagerly await that moment. Typically, such creatures only grow stronger. Could it be something akin to the offspring of a beast emperor? Would that not make it Zhang Haoran's rival? The audience incessantly flooded the comment section, at Yi Tian found their insights quite compelling. This little creature might very well be connected to the ominous roar heard deep within the magical Beast Mountain range. It certainly had an impressive background. Little one, bones alone will not suffice for your sustenance. Allow me to offer you some meat, Yi Tian exclaimed. Yet he quickly remembered that aside from the blood-red python in the system space, he had no meat on hand. However, it was best not to reveal the blood-red python just yet. To Zhuang Haoran, hurry and procure some meat, Yi Tian commanded. These 2 individuals, one rather foolish, the other aloof, are nonetheless quite obedient to my words. Before long, they returned, bringing with them the corpses of 2 low-level demon beasts. Yi Tian took it upon himself to roast them. Throughout the entire process, a little orange cat patiently awaited nearby, its eyes glimmering with a spark of intelligence. Yi Tian sensed that it could comprehend his words. This place is exceedingly perilous. Henceforth, you shall accompany us, that I shall protect you and ensure you are well fed. Noting its orange hue, he declared, as the saying goes, a great orange is of great worth. Henceforth, I shall call you Daju. With just a few words, Yi Tian had bestowed a name upon the orange cat. However, at present, Daju was unconcerned with such trivialities, for the meat had been roasted to perfection. Without hesitation, it pounced upon the feast, devouring it voraciously. The meat from both demon beasts was substantial, enough for Yi Tian to be unable to finish it all, yet Daju consumed every last morsel. Even the bones. How could an ordinary orange cat possibly crunch through the bones of demon beasts? What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon Beast Mountain range, a group of demon kings wore expressions of distress. Upon reaching the realm of demon kings, one is typically capable of transformation, albeit not fully realized. Thus, these were beings adorned with the heads of demon beasts or sporting tails, appearing exceedingly peculiar. The emperor has departed, and the 5th has been slain by those accursed human cultivators. Humans. When shall our demon race eradicate them? I shall venture forth and exterminate every last human within the Demon Beast Mountain range to vent my wrath. Calm yourself, the Emperor's path ahead is uncertain. We must remain discreet until his return. Yet the prince is currently missing, and I fear he may fall into the hands of human cultivators. We cannot act. Should we reveal ourselves, we will undoubtedly be targeted. Even if we locate the prince, it would only bring him peril. If any human cultivators were present, they would surely be astounded, for the demon king they had slain was none other than the guardian of the son of the swallowing heaven demon emperor. Chapter 40. The last type of medicinal herb at this moment. Yi Tian observed that after Daju had feasted to its heart's content, it lay sprawled beside the campfire, utterly unafraid of human presence. Yi approached, reaching out to pet the cat that Daju rolled over comfortably, exposing its belly, completely defenseless. Soon, the 5-member group from Qin Yang's sect gathered around to stroke the cat. Even the usually aloof Zhang Haoran could not resist giving it a few pats. The texture is truly delightful, smooth and shiny, and it doesn't shed fur. Little sect master brother, I sense that this orange cat is no ordinary creature, Qing'er remarked to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded. Indeed, at this juncture, Yi Tian had employed the imperial gazing technique to observe Daju. The audience shared his perspective, uncovering some intriguing details about Daju, demon beast. the Jew, son of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor, possesses the Swallowing Heaven bloodline, its true form being the extraordinary beast Taotai. Upon maturity, it will wield the might to devour heaven and earth. Note, to protect his son, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor has sealed its bloodline, rendering Daju currently devoid of combat prowess. Excellent. Yi Tian nodded, recognizing the familiar stratagems at play. Though he possessed a system, he still needed to elevate his own cultivation level rapidly. Daju, the son of a demon emperor, was currently sealed and powerless. Zhang Haoran bore the bloodline of a demon emperor, but was nearing death. That Zhuang exhibited astonishing physical cultivation talent, yet lacked sufficient resources. Qing Er and Yi momentarily did not require Yi Tian's concern. Yet they were no mere trifles themselves. How to relieve worries? Only through the lottery. Thus, Yi Tian urged everyone to hasten their cultivation as he commenced the lottery. Presently, Yi Tian had over 2,000 lottery chances. However, the low-level lottery had lost its value, and even with high-level draws, his current strength was insufficient to utilize the rewards. Yi Tian estimated that intermediate lotteries would be most suitable until he reached the next stage. Hence, he engaged in over 200 intermediate draws. During his lottery process, the audience inundated the screen with messages that a multitude of viewers urged him to accelerate the pace. This topic had persisted since the beginning of the broadcast. Particularly, many believed they had deduced the subsequent plot, which only intensified their anticipation. Yet this also attested to the allure of Yi Tian's livestream. Even when aware of the forthcoming narrative, viewers remained eager to continue watching, which spoke volumes about its intrigue. This orange cat is the son of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor. It certainly has a remarkable background. Daju is of great significance. This cat is destined to become the host's right-hand companion. I wish to hear it speak, then transform into a human form. But the question remains, is this orange cat male or female? Are you foolish? It has been stated to be the son of the Demon Emperor. Can you not guess why it is not referred to as the daughter? I can nearly surmise that deep within the Demon Beast Mountain range resides a Demon Emperor. Perhaps the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor encountered some misfortune, and in a desperate act, abandoned his child, Daju, who was subsequently adopted by the host. Do you recall the roars of beasts from deep within the mountains? It could be that the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor was slain by human cultivators. That seems unlikely. The strongest in Daoyuan Palace is merely half a step into the Emperor realm, or perhaps a pseudo-emperor. Unless the top-tier powers of the Eastern Domain unite, killing a Demon Emperor would be improbable. I shall interject. Based on the information at hand, the Emperor realm is likely the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain. WY convention, such formidable beings seldom intervene. Thus, the source of the mountain roars must be a demon king. I reasonably deduce that the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor faced some issue and dispatched his subordinates to safeguard his child. Subsequently, the demon king fell, and the child, Daju, ended up in the host's care. Among the audience, there were indeed hidden talents, and someone had unraveled the truth at this moment. Yi Tian concluded his lottery, his mind buzzing with notifications. The cacophony of 200 notifications was almost overwhelming. Nonetheless, his gains were substantial. A collection of mid-grade spirit stones, spirit rice, diamonds, and various medicinal herbs. Notably, with this batch, he had acquired nearly all the materials needed for Zhang Haoran's alchemy, save for one last herb, the Yun Yi vine, which exclusively grows on towering cliffs, high amongst the clouds, that if he could not find it within the Demon Beast Mountain range, and the lottery yielded nothing, he would have no choice but to hasten to Tianlang County to procure it. In truth, Yi Tian preferred to locate this herb within the Demon Beast Mountain range, as it was rife with opportunities for trials. His progress was evident to all his viewers. Furthermore, his bloodline had once again upgraded, now reaching version 8.0. Drawing ever closer to the perfected 10.0, capable of showcasing most of its formidable powers. What delighted Yi Tian most were two items. The first was the Spirit Nourishing Pill, suitable for cultivators at the 9th transformation of spiritual essence, enhancing their cultivation level. The second was the complete version of the 36 mountain opening techniques. Thus, a smile could no longer be contained on Yi Tian's face. Upon witnessing this, the audience quickly reacted. The host is drawn again. This is truly impressive. What treasures have you acquired this time? Please reveal them for us to see. Do not doubt it. I am convinced the host has truly traversed realms. He has not slept for an entire week. Indeed, this is the truth. I have long asserted that these fools refuse to believe. Hurry and donate to assist the host in breaking through to the highest realm. Shattering the void to return to Earth to at that point, the divine state will dominate the Earth in a heartbeat. Where did all these shills come from? No matter how you argue, I remain unconvinced. I refuse to donate. I shall simply bask in the benefits. Currently, the sentiments were polarized. Those who believed grew ever more resolute, while skeptics remained steadfast in their disbelief. After all, the entire affair was exceedingly absurd. Such tales typically only grace the pages of novels. Should he prioritize breaking through his realm, or first cultivate the 36 mountain opening techniques? Yi Tian disregarded the barrage of messages. Lost in contemplation, that he had briefly glanced over the system version of the 36 techniques and noticed it differed from what Xing'er had provided. This indicated that her version was not the original, but had suffered slight deficiencies over time. The system's version was assuredly the finest. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Tian, Xing'er's version was indeed the original. Acquired through her backing force, while the system had enhanced it beyond the original, rendering the technique near perfection. Let us prioritize the breakthrough. The realm is fundamental. Yi Tian resolved without hesitation that he first tossed a pile of diamonds to Dezhuang, then began consuming the spirit-nourishing pills voraciously. Xing'er watched, utterly desensitized, as Yi Tian produced new pills. Undoubtedly, these were the stockpiled treasures of that soul powerhouse, known as the Boss, sufficient to expedite Yi Tian's ascension. By the time of the sect assembly, the little sect master would likely be on the verge of a grand promotion. Should he attain the title of king during the grand banquet, what would ensue? Would he not sweep through everything in his path? Xing'er felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, while at that moment, Yi Tian was engulfed in a new wave of suffering. After consuming the spirit-nourishing pill, his entire body began to tingle, particularly his flesh and skin. Immediately, intricate spiritual patterns began to surge across his body, enveloping him entirely. This was a sign of nearing the spiritual pattern realm. Chapter 41. The Spiritual Pattern Realm. Yi Tian was on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual pattern realm. The hallmark of the spiritual pattern realm is the manifestation of spiritual energy on the surface of the body, transforming into intricate spiritual patterns. These patterns significantly enhance the practitioner's overall attributes and are also a precursor to the externalization of spiritual energy. With a face twisted in agony, Yi Tian continued to consume more pills. As spiritual patterns incessantly emerged on his body, Xing'er turned her head away, unwilling to witness any further. The strength of a practitioner in the spiritual pattern realm is directly proportional to the number of spiritual patterns displayed on their surface. The more patterns there are, the more solid the foundation, and the stronger the practitioner. Yet Yi Tian had an astonishingly excessive number of spiritual patterns. Is this reasonable, consuming pills every day, leveling up at such a rapid pace, and still maintaining such a solid foundation? Let us not forget that he had directly absorbed energy from a monster crystal today, which should compromise his foundation. Observing Xing'er's expression, the audience burst into laughter. Xing'er felt a pang in her heart. Why, dear Xing'er, do not be disheartened. I have rewarded you. Yi Tian is merely a prodigy. Do not compare yourself to him. Haha, the broadcaster levels up so swiftly. It is exhilarating. The progress is still too slow. Let us have some grand spectacles. Do not forget, today he has slain the blood serpent and single-handedly eliminated 5 practitioners from the Dao Yuan Palace. And now he is breaking through. How can one complain about the speed? Some defended Yi Tian, but it was of little consequence. Criticism persisted, so Yi Tian chose to ignore it and follow his own pace. Buzz, at this moment, the air around Yi Tian began to vibrate once more. His body was adorned with intricate spiritual patterns, a sight most mystical, akin to being covered in tattoos. Undeniably cool, his momentum surged, gradually breaking through to the spiritual pattern realm. In the next moment, a bloodline phenomenon manifested behind Yi Tian. An ancient tree spiraled upwards, with 10 suns suspended in the sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. The bloodline is something that accompanies a practitioner throughout their life. Each realm reveals a different degree of might, and the same holds true for one's constitution. This is what countless practitioners envy most: the bloodline and constitution. Deemed gifts from the heavens, Many dream of possessing a bloodline and a unique constitution, yet few attain it. The spiritual pattern realm. This sensation is delightful, empowering. Yi Tian opened his eyes, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thoroughly satisfied that if this were on Earth, he could effortlessly obliterate a small car with a single strike. Congratulations to the young sect master for breaking through to the spiritual pattern realm. The broadcaster has reached the spiritual pattern realm. Hurrah! Faster, faster. Let us push forward. What are you saying up there? The internet is not a lawless place. You have misunderstood. He merely wishes for the broadcaster to cultivate faster. Now, Yi Tian should be capable of defeating Qing'er. Right? The audience's comments inspired Yi Tian, that he promptly turned to Qing'er and employed the royal gaze technique, that Yi Tian, now in the spiritual pattern realm, faced Qing'er, who was in the spirit being realm, although there was still a gap. They were both practitioners of the same major realm, so it should have been feasible to see through her. However, to Yi Tian's surprise, the royal gaze technique still could not unveil any information about Qing'er. What could be the reason? Is it due to insufficient realm? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. All the while, Qing'er observed him intently. Yi Tian frowned at her. Could it be that Yi Tian harbored disdain for her? Qing'er was flabbergasted. How could this be? Was it possible that the powerful soul within Yi Tian's body held dissatisfaction towards her? Qing'er began to spiral into her own assumptions, which was perilous. Yet soon, Yi Tian averted his gaze and began to practice the 36 styles of mountain opening. The system-modified version was evidently much stronger, imbuing each of his movements with an added grace that Yi Tian practiced until dawn before halting. Feeling rejuvenated, his eyes radiant, and his spirit reaching a pinnacle, that he had thoroughly mastered the first 18 styles of the 36 styles of mountain opening. However, he had also hit a bottleneck that Yi Tian had long mentally prepared for this. After all, it was a technique of the earth tier. How could he possibly master it all during the 9th stage of spiritual transformation? Generally speaking, earth tier techniques are suitable for practitioners at the stage of enfeeblement. Yi Tian grasping the first 18 styles in the spiritual pattern realm was already considered monstrous. Moreover, he would find it increasingly challenging to execute the 16th style due to insufficient spiritual energy. This was a limitation of his realm, and aside from leveling up, there was little he could do. Another new day dawned. Let us strive forward. Yi Tian exhaled, calling everyone to prepare breakfast. The campfire crackled as he cooked a large pot of spiritual rice. Yi Tian then sent to Zhuang and Zhang Haoran to procure some meat, with Zhang Haoran primarily responsible for reconnaissance and command, while the Zhuang handled the physical labor. Soon, the two returned with meat. Big brother, Yaya wants to eat snake, Yaya said, having been fixated on the corpse of the blood serpent. However, the issue was that Yi Tian dared not bring it out. What if the Dao Yuan Palace disciples stumbled upon it? Often, the more one fears something, the more it materializes, so until absolute safety was assured, it could not be revealed. Yaya dear, we will eat the big snake's meat in a few days. For now, let us enjoy this. The beef is delicious as well, Yi Tian replied. There were plenty of two-headed cattle nearby, likely a herd, and the Zhuang had managed to slay two and brought them back, already roasted that moment. The slumbering Daju finally opened its eyes. Looking at Daju, Yi Tian felt quite helpless. You are quite eager at mealtime, Yi Tian remarked. What to do? He could not simply discard it, after all. It was the son of the monster emperor, a voracious beast. Once trained, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. The team already had plenty of freeloaders, and now they had another in Daju. This is pushing us to reward them. If we do not, they will go hungry. Watching this live stream, I can eat more than usual during meals. It is quite appetizing. Yes, my son does not enjoy eating, but seeing Yi Tian and the others eat so heartily has opened his appetite. The correct way to enjoy a Fantasy World livestream is, surprisingly, through eating broadcasts. A multitude of viewers flock to the livestream early in the morning, eagerly engaging in conversation. Currently, no other stream could compare to the heat of this one that many other broadcasters were enviously green-eyed, yet they lacked the ability to replicate such a successful stream. The first batch of imitators had already failed miserably. Hardly anyone watched them, and the few remaining viewers were there to hurl insults. They could not even imitate properly. Following this, the audience began to speculate about the day's unfolding narrative that Yi Tian, leading the group, set off to continue their journey while searching for medicinal herbs. Daju, have you seen this kind of herb? Yi Tian sketched the appearance of the cloud leaf vine for Daju to see. The Jew glanced at it and nodded. Isn't this just a weed? They grow everywhere in their habitat. Yi Tian then realized that asking it was futile, being the son of the monster emperor. It must have encountered various heavenly materials and treasures as mere snacks since childhood. Yet, Yi Tian had no way to delve deep into the monster beast mountain range. He could only chance upon luck at the periphery. Just then, Yi Tian spotted a team of Dao Yuan Palace disciples ahead once more. Chapter 42. Joining the Mercenary Corps. The Dao Yuan Palace truly is persistent. Yi Tian immediately grew vigilant, yet outwardly maintained his composure as he approached. Hey, you lot, halt. Where did you come from? The leading Dao Yuan Palace disciple inquired. Eyeing Yi Tian's group, Qing'er deliberately lowered her head to avoid trouble, though what Yi Tian contemplated when he could possibly acquire a disguise technique for Qing. As always, her face attracted attention. Brothers, we have come from a nearby stronghold to gather some medicinal herbs. Yi Tian feigned innocence that it was once again time to showcase his acting skills, causing the audience to chuckle continuously. Su Ge, this group clearly lacks any strength. Do not waste time. Let us leave quickly, that if we delay, there will be nothing left in the ruins. Another disciple remarked. This statement caught Yi Tian's attention. Ruins? The audience was equally thrilled. Indeed, the protagonist has ventured into the mountains for exploration. How could there be no ruins? There must be. Consider yourselves fortunate. If you manage to find any good herbs, hand them over quickly, and you may leave. Su Ge, the leader, extended his hand. Yi Tian pretended to rummage through his clothing for a while before producing a low-grade spirit stone. Brothers, we have not found a single herb. I only have this spirit stone. I beseech you, please show mercy and let us go. Yi Tian offered the spirit stone. Paupers, get lost. Su Ge took the spirit stone and cursed. Yi Tian and his companions should hurry and scram. It was both infuriating and amusing, as laughter erupted. Ha ha! I bet 5 coins that Su Ge is doomed. If he intends to venture into the ruins, the streamer will undoubtedly follow suit. But he must not go. There are bound to be disciples from Daoyuan Palace within those ruins. What if they cross paths? Daoyuan Palace is truly bothersome. Those wretched beings ought to be eliminated swiftly. After all, they are among the top 10 powers in the eastern region, capable of surviving at least 1,000,000 words in a novel. The audience continued to discuss fervently after Yi Tian's group had moved away, momentarily pausing. Little sect master, do you wish to visit that ruin? Qing'er discerned Yi Tian's intentions. Yes, I wish to take a look at why Yi Tian was indeed tempted, yet a pressing concern loomed. Daoyuan Palace, that if they ventured into the ruins to compete for opportunities and treasures, their strength would inevitably be revealed. Should a disciple from Daoyuan Palace spot them and report back, even the dispatch of a mere general would suffice to dispose of Yi Tian's group. The risks were considerable. As Yi Tian pondered this, a group approached from behind. Big brother, the Monster Beast mountain range has been rather perilous lately. Are we truly going? Indeed, it is said that a beast king has fallen, causing formidable beasts to appear in the surrounding areas. What is there to fear? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. It is rumored to be a royal sealing ruin. If we obtain some benefits within, we shall surely prosper. Right? One cannot become wealthy without taking risks. That if we strike it rich, I shall summon 10 courtesans at once. Haha, with your physique, you've long been drained. That money would be better spent on cultivation resources rather than squandered on women. You'll perish in a brothel. Hee hee. Yet that is a life of indulgence, quite enjoyable. The continuous banter reached Yi Tian's ears. Turning to look, he saw a dozen individuals, fully armed and marching forward. They appeared to be a mercenary group, clad in matching attire. The Wild Wave Mercenary Group? Goodness, how audacious. The term Wild Wave signifies an attitude, a surge of energy. Why can you send voice messages? Help, I just sang along. The mercenary group was in for a rough time, and the streamer chuckled that a torrent of comments flooded in, as the audience understood that Yi Tian's group had stumbled upon the key to exploring the ruins. Sure enough, the most unscrupulous man among them spotted Qing'er, his eyes lighting up as he approached swiftly. Fair maiden, you are truly beautiful. I am Li Shunsheng, the third in command of the Wild Wave Mercenary Group, and I possess strength at the Spirit Pattern Realm. Why not accompany me? Li Shunsheng grinned lewdly, leaning toward Qing, smack. The response was a resounding slap from Yi Tian, knocking Li Shunsheng to the ground, leaving him sprawled in a most undignified manner. Brat, you seek death. Li Shunsheng scrambled to his feet, glaring at Yi Tian. The other members of the Wild Wave mercenary group quickly encircled Yi Tian's five-member team, including De Ju, who was blissfully unaware, napping on De Zhuang's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Tian focused on the leader of the group. Activating the Emperor's gaze technique, he discerned Zhang Chuang, leader of the Wild Wave mercenary group at the Spirit Elephant Realm. Excellent. The strongest among them is merely at the Spirit Elephant Realm, presenting no challenge for Yi Tian. Without further ado, he launched an attack. Boom! Bloodline manifestation erupted. Several members of the mercenary group at the Body Refinement Fourth Realm could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees. This is a bloodline-possessed powerhouse. Zhang Chuang's expression darkened, brow furrowing. Li Shunqing was so frightened he took 2 steps back, not daring to utter a word. Without delay, Yi Tian soared forward, executing the 36 mountain splitting technique, striking Zhang Chuang squarely in the chest. Poor Zhang Chuang barely had time to conjure his spirit image before being sent flying, spitting blood, his face a mask of shock that he sensed Yi Tian's aura belonged to the spirit pattern realm, yet possessed the terrifying capability to annihilate him. Which major sect's disciple is this? Shunzi, apologize. Zhang Chuang quickly implored, gentlemen, my subordinate has offended. We apologize and are willing to offer compensation. Please spare us. Li Shunqing knelt immediately, bowing to Qing, your goddess, forgive me. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled, that as for compensation, let's set that aside for now. I wish to join your mercenary group. What say you? Yi Tian inquired of Zhang Chuang. Zhang Chuang was left dumbfounded. You at the spirit pattern realm, treating me at the spirit elephant realm as a mere dog. Why would you want to join my shabby mercenary group? But he dared not refuse. Moments later, Yi Tian's group donned the attire of the Wild Wave mercenary group, while several Body Refinement Fourth Realm members returned, looking bewildered. Thus, the newly formed Wild Wave mercenary group, under Zhang Chuang's leadership, set off for the ruins. Undoubtedly, Yi Tian intended to use this mercenary group to conceal the identities of his own team, executing a clever ruse to explore the ruins under the mercenaries' guise. Meanwhile, at a precipice ahead, the wind howled fiercely that a griffin descended, 2 figures leaping down from its back point. One of them was the bald-headed Xie Guang, the older brother of the one-eyed leader of the Poison Scorpion mercenary group, who had come to collect protection fees from Qingyang's sect. Previously, he was a Spirit Elephant Realm powerhouse. His mere aura had caused Yi Tian to sit on the ground in submission. Little did he know that Yi Tian now struck spirit elephants as one would strike a dog. The little rascals from Qingyang's sect are nowhere to be found. Lu, let us first explore this so-called royal ceiling ruin, the bald-headed man declared. Beside him stood a tall figure clad in a white robe, untainted by dust, exuding an air of superiority. His name was Lu Xiao, a second-tier alchemist, and his cultivation level was at the Death Spirit realm, surpassing Qing'er by a small margin. To deal with Qing'er, the bald man had specifically sought his assistance, promising that once successful, the spirit treasure in Qing's possession would belong to Lu Xiao. Hearing the bald man's words, Lu Xiao shook his head. The so-called royal ceiling ruins are merely rumors. The specifics of what kind of cultivator left behind these ruins remain to be confirmed. The bald man nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lu, you are correct. These people have exaggerated to the point of claiming it to be a saint's ruin. He showed great deference to Lu Xiao, not only because Lu Xiao was stronger than him, but also due to his affiliation with a major sect. Xie Guang relied primarily on his smooth dealings to secure his position in collecting protection fees, while Lu Xiao hailed from one of the top 10 powers in the eastern region, the Medicine King Valley. Thus, Xie Guang dared not offend Lu Xiao in the slightest, often going out of his way to curry favor. Whenever Xie Guang acquired various herbs from the Monster Beast mountain range, he would promptly present them to Lu Xiao, which was why he could summon Lu Xiao to assist against Qing'er. Yet, the primary reason was still the spirit treasure that Qing'er possessed, which attracted Lu Xiao. Please wait here. This sheer cliff often harbors rare herbs. I shall search for some, Lu Xiao stated, stepping forward and leaping off the edge of the cliff. However, the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. From Lu Xiao's back sprouted a pair of wings, flapping elegantly, allowing him to hover in midair. A general-level powerhouse, his spiritual energy had transformed into wings. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern something amiss. Lu Xiao's wings were far inferior to those of a true general-level powerhouse. They appeared somewhat shabby. This was because he was not a general, but merely possessed the cultivation of the death spirit realm. His ability to fly stemmed from a rare flying martial art. Such martial arts were exceedingly rare. Even if one obtained them, they required vast amounts of materials for refinement to manifest wings. Observing this scene, the bald man's eyes shone with envy. One must admit, having the backing of a major sect has its advantages. This rare flying martial art could be obtained and successfully refined into wings, allowing one to soar during the ninth transformation of spirit. He was at a distinct advantage. Soon after, the bald man witnessed Lu Xiao's figure flying forward, vanishing into the mist. Approximately an hour later, Lu Xiao returned, a wide smile on his face. He first retrieved a pill from a jade bracelet and consumed it before laughing heartily. "The harvest is good. I found cloud leaf vines growing," Lu Xiao remarked joyfully. The bald man laughed along. "Congratulations, Lu. These cloud leaf vines are often only found at auctions." He felt a pang of envy. If he could obtain the cloud leaf vines, he could take them to an auction and fetch a handsome price. Yet, he dared not compete with Lu Xiao. Despite Lu Xiao's lofty demeanor, he was essentially a petty person at heart. Currently, he was flattering Lu Xiao, but if he ever provoked him, the consequences would be dire. Numerous little ants gathered around, chuckling. Lu Xiao gazed downwards, observing numerous teams converging from all directions, each eager to stake their claim in the ruins. Among them were mercenary groups that had arrived upon hearing the news, as well as disciples from nearby sects, Tio Lu Xiao. These individuals appeared no different from mere poultry and stray dogs. What truly commanded his attention were the disciples from the top 10 forces of the eastern region, while others might remain oblivious to the secrets hidden deep within the Beast Mountain range. Lu Xiao, backed by the Medicine King Valley, was privy to certain insider information. This expedition into the ruins was likely to be anything but peaceful. Simultaneously, in another location, Yi Tian and his companions pressed forward with haste. Along their journey, the members of the Quanglong mercenary group remained eerily silent. The leader, Zhang Chuang, cautiously inquired but received no answers. After some contemplation, he began to piece together the situation, suspecting that this group sought to conceal their identities, which compelled them to join the mercenary ranks. This realization made Zhang Chuang quite uneasy. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, reveling in Zhang Chuang's evident fright. "Look at how terrified he is." "Ha, of course, he has reason to be afraid. That fellow, Shunzi, doesn't he seem fazed at all? He keeps staring at Qing," one viewer remarked. "Shunzi is truly shameless. I noticed him kneeling and apologizing to Qing, yet he looked quite pleased." Another chimed, "I end to be honest. I wouldn't mind being a Shunzi myself." The viewers speculated that this Shunzi might have a masochistic streak. Qing, too, sensed something amiss. With her level of cultivation, it was only natural for her to notice when someone was fixated upon her. She turned to the lecherous Shunzi and commanded, "You move to the front." Shunzi was taken aback, his expression filled with regret as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will heed the goddess's command and willingly face any peril for you," he replied, bowing profusely to Yi Tian frowned, casting a glance at him. "This person is insufferable. Shunzi, behave yourself. You are not worthy of such aspirations. Keep your eyes in check." Zhang Chuang interjected harshly, feeling a sense of dread that the Quanglong mercenary group might be on a path of no return. "You, Shunzi, still have the audacity to ogle beautiful women? I was truly blind to have recruited you into the mercenary group. How have you not met your end in a brothel?" Zhang Chuang cursed Shunzi's ancestors in his mind. "How much do you know about this ruin?" Yi Tian inquired as they continued on their way. Zhang Chuang pondered for a moment before responding, "We were stationed nearby, resting and recuperating, relying on hunting beasts for sustenance. Suddenly, a group of sect disciples arrived at our outpost. When I greeted them at the tavern, I managed to extract some information. They belong to a minor sect called Blood Robe Sect, which seems to be affiliated with Daoyuan Palace. One of the top 10 forces in the eastern region, that it appears that news of a ruin emerging within the Beast Mountain range, believed to be left behind by a powerful king, had trickled down to Blood Robe Sect, prompting them to investigate and see if they could claim a share." Zhang Chuang divulged all he knew, and Yi Tian nodded in understanding that it seemed the battle deep within the mountains had triggered a series of chain reactions, revealing the long-sealed ruins that for whether these ruins indeed belonged to a powerful king, that remained to be verified, for such beings were as rare as they were formidable. Less than 100 existed across the vast eastern region. And how expansive was the eastern region? If one were to traverse it on foot, a lifetime might not suffice. The group pressed onward, soon encountering a towering peak, where a multitude of cultivators had gathered at its base. Chapter 44. The Ruins Are Unveiled. This sight left Yi Tian and his companions utterly astonished, particularly for Yi Tian. It was the first time he had witnessed such a congregation of cultivators since his arrival. Zhang Chuang, being exceedingly cautious, found a secluded corner to halt their progress. Many present were disciples from the top 10 forces of the eastern region, and they were not to be trifled with, especially the people from Daoyuan Palace. They are notoriously ruthless that if they were to kill us, no one would come to our aid. Zhang Chuang whispered, though Yi Tian nodded, already familiar with the nature of Daoyuan Palace, an archetypal villainous sect that must be eradicated. Daoyuan Palace is nothing but a parasite. They will be expelled from the ranks of the top 10 sooner or later. Indeed, after all, how could a sect that has offended the main character hope for a favorable outcome? The viewers chimed in, reveling in the unfolding drama that I can hardly wait to witness the treasure-hunting plot within the ruins. Finally, it's here. The audience buzzed with excitement, inundating the chat with comments and gifts. At this moment, Yi Tian surveyed the scene. Wherever his gaze fell, Zhang Chuang was quick to provide explanations. Along the journey, Zhang Chuang realized that this prodigious young man, possessing a unique bloodline, seemed rather unfamiliar with the various sects and cultivation practices in the eastern region. That over there is the Medicine King Valley, ranked 5th among the top 10 forces. Only those with the aptitude for alchemy can join. Every practitioner there is an alchemist. Over there are the people from Tianlang County. They are not part of the top 10, but are still quite formidable. The Lord of Tianlang County is a powerful king. And there, that is Taixin sect, ranked 6th among the top 10 forces. Upon hearing Zhang Chuang mention Taixin sect, Yi Tian's interest peaked. After all, it was the sect he aspired to join, and it was prudent to gather information in advance. Taixin sect would certainly participate in the hunt for the Beast King. Ahead, beside the disciples of Daoyuan Palace, stood a group of Taixin sect disciples. The disciples of Daoyuan Palace were clad in dark blue robes, while those of Taixin sect donned white garments adorned with cloud patterns. The characters for Taixin emblazoned upon their chests, albeit in different colors to signify their ranks at that moment. The Taixin sect disciples glared fiercely at their Daoyuan Palace counterparts. Taixin Qing had already become quite excited. Having been nurtured by the organization since childhood, she had never encountered such an event, hence her anticipation to Yi Tian felt the same. He could hardly contain his eagerness to step inside and explore. Although he possessed a system and did not require any inheritance, who would ever turn down the prospect of acquiring more? What if there were treasures hidden within the ruins that he could not obtain? Thus, it was imperative to take a look. The time was drawing near. The ruins were about to be unveiled. But oh, what is that? Zhang Chuang was equally expectant, rubbing his hands together, and even the lecherous Shun Zi had a burning gaze fixed upon the peak of the mountain. At that moment, Zhang Chuang let out a soft gasp, and everyone beheld a figure descending from the mountaintop, seemingly sent from the heavens. Clad in pure white, she radiated an aura of sanctity, her wings of light unfurling behind her, exuding an overwhelming force of brilliance that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly at her, feeling utterly inferior. That it was the Cloud Fairy, the foremost among the top 10 of the eastern region. The contemporary holy maiden of Yuntian Palace, the Cloud Fairy. A fervent admiration flickered across Zhang Chuang's face, and at that instant, all sounds around them faded into silence. Every gaze was drawn upwards to that immaculate figure untouched by worldly dust. Yi Tian was equally awestruck, pondering that such a being could only belong to the heavens. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream room were in a frenzy. The Holy Maiden has finally appeared. She is breathtaking. Such a flawless visage could only exist in the celestial realms. I am a foot enthusiast. I have already begun to drool over the screen. Who is this actress? She surpasses all current female celebrities by leaps and bounds. Really? I don't find her appealing. I still think Qinger is more beautiful. That it's mainly about the aura. The Cloud Fairy's presence is ethereal, unlike any earthly woman. A torrent of comments surged as the Cloud Fairy made her entrance, instantly providing Yi Tian with several hundred additional chances for a lottery draw. Subsequently, the Cloud Fairy spoke, her voice ethereal, as if it emanated from the heavens. The ruins have now opened, and you are all welcome to enter and seize opportunities. Should anyone acquire an inheritance or treasure, you may exchange it with me at Yuntian Palace. With that, the cloud fairy waved her jade hand, and a beam of holy light descended to AT that moment. A section of the mountainside transformed into vapor and vanished in a flash of white light that in its place appeared an ancient stone door, which began to creak open. Chapter 45, Slaughtering the Six Dao Yuan. As the stone door opened, an ancient aura slowly wafted out, exuding an endless mystery. The ruins left behind by a half-step king-level expert were officially unveiled. Instantly, a multitude of cultivators surged forward, eager to enter through the stone door. The door resembled a ravenous maw, devouring every cultivator that dared to step inside. This Yuntian Palace, being the foremost among the top 10 of the eastern region, surely did not concern itself with a mere half-step king-level inheritance. Upon hearing the Cloud Fairy's words, Yi Tian questioned in confusion. Zhang Chuang responded, "Little brother, such things are always better in abundance. Who would ever complain about having too much? The Yuntian Palace possesses an extensive collection of inheritances, some even capable of leading to the imperial realm, so they certainly do not lack this particular half-step king inheritance. However, inheritance is the very foundation of every sect. The more they have, the stronger they become. Moreover, no one knows from which era this inheritance originates or what unique attributes it may possess. It might even inspire those at higher realms." Zhang Chuang elucidated to why Etian nodded, stepping forward. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure, a robust bald man following a white-clad individual as they entered the stone door together. The bald man who collected protection fees. Yi Tian's heart leaped with joy. Excellent, the bald man has arrived. He must find a way to reclaim the fees he collected. Furthermore, those disciples from Dao Yuan Palace had taken 3 low-grade spirit stones from him and had the audacity to insult him. This debt must be repaid. It would be difficult to act outside, but once inside the ruins, it would be far easier. With this thought, Yi Tian quickened his pace. The 5 members of the Qingyang sect, clad in the attire of the Wild Wave mercenary group, mingled within the crowd as they entered through the stone door. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, the lofty Cloud Fairy cast a glance in their direction. "Oh, an extreme body," the Cloud Fairy mused, her heart stirring, although her expression remained unperturbed. Just from a single glance, she discerned Yaya's extreme body, a testament to her strength. As Yi Tian and his companions stepped through the stone door, they immediately felt a flicker in their vision. There was no doubt that the interior of this ruin was imbued with the power of formation spaces. Either the powerful being who left behind the inheritance was well-versed in formations, or they had sought assistance from a friend. Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings, discovering that ahead lay a seemingly unremarkable corridor leading to an unknown destination. Goodness, we have entered the ruins. This feels eerily akin to a tomb raiding scenario, reminiscent of a treasure-hunting drama. It can indeed be understood in such a manner. After all, this ruin is essentially a burial site for powerful beings, and the deepest part should be where the powerful individual attained their final rest. Seek the dragon, divide the gold, and entangle the mountains. Each layer of entanglement is a trial to overcome. Hurry up, others have already set off. We must seize the opportunity. Don't rush. Let others make their moves first. And then we can simply rob them. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? The audience continued to engage in fervent discussions. Yi Tian glanced at the barrage of comments and found himself in agreement with this strategy. Initially, there was no need to take action. It would be more advantageous to observe the situation and strike later to seize what others had acquired. How enjoyable! Little sect master, this corridor must be rigged with traps. Look, that person suddenly fell dead. Qing'er exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. Everyone turned to see a disciple from a minor sect let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What on earth is happening? Many cultivators present were engulfed in panic that if it were a trap or a fierce beast, they would not be so alarmed. However, this individual had suddenly died without any apparent cause. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. You lot, go scout ahead. At that moment, a disciple from Dao Yuan Palace frowned, directing his gaze toward the Wild Wave mercenary group as if commanding a mere dog. Excellent, another Dao Yuan Palace member. Yi Tian scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were not many people present. While a considerable number had entered the ruins, it seemed they were teleported to different locations, as the number in the corridor where Yi Tian stood was relatively sparse. Should I make my move now? Little Sect Master. What are you waiting for? Attack him. Strike him. Damn it, quickly take action. Kill this Dao Yuan Palace scoundrel. I've prepared a reward for you. I beg of you. Charge. For every Dao Yuan Palace disciple you take down, I'll give you 10,000 coins. I promise. A flood of comments inundated the live stream, and Yi Tian smiled upon reading them. With rewards at stake, that makes things much easier. What are you all waiting for? Are your ears deaf? Get over there and scout ahead. Seeing Yi Tian and his companions remain unmoving, the Dao Yuan Palace disciple strode over, raising his arm as if to slap Yi Tian's face. Can I endure this? Yi Tian grinned and raised his palm. Boom! Spiritual patterns surged throughout his body, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. With a casual motion, he unleashed a knife-hand strike, and with a sickening crack, the Dao Yuan Palace disciple's arm snapped, the broken bone piercing through flesh in a grotesque display. Foolish Dao Yuan Palace. Did you think you could toy with me? Yi Tian spat an expletive, causing a wave of exhilaration among the viewers. How exhilarating! But this was merely the beginning. After shattering the disciple's arm, Yi Tian stepped forth, his bloodline manifestations appearing behind him, 10 suns blazing in the sky, instilling a tremendous pressure upon all present. It was hard to believe that this was a cultivator at the spiritual pattern realm. Open the mountain. 36 styles. Yi Tian bellowed, delivering a powerful palm strike that landed squarely on the disciple's face, nearly obliterating his skull. In a single encounter, a Dao Yuan Palace disciple at the spiritual garment realm was slain. Following this, Yi Tian let out a triumphant laugh and charged toward the remaining 5 Dao Yuan Palace disciples. At this moment, the 5 were utterly dumbfounded. The insignificant Dao Yuan Palace. One day, I shall trample down your gates. Dao Yuan Palace disciples, I will slay one upon seeing one, and 2 upon seeing 2. Ha! Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The 5 opponents clumsily prepared to retaliate, one of them even conjuring an 8-trigram spiritual image to attempt to seal Yi Tian. However, with a furious shout from Yi Tian, that spiritual image shattered. The 36 styles of mountain opening surged forth with unstoppable momentum, akin to cutting through vegetables, and after a series of anguished cries, the 5 lay fallen in a pool of blood. Yi Tian had successfully dispatched 6 Dao Yuan Palace disciples, soaring with delight. In the live stream, an avalanche of rewards flowed in as the audience reveled in the spectacle, showering Yi Tian with generous gifts. Next, Yi Tian did not touch the corpses. Instead, he directly stored all 6 bodies into the system space. The others present were utterly dumbfounded at why Yi Tian glanced around, and no one dared to meet his gaze. How audacious it was for a pathetic force like Dao Yuan Palace to provoke our Quanglong mercenary group. It was akin to courting death. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuang from the Quanglong mercenary group nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, dear brother, wake up, you are not one of us. Zhang Chuang lamented, tears brimming in his eyes, his entire body numb to why Yi Tian had invoked the name of the Quanglong mercenary group and had mercilessly slain 6 disciples of Dao Yuan Palace. How could he possibly continue in this world? The viewers in the live stream were roaring with laughter. I rely on this stream to get through my day. I feel miserable if I miss even a moment. Zhang Chuang retorted, is this how you treat your comrades? With Yi Tian's declaration, the mercenary group found itself targeted by Dao Yuan Palace, on the brink of annihilation. In truth, even if our young sect master had remained silent, Dao Yuan Palace would have discovered it sooner or later, as the name Quan was emblazoned on their garments. I understand now. The young sect master is indeed clever. He is forcing Zhang Chuang to choose a side, to abandon other thoughts. How insightful. Truly, he is a remarkable young sect master. The audience even began to speculate, pondering Yi Tian's intentions. Qinger shared the same thoughts and inwardly admired Yi Tian. Given the unknown conditions within the ruins, Yi Tian still needed to act under the guise of the Quanglong mercenary group that if Zhang Chuang harbored any ulterior motives at this juncture, it could potentially jeopardize Yi Tian. Now, with Yi Tian's proclamation, everyone understood that the Quanglong mercenary group was formidable, unafraid to slay disciples of Dao Yuan Palace. In reality, Yi Tian had not thought too deeply. He merely felt that such a declaration would enhance the show's dramatic effect and possibly garner some tips. It was that simple. Observing the flood of comments and donations, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile that he realized that no matter what he did, the audience would always provide reasonable analyses and explanations. They were indeed a talented bunch. Subsequently, he ceased to check the comments and instead focused on the path ahead. For the moment, nothing seemed amiss. The others present were also fixated on the passage. Hardly anyone daring to make a move, especially with 3 corpses lying within. Just as Yi Tian had dispatched the 6 disciples of Daoyuan Palace, 2 more had perished within the passage. 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled out, their faces frozen in horror, eternally captured in death. Why did they die so suddenly? Qing, what do you think? Yi Tian's understanding of this fantastical world was still quite limited. However, he could ask Qing, and indeed, she had the answer. Young sect master, this passage must be fortified with a formation. Based on the state of these 3 cultivators, I deduced that their souls were drawn away by the formation. Qing spoke solemnly. What? Could it be the work of demonic forces? Zhang Chuang exclaimed in shock upon hearing Qing's words. The methods of using living beings to refine pills, extracting spiritual seeds for concocting medicine, or siphoning souls to forge weapons were indeed unmistakably demonic practices. Could it be that the master of these ruins was a demonic cultivator? Yet, it was uncertain whether the ruins were truly left behind by a demonic practitioner, for generally, they would wreak havoc before their demise. Qing shook her head. This could merely be a test designed to select a successor. It does not necessarily imply that the master of the ruins was a demonic cultivator. Regardless of whether they are demonic or not, how do we proceed? Yi Tian inquired, that I saw someone traverse successfully just now. Why didn't they perish? Is it due to their stronger souls? Yi Tian asked. Yes, either they possess a relatively stronger soul, at least stronger than that of the deceased. After all, sometimes it is not about how fast you can run, as long as you are not the slowest. You may survive. Qing's description was vivid, that if 2 individuals are being chased by a beast, you do not necessarily need to run faster than the beast. You just need to be faster than the other person. The same principle applied within this passage. Those with weaker souls had their essences siphoned away by the formation, leading to their immediate demise. They unwittingly shared the burden of the formation's power, allowing others to pass safely. Thus, in order to navigate this passage safely, Yi Tian needed to find a few individuals with weaker souls to act as a buffer. Once more, Yi Tian felt the harshness of this fantastical world. Every realm operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. However, on Earth, it is not as starkly evident. Yet, in the fantastical realm, this principle is laid bare for all to see. Furthermore, possessing some protective treasures could also facilitate passage. As luck would have it, I have a soul-settling pearl, Qing remarked, as she elegantly produced a pearl the size of a longan from a fragrant pouch. This pearl exhibited a semi-transparent azure hue and emanated a peculiar energy that made one feel a heaviness in their mind. This soul-settling pearl has limited energy. We must pass through the passage as swiftly as possible, Qing stated, activating the pearl that a resonant hum filled the air as a hazy azure light enveloped Yi Tian and his companions. Let us go, Yi Tian declared without hesitation, leading the way forward. The others hastily followed suit, all entering the passage. The other cultivators present exchanged glances, having comprehended the secret of the passage. However, lacking treasures and possessing weak souls, they found themselves at a disadvantage. All were cultivators at the 9th transformation of soul ascension, who amongst them had the leisure to cultivate their soul power, unless one was an alchemist, formation master, or other specialized professions that demanded a focus on soul power. Ordinary cultivators had not even touched upon the realm of soul cultivation. Within the passage, Yi Tian led the way as they advanced with urgency. It is all thanks to Qing. Who exactly was Qing? How long would this foreshadowing continue? Speaking of which, is the female lead truly Qing? I feel that the saintess who appeared earlier, the barefooted Yun Xianzi, was even more beautiful. It all depends on whether the scriptwriter wishes to create a harem. I personally suggest gathering them all. Indeed. What saintess, goddess, or demoness? I want them all. I desire to conquer 10 of them. Calm down, it's not you who conquers. It's the young sect master who will. Everyone, I have a premonition that this ruin is left behind by a demonic cultivator. It is likely a conspiracy. In the end, some old demon may attempt to seize control of the young sect master. The audience continuously discussed in the live stream. Meanwhile, Yi Tian felt an unusual pulling force within the passage, targeting the souls of individuals. It felt as though something within his mind yearned to break free. Fortunately, the protection of the soul-settling pearl kept him safe. Finally, he emerged from the passage, checking on the others' conditions. And only when he confirmed that everyone was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. The master of these ruins was likely a demonic cultivator, exceedingly sinister, given the strength of this formation. Very few among the ninth transformation of Soul Ascension could pass through. Qing had experienced the formation's intensity firsthand and spoke, "I share your thoughts. The final inheritance may very well be a trap. Perhaps some soul entity will emerge to seize control," Yi Tian remarked, drawing from his experiences with novels. Simultaneously, he gazed at the scene ahead. Beyond the passage lay a grand hall, within which stood 9 black stone tablets, inscribed with a multitude of texts and patterns. Additionally, numerous cultivators had gathered in this space, engaged in fervent discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. A leading disciple of the Daoyuan Palace surveyed the surroundings and bellowed in anger. However, the sheer number of individuals present, coupled with the dim lighting, created an echo throughout the grand hall, making it impossible to ascertain who was hurling insults at the Daoyuan Palace. "You mother!" From a hidden corner, Yi Tian uttered a string of profanities, causing the live stream audience to erupt in laughter. "Haha, I'll reward you. Is that not enough? You've made me die of laughter," the viewers chimed in. "Streamer, let us maintain civility and decorum. Could you possibly curse in a more vulgar manner? I wish to hear it. It turned out to be allies. Put away your damn Italian cannon and replace it with spaghetti." The disciples of Daoyuan Palace all appeared as if they were naive fools. Had their wits been dulled? Indeed, the entire Daoyuan Palace was destined to be embroiled in this narrative conflict. "I see a bald man. The one collecting protection fees." The live stream was inundated with a torrent of comments and rewards. Some viewers, still at their workplaces, laughed out loud in their offices, while others, sneaking glances at the live stream during class, couldn't suppress their laughter and were promptly caught by their teachers. Such scenes unfolded endlessly. The bastards of the Taishan sect only dare to hide in the shadows. Cowardly scum. Sooner or later, Daoyuan Palace shall trample the Taishan sect and turn you all into slaves. The leading disciple of Daoyuan Palace, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted furiously, "Undoubtedly, if we cannot find the source of the insults, let Taishan sect take the blame. Their grievances with us have long been established." "Nonsense. If we at Taishan sect wish to insult you, we would do so openly and boldly, without fear of acknowledgement." "Exactly, Daoyuan Palace is nothing but a pile of excrement. The disciples of Daoyuan Palace are all like dogs." In an instant, a group of Taishan sect disciples joined in the fray, hurling their own insults. The audience felt enlightened. It turned out that insults in the fantasy world were quite similar. The two sides were on the verge of a brawl. The atmosphere in the grand hall was fraught with tension, prompting many to discreetly distance themselves from the impending conflict for self-preservation. At this moment, 2 groups of individuals stepped forward. "For now, the matters concerning the ruins take precedence, but we should not engage in internal strife. Any grievances can be discussed later. Yes, this ruin may very well be left behind by demonic cultivators. We should unite instead. I am the 3rd Prince of Tianlang County. I ask for your favor." The 2 groups that had emerged were from the top 10 powers of the eastern region, namely the Yaowang Valley and the Lingue sect. That I asked for the one who spoke from behind. Yi Tian deemed him a fool. Did I in the presence of the top 10 powers in the eastern region? What was a mere prince from Tianlang County worth? Who would grant you any favor? However, with someone attempting to mediate, the situation finally began to ease. That I in truth, neither Daoyuan Palace nor Taishan sect wished to engage in a life-and-death struggle at this juncture. The members of Taishan sect were still puzzled, wondering who had initiated the insults. They would certainly inquire later and reprimand that individual for stirring trouble without understanding the circumstances. Nonetheless, the insults were rather impressive. Today, Daoyuan Palace will give Yaowang Valley and Lingue sect face and let you Taishan sect off the hook. The leading disciple of Daoyuan Palace scoffed. At it was evident he had not even mentioned the 3rd prince. What a joke! It was clearly Tai Shin sect that spared your miserable lives. You ought to kneel and thank Yawang Valley and Lingue sect. Likewise, Tai Shin sect held no regard for the third prince. The audience erupted in laughter once again. That I can't take it anymore, folks. I'm cramping up. The atmosphere, which was undeniably tense, only made them want to laugh more. Third prince, don't I deserve some dignity? A world where only the third prince is injured had been established. This live stream is fantastic. I owe the bank $3 million in principal and interest. And I feel like giving up on life, but watching this live stream brings me immense joy. So, when do we start the second round? As a flood of comments surged, Yi Tian discovered that there were already over 3,000 lottery entries. It seemed that such plot developments were indeed necessary to garner more chances for the lottery. The audience was thrilled and excited, leading to generous rewards. All right, everyone, let us quiet down. Let us swiftly commence the second round. We should be deciphering the methods inscribed on the stone tablets, right? The third prince spoke once more. This fellow had quite the appealing appearance, resembling a youthful lad adept at operating a sewing machine, flanked by several subordinates for protection. Finally, everyone ceased to overlook him. Indeed, you are correct. The second round should involve comprehending the methods on the stone tablets, and only by achieving a certain level of understanding can one progress. Should one fail, there is a possibility of being transported out of the ruins, that if anyone exits, they must report the situation immediately. This place seems to be linked to demonic cultivators. Let us begin. Everyone, choose a stone tablet to comprehend. At last, they could commence. Having been delayed for so long, it appeared that no new cultivators had entered the Grand Hall. It seemed that only this number had successfully passed the first round. All others had perished. Yi Tian roughly calculated that the death rate was as high as 1 in 5. 1 in every 5 individuals had died in the first round, in a typical inheritance site. Such occurrences would be unheard of. Thus, this was undoubtedly the realm of demonic cultivators, not a place of righteousness. The methods inscribed on these stone tablets required cautious comprehension. Point 1 misstep, and one could easily succumb to demonic influence. Just as Yi Tian pondered this, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the front. Soon after, the scream morphed into a shrill, piercing laughter, utterly grating on the ears. He, a disciple of Daoyuan Palace, was seen, black blood weeping from his eyes. His visage twisted in a horrifying grimace. He had fallen into demonic madness. Chapter 48. A Clash of Titans, Demonic Madness. This concept diverges from that of becoming a demonic cultivator. How does one become a demonic cultivator? Demonic cultivators are not born as such. Many are ordinary human cultivators who, in pursuit of power, turn to the demonic path. They seize the foundations, bloodlines, and physiques of other cultivators, employ spirit seeds for alchemy, and strip souls, among other methods. To summarize, it can be encapsulated in 2 words: cannibalism. Most demonic arts boil down to this one phrase: eat people. This grants rapid access to immense power, which is the root cause of many righteous cultivators' downfall. Out of 10 demonic cultivators, 9 descend into the demonic path in their quest for strength. This method of cultivation is undoubtedly flawed, leading to demonic madness. Not every demonic cultivator will fall into madness, but those who do are invariably demonic cultivators. The answer is evident. The methods inscribed on these stone tablets are all demonic arts. This disciple of Daoyuan, according to the nature of the demonic cultivator, he is unlikely to pass the test, and it is improbable that he will be let go. The most likely outcome is that he will be killed. Just look at that fellow. He's nearly so frightened that he might wet himself. Ha ha ha, but do not rush. I sense there must be a way out, and surely the situation will take a turn for the better. Wait, look who has arrived. The audience in the live stream was buzzing with discussions, sending a flurry of comments. That moment, everyone in the broadcast saw a robust bald figure striding forward, the bald man collecting protection fees. It was evident that he was headed straight for Yi Tian and his companions. You lot, did you kill my one-eyed brother? I never expected I would misjudge you. You, a mere girl, are actually a formidable being in the spirit realm. A life for a life. None of you shall escape today. The bald man snorted coldly. Internally, he was quite pleased he had specially invited Lu Xiao from the Medicine King Valley to assist him in dealing with Qing, having failed to locate Yi Tian and his group. They fortuitously stumbled upon the opening of the ruins and entered, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Tian and his companions inside. As the saying goes, there is no need to search far when fortune smiles upon you. Lu, I leave this little girl to you. I will handle the others, he sneered, already standing before Yi Tian. In his eyes, Yi Tian was nothing but a complete waste, a nearly defunct, low-tier sex young master. With merely the cultivation of the fourth stage of body refinement, that it was nothing short of a tremendous joke. The only one of concern in this group was Qing, but with Lu Xiao stepping in, he need not worry. Lu Xiao, being a disciple of the Medicine King Valley and a powerful being in the spirit realm, was certainly more than capable of handling Qing. This little bald man dares to collect protection fees from me? Die! Yi Tian wasted no time on idle chatter. After hurling an insult, he unleashed his full power against the bald man. With so many people around, he refrained from releasing his bloodline manifestation, but the spiritual patterns across his body surged, emanating a formidable strength which momentarily stunned the bald man. Spirit pattern realm? Impossible. The bald man thought to himself. Just days ago, when he had seen Yi Tian, he was still merely at the blood refinement stage. How could such a short time have elevated him to the spirit pattern realm? What a ridiculous notion. Even the top talents among the top 10 forces could not match such a rapid cultivation speed. However, before the bald man could comprehend, Yi Tian had already struck. With the 36 styles of mountaineering being executed with unparalleled might, he closed in and aimed a blow at the bald man's head. I am in the spirit manifestation realm. The bald man roared, summoning his spirit manifestation behind him, his aura surging as he also initiated an attack against Yi Tian, employing the same 36 styles of mountaineering. Although this martial art was of a high level, Qing had stated that the initial forms were widely disseminated, that if the one-eyed dragon could master this technique, it was only natural that the bald man could as well. At this moment, it was 36 styles of mountaineering against 36 styles of mountaineering. One could not deny that the bald man's strength surpassed that of any disciple from the Dao Yuan Palace at the same level. It was evident that he had truly experienced numerous life-and-death battles. If a disciple from the Dao Yuan Palace were present at this moment, they might not have been able to respond as swiftly and would likely have been swiftly defeated by Yi Tian. Nevertheless, Yi Tian remained utterly confident. Today, the bald man was destined to die. Thud. With a deafening sound, Yi Tian and the bald man were locked in combat. Chapter 49 Lu, save me. Yi Tian battled the bald man. Spirit pattern realm against spirit manifestation realm. Mountaineering against mountaineering. Both were employing the 36 styles of mountaineering. Yi Tian, adorned with the spiritual treasure cloud treading boots, moved swiftly, yet the bald man had also trained in movement techniques, matching him in speed. In their initial exchange, they were evenly matched. This spectacle left many bystanders in shock. Who is this disciple? Few possess the demeanor capable of executing the 36 styles of mountaineering with such prowess. Could he be a disciple of the Dao Yuan Palace? Nonsense. He is from the Taishin sect. No, he is wearing the garb of a mercenary group. He must be a rugged fighter honed in battle. The Tian Yi Qiren, this person belongs to our Dao Yuan Palace. The insignificant Taishin sect should step aside. Haha, Dao Yuan Palace folks, perhaps you should first consider whether you can survive before speaking. Amidst the clamor, tensions nearly flared again between the Dao Yuan Palace and Taishin sect factions. Yet, the Dao Yuan Palace members remained unaware that Yi Tian had already set his sights on obliterating them. The beloved disciple of the palace master, Feng Zhua, had already perished at his hands, and the body lay within the confines of his system space. Would it not be more captivating if the streamer were to join the Dao Yuan Palace? That seems unlikely. He has enmity with them. How could he join? Not necessarily. He has killed members of the Dao Yuan Palace's Li Palace, but there are other palaces within Dao Yuan Palace, and their relationships may not be cordial. There is some merit to that, but I still feel joining the Taishin sect would be more advantageous. Yes, with the streamer's talent, joining the Taishin sect would surely afford him protection. Whereas in the Dao Yuan Palace, his life or death would hinge on others' whims. That would not do. Why isn't this bald man dead yet? Previously, the streamer would eliminate enemies in an instant. It's different. The bald man possesses extensive combat experience. The live stream was flooded with comments. The scene was utterly exhilarating. In the dimly lit hall, 9 stone tablets loomed, and chaos reigned throughout. Some had succumbed to madness, attacking others, while others seized the opportunity to assault members of rival sects, and anguished cries echoed as lives were lost. Yi Tian's battle was fierce. Not only was Yi Tian engaged with the bald man, but Qing'er was also locked in combat with Lu Xiao from the Medicine King Valley. De Zhuang, let us hurry and lend a hand. You go assist big brother, while I help sister Qing. At that moment, Yi spoke to De Zhuang. Zhang Haoran had not cultivated and was not even a practitioner, so he could not join the fray. Upon hearing Yi's words, De Zhuang nodded and stepped forward. How could you cultivate so quickly? Were you merely masquerading before? You cannot possibly be the young master of the Qingyang sect. Who are you? The bald man, increasingly alarmed as the battle wore on, queried that he was baffled, as this exceeded his understanding, that if you wish to know, go ask the one-eyed dragon. Yi Tian retorted with a cold laugh to these words. The bald man was infuriated. Do you think I cannot kill you? He bellowed, forming a seal with his hand, revealing yet another trick up his sleeve. Yet at that moment, he failed to notice that De Zhuang had already approached him from behind, without a word. Wearing a silly grin, he threw a punch. Bang! De Zhuang's punch was delivered with all his might. With De Zhuang's current level of body refinement, a mere fourth-stage practitioner was nothing more than child's play. Even a practitioner at the 9th transformation of spirit elevation would be in for a heavy price if careless. In that moment, the bald man was in such a position that he was in the midst of casting a spell. His aura surging, likely invoking a secret technique that could temporarily deplete his potential and enhance his power. But De Zhuang's punch interrupted him. The backlash from the secret technique, combined with De Zhuang's immense strength, caused the bald man to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his internal energy spiraling into chaos, and searing pain coursed through him. You are so despicable, resorting to a sneak attack. He spat, coughing up more blood as he rapidly retreated, attempting to distance himself from Yi Tian. Lu, save me. The bald man cried out desperately while retreating, but he was met with De Zhuang's silly laughter. Now, while the bald man had gained some distance from Yi Tian, De Zhuang was still close at hand. De Zhuang launched another punch, and the bald man hastily retaliated. Although he managed to push De Zhuang back, his situation deteriorated further. How can you not even defeat a spirit pattern realm cultivator? Lu Xiao turned to look, his heart sinking. This useless bald man was retreating step by step. Lu, why haven't you dispatched that little girl? The bald man retorted. Damn it, she is no ordinary being in the spirit realm. Lu Xiao was exasperated, but he had initially thought this mission would be a walk in the park, but now, they were trapped in the den of the demonic cultivators, with uncertain paths ahead. Their opponents were terrifyingly strong. He was about to be dragged down by this bald man. Facing off against Qing'er, Lu Xiao found himself in a rather precarious situation that in truth, practitioners from the Medicine King Valley were not particularly adept in combat. Otherwise, why would it be called the Medicine King Valley and not the War King Valley? This sect primarily thrived on selling medicines to become one of the top 10 sects in terms of combat prowess. They were not particularly formidable. Other sects typically sought out the Medicine King Valley for their medicines, even pleading for them that in the mystical world, how could one not have access to various elixirs? Thus, all major factions were reluctant to offend the Medicine King Valley and instead sought to cultivate good relations, which was the foundation of the Medicine King Valley's existence at this moment. Although Lu Xiao was a practitioner in the spirit realm, one level above Qing'er, he found the battle exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he sensed that Qing'er was not exerting her full strength. Thus, how could he find the opportunity to assist the bald man? Merely maintaining his own safety was already a considerable feat. Yiya, retreat. Qing'er continued to press Lu Xiao while urging Yiya to retreat, that Yiya's abilities were still lacking. Should she intervene at this moment, she could easily be seized by Lu Xiao and become a hostage. Her intentions were noble, yet Qing'er insisted on her withdrawal, and Yiya, obediently, stepped back without hesitation. That in truth, Lu Xiao did harbor such intentions, but Qing'er had seen through him. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he thought, this cannot go on. I shall cease my attacks. I am a disciple of Yaowang Valley. Grant me some consideration. As Lu Xiao observed Qing'er's increasingly fierce onslaught, he felt himself unable to withstand it any longer. If this continued, he might perish here. Thus, he hastily called for a halt. Lu Xiong, save me. At that moment, the bald man once again sought help, for Yi Tian had already launched an assault, intent on taking his life. The bald man was grievously injured, blood spewing from his mouth. Witnessing his pitiful state, Lu Xiao could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. How to rescue him? Yet, upon reflection, the bald man was quite filial. Often presenting him with benefits and inviting him to indulge in pleasures at the brothel, it would be a great pity for such a considerate subordinate to perish. Ladies and gentlemen, let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. Spare the bald man, and I am willing to offer compensation. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth and spoke. Bang! Yi Tian struck once more, delivering a powerful blow to the bald man's chest. The bald man was sent flying, crashing against a stone tablet, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Yi Tian approached, seizing the bald man by the neck and dragging him over. What compensation? Pray enlighten me. He grinned at Lu Xiao. This scene made Lu Xiao's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This fellow is truly ruthless. The bald man is on the brink of death. I did not bring anything of value on this outing. How about this? Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to you. Lu Xiao proposed. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. I see. You wish to profit without offering anything in return? Bald man, did you hear that? It is not my intention to kill you. Rather, it is your Lu Xiong who is inadequate. Yi Tian mocked, placing his foot upon the bald man's head, laughing that in the next moment, he prepared to exert force and crush the bald man. Wait, I have something. I will give you everything. Cough, cough. I will give it all to you. The bald man, terrified for his life, struggled to retrieve a storage bag from his bosom and placed it at Yi Tian's feet. The storage bag is considered the most rudimentary form of storage treasure, that higher-grade items typically manifest as rings, bracelets, necklaces, or belts. This storage bag was unappealing and its internal space limited. Yi Tian picked it up, inspected its contents, and then shook his head. You possess less wealth than that one-eyed dragon. This will not suffice. Yi Tian stowed the storage bag away and remarked, truly merciless. The bald man was furious, spitting blood once more. How could the one-eyed dragon possibly be wealthier than him? Yi Tian is undoubtedly insatiable. I genuinely did not bring anything valuable. Just these medicinal herbs and a few elixirs. Take them if you wish, or else forget it. Lu Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his rising fury, and from the storage treasure he extracted some herbs and elixirs. Yi Tian glanced at them, his pupils narrowing. Cloud leaf vine. Good heavens, this truly is a stroke of fortune. To prolong Zhang Haoren's life, this cloud leaf vine is precisely what I need. I never expected it to come from Lu Xiao. Without a second thought, Yi Tian gathered all of these items into the system space. Very well. I shall grant your Yaowang Valley some consideration, Yi Tian stated. Upon hearing this, the bald man sighed in relief, while Lu Xiao's face broke into a smile. This venture into the ruins had brought them enemies, all because of the bald man. Preserving the bald man's life would allow them to extract recompense for their losses later. If the bald man perished, how could they reclaim their debts? Those from Yaowang Valley are not only alchemists but also merchants, skilled in calculations. By the way, where's your griffin beast? I require that as well. Yi Tian suddenly recalled that the bald man had a griffin mount. That creature can fly. It is precisely the kind of asset Yi Tian desires. The bald man felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had thought Yi Tian had forgotten and was secretly pleased. Yet Yi Tian had not forgotten. That griffin is not mine. It belongs to Lu Xiong. The bald man lied. Indeed, it is mine, Lu Xiao chimed in quickly. However, Yi Tian was unconcerned by their claims, his foot firmly pressing down upon the bald man's head once more. That I do not care whose it is. It must belong to me now. Refuse, and you shall die. Yi Tian increased the pressure, causing the bald man's head to buzz. That I will give it, he cried, pounding the stone ground beneath him. Only then did Yi Tian loosen his foot. How do you control the griffin? Where is it now? Yi Tian continued to inquire. There is a special whistle in my storage bag. By blowing it with spiritual energy, it emits a specific sound wave to summon the griffin. It is frolicking nearby. Once you exit the ruins, simply blow the whistle, and it will come. That I truly give you everything. Please spare my life. The bald man was on the verge of tears. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Why do I feel that our junior sect master is the real villain here? Yi Tian, known as Yi the Skinner. The bald man wept. I see it now, ha. That Lu Xiao is from Yaowang Valley. And there are quite a few disciples from Yaowang Valley here. Why not kill him as well? In the past, the bald man had made a grand entrance riding the griffin, his imposing presence forcing our junior sect master to sit on the ground. Now he finds himself beneath the foot of the junior sect master, bald man. Can I be killed now? Where's my box meal? The audience was thoroughly entertained, showering gifts generously as they enjoyed the show. Those with a bit of spare cash were eager to contribute. For ordinary folk, parting with large sums was difficult, but a few dollars for a drink or a pack of cigarettes was hardly an issue. Yi Tian amassed a considerable number of lottery opportunities that he felt that after this ruin expedition, he might surpass 10,000 chances to draw. Friends, shall we release him now? Lu Xiao inquired of Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded, prompting the bald man to exhale a sigh of relief, lying there as he caught his breath. Lu Xiao too felt a sense of relief. This predicament had been resolved, and now they must consider how to safely exit this cursed ruin of the demon cultivators. Yet, at that moment, something astonishing occurred to Yi Tian crouched down, his fingers aligned, directly plunging into the bald man's dantia. The bald man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, and in the next instant, Yi Tian withdrew a spirit seed from within his dantia. Only 4 lines? Yi Tian glanced at it and shook his head. It seems the bald man's aptitude is lacking. He should reach the 9th transformation of spiritual evolution at best. His formidable combat strength relies solely on years of battle experience. After all, this fellow must be nearing 40, yet he remains in the spirit-forming realm. He is certainly no genius. With the spirit seed forcibly extracted by Yi Tian, the bald man's aura began to plummet rapidly. He had been reduced to an ordinary person. Over 30 years of arduous cultivation, all for naught. This is sheer tyranny. You have taken his spirit seed. How is that different from killing him? Lu Xiao roared in anger. Stepping forward, his aura surging, ready to strike at Yi Tian. Yet, Qing'er also stepped forward, blocking his path. Qing'er's gaze was clear. If you keep talking, I shall extract your spirit seed too. Lu Xiao bit his lip. Refraining from defending the bald man. The deed had already been done. Could it be replanted? The bald man was finished. Demon cultivators. This group is composed of demon cultivators, extracting spirit seeds for their own cultivation. Perhaps this ruin was deliberately released by them, simply to eliminate us righteous cultivators. Lu Xiao retreated, standing alongside the disciples of Yaowang Valley, who had rushed over, loudly proclaiming, extracting spirit seeds is indeed not the way of righteousness. Only demon cultivators engage in such practices. Instantly, all the cultivators present turned their gazes toward Yi Tian, his hand bloodied, clutching a spirit seed. How to explain this? This move places the junior sect master in a precarious situation. It is not a wise choice. I believe he is too merciful. After gaining the benefits, he should have killed the bald man directly. Yes, eradicate the root to prevent future troubles. Lu Xiao must be killed too. Why then did he extract the bald man's spirit seed? What is the arrangement of this script? We shall find out soon. I sense that the junior sect master surely has his reasons for this. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with discussions about the matter, while at that moment, Yi Tian chuckled. Whether there are demon cultivators mixed in here, I do not know. But what I do know is that if everyone wishes to leave, they must cultivate the demonic arts. Yi Tian extended his hand, pointing toward the 9 stone tablets ahead, and spoke. Lu Xiao continued to interrogate. The bald man is now a useless being. How can he still be exploited? The medicinal herbs and elixirs lost earlier are all in vain. Who can he turn to for compensation? Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Yi Tian let out a cold snort, casting a glance at him as if he were a fool. I just observed that the inscription on this stele details a demonic technique that requires the cultivation of other spiritual seeds. That is why I extracted my enemy's spiritual seed. It serves to eliminate future threats and prepare for the second trial. Yi Tian declared with clarity. Lu Xiao immediately turned his gaze to the stele, his expression darkening. Yi Tian spoke the truth. The demonic technique inscribed on the stele indeed necessitated the spiritual seeds of other cultivators for self-enhancement. Yet, even so, was that not exceedingly cruel? Indeed, there are other demonic techniques available to pass the second trial, yet you insist on extracting someone's spiritual seed. Foolishness. He has enmity with that bald man. By extracting the spiritual seed, he effectively renders the bald man utterly incapacitated, ensuring no future repercussions. Quite right. This young man appears so handsome. How could he possibly be a demon cultivator? Do not speak with such venom. I stand in support of this young man. He is clearly a good soul, while the bald man is undoubtedly wicked. This individual is decisive in action, possesses formidable strength, and remarkable talent. Who is his sect? The Quanglong mercenary group? As Yi Tian elucidated, coupled with his handsome visage, numerous female cultivators in the crowd began to rally behind him. That it is said that beauty is justice. Some sects had already set their sights on Yi Tian, eager to recruit him. Regardless of the rest, the mere fact that he, at the spiritual pattern realm, could defeat those at the spiritual elephant realm marked him as an exceptional talent with boundless potential. How could a mere mercenary group contain such a dragon among fish? This person belongs to our Daoyuan Palace. A disciple of Daoyuan Palace stepped forward, clearly impressed by Yi Tian's earlier confrontation with the bald man and Lu Xiao. This was also one of Daoyuan Palace's fine traditions. Yi Tian's straightforwardness made him perfectly suited for their ranks. Yi Tian himself was taken aback by the recognition from Daoyuan Palace. Absurd, could such a small sect as Daoyuan Palace truly accommodate someone of his caliber? He ought to join my Taishin sect instead. Immediately, a member of Taishin sect spoke up. For Taishin sect, any opportunity to vex Daoyuan Palace must be seized. A cultivator of such exceptional talent joining Daoyuan Palace would undoubtedly pose a threat to Taishin sect in the future. It is important to note that even among the top 10 sects, disciples with such remarkable performance are few and far between. Wait, this individual killed 6 disciples of Daoyuan Palace during the first trial and claimed he would eradicate Daoyuan Palace afterwards. At that moment, a cultivator at the spiritual seed realm stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at him, recognizing him as someone he had encountered outside the first trial's corridor, notable for his horse-like visage. Instantly, a swarm of Daoyuan Palace disciples turned their attention to Yi Tian, while those from Taishin's sect displayed expressions of delight. Could it be that this fellow harbored animosity towards Daoyuan Palace? What a joke! A cultivator at the spiritual pattern realm, threatened to annihilate one of the top 10 forces in the eastern region, Daoyuan Palace. Do you have any idea how many generals and kings Daoyuan Palace possesses? Yi Tian retorted sharply. Isn't it just that during the first trial, I collected a bit of protection money from you? You dare to use such a clumsy excuse to slander me. The horse-faced man was left dumbfounded. Really, I spoke nothing but the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask them. They all heard it. He hurriedly glanced at a few companions nearby. However, to his dismay, these companions all silently retreated a few steps. The primary reason was Yi Tian's formidable strength and the audacity of his words. Who would believe such claims unless they had heard them firsthand? The horse-faced man was in peril. Our young master is so wicked. I adore it. To survive in this brutal world of fantasy, one must be this way. Why bother with anything else? Just based on his looks, I could forgive him for anything. Our young master is always right. Everyone, chant along. The audience was thoroughly pleased with Yi Tian's performance. The earlier boastful remark was now flawlessly resolved, without a single flaw. Dezhuang, take him out. Yi Tian beckoned to Dezhuang. With a foolish grin, Dezhuang approached the horse-faced man. The latter attempted to resist, but he was no match for Dezhuang and was swiftly knocked to the ground, his skull shattered, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and he perished, following Yi Tian's example. Dezhuang extracted the man's spiritual seed. Goodness, the Qingyang sect is practically filled with villains. In dealing with enemies, Yi Tian was undeniably ruthless, showing not a trace of mercy, much to the audience's delight. Please, you must join Daoyuan Palace. What is the point of lingering in a mere mercenary group? Daoyuan Palace is your true home. The disciples of Daoyuan Palace admired Yi Tian immensely. Seeing Yi Tian continued, his hands deftly weaving intricate seals as he manipulated the flames of the alchemical furnace, overseeing the purification and fusion of various herbs within. The essence of alchemy lies in the transformation of raw herbs into potent elixirs. The primary objective of this process is to extract the quintessence of the medicinal ingredients and amalgamate them into a singular pill possessing specific effects. A slight miscalculation at any stage could render all efforts futile. The consequences could range from a mere failure of the elixir to catastrophic explosions of the furnace itself. That is a common experience for every alchemist to have encountered such mishaps. And the creation of failed pills is an all too familiar occurrence. To ascend to the ranks of a high-grade alchemist requires a vast reservoir of resources and countless attempts to accumulate the necessary experience. Yet, Yi Tian succeeded on his very first attempt. He had come to realize that in the realms of martial arts and alchemy, he was indeed a prodigy among prodigies, that it was evident that his skills and formations, talismans, and artifact crafting would also pose no challenge. Perhaps this was a boon bestowed upon traversers of realms, a gift intertwined with the essence of two lives. As these thoughts coursed through Yi Tian's mind, the furnace began to yield an array of solidified elixirs that in the next moment, with a decisive clap upon the furnace, a rush of scorching air erupted from the opening, revealing 10 pills, which Yi Tian deftly caught in his hand. The potions were complete. Holding the elixirs, Yi Tian could not suppress a smile. With these pills, he could finally stabilize Zhang Haoran's condition, enabling him to commence his own cultivation. He could already perceive the glimmer of hope in Zhang Haoran's eyes. Who among the living wishes for death? Haoran, you have waited long enough, Yi Tian said, extending the elixirs toward Zhang Haoran with a smile. Zhang Haoran accepted the pills, opening his mouth as if to speak. Yet words eluded him. His reserved nature made it difficult for him to express gratitude, but Yi Tian could discern from the look in his eyes that his life henceforth belonged to Yi Tian. Congratulations, young sect master, on your successful alchemy. The unambiguous triumph was met with a tremor from the furnace, rendering the atmosphere rather dull. Why does that sound so awkward? Am I misinterpreting it? Yi Tian mused. Observing the stunned expressions of the onlookers from Yaowang Valley, including Lu Xiao, who appeared utterly baffled. All right, we understand. Yaowang Valley is also eager to recruit talents, and they have high hopes for the young sect master. The protagonist's aura was undeniably potent. The viewers in the live broadcast erupted into a flurry of discussions in the comment section. That moment, Zhang Haoran could no longer hold back and swallowed one of the elixirs. This was a formula provided by the system, known as the Fusion Spirit Pill, that was not merely intended for individuals like Zhang Haoran, who possessed a mixed bloodline of both human and demon. The primary use of this elixir was to suppress and resolve conflicts arising from the amalgamation of two or more powers within the body. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Yi Tian's mind. Could this fusion spirit pill be employed to simultaneously cultivate both righteous and demonic techniques? He hastily inquired within his mind. As expected, the system responded with mockery. Foolish one, that amongst all demonic techniques, none can compare to your ancient divine art. At least not on the Tianxian continent. Even if you were to practice demonic arts, they would soon be wholly suppressed and assimilated by your ancient divine art. Furthermore, your bloodline and constitution are impervious to demonic influence. It would be challenging for you to even become corrupted by demonic power. Though the system's response was laced with disdain for Yi Tian, it provided him with a sense of reassurance. With this knowledge, he could confidently pursue the practice of demonic arts without fear of self-destruction. But what about Xing'er and the others? Can they use it? Yi Tian continued to probe. Yes. The system, however, seemed disinclined to engage further. Yi Tian cursed the system internally before noticing that the practitioners from Yaowang Valley were all staring at him with rapt attention. Yi Tian, is it? Whom did you learn your alchemy from? Lu Xiao inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Despite their previous conflicts, he recognized the adage that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interest. That if he could recruit Yi Tian to Yaowang Valley, the benefits would be immense. My alchemical master is named Hua Tuo, hailing from the Xinzhou Kingdom, Yi Tian replied. The audience in the live broadcast erupted into laughter, while Lu Xiao wore a face of shock and confusion. Who was Hua Tuo? What power was the Xinzhou Kingdom? He had never heard of such entities. Could it be a sect from the central continent? Lu Xiao's acting was commendable, feigning ignorance of Hua Tuo and Xinzhou Kingdom while putting on a performance. Is there a possibility that he truly doesn't know? Here we go again. You who believe the broadcast is real, I advise you to cease your delusions. Exactly. This broadcast is undoubtedly scripted. Such a simple matter hardly warranted discussion. It was clearly staged. By now, most viewers still believe the broadcast to be a performance. Just as Lu Xiao was about to ask further questions, Yi Tian had already begun to practice the demonic technique inscribed upon the stone tablet before him. The technique, known as the Devouring Spirit Method, was exceedingly domineering, allowing the practitioner to seize the spiritual seeds and foundations of other cultivators, absorbing and refining them to swiftly enhance one's own power. Yet it was also one of the easiest methods to fall into demonic corruption, as the energies within the bodies of other practitioners would clash with one's own, leading to chaotic and uncontrollable energy. However, Yi Tian hesitated not for a moment, directly activating this demonic technique and commencing the absorption of the energy from the bald man's spirit seed. The unfortunate bald man lay nearby like a dead dog, helplessly watching as the essence he had painstakingly cultivated dimmed in Yi Tian's grasp. Chapter 53. The third trial. Witnessing this scene, the bald man began to weep that he had always been the one to bully others. Reveling in the pleasure of oppressing the weak, that as the cycle of karma would have it, it was now his turn to be victimized. Everything he held dear was mercilessly snatched away by Yi Tian. To this day, he still could not believe that not long ago, Yi Tian had merely been at the blood refinement stage. If only he had eliminated Yi Tian back then. The bald man was engulfed in profound regret and anguish. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was advancing rapidly in his cultivation. His identity as a traverser, bolstered by the system, coupled with his formidable bloodline and physique, marked him as an unparalleled genius. The rudimentary demonic techniques were grasped with but a glance. How exhilarating! The energy within the bald man's spirit seed was entirely absorbed into Yi Tian's body, ultimately merging with his own spiritual seed. Upon introspection, Yi Tian discovered that his dragon-shaped spirit seed swallowed the energy whole, leaving him with no discomfort whatsoever. It seemed that even without this crude demonic technique, he could effortlessly absorb the powers of others. Yi Tian pondered, reflecting on how he had similarly absorbed the energy from the blood-red python's crystal. It was all a matter of principle. Does this mean I have successfully passed the second trial? Yi Tian mused internally to that moment. Others within the Grand Hall were equally perplexed that I have successfully practiced the demonic technique. Yet why have I not passed the second trial? I too have succeeded, yet there has been no sign of progress. What is going on? Is this demonic cultivation relic toying with us? Others who had not practiced the technique speculated that perhaps the second trial required all participants to practice the demonic arts. How ruthless! Those who refuse to cultivate will be compelled to do so by others. Ah, I see. Who else is yet to cultivate? Hurry up. A brief session of demonic cultivation won't have much impact. We can always consume some elixirs to recover later. Yaowang Valley can provide such pills. True to their reputation, Yaowang Valley had already begun to capitalize on the situation that Yi Tian estimated that he had indeed succeeded. But the others from Qingyang sect and several members of the Quanglong mercenary group had yet to begin their cultivation. Here, each of you take a fusion spirit pill. Yi Tian distributed the pills to Qing'er, Yiya, and De Zhuang, ensuring each received one. As for the Quanglong mercenary group, Yi Tian hesitated to part with them. That moment, Shunzi suddenly knelt down. Father, please grant me a pill. I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. This declaration left Yi Tian momentarily speechless. That he knew Shunzi was shameless, but he never anticipated such audacity. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh. He truly had no way to deal with such a person. This is a life-sustaining elixir for my brother. Crafting it is not difficult, but I lack the raw materials, Yi Tian explained, knowing that Zhang Haoran's life was at stake in comparison to a future demon emperor. Shunzi's life was certainly of lesser value. Yi Tian had already employed the Heavenly Sun's gazing technique and discerned that Shunzi possessed mediocre talent and a weak constitution, with only two traits, lecherousness and shamelessness. My good sir, I have seen all the herbs you used earlier. They can be found in Tianlang County, and we are willing to pay. Zhang Chuang earnestly addressed Yi Tian. Although he was unaware of the specific properties of the elixir, he recognized that if Yi Tian urged his companions to consume it, it must surely be beneficial. Shunzi's fear of death was evident, and Zhang Chuang shared that sentiment. Who among them did not fear death? Very well. Our acquaintance can be deemed a matter of fate, and thus, I present to you 3 elixirs. There is no need for payment. As Yi Tian spoke, he extended 3 elixirs. However, his true intention was to win over Zhang Chuang. For he had observed through the Emperor's Qi observation technique that Zhang Chuang possessed a unique destiny. At the age of 39, he would encounter a significant opportunity. Given that the Emperor's Qi observation technique had marked it as special, it was undoubtedly not trivial that Yi Tian understood that Zhang Chuang was not a mere supporting character. Rather, he was likely to unfold a subplot. Therefore, it was imperative that he not perish here. After receiving the elixirs, Shunzi bowed deeply to Yi Tian. Yet Yi Tian found himself too apathetic to respond. Shunzi clung to him like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Subsequently, apart from Zhang Haoran, the others began their cultivation of the demonic arts. Qing Er faced no issues. She had a significant background. Yi, possessing a unique constitution, was also unlikely to encounter problems. As for De Zhuang, with his pure heart, Yi Tian harbored no concerns. The only requirement for the Quanglang Mercenary Corps was that Zhang Chuang must survive. With the spirit fusion elixir in hand, he should be fine. Yi Tian's greatest apprehension remained Zhang Haoran. At that moment, Zhang Haoran opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented vitality. I feel ready. Young master, which demonic art should I cultivate? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian surveyed the 9 stone tablets and promptly made his choice. The Beast God technique, which directly absorbs the blood and flesh power of demonic beasts, as well as their essence crystals, significantly accelerates the cultivation speed. Given that you already possess the bloodline of a demonic beast, it suits you perfectly. However, what you currently lack is the essence crystals. Yi Tian elaborated that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chuang produced a handful of essence crystals. These are the spoils from our last venture with the Quanglang Mercenary Corps, that we intended to sell them at our base. But upon hearing of the ruins, we hurried here instead. Zhang Chuang eagerly handed all the essence crystals to Yi Tian, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his utility. All right, I shall remember this favor. Yi Tian nodded, passing the essence crystals to Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran examined the stone tablet's demonic arts and immediately commenced his cultivation. His progress was rapid, originally an ordinary person with no cultivation experience. He succeeded in a short time, breaking through to the blood refinement stage and reaching the meridian transformation stage. The members of the Quanglang Mercenary Corps exhibited remarkable prowess. Only 3 individuals appeared relatively weak. The remaining 5, including the little girl, were far from ordinary. Some quietly speculated, amusingly noting that the 3 weaker individuals were, in fact, the true members of the Quanglang Mercenary Corps, while the 5 from Qingyang sect were not part of the mercenary group at all. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals completed their cultivation of the demonic arts. Naturally, many succumbed to madness, turning their aggression towards those nearby that if they were from significant factions, they might manage to control the deranged cultivators temporarily. However, those from smaller factions, lacking any backing, suffered dire fates, meeting their end on the spot. The Grand Hall resembled a hell's cape, littered with corpses. Notably, Lu Xiao also practiced a demonic art that absorbed the blood and flesh power of other cultivators, directly refining a bald-headed man into a lifeless husk, his eyes wide open in death. Finally, all cultivators within the Grand Hall completed the second trial. Those who did not either succumbed to madness or perished. At that moment, the 9 stone tablets emitted a deep black light, intertwining to form a grand formation. The path to the third trial. Chapter 54. Contending for the legacy, at last they could depart from this place. All cultivators present exhaled in relief, eagerly stepping into the formation, their figures vanishing. Just who had left behind this ruin? It is utterly repugnant. If one does not understand, one must inquire. Is this reasonable? Why have so many powerful individuals outside failed to detect any anomalies? To realize that this is a ruin left by a demonic cultivator. The mystical world is perilous. A multitude of cultivators perish without warning. The lives of those in the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations are as insignificant as blades of grass. The design of this demonic art is utterly ineffective for someone as gifted as the young master. It is indeed a flaw. What a joke. Do you think there are many individuals with such gifts across the entire Tianxian continent? They are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, you know? Let us see what the third trial entails. How many trials are there in total? The live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments. This expedition into the ruins had proven immensely thrilling for the audience that, of course, some raised questions, yet they could all be rationalized. In summary, existence itself is justification enough that Yi Tian and his companions stepped into the formation. Entering the third trial, undoubtedly, the challenges would grow increasingly formidable. Given the number of casualties in the second trial, the stakes in the third were uncertain. Yi Tian had prepared himself for the worst. Upon entering the formation, A flash passed before their eyes, and they found themselves once again within a grand hall. However, unlike before, this hall exhibited an eerie black and white hue, with black and white intertwining in a disorienting manner, leaving one feeling dizzy upon a mere glance. The entire hall was devoid of substance, rendering comprehension elusive to that moment. A chilling laughter echoed forth that a group of so-called righteous cultivators, driven by the instinct for survival, have resorted to practicing demonic arts to reach this point. What are your thoughts? What constitutes righteousness and what defines demonic? To me, they are all but jokes. Only power remains eternal, the principles of the universe. The balance of yin and yang, the fusion of righteousness and demonic paths lead directly to a path that ascends to the heavens. Alas, I am but one step away from sealing my kingship. Come now, let the battle commence. The final victor shall inherit my legacy, my lifelong cultivation. This voice reverberated through the hall, sending shivers down everyone's spines that it appeared that the third trial was indeed the final challenge. And this trial demanded that all engage in a battle to determine the ultimate victor. Was this not akin to nurturing a goo? This was indeed a scheme to foster conflict. System, is he speaking the truth? Yi Tian inquired within his mind. Utter nonsense. He's simply too weak to attain kingship, so he devised an evil path, brainwashing himself to the point of believing it. Pure foolishness that Yi Tian knew that this divine streaming system had always been quite humane. However, hearing the system berate this old fool made him suppress a laugh, that he was the only one in the hall who felt amusement. Others were consumed by anxiety. Wait, everyone, I have a solution at that moment. A disciple from Daoyuan Palace stepped forward. Yi Tian turned to look, nearly bursting into laughter once more. This fellow was familiar. He was a leader among the disciples of Daoyuan Palace, known for his verbosity and penchant for drawing attention to himself, often believing himself to be exceptionally clever. This trial seeks to determine the final victor to accept the legacy, yet it need not be a fight to the death. Why not elect a champion among ourselves to accept the legacy? Upon his declaration, he surveyed the crowd with a smug expression. Surprisingly, his proposal garnered considerable support, as expected of a disciple from Daoyuan Palace. How astute! I second this proposal. I cast my vote for you to accept the legacy. Indeed, we merely wish to survive and have no desire to claim that legacy. I abstain. I shall stand at the edge of the hall, refusing to partake in any combat that do not strike me. Brothers, let us swiftly select a champion to accept the legacy, so we may conclude this expedition into the ruins that my wife is about to give birth at home, and I am anxious to return. The legacy of a demonic cultivator, and Daoyuan Palace is not averse to it. Is this what it means to be a prestigious sect, one of the top 10 in the eastern region? I, of Yawang Valley, declare my withdrawal. You may decide amongst yourselves. The majority chose to forfeit. Indeed, some were intrigued, as it was said that one could attain kingship. Yet a moment's reflection revealed that such an opportunity would not be theirs. Why stir trouble when it could lead to death? More and more individuals retreated to the corners of the Grand Hall, leaving only a sparse few standing in the center. To many's astonishment, the Kuang Lang mercenary corps remained steadfast in their position. Young master brother? Qing Er turned to Yi Tian, inquiring. This group looked to Yi Tian for guidance, awaiting his stance that in truth, Yi Tian was indeed tempted. This appeared to be a shortcut to rapidly enhance one's strength. At that moment, he sought counsel from the system, questioning whether he could withstand the legacy of a half-step king with his current cultivation, that if that old wretch attempted to usurp his body or engage in any nefarious schemes. Would there be any danger? Though he was intrigued, safety must be ensured first, that no issues. The system's succinct response filled Yi Tian with elation. Excellent. He had resolved to claim this legacy. Why are you still here? Do you truly believe you are qualified to contend for this legacy? I neglected to mention, my name is Zhang Xian, a disciple from Daoyuan Palace, in the Nirvana spirit realm. In front of them stood a disciple from the Daoyuan Palace, who let out a cold laugh and turned to Yi Tian, saying, What a surprise! Just a moment ago, you were eager to join us at the Daoyuan Palace, and now you turn your back without a moment's hesitation. Who would have thought that the people of Daoyuan Palace could be so fickle? Who among us isn't in the Nirvana spirit realm? Ling Gui sect, Su Chan. As he spoke, another individual stepped forward, clad in a gray robe, representing the Ling Gui sect, also possessing the cultivation of the Nirvana spirit realm. The Nirvana spirit realm is the final stage of the 9 transformations of ascending spirit. One more step, and it would be the general's realm. Shortly thereafter, yet another figure emerged. Li Wen from the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, also at the Nirvana spirit realm. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance is likewise among the top 10 in the eastern region. Thus, only 4 individuals remained on the scene, vying for this legacy. Zhang Xian from Dao Yuan Palace, Su Chan from Ling Gui Sect, Li Wen from 10,000 Beasts Alliance, and Yi Tian from the Quanglong Mercenary Corps. The first 3 hail from the top 10 of the eastern region, having reached the Nirvana spirit realm, while Yi Tian, dressed in mercenary attire, was merely at the spirit pattern realm. Little brother, this legacy is no trivial matter. You should withdraw promptly. Although you have practiced demonic arts, it won't have a significant impact. Once you exit, our Taishin sect will help you eliminate the demonic influence without leaving a trace. At that moment, a figure from Taishin sect stepped forward, addressing Yi Tian that he was the leader of this group of disciples, bearing a square face named Zhao Zhong, known for his unwavering integrity. However, upon hearing this, Yi Tian merely shook his head and smiled that I appreciate the goodwill, but I still wish to contend for this legacy that if Taishin sect could lend a hand, I would be immensely grateful and would repay the favor. At Yi Tian's words, everyone present was taken aback. Did he truly intend to compete for this legacy? A mere spirit pattern realm cultivator, without any backing, not only sought to claim this legacy, but also boldly asked Taishin sect for assistance. Such audacity. Instantly, Zhang Xian of Dao Yuan Palace couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, I only noticed your talent and wanted to recruit you as my subordinate. You don't genuinely believe you're remarkable, do you? Zhang Xian immediately turned hostile, ridiculing him. Very well, this is typical of Dao Yuan Palace, that I am the face of this legacy. Someone with potential for recruitment is clearly not worth much. Foolish Dao Yuan Palace, foolish Zhang Xian. With me, Zhao Zhong. Here today, you shall not lay a finger on this legacy. Before Zhang Xian could finish, Zhao Zhong had already stepped forward to confront him, as long as it causes discomfort for Dao Yuan Palace. Taishin's sect must act. Not only that, but it would also create a debt of gratitude for Yi Tian. Though Yi Tian was merely at the spirit pattern realm, Zhao Zhong had a strong intuition that this young man was far from ordinary. Everything was unfolding as expected. The protagonist's aura was beginning to shine. Zhao Zhong was effectively paving the way for his own future. It seemed that it was time for the host to join Taishin sect. Besides, with our young sect master already favored by the top 10 of the eastern region, what was the point of participating in the sect conference or the sea and sky banquet? Joining directly would suffice. Indeed, this was akin to being exempt from college entrance exams and being accepted into university ahead of time. However, it wasn't that simple. All those present were disciples of the Ascending Spirit's 9 transformations, and their promises of recruitment held little weight. Wait, isn't that the third prince? The audience buzzed with excitement, sending a flurry of comments to AT that moment. The third prince stepped forward, standing before Yi Tian. Brother Yi Tian, this legacy is perilous. If you fall into the demonic path because of it, once you exit this relic, no one will be able to protect you. The third prince looked at Yi Tian, offering a warning. His words genuinely surprised Yi Tian. It seemed the third prince truly held him in high regard. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am confident in my abilities, Yi Tian replied. Seeing Yi Tian's determination, the third prince ceased his insistence but did not leave. Instead, he positioned himself in front of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's expression turned grim. That a mere third prince from Tianlang County dares to obstruct me? You better think this through. Zhang Xian threatened. My father is a county king. A powerful. The third prince's words, though seemingly absurd, carried genuine weight. Who would dare offend the son of a... Zhang Xian's master was also a... Yet he had numerous disciples. He was merely one among them. In contrast, the Tianlang County king had only 3 sons, and the third prince was the youngest and most favored, that if anything were to happen to him, even his master would struggle to protect him. From the Medicine King's Valley, am willing to lend a helping hand. A figure from the Medicine King's Valley stepped forward, presenting a pill to Yi Tian. This is a clear heart pill, which can maintain a clear mind, unaffected by demonic arts. At this, Zhang Xian's expression twitched. That a mere spirit pattern realm cultivator had garnered the support of Taishin sect. Medicine King's Valley and even the third prince. Was this legacy about to fall into his hands? At such a moment, The primary competition lay in top-tier combat power that it appeared that Yi Tian had the upper hand. Gentlemen, why not join forces and eliminate this brat first? Zhang Xian immediately turned to Su Chan of Ling Gui sect and Li Wen of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. The two hesitated. But the third prince's laughter echoed. Do you really think numbers matter? Don't forget, I have 3 Nirvana Spirit Realm experts with me. What do you have to compare? As he spoke, 3 Nirvana Spirit Realm powerhouses stood before him, all arranged by his father to ensure his safety, ready to sacrifice their lives for him at any moment. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's heart sank that it was impossible to compete. If a fight broke out, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. You better think carefully. Even I would hesitate to offend my Dao Yuan Palace. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. You a mere trash, think you represent Dao Yuan Palace? Get out of my way, and don't delay my brother from accepting the legacy. The third prince shouted angrily. Instantly, many in the audience began to take a liking to the third prince. Little did they know, the third prince was reveling in the moment. Haha, what a thrill. What a delight. This feeling of showing off is intoxicating. The corners of his mouth curved up in satisfaction. Zhang Xian's face turned ashen. But he found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, he could only glare fiercely at Yi Tian. Damn you, kid. A mere spirit pattern realm, and you have such grand ambitions. Aren't you afraid of overreaching? You need not worry about that. Yi Tian chuckled, then sat cross-legged, preparing to accept the legacy. The victor was determined. The intricate black and white patterns in the grand hall began to swirl. Those with lower cultivation levels felt dizzy upon a mere glance. Soon, above Yi Tian, at the center of the hall's ceiling, all the black and white light patterns converged, forming a beam that descended upon him like a divine blessing, directly into his spirit center. Buzz! Yi Tian's entire being trembled as he felt a surge of tremendous power flooding into him. What a fine lad! Among all the cultivators present, your aptitude is the most extraordinary, stirring my interest. Quickly open your mind. I shall impart to you the supreme path, assisting you in reaching the realm. A voice, akin to that of a nocturnal owl, echoed within Yi Tian's mind. Oh, has the elder already chosen me? What if I had not stepped forward to accept the legacy? Yi Tian pondered internally. Even if you had not, I would still have chosen you. Now, quickly open your mind, the voice urged impatiently. All right, Yi Tian responded, fully relinquishing all defenses. Immediately, he felt darkness envelop him, as a wild and bizarre energy surged into his mind that an ancient soul, black and white in hue, cackled madly, intent on devouring Yi Tian's very essence. This kid is finished. A mere spirit pattern realm cultivator cannot possibly endure such a legacy. I sense his vitality waning. It seems like an attempt at soul possession. The relic's master wishes to take over Yi Tian's body. There were those who had once struggled to seize legacies only to be possessed in the end. Greed leads to ruin. Throughout history, the most brilliant talents have often met their demise. Once he is possessed. Can we leave this relic? I can't stand being here for another moment. The crowd began to murmur anxiously. Qian Er and others looked on with worry, their expressions filled with concern for Yi Tian, whose aura had grown exceedingly faint, resembling a flickering flame in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yi Tian encountered a soul-swapping incident, and the onlookers each had their own reactions. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, that old man is doomed. The script has long been written. If he attempts to seize our young master, the only outcome is death." I had already anticipated the truth. Everything was within my expectations. How utterly mundane. If our young master were to consume this old man's soul, would he not directly ascend to the rank of king? Unlikely to happen so swiftly. Let us observe further. It is somewhat regrettable that Dao Yuan Palace has once again found itself at odds with the streamer. I would have preferred a scenario where Dao Yuan Palace earnestly implored the streamer to join them, that a torrent of barrage comments surged forth, and the number of viewers in the live stream was substantial, all awaiting the final moment. Many expressed, the money has already been transferred. We are merely waiting for Yi Tian to conclude this matter. That moment, within Yi Tian's mind, the ancient soul was erupting in wild laughter. Appearing almost mad, Yi Tian could somewhat grasp the situation. This fellow had likely been pent up for far too long, yearning to seize a body for countless years. What is happening? Why can't I seize the body? At that moment, a voice filled with doubt rang out that Yi-Tian observed the face of the soul begin to display extreme shock and incredulity. This is impossible. It cannot be. Gradually, the voice became more hysterical, and the entire soul began to tremble violently. That do not be hasty. Why not try again? Yi-Tian replied with remarkable ease. Since the system assured him that there was no issue, there certainly would not be one. It's quite simple. If the system wished to harm Yi-Tian, it would be an effortless task. Therefore, it is best to trust the system blindly. There is absolutely no problem. Damn brat. Who exactly are you? The soul bellowed furiously, demanding an answer from Yi-Tian. Guess, Yi-Tian teased, akin to teasing a dog. Then he began to exert his power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flow of blood within him quickened, and the strength of his bloodline resonated within his mind. The dragon-shaped spirit seed within his dantian emitted an inaudible roar. The dual enhancement of bloodline and physique made the ancient soul feel as though it were facing a formidable foe, shaking uncontrollably. Additionally, wisps of chaotic energy were squeezed out and absorbed by Yi-Tian. What is happening? What is this? Stop! Quickly stop! The ancient soul cried out, its face filled with terror. Meanwhile, Yi-Tian reveled in the moment. The power belonging to this old fellow was being seized by him. He had seen similar scenes in novels before, and now it was his turn. It was truly exhilarating. If it were anyone else, they might find it difficult to accept such power, potentially leading to madness or even death. But for Yi-Tian, it was simply an all-encompassing acceptance. He welcomed it with open arms. The supreme divine art operated at full capacity, and even the indestructible Vajra skill was unleashed with full force. That an enigmatic aura radiated from Yi-Tian, golden light shimmering, leaving everyone present in a state of awe. Boom! In the next moment, the spiritual patterns all over Yi-Tian's body surged and intertwined, forming a solid armor that adhered to his exterior. That a breakthrough in realms. Spiritual garment realm. Wasn't he supposed to be possessed? How did he achieve a breakthrough instead? Typically, the spiritual garment realm could only condense a thin garment. Yet he had managed to form armor? I see now. The soul swapping has indeed succeeded. He is no longer Yi-Tian. Yes, the master of this relic has successfully seized the body and is breaking through to a new realm. Indeed, Yi-Tian is dead. This is the consequence of his overreach. Voices echoed throughout the hall, resonating within the great chamber. Please stop. If you let me go, I will help you ascend to king. I will offer you everything. Please allow me to escape. In Yi-Tian's mind, the soul cried out in desperation. Kneeling on the ground, that it could no longer move, utterly suppressed by Yi-Tian's bloodline and physique, with vast amounts of power being drained and stripped away. This was the very foundation that had allowed it to survive until now. In a mere span of time, its soul began to grow transparent. If this continued, it would surely perish. This was true death, utter annihilation. Do not delude yourself. You cannot even ascend to king, yet you claim you will assist me in doing so? Now, if you behave, it will merely be aiding my ascension. That Yi-Tian mocked. You shall meet a wretched end. Damn brat, I curse you to an untimely demise. The soul's curses became increasingly feeble. That Yi-Tian, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. What is this? Why is your power dwindling so rapidly? You were on the verge of ascending to king. It shouldn't be this scarce. Yi-Tian was still eager for more, yet he sensed that the soul was nearing its end. What is happening? I am a soul. I have yet to ascend to king. It is already exceedingly difficult to maintain my soul form. To endure, I must rely on spirit stones or formations. Yet, over the long years, my power continues to deplete. If I cannot seize a new body soon, within 2 or 3 years, I too shall fade into oblivion. That I have become utterly worthless. I beg you, let me go. The soul pleaded, weeping. That of course, the soul's tears were futile. It had none. Why are you crying? You were just laughing heartily. Yi-Tian retorted, showing no mercy. Indeed, I am a wretched being. Treat me as you wish and release me. I do not wish to die. The soul groveled before Yi-Tian. Yet Yi-Tian ignored it, focusing on absorbing the remaining energy, preparing to break through to a new realm. Initially, he had hoped to ascend several levels, but now it appeared that surpassing one small realm would be the limit. He had yet to fully comprehend the spiritual garment realm, and now he was poised to directly enter the spiritual image realm. Yi Tian could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, when the bald man came to collect protection fees, he was merely at the spiritual image realm, his spiritual energy taking shape, which had made Yi Tian envious that I in the blink of an eye. He, Yi Tian, was about to reach the spiritual image realm as well. What kind of terrifying spiritual image would he possess? Break. Finally, amidst the soul's pleas and curses, the last vestige of energy was completely absorbed by Yi Tian. This ancient soul, who had meticulously plotted for hundreds of years, ultimately could not escape death and had unwittingly crafted a garment for Yi Tian. It completely dissipated from this world. With Yi Tian's furious shout, his momentum surged once more. Boom! A tempest erupted within the grand hall, and behind Yi Tian, a spiritual image began to materialize. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled and resonated, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The first manifestation was a towering divine tree that soared into the sky. What kind of spiritual image is this? Such a powerful spiritual image could easily conquer opponents of higher realms. The paltry Bagua spiritual image of Daoyuan Palace would crumble before this divine tree. Nonsense. The Taishan sect is but an ant. Your Taishan spiritual image is a mere joke. Look, the divine tree has illuminated. Amidst a chorus of astonished exclamations, everyone witnessed luminous points flickering atop the dense canopy of the divine tree, ultimately solidifying into 10 radiant suns. Unprecedented, unseen. All the cultivators present had never heard of such a spiritual image. It was beyond belief. Yet Qing'er and the others knew well that this was the manifestation of Yi Tian's bloodline power. The spiritual image was inherently linked to the cultivator's bloodline, physique, and cultivated techniques. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Tian's spiritual image to resemble his bloodline anomaly. But this was still not the end. Before the astonished gazes of all, a faint ethereal figure began to emerge above the divine tree, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Chapter 57. The journey through the relic comes to an end. All the cultivators stood agape. What else is there? Is it not over? What kind of monster is this? He seems not to have been possessed. It was uncertain who shouted first, but simultaneously, all hearts quaked. Observing the scene, it was evident that Yi Tian did not appear to be possessed. The master of this relic was a demonic cultivator, exceedingly wicked, yet Yi Tian radiated an immense, dignified aura, exuding a godly might that bore no resemblance to a demonic cultivator whatsoever. Excellent. Once we exit, I will immediately inform the elders. We must retain this individual and ensure he joins our Taishan sect. Zhao Zhong's square face was alight with joy. He trusted his instincts. Assisting Yi Tian had proven to be a fortunate gamble. Since entering the second trial, he had recognized Yi Tian's extraordinary performance and deemed him exceptional. However, he had not anticipated it would be to such an extraordinary degree. Our Medicine King Valley has always maintained neutrality. Not because of a lack of combat strength, but because of this young man. If he were to join our Medicine King Valley and receive full support, mastering both alchemy and combat, who would dare to claim that our Medicine King Valley is weak? Wu Tai, the leading disciple from Medicine King Valley, contemplated this. That he then turned to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, you previously associated with that bald man without issue. However, due to his actions, you have offended such a prodigious figure. You must find a way to resolve this. Otherwise, I will petition the Valley Master to expel you from Medicine King Valley. Wu Tai spoke to Lu Xiao, who nodded repeatedly, a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Damn bald man. Even in death, he continues to deceive him. How exhilarating. This is simply astonishing, utterly pretentious, the focal point of the entire gathering. How wonderful it would be if that person were me. The third prince, filled with excitement, trembled all over, his eyes reddened, that he had completely immersed himself in Yi Tian's role, experiencing an ecstatic climax within his mind. The various sects, such as the Beast Alliance and the Spirit Puppet sect, were equally astounded, with the former feeling a sense of relief that a conflict had been averted earlier. Meanwhile, on the Daoyuan Palace side, Zhang Xin's expression turned exceedingly grim. He was unwilling to accept the reality before him. Initially, he had indeed admired Yi Tian and sought to recruit him, for securing a disciple with potential would yield rewards for him as well. Every sect had similar mechanisms in place. However, upon witnessing Yi Tian's audacity in attempting to seize the inheritance, he instantly despised him, that if Yi Tian were in the Nirvana spirit realm, he might have had the qualifications, but as a mere spirit pattern realm cultivator, how dare he? Such foolish impulsiveness could never lead to greatness. Zhang Xian immediately concluded that Yi Tian was not worth courting and began to mock him. Yet he never anticipated the overwhelming support Yi Tian would garner, ultimately leading to his success. Everything felt like a surreal dream to him. It must be false. Who would dare claim he had not been possessed? He was already taken over. Zhang Xian silently screamed within to AT that moment. The spiritual image behind Yi Tian had completely manifested. Regrettably, the dragon shadow atop the Fusang Divine tree failed to materialize, revealing only a vague outline that offered no clear indication of its draconic form. This dragon shape was intended to be a reflection of the ancient Dragon Emperor's constitution. Yet the system had stated that one must reach the realm of transformation to initially unleash the power of such a physique, and Yi Tian was still far from that goal. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian opened his eyes, the spiritual image behind him gradually dissipating. His gaze sparkled with brilliance as he stood up, his entire being erupting with a series of crackling sounds. Reminiscent of popping beans. Little sect master. Qing Er hurriedly approached, grasping Yi Tian's arm with concern. Qing Er, I'm fine. The master of this ruin attempted to possess me, but after enduring the long passage of time, his soul's power has waned, no longer at its peak. The BYA stroke of luck, I managed to refine him. Yi Tian replied with a smile that I see. That explains everything. His soul's power had diminished, resulting in the failure of the possession, inadvertently benefiting Yi Tian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's heart sank in utter regret. This opportunity rightfully belonged to him. Had he been the one to seize it, he might have been able to immediately secure a position as a general-level cultivator. Yet now, it was snatched away by the insignificant Yi Tian. Qing Er felt a wave of relief wash over her. As for the influence of the demonic cultivator's power, she paid it no mind. She had long known that Yi Tian harbored a significant secret. He could directly absorb demon crystal energy and, after cultivating demonic techniques, remained unaffected. Refining a demonic cultivator's soul was trivial in comparison. Congratulations, little sect master. You've advanced directly from the spirit pattern realm to the spirit image realm, rendering you invincible. Tomorrow you shall be appointed as a general, and the day after, crowned as a king. Go forth, you can do it. The rapidity of this cultivation speed felt akin to riding a rocket. She sensed that Yi Tian would soon ascend to divinity. Little sect master, when will you shatter the void and return to earth? Everyone, do not dawdle. Quickly shower the little sect master with rewards to celebrate. The live streaming room erupted into chaos, an avalanche of messages and gifts flooding in. Yi Tian glanced at the back end, noticing that the number of lottery draws had already surpassed 10,000. Thank you, esteemed patrons. He couldn't help but exclaim again. Amidst Qing Er's peculiar gaze, Yi Tian smiled. I am deeply grateful for everyone's support. I, Yi Tian, will forever remember your kindness. Now that the ruins have concluded, may we leave this place. Indeed, I shall open the exit. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Zhao Zhong immediately stepped forward to assert his presence. He then wielded a broadsword, striking downward toward the hall's ceiling, releasing the power characteristic of a Nirvana spirit realm cultivator, which immediately cleaved a fissure above the hall. Crack, crack. The edges of the fissure spread like spiderwebs, ultimately causing the entire hall to collapse, with a multitude of fragments bursting forth, only to disintegrate into dust mid-air. This display was truly impressive, evidently a technique of immense potency, at least of the earth grade. As the hall crumbled, everyone witnessed a glimmer of light emerging ahead, illuminating the scene. Figures from the outside world stood ready, representatives of various organizations waiting beyond. Many cultivators felt as though they had traversed epochs. Although this expedition into the ruins was brief, it felt as if they had endured a lifetime. Everything was a scheme orchestrated by an ancient demonic cultivator, employing a method akin to nurturing insects to select the most suitable host for possession. They had only heard of such occurrences before, never imagining they would encounter one themselves. It was utterly terrifying. Amidst the emotional turmoil, several cultivators lost control, teetering on the brink of madness. Waves of demonic energy surged forth, causing the nearby general-level cultivators to furrow their brows. What is happening? Demonic cultivators have appeared. Immediately, the general-level cultivators frowned, preparing to take action against the demonic presence. That moment, a figure dashed out. See Master Uncle. This person is a demonic cultivator. He colluded with the Taishan sect to murder disciples of the Dao Yuan Palace. Fang Zhuo perished at his hands. Please, see Master Uncle. Take action to apprehend this villain. Zhang Xian shouted loudly, pointing accusingly at Yi Tian in the midst of the crowd. Chapter 58. The Best of the Gathering, Third Prince Dam. A type of plant. Zhang Xian's actions instantly caused Yi Tian to experience a sharp pang of frustration. Yi Tian realized that Zhang Xian's words were nothing more than baseless slander aimed at discrediting him. Yet, the irony was that his statement held a shred of truth. Fang Zhuo had indeed been killed by Yi Tian. What? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Fang Hai, who possessed wings sprouting from his back, immediately turned his gaze toward Yi Tian. The sharp eyes of a general-level cultivator made Yi Tian feel an uncomfortable prickling on his skin. Even though Yi Tian was now a spirit image realm cultivator, he was still a considerable distance from the general level. Master Uncle Jing, Zhang Xian of the Dao Yuan Palace, is speaking pure nonsense. He bears a grudge against Yi Tian for seizing the inheritance, thus fabricating false accusations to frame him. This young man possesses boundless potential. In the spirit pattern realm, he can slay those of the spirit image realm as easily as one would butcher a dog. Please protect him and bring him into our Taishan sect. Zhao Zhong swiftly interjected, addressing the general-level cultivator from Taishan sect above. Master Uncle Su, I can attest that Zhang Xian's claims are unfounded. Yi Tian possesses formidable alchemical talents and combat prowess. Please, Master Uncle, intervene to safeguard this individual and strive to recruit him into our Medicine King Valley. Wu Tai from Medicine King Valley also hurriedly voiced his support. It was a race to claim Yi Tian. Simultaneously, the third prince, surrounded by his 3 Nirvana spirit realm bodyguards, retrieved a jade talisman, channeling spiritual energy into it. Buzz! The jade talisman trembled, conjuring a luminous screen before him. Within the image, a magnificent palace was depicted, and a figure sat within, opening his eyes to My son Chengfeng. How has your training in the Beast Mountain range been? When will you return? Your father has prepared a surprise for you. The figure in the image was none other than the Tianlang County King, who clearly showed immense affection for his son. However, before he could finish speaking, the third prince interrupted. Father, that insignificant Dao Yuan Palace seeks to bully my brother. You must protect him. If even a single hair on Yi Tian is harmed, you shall storm the Dao Yuan Palace. Speak up. The third prince implored urgently. The Tianlang County King appeared utterly stunned. Who am I? Where am I? My son wants me to attack the Dao Yuan Palace. His mind must be fogged. What is this about? My dear son, tell your father this is but an illusion. The scene descended into utter chaos. Above, figures of those being appointed generals and crowned kings loomed majestically in the sky. Below, cultivators losing their minds emitted unearthly shrieks, attacking those around them in a frenzy. Some attempted to escape amid the turmoil. Zhang Xian led the Dao Yuan Palace disciples to block Yi Tian and his companions, fearing that Yi Tian might flee. Meanwhile, the Taishan sect, Medicine King Valley, and the third prince's factions rallied to protect Yi Tian. Silence. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resounded from above, as if descending from the clouds. Following this, a sanctified white light enveloped the entire area, causing those who had lost their sanity to emit piercing cries. Black smoke billowing from their bodies as they writhed upon the ground. Yet soon after, they appeared to awaken from a dream, their eyes regaining clarity. That I'm cured. I'm cured. The demonic influence has been dispelled. Ha! Thank you, Fairy Yun. Thank you for saving my life. It was Fairy Yun who had intervened, aiding them in breaking free from the demonic influence. Truly, Fairy Yun was unparalleled among the younger generation throughout the eastern region. Suddenly, all the practitioners knelt on the ground, performing deep bows to express their gratitude to the Cloud Fairy. With her intervention, the chaotic situation was brought under control. However, the live broadcast room remained lively and bustling. I can't stop laughing, everyone. I declare that the best of the event is His Highness the Third Prince. Huh. Did you see that? The Tianlang Duke looked positively green with envy. What a troublesome son he has. It is obvious that even though the Tianlang Duke is a powerful lord, he wouldn't dare to confront the Daoyuan Palace. There is likely only him as a lord in the Tianlang County. While Daoyuan Palace boasts 9 lords and even a half-step emperor, how can he compete? I see that the Tianlang Duke is still quite young. He could probably have another son, so the third princess title is surely wasted. The top 10 have all come to snatch him up. I told you, this is fantastic. Our junior sect master doesn't even need to participate in any sect conferences or grand banquets. The Cloud Fairy. The Cloud Fairy. An overwhelming tide of comments surged through the screen, expressing every sentiment imaginable. That moment, the Cloud Fairy's gaze fell upon Yi Tian, who stood at the center of the crowd. She was perplexed, wondering what had transpired in the ruins. Why had so many succumbed to madness? What was the story behind this Yi Tian? Cloud Fairy. This Yi Tian killed and extracted spirit seeds in the ruins, committing unspeakable atrocities. Zhang Xian continued, bowing to the Cloud Fairy. Yet she did not spare him a glance. Instead, she let out a cold snort, silence. It was as if her command carried the weight of law. Zhang Xian opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. After a moment of contemplation, the Cloud Fairy turned her attention to Wu Tai of the Apothecary Valley. The Apothecary Valley has always maintained neutrality. You shall recount the events that transpired in the ruins. Do not speak frivolously. The Cloud Fairy instructed Wu Tai in the crowd. Wu Tai immediately trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The Cloud Fairy was not intentionally targeting him, yet he felt an immense pressure. Under this weight, he found it impossible to lie. Thus, he quickly recounted everything that had happened in the ruins. The truth was revealed. The Daoyuan Palace was indeed vile, with not a single virtuous soul among them, tarnishing the innocent without cause. This young man must be taken by my Taishan sect. Uncle Jing of the Taishan sect sneered as he spoke. He is one of my Apothecary Valley's people. If the Taishan sect is willing to relinquish him in the future when they purchase elixirs, my Apothecary Valley can offer discounts. Uncle Su of the Apothecary Valley interjected. Impossible. He is my son Qingfeng's brother. Of course he will join my Tianlang County, the Tianlang Duke declared eagerly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The scene erupted into chaos once more. Moreover, other sects, such as the Spirit Puppet Sect and the Beast Alliance, also among the top 10 powers, were contemplating whether to recruit Yi Tian. At that moment, from the Daoyuan Palace, 2 disciples stepped forward. Uncle Jing, after senior brother Feng Zhuo was murdered, I encountered this Yi Tian near the scene. He claimed he was there to gather herbs, which is clearly a lie. If he had no guilt, why would he lie? One disciple spoke. Indeed, I also encountered this individual. He acted weak, but there is certainly something amiss. Another disciple pointed at Yi Tian, affirming, I couldn't see clearly in the ruins, but now I can confirm, it was him. Hearing this, Zhang Xian was taken aback that he deemed the claim that Yi Tian killed Feng Zhuo to be pure fabrication. But now it seemed there might be some truth to why Yi Tian felt his scalp tingle. It was all the ruins' fault for stirring up such trouble. What should he do now? Chapter 59. The Emergence of the Lordly Power. After breaking through the ruins, Yi Tian had been the center of attention. Now, all eyes remained fixed on him. What are you still hesitating for? Just admit it, produce Feng Zhuo's corpse, and seize the opportunity to join the Taishan sect. It seemed he truly need not sit for any entrance examinations. He could be admitted directly. This is outrageous. What is going on? The previous script had been so predictable. Had it been rewritten, reveal the truth. Junior Sect Master, quickly present Feng Zhuo's corpse and make a grand display. Quick, bring out Feng Zhuo's corpse. I'll donate 500,000. How can you afford that? Can you help me? I owe 30 from gambling online. Yi Tian cast a glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream, and he was instantly tempted. Indeed, producing Feng Zhuo's corpse and joining the Taishan sect seemed like an excellent strategy. Why bother with sect conferences or grand banquets when he could bypass all that? Furthermore, the Taishan sect would surely provide substantial resources for his cultivation. No need to worry at all. Nonsense. You people from the Daoyuan Palace lack any concrete evidence. Unless you present proof, your words are meaningless. Uncle Jing of the Taishan sect proclaimed. The overwhelming majority present believe this to be yet another smear tactic from the Taishan sect against Yi Tian. Yet, high above, the ethereal Cloud Fairy, untainted by mortal concerns, could sense the truth in the claims made by the two disciples from the Daoyuan Palace. This was due to her unique innate ability. She could perceive the hearts of others. While she could not read thoughts, she could discern if someone was lying. Thus, she looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, did you kill Feng Zhuo of the Daoyuan Palace? The Cloud Fairy inquired. Yi Tian felt that if he were to lie, the Cloud Fairy would undoubtedly detect it instantly. What else could he do? It was time to reveal everything. Initially, Yi Tian had thought he would likely be exposed during the grand banquet. But due to the emergence of these ruins, he had to confess early. Indeed, I killed Feng Zhuo, he declared, as if striking a thunderclap. In the next moment, with a flick of his hand, a corpse appeared before him on the ground. The visage of the corpse was utterly mangled, the eyes bulging as if they might pop out, the face contorted with terror, resentment, and despair. Yet it was unmistakably Feng Zhuo. Far above, Feng Hai's eyes blazed with fury. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from his body, sweeping toward Yi Tian with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, his wings unfurled behind him, diving down directly at Yi Tian. The full force of a cultivating being at the general realm bore down upon him, and Yi Tian felt as if a mountain had collapsed upon him. So fast, he had no time to react, merely able to watch as Feng Hai hurtled toward him. No matter how talented he was, there was a vast chasm between the ninth transformation of Spirit Ascension and the general realm. Yet at that moment, a thunderous laugh rang out. Ha ha! Feng Zhuo, that little rascal, deserved his fate. Yi Tian, splendid work, as the laughter echoed. Uncle Jing of the Taishan sect unleashed a dazzling purple lightning, his figure moving like a bolt, positioning himself directly in front of Feng Hai. Feng Hai, were you not satisfied with our last bout? Do you wish to be pinned to the ground once more? Uncle Jing proclaimed, resembling a deity of thunder, as he confronted Feng Hai. Upon hearing this, Feng Hai's expression turned ashen. Su Jing, you are being excessively tyrannical. He spat, his face pale with rage. But in response, Su Jing's laughter grew louder. I am indeed oppressing you, mere insect of the Daoyuan Palace. What can you do about it? Today, I shall protect Yi Tian, Su Jing declared boldly. Let it be known that even if Yi Tian were not a prodigy, the mere fact that he had slain a member of the Daoyuan Palace would secure him as an ally of the Taishan sect. After all, the enmity between the Daoyuan Palace and the Taishan sect was uncountable. At that moment, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, that he merely awaited the conclusion of this farce, after which he could join the Taishan sect directly. However, the situation was far from over, and yet another unexpected turn of events arose. Oh, you will protect him? By what means? A voice, aged yet robust, echoed through the AI in the next instant. An elder donned in a Taoist robe appeared before Su Jing. With a swift motion, he struck a palm against Su Jing's chest. A formidable cultivator at the general realm was sent flying by this single blow, his body soaring through the air as he coughed up blood uncontrollably. Immediately, the elder's gaze fell upon the corpse of Feng Zhuo on the ground, his eyes turning bloodshot, where he gritted his teeth, exuding a palpable killing intent that sent shivers down Yi Tian's spine. What now? A lordly power had come to kill him. What should he do? This was disastrous. It's over, it's over. Having dealt with the young, now the elder arrives. Such a grand spectacle. This was indeed a grand spectacle. Donations were necessary. A general realm cultivator being sent flying with a single strike. This was a true lord. It was clear that this was Feng Zhuo's master, who had previously mentioned that he was the lord of the Daoyuan Palace's sub-palace. This was terrible. Yi Tian had been somewhat reckless earlier. He should not have produced Feng Zhuo's corpse. It was you who suggested he bring out the corpse earlier. You even offered 50,000. Have you forgotten? That was not me. That was my son's suggestion. It has nothing to do with me. In the live broadcast room, a torrent of bullet comments surged incessantly. Yet Yi Tian found himself entirely devoid of the inclination to observe them, that he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body utterly immobilized, that a king-level powerhouse. It could almost be said that he represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Eastern Domain. How could he possibly survive against such an existence? It was over. He was destined to perish. System. Is there any hope for me to continue traversing through realms? Yi Tian cried out inwardly, yet the system remained unresponsive. Boom. Yi Tian's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. While at that moment, the elder had already reached out, grasping the air with an invisible hand. Instantly, a formless giant hand seized Yi Tian, intent on crushing him. Little sect master, big brother. I, Yi Tian, am your brother. Old dog, release me at once, or I shall summon my father to eliminate you. Old palace master, let us speak civilly. My medicine king Valley can exchange medicinal pills for this man's life. Damn you. Old dog, release him. A cacophony of gasps erupted throughout the venue. From the Taishin sect, 2 more figures of the king level flew in, only to be swatted away by the elder with a mere wave of his hand. When besieging the Demon King, all major factions had dispatched king-level powerhouses. Yet after the Demon King's demise, they had retreated to their sects, leaving only the weaker generals and disciples to continue searching for the treasures guarded by the Demon King. Thus, the palace master of Dao Yuan Palace stood as the strongest force present. Who among them could contend against him? Only one person. The Fairy Yun. Chapter 60. The Eastern Holy Clan speaks upon this realization. Yi Tian's gaze turned to the Fairy Yun hovering above. She was his only hope for salvation. Even if the various factions wished to protect him, they were no match for this old dog. Summoning reinforcements at such short notice was simply impossible. Although Qing'er had a background, she was powerless in the current predicament that Yi, being of the extreme Yin physique, remained merely a frail little girl in the face of a king-level powerhouse. De Zhuang and Zhang Haoren were likewise doomed. And then there was De Ju. Despite being the son of the Demon Emperor, he was currently utterly useless. The potential of the Qingyang sect was undeniably high. And in the future, they could easily dominate the eastern domain, but at present, they had yet to mature. Only the Fairy Yun could provide salvation. Yi Tian felt as though he were on the brink of being crushed. But just at that moment, he suddenly sensed a release of pressure enveloping his entire being. He first coughed up blood, then began to gasp for air. The elder's grasp from afar had been nullified. It was the Fairy Yun who had intervened. Upon witnessing this, the elder raised his head to regard the lofty Fairy Yun. What do you mean by this? This man killed my Dao Yuan Palace disciple. I seek vengeance for my fallen comrade. Did I ask there an issue with that? He looked at the Fairy Yun, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Although she was merely a general, he harbored an unsettling sense that, should a confrontation arise, he might not emerge victorious. Calm yourself, old palace master. This person I must protect, the Fairy Yun stated coolly to Yi Tian's ears. Her words sounded like a heavenly melody, but to the elder, they struck like a thunderclap. The Fairy Yun intends to protect this man. By what right? His fury surged, reaching unprecedented heights, that he yearned to strike down the Fairy Yun and annihilate everyone present. Even if the Yun Tian Palace ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Domain, one must adhere to reason. If the Fairy Yun could not furnish a satisfactory explanation today, then even at the cost of his life, he would ensure this young man met his end. The elder ground his teeth in frustration. Are you certain? The Fairy Yun regarded the elder, her gaze tinged with a semblance of compassion. I am most certain. Could it be that the Fairy Yun had taken a liking to this young man's appearance, wishing to take him as a consort? Hence her desire to protect him? The elder chuckled darkly, realizing he had completely lost his composure to utter such words. Impertinent. At this, the Fairy Yun furrowed her brows for the first time. Her voice resonated like celestial law, and in the next instant, she pointed towards the elder. Swish! The void seemed to part as sacred white light surged forth. The elder's pupils constricted. He understood that evasion was no longer an option and could only brace himself. In the next moment, his aura surged, yet he made no visible movements, before conjuring a series of shimmering barriers that rapidly stacked before him. The effects were breathtaking. Bang, bang, bang. The white light surged forth, shattering layer upon layer of defensive barriers as though a searing blade were plunged into a mound of snow. Exhilarating. The Fairy Yun must have taken a liking to our broadcaster, hence her protection. Indeed, the next step would be for our young sect master to repay her kindness with his own body. But what of Qing'er? I always thought she was the heroine. Fear not, we can have multiple heroines, as long as they are beautiful. This situation defies logic. There is no reason for the Fairy Yun to protect Yi Tian unless there are hidden circumstances. Could they be long-lost siblings? After the ruins, no more tricks. I am unable to predict this, my friends. Who is stronger, that old man or the Fairy Yun? A torrent of comments flooded the live stream. the excitement reaching unprecedented heights. Yi Tian's chances of winning the lottery were rapidly increasing. Yet at this moment, he had neither the will nor the capacity to observe. The sensation of having his life and fate entirely dictated by others was profoundly unsettling. Yi Tian reflected on his choices. Killing Feng Zhuo had been an act of desperation. Had he not acted, Feng Zhuo would have killed him, but he bore no regrets regarding that incident. The retrieval of Feng Zhuo's corpse had also been a reluctant necessity. It was all due to the enigmatic nature of the Fairy Yun, making it impossible to deceive her. Yet now, she was stepping in to protect him. Why Yi Tian's mind buzzed. Yet he understood that the crux of the matter hinged solely on one point: power. If he possessed king-level strength now, what would it matter to eliminate a Feng Zhuo? He could even slay that old dog before the audience's eyes. In this fantastical realm, everything hinged on power. No matter how talented one might be, without the means to grow, that talent was rendered worthless. He must elevate his strength without delay. The ongoing confrontation between the Fairy Yun and the Elder captivated Yi Tian's attention. Undoubtedly, both possessed king-level combat prowess. Even a casual strike from either would bear the weight of mountain-splitting force. And at this moment, the clash of their might was approaching its conclusion. The sacred white light pierced through layers of defensive barriers. Ultimately arriving before the Elder, he could no longer condense further defenses. However, at that moment, the energy of the white light was nearly depleted. The sacred light struck the Elder's chest, forcing him to retreat 2 steps, ultimately dissipating in resignation. Nonetheless, this display was enough to leave spectators in awe. After all, the Fairy Yun, with only general-level strength, had managed to force a king-level powerhouse to retreat. Such might was undoubtedly rare throughout the Eastern Domain. This is intolerable. The Yun Tian Palace has gone too far. Once this matter is resolved, I shall demand an explanation from the Yun Tian Palace. No, I shall directly petition the Eastern Holy Clan for retribution. The Elder's hair bristled with indignation. Such a disgrace. His beloved disciple had been slain, yet he could not exact vengeance. A dignified king had been repelled by a mere general. How could he hold his head high in the Eastern Domain henceforth? It is not merely that I wish to protect this individual. It is the Eastern Holy Clan that seeks to protect him. Thus, even if you were to petition the Eastern Holy Clan for retribution, it would be of no avail, the Fairy Yun stated coldly, her gaze fixed upon the Elder. In the next moment, she beckoned with her jade hand, summoning a barrier of light that loomed magnificently in the sky. With the emergence of this barrier, there was a resounding crash as the barrier surrounding the third prince shattered, along with the jade talisman in his grasp, reduced to mere fragments. "Father!" the third prince exclaimed in shock. "My father is shattered." How domineering! Above the barrier, a figure stood, facing away from the crowd. Clad in simple linen garments, he emanated an aura of awe-inspiring authority. This was a presence that no king-level practitioner could possess. Thus, the only conclusion was that this formidable individual was a sovereign-level practitioner. All present were left dumbfounded, and the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Even the Fairy Yun found herself perplexed. While Yi Tian was indeed talented, she perceived him as merely average. His decisive nature in battle, slaying beings of the spirit beast realm while still in the spirit pattern realm, and his ability to concoct pills. These were his only notable traits. What else could he offer? Compared to other fairies, he could only be deemed mediocre. How could it be that he warranted the attention of the Eastern Holy Clan? Yi Tian himself was bewildered. When had he formed any ties with the Eastern Holy Clan? Sure, had mentioned that the entire Eastern Domain was under their dominion. Chapter 61. Retreat. The Eastern Holy Clan, an undeniable behemoth, the entire Eastern Domain lay within the grasp of the Eastern Holy Clan. As per tradition, any faction bearing the title Holy could not be trifled with. What ordinary force would dare to append the word Holy to their name? Even among the top 10 factions in the Eastern Domain, most bore titles like Palace or Alliance. Who among them carried the Holy title? None. Consider the Qingyang sect, a prime example of a low-tier sect named At this moment. Yi Tian pondered why the Eastern Holy Clan would wish to protect him. He lifted his gaze toward the barrier in the sky, but upon merely glancing, his eyes stung painfully, prompting him to shut them tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Amidst the crowd, some of the weaker individuals even wept blood. The might of the imperial realm is not to be gazed upon lightly. When one's cultivation reaches such a level, Every gesture and action is imbued with an aura of celestial majesty. If one does not consciously suppress it, it can prove fatal to those of lower realms. Why is this so? Could it be that this individual hails from the Eastern Holy Clan? The old palace master, his eyes ablaze with fury, realized that as a king-level cultivator, he possessed the qualifications to confront this imperial cultivator directly. Yet, even though the other was merely a projection, the deliberate targeting still left him feeling an overwhelming pressure. If Yi Tian were indeed a member of the Eastern Holy Clan, it would certainly explain everything. However, this could not be the case. After all, had it not been for Fairy Yun's timely intervention, Yi Tian would undoubtedly have perished at his hands. Furthermore, members of the Eastern Holy Clan possess unique bloodlines, for their ancestors were of the Sacred Realm. Upon attaining the Sacred Realm, one reaches a pinnacle wherein all blood relatives ascend in power, with varying degrees of divine might depending on their kinship. Different sacred bloodlines also serve distinct purposes. For instance, Fairy Yun is said to possess a certain sacred bloodline, her origins shrouded in mystery. Possibly connected to the Central Continent. At that moment, all present were engulfed in confusion, including Yi Tian and the audience. The performance of the host was exceptional, deserving of praise. That it was evident that he was profoundly puzzled, unable to comprehend why the Eastern Holy Clan would come to his aid. Yet, should he not have already perused the script? Countless times, he had asserted, with the certainty of his English teacher's life, that this was not an act. Could it be possible that Yi Tian is the long-lost illegitimate son of the clan leader of the Eastern Holy Clan? Let us watch and see why this imperial cultivator remains silent. The barrage of comments surged as viewers engaged in myriad speculations. The old palace master, his hair standing on end, reluctantly bowed to the shadowy figure and inquired, "Dao Yuan Palace's Fang Yong pays his respects to the senior. I dare to ask, why do you protect this child?" Despite the figure being merely a silhouette, it was apparent that he was not older than Fang Yong. Yet, in this fantastical realm, power reigns supreme. The stronger one is, the more they are regarded as a senior. Even a mere 3-year-old, if they were of the sacred realm, would command reverence. Thus, despite his reluctance, he could only swallow his pride. Such is the situation. The Eastern Holy Clan has sent an imperial cultivator to safeguard Yi Tian. And Fang Yong understood that the prospect of eliminating Yi Tian had become exceedingly tenuous. Still, he yearned for an answer. The audience was on the edge of their seats, awaiting clarification. Even the ethereal Fairy Yun felt a surge of curiosity. Why then would the Eastern Holy Clan wish to preserve Yi Tian? Retreat. Yet the only response to Fang Yong was a single word. This simple command seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. Radiating an authoritative power, in an instant, a tremendous force surged through the light screen, descending upon Fang Yong. "Aya!" Fang Yong cried out in anguish, a dignified king-level cultivator. He spat blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward with alarming speed. He was utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. A king-level cultivator may traverse the skies at will, but before an imperial cultivator, he was as defenseless as an ant. This spectacle left all in attendance deeply astonished. It is worth noting that a typical cultivator might never witness the actions of an imperial realm in their lifetime. Today, the audience struck gold. What a marvel! A single word driving back a king-level cultivator. The pace of the narrative had accelerated dramatically. Now even the imperial realm had made its appearance. Was it that he deemed an explanation beneath him? Ah, I see it now. The word retreat possesses such power. No wonder, no wonder. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Everyone take note. Look, the third prince is in a frenzy. As the comments flooded the screen, Yi Tian found himself devoid of the inclination to observe. The crowd below had largely prostrated themselves on the ground. The third prince's fervent gaze ablaze, his entire being trembling, a tempest surging within his heart. This is the zenith of pretentiousness. With his back turned to all, a single word commanding the retreat of a king. How disappointing is my father. Why is he not an imperial cultivator? If he were, I could drive back king-level cultivators with a mere word. How magnificent that would be! At this juncture, Yi Tian took a deep breath. Stepping forward to bow to the celestial image above, I am Yi Tian, the junior, paying my respects to the senior. I am profoundly grateful for your intervention. Yet I dare to inquire, what is the reason for this? Yi Tian spoke with clarity. Upon witnessing this, Fairy Yun regarded Yi Tian with newfound admiration. Setting aside all else, the courage he displayed in addressing an imperial figure while in the ninth transformation of spirit was truly commendable. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely collapsed in prostration, unable to utter a single word. Due to the request of another, at long last, the typically reticent imperial cultivator revealed the reason, albeit with painstaking slowness. Yet why speak so haltingly? Yi Tian dared not inquire further. What if this were a stutterer? To press for clarity would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nonetheless, an inexplicable intuition gnawed at him. Perhaps this truly was a stutterer. But then the question arose. How could one of the imperial realm still be afflicted by such a condition? After contemplating the answer, Yi Tian decided against further inquiries and, after bowing, withdrew. Let this suffice. To ask further would be impolite, but he resolved to await the dispersal of this celestial image before joining the Taishan sect, promptly entering seclusion to enhance his cultivation. However, to his astonishment, the imperial cultivator spoke once more, directly shattering Yi Tian's plans. Continue participating in the competition. Siska Grand Feast awaits. With that, the light image gradually faded, completely vanishing from sight. Only then did the gathered crowd dare to exhale deeply. Even Fairy Yun had endured immense pressure. She feared not the king level, but the imperial realm. Meanwhile, Yi Tian stood utterly stunned. This imperial figure from the Eastern Holy Clan insisted that he continue in the competition, pressing onto the Sea-Sky Grand Feast. Would he still be able to join the Taishan sect? Chapter 62. Honorary disciple Yi Tian felt as though his mind had gone blank. You might as well commit to the good deed. Sending me from the east to the west, he mused. Instead of merely helping me eliminate Dao Yuan Palace, at the very least, you could have bestowed some valuable items upon me, or better yet, taken me directly to the Eastern Holy Clan and granted me some sacred inheritance. How splendid that would be! And yet, now I must continue competing. This surely means I cannot join the Taishan sect. Moreover, to whom am I indebted for this favor? Yi Tian's thoughts raced. Since arriving in this fantastical world, he had come to understand the identity of the original host that it was a straightforward protagonist archetype, an orphan. Adopted by the leader of the Qingyang sect, in this realm, if anyone were to protect him, there were two likely candidates. First, the leader of the Qingyang sect, who might be a hidden powerhouse, though this seemed unlikely. If he were truly so formidable, how could the Qingyang sect have fallen so low? The second possibility was the individual who had cast him aside. This seemed far more plausible. The audience erupted in fervent discussion within the livestream. Everyone remained calm and listened to my words. Undoubtedly, this is a popular trope from fantasy novels. Little tadpole seeking its mother. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. You must not have read many novels. It implies that the protagonist's father or mother is absent from their side, but possesses a significant background, having encountered some trouble and trapped somewhere, awaiting the protagonist to grow stronger and seek them out. Indeed, and this trouble likely stems from the protagonist's mother escaping a marriage, giving birth in a remote locale, and committing a grave error that led to her being captured and confined in some forbidden territory. Thus, while the current situation might not seem like a trope, it still bore the hallmarks of one that this outcome was ideal. Had the young master directly joined the Taishan sect, it would have felt somewhat lacking. Now, we could continue to watch the competition unfold, witnessing him level up and vanquish foes. What a spectacle! What excitement! The old dog from Dao Yuan Palace had retreated without a trace. Ha ha ha! The barrage of comments surged, with the audience buzzing with exhilaration that today's live stream had truly showcased an array of grand spectacles. The expedition into the ruins was exhilarating, followed by the appearances of Fairy Yun, the king level, and the imperial realm, an unending cascade of marvels. Even the Eastern Holy Clan, the sovereign rulers of the Eastern region, revealed a glimpse of their formidable presence. The scale of the event gradually expanded. The viewer count and donations soared, prompting Yi Tian to glance at the back end of the stream, where he noted an astounding 2,000 lottery opportunities, sending shivers down his spine. There had already been 1,000 during the ruins segment, and the series of subsequent conflicts had yielded another 1,000 that now, even if he desired a high-level lottery, he could indulge in a 200 consecutive draw. For the mid-tier, he could draw 2,000 times. Wouldn't that lead to a windfall? Of course, now is not the time for lotteries. That I am grateful to Fairy Yun for her intervention. That he continued. Since there seems to be nothing further, I shall take my leave for now. Yi Tian respectfully bowed to the Cloud Fairy, expressing his gratitude. That it must be said, she was truly captivating, yet undeniably, she was currently too distant from him. The audience eagerly anticipated his acquisition of a harem. Indeed, Yi Tian felt a stir of desire within, but alas, his strength was insufficient. Who does not appreciate beauty? In this fantastical realm, the conventions of monogamy seem non-existent. The powerful may possess numerous women, for they are cultivators endowed with robust vitality and the aid of elixirs, making it entirely feasible. The Cloud Fairy maintained an air of aloofness, lightly nodding towards Yi Tian before gazing into the distance. While others could not perceive the Lord of Fangyong, she was able to see him. At that moment, the Lord of Fangyong was gravely weakened, having retreated 1,000 miles away, seated on the ground with a face etched in frustration, nearly brought to tears by his vexation. It was no wonder that Yi Tian's extraordinary talent was underpinned by the support of others. Moreover, it was connected to the Eastern Sacred Clan. I had suspected that such a figure could not possibly lack a powerful background. How astute I was, but would it still be possible to recruit him into the sect? It seemed unlikely, as the Imperial Realm expert had already stated he would await Yi Tian at the Sea and Sky Banquet. The Dao Yuan Palace likely did not dare to provoke him further. However, what if, during the subsequent competitions, someone inadvertently killed Yi Tian? The Dao Yuan Palace would surely make arrangements. Fear not, with Yi Tian's prowess. This is a concern that need not trouble us. Suddenly, an idea struck me. The assembly of cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves that moment, Su Jing of the Taishan sect, with wings unfurled behind him, flew before Yi Tian. Yi Tian, I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to become an honorary disciple of the Taishan sect. Su Jing's words left the entire audience in stunned silence. What is an honorary disciple? Yi Tian was equally perplexed, but he sensed that the Imperial expert's intention was likely to wait until the Sea and Sky Banquet to have him join the Eastern Sacred Clan. Could he still join other sects? How shameless of Su Jing! Various sects would recruit cultivators as honorary elders, but what was this honorary disciple designation? At this juncture, a figure from the Medicine King Valley stepped forward, indignantly voicing his objections. This was Zhou Su, a formidable figure from the Medicine King Valley. My young friend, the title of honorary elder is primarily aimed at those unwilling to be constrained by sect rules. It is merely a nominal position, requiring no obligations, and allows one to receive the sect's offerings. That I have specially created the position of honorary disciple, inviting you to become the first honorary disciple of the Taishan sect. You will have no duties and can freely receive resources provided by the Taishan sect. What do you say? Su Jing spoke with a benevolent smile directed at Yi Tian. This caused the Taishan sect disciples behind him to feel a wave of unease. Who would have thought? Uncle Jing, who usually displayed a serious demeanor, rarely showing such warmth. Some had even claimed he was as unyielding as iron, incapable of adaptability. Who spoke such words, stepped forward and faced the consequences. Uncle Jing had spontaneously created the honorary disciple position, an act that would surely be recorded in the annals of Taishan sect history. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant investment. Yi Tian was not foolish. There was no reason to refuse such an offer. Though he could acquire vast resources through the lottery, why would he decline something offered freely? Who would dismiss an abundance of resources? After all, he had an entire Qingyang sect to support. Aside from Qing'er, none were easy to manage, all requiring significant resources to nurture. While nurturing was indeed enjoyable, the process was fraught with challenges. Thus, Yi Tian promptly bowed to Su Jing. Disciple Yi Tian pays respects to Uncle Jing. This gesture elicited a hearty laugh from Su Jing. Haha, splendid, splendid. I come bearing no substantial gifts for this mission. So consider this a token of our meeting. As Su Jing spoke, he produced a jade bracelet and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian graciously accepted it, expressing his thanks once more. As a disciple of the Taishan sect, slaying disciples of the Dao Yuan Palace is indeed rewarded. You have slain the Lord of the Li Palace, the favored disciple of that old scoundrel Fangyong, Fengzhua, which is a significant achievement. You should proceed to Tianlang County for the sect assembly, which serves as a preliminary round for the Sea and Sky Banquet. I will send someone to escort you and provide additional resources. No, I shall personally oversee matters to prevent the Dao Yuan Palace from interfering. Su Jing patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, his demeanor one of joy. Investing now was undoubtedly necessary, but it was clear that as long as Yi Tian remained alive, this investment would yield substantial returns. Furthermore, setting aside all else, the fact that Yi Tian had slain Feng Zhuo made him a valuable ally of the Taishan sect. Chapter 63, a summary of events with Su Jing having finished his discourse and presented his gift. He had other matters to attend to, namely the continued search for the guardian artifact of the Demon King. Including the Cloud Fairy, they too needed to hasten their quest. However, they could hardly fathom that the very items they sought were right beneath their noses. A large orange cat lay curled up onto Zhuang's neck, resembling a vibrant orange scarf draped across him. As Su Jing concluded his business, Uncle Su from the Medicine King Valley swiftly approached, producing a silver ring to present to Yi Tian. Young friend Yi Tian, congratulations on becoming a lifelong honorary disciple of the Medicine King Valley. This is a token of goodwill from us. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nearly lost his composure. You didn't even inquire and immediately congratulated me on my acceptance. Is that courteous? Of course it is. Those who give gifts are regarded as good people. Yi Tian accepted the ring, expressing gratitude to Uncle Su that he had anticipated that due to the bald man, he might have antagonized Lu Xiao, leading the Medicine King Valley to stand in opposition. Yet, it appeared he had overestimated Lu Xiao. Upon reflection, if Lu Xiao were truly capable, he would not associate with someone like the bald man, that he was likely just a sect lackey. Now, Lu Xiao dared not utter a word, hiding behind the crowd, fearful that Yi Tian might seek him out. Simultaneously, he had mentally cursed the bald man's entire lineage countless times that in the vast eastern region, over the long passage of time. Only one individual like Yi Tian had emerged, linked to the Eastern Sacred Clan during the Ascending Spirit 9 transformations, that it was this very person whom the bald man had foolishly offended. How, bald man, you face a just fate. You are truly remarkable, brother Yi Tian. You must come to Tianlang County. I shall extend my hospitality. The third prince approached enthusiastically, grasping Yi Tian's hand. The audience had seen through it all. Considering the third prince to be a comedic figure, a source of humor and mischief. Yet, Yi Tian could not comprehend when he had become such a brother to him. How overly familiar. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Yi Tian replied, nodding in agreement, then discreetly withdrawing his hand. Having a man hold his hand felt rather peculiar. In the live stream, some fans began to stir with excitement, eager to ship this pair. Yi Tian and the prince, their names already arranged. Tian Wang Sipi. Following this, both the Ling Gui sect and the Beast Alliance presented gifts, inviting Yi Han to become an honorary disciple. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Returning to their respective homes, shadows flew away, numerous disciples scattering in all directions to continue their thorough search for the guardian artifact of the Demon King. At this moment, Yi Tian finally regained his composure. Among the top 10 forces of the eastern region, he had inadvertently joined 4 of them in the blink of an eye. This time, 5 out of the top 10 had arrived, and if one counted the Cloud Fairy, that made 6 at the Yun Tian Palace, Taishan Sect, Dao Yuan Palace, Medicine King Valley, Ling Gui Sect, and Beast Alliance in the Yun Tian Palace. Only the Cloud Fairy was present, yet she undoubtedly held the first place in the entire gathering. The Cloud Fairy had not invited Yi Tian, likely due to her aloof disposition. Then came the Dao Yuan Palace, which required no further elaboration, an irreconcilable enmity. The remaining 4 sects all extended invitations to Yi Tian. In the Dao Yuan Palace, he was recognized as an honorary disciple. The Medicine King Valley bestowed upon him the title of lifelong honorary disciple. The Ling Gui sect and the Beast Alliance conferred upon him the titles of Chief Honorary Disciple and Sole Honorary Disciple, respectively. Regardless, they all meant the same. As long as resources were provided, the titles mattered little. What a bountiful harvest! Seated cross-legged in a forest, Yi Tian began to consolidate his gains. The Qingyang sect members, 3 from the Wild Wave Mercenary Corps, and the entourage of the third prince were all present. The 4 major sects had offered their resources, claiming it was merely a token of their meeting. Yet it was undoubtedly substantial that a plethora of cultivation resources necessary for Ascending Spirit 9 transformations, along with various elixirs, medicinal herbs, and techniques, were among the treasures he had acquired. Yi Tian filtered through the useful items, storing them within his system space. Finally, he turned his attention to his Qingyang sect group. Qing Er, Why don't you share your gains first? Yi Tian turned to Qing'er and said, "It is time to begin our reflections. Young master, I have not suffered much from my cultivation of the demonic arts. However, I possess a means to dispel its effects, and I shall be well in 2 days. Furthermore, I have gained insights this time, and I believe I can soon reach the realm of necromancy." Qing'er replied, "Big brother, Yi has also practiced the demonic arts, and I feel they are quite formidable. But when that white light shone upon me, the demonic power dissipated. Woe is me." Then there was Yi, who surprisingly had learned to wail, "Woe is me." Though the demonic arts are indeed powerful, the risks they entail are even greater. You possess a unique constitution. Therefore, proceed with caution in your cultivation. Next, Yi Tian glanced at Zhang Haoran. "Young master, the medicine you provided can suppress the affliction within me, allowing me to commence my training. The beast god technique of the demonic arts is indeed potent. But I have already dispelled its influence and must restart my cultivation." Zhang Haoran appeared more animated, speaking with greater ease. "You should refrain from practicing the demonic arts. Your situation is already unique, making you more susceptible to losing control. I shall select a suitable technique for you shortly." Yi Tian then uttered words that the others could not comprehend, yet they had grown accustomed to it. He turned his gaze to De Zhuang. De Zhuang scratched his head and chuckled. "Young master, I am hungry." He grinned foolishly. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, no need for you to express it. I can see it with the Heavenly Emperor's gaze." De Zhuang had also practiced the demonic arts, but the influence had been negligible as he had dispelled it. His technique, however, was the formidable indestructible diamond technique, far surpassing the demonic arts. In that case, let us feast. After our expedition, everyone is famished. In truth, given the current state of the Qingyang sect team, it would be possible to forego meals, but this hunger was primarily psychological, having grown accustomed to daily meals. The sudden absence of food was disorienting, hence the need to continue eating. As for the Storm Mercenary Group, Yi Tian glanced at Zhang Chuang and the other two, his expression contemplative. That moment, a loud thud echoed as Zhang Chuang knelt first, followed closely by Sun Zi, who began to kowtow. "Young master, I wish to join the Qingyang sect as a servant, ready to face any peril for you," Zhang Chuang proclaimed. The experience had unveiled to him an opportunity to transcend his station, while aligning himself with Yi Tian. He need not remain confined to this corner of the world. The Storm Mercenary Group was disbanded on the spot. Sun Zi continued to kowtow fervently, and Yi Tian sensed his excitement, noting that he was bowing towards Qing'er. This fellow was undoubtedly a submissive. Yet, there was another, seemingly the second in command of the mercenary group. He hesitated but ultimately made his decision. "Brother Chuang, I shall not accompany you. I have an elderly mother to care for. Though we are brothers, I will continue to lead the Storm Mercenary Group. Do visit often." He chose to withdraw, preferring the familiar comforts of his past life. Such choices are personal. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you presume that I will accept you?" After a brief pause, the second-in-command departed alone. Zhang Chuang and Sun Zi busied themselves with roasting the meat of the blood python, while Yi Tian reclined with his legs crossed, resting. Delicious. Chapter 64. I wish to ride the winds home with the acceptance of Zhang Chuang and Sun Zi. Yi Tian's entourage grew once more. The current roster of the Qingyang sect includes Yi Tian, Qing'er, Yi, De Zhuang, Zhang Haoran, Zhang Chuang, and Sun Zi, a total of 7 individuals, compared to the desolate state of the Qingyang sect upon Yi Tian's arrival. The situation had improved significantly. Of course, it still counted as a rather sparse gathering. In addition, there was the third prince and his trio of Nirvana Realm bodyguards, bringing the total to 11. In the forest, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. After all, this was the flesh of the blood python, a delicacy that was not easily found in most locales. The very least. The previous stronghold Yi Tian visited had not offered such provisions. With the revelation of Yi Tian's slaying of Fangzhou, there was no longer a need to conceal the blood python. It could now be served openly. Although members of the Dao Yuan Palace harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Tian, even those at the King's realm were deterred from acting against him due to the influence of the Eastern Sacred Clan. This was the formidable deterrent power of the Eastern Sacred Clan in the Eastern Domain. "Brother Tian, just a little longer, it will be ready soon." Sun Zi said with a sycophantic smile. Why Tian nodded. Well done. His praise spurred Sun Zi to work even harder. By the way, Qing'er, what is the main process of the sect conference? He inquired as they awaited the roasted meat. However, before Qing'er could respond, the third prince eagerly interjected. Brother Yi, I am well versed in this. In my Tianlang prefecture, we hold a sect conference annually, and I have grown up witnessing these events. The third prince elaborated. Generally, the sect conference merely gathers representatives from various sects in Tianlang prefecture for a competition. The rewards are modest, not considered a grand affair. However, with the upcoming Sea Sky Banquet held every decade, the standards of this sect conference will be significantly elevated. As the third prince explained, Yi Tian gradually grasped the situation. The audience listened with rapt attention. I see. It seems this upcoming sect conference will be quite intense. Do not fret. Regardless of how fierce it may become, our young master remains unfazed, based on the third prince's words. The sect conference serves as a selection within Tianlang Prefecture, leading to the 100 Prefectures battle, yet another new challenge. Not bad, the pace is acceptable. Following the 100 Prefectures battle comes the Sea Sky Banquet. It will arrive swiftly. Our young master is currently at the Spirit Elephant Realm and will surely attain the title of general by the 100 Prefectures battle. When the Sea Sky Banquet arrives, will he not ascend to the King's realm and directly confront the Dao Yuan Palace? As time progresses, breakthroughs in cultivation become increasingly difficult, yet the transitions from body refinement to spirit transformation are relatively easier. As the audience engaged in discussion, the meat of the blood python was finally ready. Considering the number of attendees, the entire creature had been roasted. Ye Tian accepted a large piece of roasted meat handed to him by Zhang Chuang and took a bite. Instantly, the rich flavors lingered on his palate. The python meat melted in his mouth, its exquisite flavor accompanied by a surge of pure energy coursing through his body, reminiscent of a soothing hot spring experience. Yi Tian could not help but exclaim. This was merely a spirit food of the spirit transformation stage, simply roasted. Yet it possessed such remarkable taste and effects that it was hard to imagine what more advanced spirit foods would entail. I must attend the Sea Sky Banquet. Should I join the Tai Xin sect directly, I would miss out on this benefit and forfeit the chance to savor the spirit foods on offer. What a pity! Such grand events surely provide ample opportunities for rewards. Delicious. Wow, this is truly fragrant. De Zhuang, what are you doing? That piece is mine. Dear friends, do not rush. Everyone shall have a share, I assure you. Here, third prince, please enjoy. Zhang Chuang and Sun Zi were busy, their feet scarcely touching the ground. Just as they cut a piece of roasted meat, it was promptly devoured by others. They could only salivate at the enticing aroma. Do have some yourselves. If you do not eat now, you might end up with nothing but bones later, Yi Tian advised. Brotherton, the young master has spoken. Zhang Chuang clearly did not believe him. Despite the frenzy, with so much blood python meat available, how could it possibly be insufficient? They had barely consumed a tenth. Sun Zi handed a generous piece of prime meat to Qing'er, stating, Here you go. Yi Tian smiled in silence. The next moment, his eyes widened. It was Diju. This fellow had been asleep for quite some time, likely in a self-preservation state to avoid detection by numerous powerful beings. Now, however, the aroma of roasted meat had roused Diju from slumber. Meow! Diju let out an excited cry, leaping from De Zhuang's side and snatching the piece of roasted meat from his hand before bounding towards the campfire. In an instant, De Zhuang's meat was devoured. Then, Diju commenced its performance. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would believe it could open its mouth so wide. With a single bite, it devoured a substantial portion of the blood python's flesh, leaving behind a deep cavity. They could even see the bones being crushed. By the heavens! Zhang Chuang and Sun Zi snapped out of their stupor. Quickly, cut more meat. Do not let the Jew consume it all. Yi Tian clapped his thigh, urging, Hurry! At his words, the two regained their senses and rushed to slice the python meat, fearing it would all be consumed by the Jew. Ha ha ha! Zhang Chuang and Sun Zi felt as if they were living in a dream. The formidable presence of the great orange feline is truly astounding. Having devoured a substantial portion of the blood-quenching python, it is no surprise, given that it is the offspring of the celestial devourer, possessing the bloodline of the voracious beast, Tao Tai. If it can consume the heavens, how could a mere python stand a chance? Hurry, for the great orange creature has already consumed a quarter of the python. The esteemed tradition of the Qingyang sect thrives on competition for sustenance. The audience erupted in laughter, inundating the screen with exuberant comments. Ultimately, half of the blood-quenching python found its way into the belly of the great orange beast, while the remainder was eagerly contested and shared among the onlookers, including Zhang Chuang and Shunzi, who managed to secure a portion, alongside the 3 bodyguards of the third prince, each of whom was fortunate enough to receive a morsel. The great orange creature licked its paws, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, yawned, stretched languidly, and returned to the side of De Zhuang, closing its eyes to drift into slumber. "Brother Yitian, what is this creature?" The third prince was utterly astonished. This Qingyang sect possesses even extraordinary pets. Such an appetite is truly remarkable. "Your Highness, this is a devourer beast, known as the Jew," Yitian disclosed, uttering a name he had never encountered before. "Devourer beast? I have never heard of such a creature. The vast world is indeed full of wonders." The third prince marveled. He then continued, "Brother Yitian, if you regard me with favor, there is no need to address me as the third prince. That is merely a title bestowed by outsiders. That my name is Li Qingfeng, and if you do not mind, you may call me Brother Qingfeng." The third prince, Li Qingfeng, stated that Yitian nodded in acknowledgement, "that I yearn to ride the winds homeward, yet fear the jade towers and celestial abodes, for the heights are unbearably cold." What a splendid name. Yitian praised At that moment, however. Li Qingfeng's eyes widened, his lips moving in silent recitation, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. In the recesses of his mind, a vivid scene unfurled. A congregation of powerful beings, each with mighty wings unfurled, standing aloft in the void, but a multitude of warriors gathered, proclaiming their allegiance. Laughter resonated throughout the heavens, followed by the emergence of an imposing figure, back turned to the world, appearing upon the horizon. With an air of arrogance, he recited a verse, "I yearn to ride the winds homeward, yet fear the jade towers and celestial abodes, for the heights are unbearably cold." He then slowly turned, revealing a visage of cold severity. The very heavens dimmed, and all present bowed in reverence, chanting the name of the esteemed Qingfeng. What ecstasy, such overwhelming delight. The third prince, Li Qingfeng, experienced a euphoric climax, his eyes turning a fiery red. "If I could embody such grandeur even once in my life, it would be worth dying for." "Brother Qingfeng, what ails you?" Yitian inquired, perplexed. "Brother Yitan, you are indeed my true brother. Such verses are unparalleled in antiquity. Is there more? Is there more?" Li Qingfeng approached, grasping Yitian's hands with fervent intensity. The viewers, fervent supporters of various pairings, erupted in joy. "Behold, this is a pairing, already confirmed. Yitian and His Highness the Third Prince are destined to be a couple. No, Yitian and Qing are the perfect match, united in harmony. The Tianqing faction shall endure." I still prefer Yun Xianzi. Her connection with Yitian is the epitome of perfection, a celestial pairing. In the blink of an eye, numerous pairings had emerged. Childish choices are for the young, adults, of course. Desire them all, transcending gender. The audience became embroiled in spirited debate over these pairings, and why Yitian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. There is one more line. Upon hearing Yitian's words, Li Qingfeng gripped his hands even tighter. "What is it? I implore you, Brother Yitian. Please tell me." Li Qingfeng trembled with anticipation. "First, loosen your grip," Yitian instructed. That Li Qingfeng complied, though his gaze remained fixed upon Yitian, sending shivers down his spine. The great rock soars upon the winds, ascending to dizzying heights of 90,000 miles. Yitian recited to align with Li Qingfeng's name. He modified a word, yet the essence remained intact. Upon hearing this line, Li Qingfeng's expression shifted once more, the vision in his mind transforming. Powerful figures stood tall, the wind swirling, as a distant, authoritative voice echoed through the cosmos, reciting the line, "The great rock soars upon the winds, ascending to dizzying heights of 90,000 miles." In the next moment, Li Qingfeng broke through the heavens, transcending all, compelling all present to kneel in awe, trembling in reverence. What ecstasy! Such overwhelming delight! Brother Yitian, have these 2 lines of poetry truly been crafted for me? You are my kindred spirit. Only one who knows me can be as you are, Brother Yitian. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, his arms flailing wildly. A picture of unrestrained enthusiasm. Yi Tian cast a puzzled glance at Li Chengfeng's 3 bodyguards. Young master, the third prince is exceedingly keen on displaying his prowess before others, one bodyguard remarked, realizing the implication. Yi Tian comprehended the nature of Li Chengfeng's behavior. Simply put, this fellow relished in ostentation, albeit with insufficient prowess to support it. When attempting to boast, he could only manage a meager, "My father is a lord." Such a lowly status hardly sufficed for grandstanding. However, Yi Tian's poetic lines provided the perfect opportunity for Li Chengfeng's aspirations, explaining his elation. With this understanding, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Once Li Chengfeng regained his composure, the group prepared to set forth to AT that moment. Yi Tian recalled an important matter prompted by the reminders of the viewers in the live stream, which he nearly overlooked. Young master, have you forgotten the griffin beast? We shall need it for our journey. Summon the griffin swiftly. That was the Bald One's legacy. Do show it to everyone. I joined the live stream late and have yet to see the griffin. Indeed, summon the griffin. Upon hearing the audience's reminders, Yi Tian smacked his forehead, almost forgetting this crucial detail. He retrieved the Bald One's storage pouch from the system space. After rummaging through its contents, he discovered a quaintly designed whistle. Composed of an unknown material that resembled both wood and metal, heavy in his hand, adorned with intricate engravings, that it was likely a spiritual treasure crafted by a beast tamer. Yi Tian wiped the whistle clean, particularly the mouthpiece, as he felt a twinge of distaste, having belonged to the Bald One. Finally, Yi Tian blew into the whistle. A clear, resonant sound echoed forth, and invisible sound waves radiated outward. The audience speculated that this whistle might produce a specific frequency of infrasound. As infrasound has a long wavelength that is less prone to attenuation and absorption by water or air, some infrasound waves can even circle the globe multiple times. Explaining fantastical principles through science is indeed impressive. As the whistle's sound resonated, Yi Tian stood still, awaiting the arrival of the griffin. He soon heard the rush of wind, and a shadow with wings appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching, with a mighty whoosh. The massive griffin descended, exuding an overwhelming presence, akin to a mobile fortress, capable of carrying 5 or 6 individuals at a glance. That moment, the griffin paused, gazing at Yi Tian in confusion. What is happening? Where is my master? The griffin was oblivious to the Bald One's demise, that if he were a proper beast tamer, the death of the tamer would spell the end for the contracted beast. However, the Bald One was not a true beast tamer. He summoned the griffin using this whistle, along with the bond cultivated over time, allowing him to command the griffin. In essence, this whistle could only call the griffin, but it could not compel it to obey. In the next instant, the griffin glared at Yi Tian, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Heh, Yi Tian sneered, the dragon-shaped spirit seed within him quivering slightly, unleashing a terrifying aura directed at the griffin. In an instant, the griffin felt as though it were facing a formidable foe, trembling uncontrollably, and knelt before Yi Tian. Obey, Yi Tian commanded, stroking the griffin's head gently. The Bald One has passed. From now on, you shall follow me. I shall name you Xiao Jiao, Yi Tian declared, vaulting onto the back of Xiao Jiao. The sensation was delightful, though a tad uncomfortable. Now, give me a test flight, Yi Tian ordered. The griffin flapped its wings vigorously, soaring through the skies with Yi Tian aboard. What a thrill! This was Yi Tian's first experience of flight in this fantastical realm, that he eagerly anticipated the day he would break through to the next realm. Manifesting spirit wings and flying under his own power, as Yi Tian landed, he surveyed the griffin and the onlookers. Traveling with the griffin would certainly expedite our journey, but the number of individuals accompanying us is rather substantial. Yi Tian found himself in a bit of a quandary. Upon hearing his words, the third prince, Li Chengfeng, broke into a smile. Brother Yi Tian, there is no need for concern. A great takes flight on the winds. Soaring straight up to 90,000 miles, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to recite. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a spirit vessel appeared out of thin air, floating gracefully before them. Chapter 66. Fang Yong blocks the way. The spirit vessel. Yi Tian had long been aware that the primary mode of transportation in this fantastical realm was the spirit vessel, yet this was his first encounter with one. The vessel before him was not overly large. Comparable in size to a small sedan, even smaller than a griffin beast. However, it exuded an air of sophistication, adorned in a shimmering black hue reminiscent of polished metal, intricately etched with numerous mysterious patterns that flowed continuously. Brother Yi Tian, what do you think of this spirit vessel? Li Chengfeng asked with evident pride that Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with delight, and his satisfaction was palpable. It's splendid, quite impressive indeed. Brother Chengfeng, may I take a closer look? Yi Tian inquired. Brother, you need not be so formal. Just say the word, and this spirit vessel is yours, Li Chengfeng declared, sweeping his hand as if to bestow the vessel upon Yi Tian. That cannot be. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, Yi Tian replied, though his body betrayed him as he leapt onto the spirit vessel. The vessel was adorned with elegant seating made from the fur of mystical beasts, offering unparalleled comfort that in its front. Several indentations were clearly designed for placing spirit stones to serve as a power source. Very nice indeed. Yi Tian mused that in his past life, he had struggled for half a lifetime, unable to afford even a car, and had been renting a home until his demise. Now, this spirit vessel felt far more exhilarating than any sports car. Does a sports car have the ability to fly? Brother, enough talk. Yi Tian, I must insist on gifting you this spirit vessel. I believe its worth pales in comparison to the 2 verses of poetry you gifted me, Li Chengfeng insisted, upon our arrival at Tianlang County. If you desire anything, do not hesitate to ask. Yi Tian leapt down from the spirit vessel and bowed slightly to Li Chengfeng. Then I shall graciously accept your gift. Thank you, Brother Chengfeng, for your generosity. Accepting the vessel brought even greater joy to Li Chengfeng. Please, arrange for me a dozen more friends like this foolishly rich second-generation heir. Finally, the group set forth on their journey. Wei Yitan mounted the griffin beast, followed closely by the members of Qingyang sect, who also took to the skies on the creature's back. Li Chengfeng piloted the spirit vessel, accompanying his 3 bodyguards, as well as Zhang Chuang and Shunzi, who were arranged by Yi Tian to be on board the vessel. They sped ahead at an extraordinary pace. The exhilaration was beyond words. Elder brother, shall we head straight to Tianlang County? Qinger inquired. At their current speed, they could likely reach their destination within 5 days. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tian responded, I believe it would be prudent to continue refining our skills in the mountains for a while longer. While we are prepared, De Zhuang, Yi, and Hao Ran still require the tempering of battle, that he knew he could handle the upcoming competition alone, but he did not wish to diminish the potential of Qingyang Sect's foundation. Their innate talents, the extreme mean body, the natural body cultivator, and the future demon emperor, must be nurtured. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Only through combat, amid life and death, can a cultivator's potential be fully realized. Qinger nodded in agreement. Just as they set forth, an aged figure appeared ahead, clad in a Taoist robe. Fang Yong, the master of Daoyuan Palace's branch, a formidable figure of the king rank. What brings him here again? Truly a persistent spirit. At this moment, Fang Yong appeared disheveled, his robe stained with blood, lacking any semblance of a strong man's demeanor, which put Yi Tian and his companions on high alert. Umph. However, before Fang Yong could speak, Yi Tian remained silent as well. Li Chengfeng scoffed, raising his chin defiantly, hands clasped behind his back, that I wish to return on the winds, yet I fear the Jade Towers and Celestial Palaces are too high and cold. Old man, the Eastern Holy Clan has already spoken. How dare you obstruct my way? To lay a hand on my brother Yi Tian, you must first tread over my corpse. Do not forget, my father is a king. Li Chengfeng entered full braggart mode. Yet realizing the gravity of his boast against the king, he added a cautionary remark for Fang Yong. Fang Yong felt a sharp pang of annoyance. Could this fool not keep his distance? He had encountered the king of Tianlang County before, a figure of great renown. How could he spawn such a dimwit? Ignoring Li Chengfeng, he turned his gaze to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, Fang Yong rasped. The Eastern Holy Clan has spoken. I bear no intention of harming you, that I have come for the return of Zhu's body. His eyes reddened as he spoke, that Yi Tian sensed an excessive fondness for Fang Zhuo. Suspecting that Fang Zhuo might indeed be his illegitimate son, that a late-life child, now mourning the loss of his offspring, was surely heart-wrenching. Very well. The request for the body is reasonable, Yi Tian decided, primarily wishing to avoid provoking Fang Yong completely. Should he lose control and attempt to kill him, The Eastern Holy Clan's king would be unable to intervene in time. Thus, Yi Tian gestured, and Feng Zhuo's body materialized before them. Simultaneously, Yi Tian deftly removed Feng Zhuo's storage artifact, a golden belt, drawing Feng Yang's attention. "What do you intend to do?" Feng Yang's aura surged, frightening the griffin beast that my father is a king. A great takes flight on the winds, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. Li Qingfeng hastily interjected. Feng Yang shot him a glance, confirming his suspicion that the king of Tianlang County had indeed sired a fool. That storage artifact was a birthday gift I bestowed upon Zhuo, which he cherished dearly. "Return it to me, and I shall forego any claim to its contents," Feng Yang stated solemnly. Now that Feng Yang had laid his cards on the table, Yi Tian could no longer retain the artifact. Moreover, he perceived that any storage artifact paled in comparison to his own system space. Thus, he collected all the items from the belt and returned both the belt and Feng Zhuo's body to Feng Yang. Trembling, Feng Yang embraced Feng Zhuo's body, closing his eyes, tears streaming down his face. "Did I end this moment?" He was not a king, but merely a grieving father. Observing this, one could surmise that Feng Zhuo was indeed his illegitimate son. While Yi Tian felt a twinge of sympathy, he would not extend any empathy. Feng Zhuo had brought this upon himself. Clearly, he had been spoiled by Feng Yang, living arrogantly and cruelly, and his demise was well-deserved. Do not think that the Eastern Holy Clan can protect you. My Daoyuan Palace will find a way to claim your head during the 100 County War to honor Zhuo in the afterlife. Upon acquiring Feng Zhuo's body, Feng Yang reverted to his former self as the master of Daoyuan Palace. The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, each one slapping their thighs in mirth. "Oh, thank you for the reminder. I shall exercise caution," Yi Tian smiled, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. Seeing this, Feng Yang ceased further discourse, clutching Feng Zhuo's body as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Subsequently, Yi Tian and his companions continued their journey, pausing only at night to settle down and rest. While they called it rest, the spectators understood that the moonlight was perfect for late-night cultivation. After roasting some mystical beasts for a meal, Yi Tian sat cross-legged, ready to begin his lottery draw. Chapter 67. I have overreached, finally. It was time to commence the lottery. Yi Tian's heart raced with excitement. With over 20,000 chances to draw, even with the worst luck, he was bound to obtain some remarkable items. As for spirit stones and spirit rice, they were guaranteed to fill his inventory. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian settled into position, a smile adorning his face as he closed his eyes. Observing this, the spectators knew he was about to draw. Qing and the others were accustomed to it. Yet the third prince remained bewildered. With no discernible energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Tian, it was evident he was not cultivating. So what was the purpose of his enigmatic smile and closed eyes? They could only speculate, hesitant to inquire. "I have achieved enlightenment. Brother Yi Tian, he is communing with the heavens, commencing the 9th transformation already. Indeed, he is worthy of being Li Chengfeng's brother," the third prince exclaimed, clapping his thigh, lowering his voice. How splendid! Following Qing, another enlightened one had emerged, and even more so. Unbeknownst to them, within Yi Tian's mind, a cacophony of chimes echoed, the system prompts ringing out, leaving him somewhat dazed. The speed of the lottery draw was so rapid that Yi Tian could hardly discern what the system was announcing. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the lottery finally drew to a close. In this round, Yi Tian had exhausted 20,000 chances at the draw, dismissing the minor remainder as inconsequential. Such an immense quantity rendered preliminary draws unnecessary. The 20,000 opportunities were divided into two segments. One segment of 10,000 was allocated to intermediate draws, enabling 1,000 intermediate attempts. The other 10,000 were plunged into high-stakes draws, culminating in 100 superior attempts. Once the lottery concluded, Yi Tian began to reflect upon his acquisitions that a copious amount of medium-grade spirit stones, and even some high-grade ones, had been obtained. Undoubtedly, the high-grade spirit stones were the fruits of the superior draws. For the foreseeable future, Yi Tian need not worry about spirit stones. Besides, he was now one of the top 10 honored disciples and a brother to the third prince of Tianlang County. He would certainly not lack for spirit stones. Furthermore, he had amassed numerous elixirs, herbs, martial arts techniques, and various metal ores. However, the truly remarkable items were not in overwhelming abundance. First and foremost, there was the bloodline. Yi Tian's Fusang Divine Tree bloodline had finally reached perfection after this round of draws. The system even thoughtfully indicated that Yi Tian had yet to fully harness the advantages of this extraordinary bloodline, that as his cultivation level continued to ascend, he would be able to unleash even greater power, akin to the physique of the ancient Dragon Emperor. Next, he had acquired the complete 36 styles of the mountain splitting technique, making it his most formidable martial art to date. Naturally, he remained constrained by his current realm, rendering him unable to master all of them at present. As for body refinement techniques, he had directly drawn the indestructible body technique, which could be cultivated up to the king's realm. Until reaching that stage, this body refinement method would suffice. Moreover, he had drawn an abundance of diamonds, along with a small batch of diamond essence that, as the name suggests, this substance was the quintessence of diamonds. It was likely that an entire diamond vein would yield scant amounts of diamond essence. Utilizing this essence to cultivate the indestructible body technique would accelerate his progress tremendously. In addition, Yi Tian had also drawn a technique suitable for Zhang Haoran and another for Yaya. Additionally, he acquired a spirit vessel, far superior to the one possessed by the third prince. Among other treasures, the most significant was an attacking spirit treasure, a bow named the Shattering Spirit Bow. This bow required the practitioner to condense arrows from their spiritual energy, and the arrows possessed the ability to shatter spirits. Essentially, it provided a buff that could obliterate an opponent's attacks at their spiritual source, and if it struck an enemy's body, it could even undermine their foundation. But that was not all. There was also a secret technique known as Unparalleled. This technique was quite straightforward. It enabled the user to amplify their attributes significantly, albeit for a limited duration. Furthermore, he obtained several legacies, all pertaining to various livelihood professions, such as alchemy, that he had received the highest legacy, achieving the status of a 6th-grade alchemist, which was quite commendable. Other legacies included those for weapon crafting, talisman crafting, and formation crafting, encompassing all livelihood professions. Yi Tian remained in a daze for an extended period, as many of the prizes were unfamiliar to him. For instance, there was a substance called Clear Spirit True Dew, the nature of which eluded him, and it was not recorded in the 6th-grade alchemist legacy. There was also a Tianxin stone, which he could not find in the legacies of weapon or formation craftsmen. Additionally, he obtained a Hahuan lotus, which was noted to be a sacred object for dual cultivation, also acquired through the high-level draw. It was said that simply inhaling the fragrance of this lotus could lead one to a state of infatuation, rendering them unable to extricate themselves, transforming into a human-shaped teddy bear. These were all items of considerable grade, and Yi Tian felt he had truly struck a bountiful harvest. Sighing in relief, he regained some composure, his eyes sparkling with joy. This scene did not go unnoticed by the third prince, Li Chengfeng, who was taken aback that in such a brief period, Yi Tian had already gleaned profound insights. Truly, his talent surpassed that of anyone in the Eastern Domain, even outshining the celestial fairy. A great rock soars on the winds, rising to an altitude of 90,000 miles. Li Chengfeng muttered at that moment. Yi Tian rose to his feet, nearly forgetting to distribute the cultivation resources to everyone. Dezhuang, I shall impart to you the techniques and resources that as he spoke. Yi Tian placed his palm on Dezhuang's forehead, bestowing upon him the knowledge of the indestructible body technique, transferring everything from the body refinement scroll to the sage scroll. Following that, a substantial quantity of diamonds and a small amount of diamond essence were placed into a spatial ring, which he handed to Dezhuang. Dezhuang grinned foolishly, immediately extracting the diamonds to commence his cultivation, golden light enveloping him. Haoran, I shall transmit to you the technique, the 9 transformations Howling Moon technique, along with cultivation resources. Yaya, here is the Ice Phoenix technique and your cultivation resources, Zhang Chuang and Shunzi. Take what is within this ring and divide it amongst yourselves. Yi Tian proceeded to bestow knowledge and resources upon each of them, leaving the third prince and his 3 bodyguards utterly astonished. Is he truly this extravagant? Aren't you Yi Tian from the Qingyang sect? Isn't that sect on the verge of collapse? Could these treasures possibly be gifts from the 4 major sects? It hardly seems plausible. My companions and I are utterly flabbergasted. Truly, my brother Yi Tian is remarkable. I was such a fool. I should have realized that with his extraordinary talent and connection to the Eastern Sacred Clan, his background could not possibly be so mundane. To be his brother is indeed a lofty privilege. Li Chengfeng felt his face flush with embarrassment, having gifted a mere spirit vessel to Yi Tian. How utterly humiliating. He continued to speculate that Yi Tian was merely putting on an act of surprise to spare his feelings. Meanwhile, Yi Tian turned his gaze towards Qing'er, ensuring she received her share of valuable items. Qing'er, I'm uncertain what you require, but here are several defensive spirit treasures and some elixirs, all bestowed upon you. My only wish is for your safety. Yi Tian spoke earnestly, and the combination of his handsome countenance and earnest gaze left Qing'er utterly captivated. Thank you, young sect master, she exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on Yi Tian's cheek. In that instant, Yi Tian felt a tingling sensation on his face, akin to an electric shock. This is what it feels like to be kissed. In his previous and current lives, it was the first time he had ever been kissed by a girl. Blushing, Qing'er dashed away, taking Yaya along to cultivate, while Yi Tian transformed into Dezhuang, chuckling heartily. The audience erupted in excitement. How can you continue to indulge in such antics? Shouldn't you be more professional? This is a fantasy live stream. Alas, our young sect master has become Dezhuang. Just look at that silly grin. Who knew that foolishness could be contagious? The Qingyang sect is in peril. It seems this round of draws has yielded remarkable rewards. Needless to say, just consider the tips received. This stream is truly lucrative. In just a few days, we're rolling in wealth. With so many tips, how can he still be at the spirit elephant realm, on par with the bald man? That seems rather implausible. Do not fret. Tonight we shall witness the grand event. The live stream chat overflowed with comments that moment. 100 super firecrackers were launched into the sky, stunning the audience. Although Yi Tian had received substantial rewards today, they were largely amassed through collective contributions from the viewers. The sheer number of participants played a pivotal role. The frequency of draws was not solely determined by tips, but also by the viewer engagement. Comparatively, viewer engagement was the cornerstone of it all. Thus, a single viewer tipping 100 super firecrackers was indeed a significant gesture. This act had effectively become synonymous with the phrase Chuyi-ju. Chuyi-ju has arrived. Chuyi-ju is invincible. The dog supporter is back. The chat exploded with comments at Yi Tian noticed the arrival of Chuyi-ju. Yi Tian, you are in grave danger today. You've been a bit reckless, he cautioned upon entering. Recalling that moment, Yi Tian felt a chill of apprehension. Had it not been for the intervention of the Eastern Sacred Clan, he might have met his demise. Yes, I understand. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I want to elaborate further. Just keep it in mind, Chuyi-ju advised that it appears this round of draws has yielded substantial benefits. Are you confident in swiftly elevating your strength? I feel that reaching the King's realm is essential to establish oneself in this world. The wisdom of the great was evident in his analysis. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'm on it, he assured. Good, Chuyi-ju replied. Is there anything else I can assist you with apart from the tips? I have applied for a funding allocation, but it will take some time due to procedural requirements. Seeing these comments, Yi Tian's heart stirred that if the funding allocation required reporting to higher-ups, it must be a considerable sum. When the time came, he might be able to draw once more. The more viewers, the better. The more active they are, the more chances I will have to draw, Yi Tian declared. Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements, Chuyi-ju affirmed. After speaking, he logged off. Yi Tian's heart swelled with joy. With the support of the nation and the already booming live stream, the number of draws was merely a trivial matter. All he needed to do was focus on his cultivation. Regaining his composure, he began to consume pills for his practice. Yunling Dan, in his mouth, Jingguangxi, in his hand. At the same time, he activated the Taiku Divine Art and the indestructible diamond technique, unleashing his full power like a person invigorated by a potent elixir. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Prince Li Chengfeng found himself once again confronted with a shocking revelation. Who was Yi Tian conversing with just now? Was he simultaneously cultivating both spiritual energy and body refinement techniques? Li Chengfeng felt his mind buzzing. Similarly, the speculation that Qing'er once had resurfaced in his thoughts, that Yi Tian harbored the soul of a formidable warrior within him. What other secrets lay hidden within him? Had he truly overstepped his bounds? He couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of awe. Observing his demeanor, the audience erupted in laughter. Time spent in cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly. A night slipped by unnoticed. As the eastern sun rose, Yi Tian's aura surged, and the spiritual energy around him began to swirl. that I in that moment. He broke through the spirit image realm and stepped into the earth spirit realm. He had ascended to a new minor level. At this pace, by the time they reached Tianlang County, he might very well attain the rank of a general, an utterly terrifying prospect in the history of our Tianlang County Sect Conference. No one had ever participated at such a level. The third Prince Li Chengfeng appeared dazed. The sect conference involved disciples sent by the subordinate sects of Tianlang County to compete. How could these disciples possibly be of the general rank? Even those strong enough to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Domain could at least hold an official position. They would be addressed as Shishu. This was truly a dimensional assault. How was everyone else faring in their cultivation? Yi Tian asked cheerfully. Zhang Haoran replied, Young sect master, I have broken through to the rebirth realm, but unfortunately, I did not manage to ascend to the spirit realm overnight. Yi chimed in, Big brother, the technique you provided is so powerful. I have ascended to the spirit realm, and now I possess an Ice Phoenix spiritual seed in my Dantian. Zhang Chuang exclaimed. Young sect master is invincible. I am also on the verge of a breakthrough, huh? Shunzi added, Long live young sect master, uniting the Eastern Domain. I have broken through, De Zhuang chuckled. The third prince was once again struck by thunder. The Qingyang sect was indeed no ordinary faction. Everyone within it was a prodigy. That Zhang Haoran had merely dabbled in demonic techniques within the ruins and had subsequently lost his power. He was practically an ordinary person, yet he nearly ascended in a single night. What kind of talent was that? That little girl who could eat a lot had actually condensed an unusual spiritual seed. As long as it was not an ordinary spherical pattern spiritual seed, it had to be an unusual one, only attainable by those with extraordinary gifts. Zhang Chuang and Shunzi were insignificant in comparison. Even De Zhuang was impressive, his fists seemingly capable of smashing his brains out. How terrifying. Had he truly overstepped his bounds? He repeated this thought once more. Very well, all is good. Let us grab a bite to eat and then hasten our journey. Yi Tian instructed. Zhang Chuang and Shunzi hurriedly took De Zhuang to hunt for breakfast. Before long, the three returned, loaded with a plethora of beast carcasses, roasting them while also preparing a large pot of spiritual rice. The aroma wafting delightfully. After breakfast, they continued on their journey. Meanwhile, far away at Daoyuan Palace, within a grand hall, several figures were seated, each with grave expressions that Yi Tian, bearing the surname Yi. The Yi family is prominent in the Central Continent. If he is from the Central Continent, how could he appear in that corner of the Qingyang sect? Regardless, this individual must not be allowed to remain. Indeed, Yi Tian has positioned himself in direct opposition to our Daoyuan Palace. He must be eradicated, absolutely cannot be spared. Well said. This individual must not be left alive. I propose we employ all available covert means to eliminate him in his cradle. The Tianlang County Sect Conference forbids direct action. We can only wait for the 100 Prefectures War. However, delay may lead to unforeseen changes. I suggest we immediately dispatch assassins to intercept this individual in the Beast Mountain Range. The Daoyuan Palace convened to deliberate on the matter concerning Yi Tian. The overarching theme of the meeting was that this individual must not be allowed to live. The conclusion drawn was that he must be eliminated. Ultimately, the Daoyuan Palace covertly dispatched a half-step king assassin. Rushing towards the Beast Mountain Range, determined to eliminate Yi Tian at all costs. Simultaneously, various factions stirred in the shadows, the news rapidly spreading throughout the Eastern Domain, alarming the hidden demon clans and demonic sects. Chapter 69, Demon General, Sorceress, Assassin. At this moment within the Beast Mountain Range, Yi Tian and his companions were hastily advancing, completely unaware of the impending crisis, except for the third prince who wore a furrowed brow. Everyone else was in high spirits that Yi Tian and his group were all invigorated by their good fortune, especially Zhang Haoran, who had become more talkative, engaging De Zhuang in conversation. De Zhuang, the best listener, merely chuckled, not interrupting. Brother Chengfeng, what troubles you? Yi Tian, riding a griffin, flew alongside the spirit ship and inquired. Nothing, Li Chengfeng replied. Brother Yi Tian, I feel I have been too lax in my cultivation, alas, he sighed. The poor third prince had suffered numerous blows over the night, leaving him in a state of disquiet. Primarily, he felt that calling Yi Tian brother was a reach. His once proud identity as the third prince seemed trivial in comparison to Yi Tian. This was the most disheartening realization for him. Why must you belittle yourself, Brother Qingfeng? Looking across the entire younger generation of the Eastern Domain, you stand as a paragon among them, that as the saying goes. One should aspire to reach the peak and survey all beneath. This is precisely the kind of person you are. Yi Tian thought to himself, secretly amused, while maintaining a serious facade. Upon hearing his words, Li Chengfeng trembled violently. His eyes reddened. To survey all beneath. Standing atop the spirit ship, gazing down at the mountains and rivers below. Was he not doing just that? Brother Yi Tian, do you truly believe so? Is this verse also a gift to me? He wavered, and the spirit ship trembled. That of course. Yi Tian asserted seriously. Very well, thank you. Brother Yi Tian, thank you. The most fortunate thing in my life has been meeting you and becoming your brother. No, that is not enough. I wish to become sworn brothers with you, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month, but wishing to die on the same day of the same month. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, trembling as he shouted. He would gladly hand over Tianlang County to Yi Tian at that moment. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Our young sect master is delightfully mischievous. With just a few words, he had left the third prince utterly bewildered. Do not speak so harshly. The young sect master meant well, attempting to comfort the third prince. The effect is quite evident. Indeed, the third prince has clearly been struck down by the Qingyang sect and desperately needs a touch of poetic embellishment. Ha. The Tianwang CP is invincible. By the way, does this world possess any Confucian or Taoist powers, where poetry and song are used in battle? Not yet. I feel it hasn't appeared. The young sect master reciting poetry hasn't even caused any celestial phenomena. The audience continued to flood the comments with their discussions. Meanwhile, ahead in a valley, the ground writhed, the soil flew, and a wave of blue-purple miasma surged forth, with all plants within the vicinity wilting and dying. Some unsuspecting beast that could not escape met a gruesome fate, dissolving into pus. Soon after, this terrifying miasma began to coalesce, taking the form of a figure. It was a corpulent toad-headed demon, exuding a nauseating stench. This was a demon general, whose strength corresponded to the human cultivator's general rank. The demon clan, having learned of a genius figure among the human race, one that had drawn the attention of the Eastern Holy Clan even at the Ascension 9 transformation stage, deemed it necessary to eliminate him. Otherwise, the human race would gain yet another king, which would be a significant threat. The Eastern Domain Demon Clan had already issued a bounty. Whoever could slay Yi Tian would receive immense rewards. With great rewards come brave men, and this toad-headed demon was among them. Of course, many more demons were eagerly waiting for their chance. The blood feud between humans and demons was irreconcilable, akin to that between the Taishan sect and Daoyuan Palace. Perhaps even more profound, it was a deep-seated enmity accumulated over generations, countless lives and rivers of blood. A budding genius, after all, is still but an ant. The mere Ascension 9 transformations realm was not a challenge. Upon success, I shall become a king. The toad-headed demon chuckled as his form once again dissolved into miasma, swiftly traversing underground, closing in on Yi Tian's location. On another front, in the sky, a black lotus-shaped spirit ship was moving rapidly. On board, a stunningly beautiful girl sat in meditation, her beauty rivaling that of the celestial maiden. However, the demeanor of the Cloud Fairy is one of ethereal detachment, untouched by the mundane world, while this young maiden possesses an enchanting charm. Her brows and eyes brimming with emotion, an innate allure that captivates all who gaze upon her. At the center of her brow rests a black lotus mark, which adds an intoxicating allure to her already bewitching presence. A mere glance at her can drive one to madness. Throughout the Eastern Domain, if one were to declare the Cloud Fairy as the foremost saintess among the younger generation of righteous sects, then this Mu Yue must undeniably be the supreme enchantress of the demonic path. Even among the top 10 of the Eastern Domain, there are young heroes who willingly descend into darkness, sacrificing their principles to serve her, striving to be her loyal attendants. The most notorious incident involved a holy son of the Daoyuan Palace, who, after a single glimpse of her, renounced his sect and stole a precious spiritual treasure to present to her, subsequently becoming her devoted admirer. In response, the Daoyuan Palace, incensed, dispatched formidable warriors to hunt down the enchantress, yet ultimately met with failure. From that moment on, Mu Yue's famed sword, captivating the hearts of countless men across the Eastern Domain. Upon hearing of Yi Tian's exploits, she hurriedly made her way here, that if the one named Yun saved him, then I shall be the one to ruin him, that a prodigious talent, recognized by the Eastern Holy Clan during the Spirit Ascension 9 transformations, must be brought under my banner into our demonic sect. Mu Yue murmured to herself as the Black Lotus spirit vessel soared through the skies, heading directly for the Beast Mountain Range. Simultaneously, at the rear mountains of Daoyuan Palace, a hidden cave opened quietly. An elder, exuding an aura of decay, stepped forth, hastening towards the Beast Mountain Range with utmost speed, intent on eliminating Yi Tian. With the resources of the Daoyuan Palace's top 10, arranging for a dying half-step king to execute such a task is a trivial matter. This is undoubtedly a deadly assassin. The winds are stirring, all converging upon Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Yi Tian continues to amuse the third prince. A figure as elegant as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. The first time I beheld Brother Chingfeng, these words immediately sprang to my mind. Just as a treasured sword is bestowed upon a hero, this verse is worthy only of Brother Chingfeng. Yi Tian persistently flatters at this moment. Li Chengfeng's mind is racing, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He is no longer satisfied with merely offering the Tianlang County to Yi Tian. He wishes to gift him the entirety of the Eastern Domain. A true confidant. To have such a friend in life, I, Li Chengfeng, would die without regrets. Yi Tian, you have gifted me poetry. How should I repay you? Li Chengfeng, racking his brain, cannot fathom how to express his gratitude. Brother Chengfeng, my brotherhood with you, the poetry I gift, is not for the sake of repayment. I admire you as a person, Yi Tian responds, weaving a tapestry of flattery. After all, with the journey being dull, why not indulge in some banter? The Tianlang County we are heading to is his territory. If I can win him over, won't I be able to roam freely there? A matter of mere words, effortlessly done, and Yi Tian is more than willing to this moment. Li Chengfeng is moved to tears. True, he is the third prince of Tianlang County, yet he knows that many secretly mock him. Only Yi Tian genuinely regards him with kindness. Thus, the group continues their journey until nightfall, stopping amidst a forest. According to custom, the next order of business is to dine and cultivate. Just then, from the nearby woods, a wave of sinister, violet gas quietly rolls in, accompanied by faint, malicious laughter. The Demon Clan's demon general, Li Zi, has arrived. Yi Tian and his companions initially planned to hunt some beast for a roast dinner before hastily resuming their cultivation. For instance, Yi Tian himself is eager to forge alliances, while Zhang Haoran, witnessing Yaya's ascension, is equally anxious to elevate his own strength to assist the young master. Yaya, fearing Zhang Haoran might catch up, is intent on accelerating her training as for Dazhuang. He feels ravenous and plans to swiftly hunt down a few sufficiently large beasts for dinner. Zhang Chuang and Shunzi also feel inadequate, realizing that to remain relevant, they must not only toil diligently, but also strive to cultivate assiduously. This moment, however, a terrifying laughter echoes from the thicket ahead, sending chills down the spines of the viewers in the live stream. What is happening? Such a dreadful laugh. Who is providing this voice? It's utterly formidable. This must be a villain family. Is it an assassin dispatched by the Daoyuan Palace? The Eastern Holy Clan has already issued a decree. Does the Daoyuan Palace dare to act against the young master? Regardless, it is certainly no benevolent entity. It is here to target the young master. Look, a noxious gas approaches. It looks lethal, and the trees have withered and died. Before their eyes, a violet gas emerges, leaving devastation in its wake, causing all vegetation to wither and perish. The gas thickens, transforming into a deep purple hue, so dense it seems to congeal. From within this miasma, sinister laughter reverberates, chilling to the bone. The next moment, a grotesque figure begins to materialize from the dense purple gas, standing before them. Li Zi, an aura belonging to a demon general swells, enveloping the area. A demon general? Ha! You are Yi Tian. I never expected to be the first to lay my hands on you. Once I eliminate you, I shall ascend to kingship. Li Zi's eyes glint with purple light as he fixates on Yi Tian. Laughing maniacally, a demon. This is a demon general, not to be underestimated. Qing'er furrows her brow and steps forward, positioning herself before Yi Tian. This act causes Yi Tian's heart to flutter. How wonderful Qing'er is! Instinctively shielding him from harm. The burden of beauty's grace is indeed the hardest to bear. Yi Tian reflects inwardly that he quickly steps forward as well, placing himself in front of Qing'er. Step back. I shall confront him. Yi Tian declares that in such moments, any man ought not to let a woman stand in the vanguard, and Yi Tian is eager to ascertain the extent of the gap between himself and the demon general. If I unleash my full power, I reckon I might at least achieve parity. I can contend with a demon general on equal footing. Rest assured, none shall escape. First, I shall slay you, Yi Tian, then capture this little lady for some fun. Li Zi's gaze turns lewdly towards Qing'er, wicked purple light flashing in his eyes. That this moment. Yi Tian questions, how will you play? Aren't you merely a mass of gas, upon encountering a demon cultivator for the first time? Is your true form merely flatulence? Yi Tian inquires that his words. Li Zi's expression freezes. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha! His true form is flatulence. Young master, really now at such a time, you still have the wit to mock your opponent? What else should I do? Should I kneel and beg for mercy? You all don't understand. This is strategy. First, provoke the opponent with words, then take the opportunity to exploit their weaknesses and seize victory. Well said. The young master is indeed astute. Let us continue watching. So it is, the enmity between the demon and human clans runs deep. The demons, aware of such a prodigy emerging among the humans, are bound to act to eliminate him. Did you only just realize this? I advise you not to watch, as if you can't keep up with the pace, it will surely tire you out. You might as well turn in early, buddy. The livestream is flooded with a barrage of comments and numerous donations. The demon general's arrival to assassinate is filled with excitement. Everyone eagerly anticipates Yi Tian's explosive power, eliminating a demon general despite the vast disparity in cultivation levels. What a thrilling spectacle that would be! At this moment, the battle is on the verge of erupting. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Li Zi's fury ignites. Nonsense. My true form is the exotic beast, the violet crystal toad. Li Zi bellows in rage, revealing his true form. Boom! The heavens and earth tremble with booming sounds as the ground quakes. And a colossal purple toad materializes before them, in the next instant. The toad speaks. Ha! Foolish boy, I shall devour you whole. With that, the toad extends a long, purple tongue, striking towards Yi Tian with lightning speed. The tongue secretes a copious amount of slime, exuding a repugnant, fishy odor that even the viewers across the screen find nauseating. It's merely a toad. Yi Tian scornfully retorts. Simultaneously, Yi Tian stands firm, instantly awakening his bloodline. Behind him, a divine tree emerges, radiating an ancient and sacred aura. Atop its crown, 10 blazing suns shine brilliantly, soaring into the sky, bringing with them a terrifying and searing heat. The complete manifestation of the Fusang divine tree bloodline begins to reveal its prowess. In that instant, Li Zi's extended tongue begins to smoke. Hiss! The violet tongue drips with a copious amount of purple saliva, corroding the ground and creating numerous craters. The tongue swiftly retracts back into its mouth. What is this phenomenon? The purple toad exclaims, alarmed. Could it truly be so effective? Yi Tian is equally astonished. Yet soon he comprehends. The Fusang divine tree bloodline is the most radiant and potent bloodline in existence, inherently restraining such malevolent beings. Most toxins and similar substances fear the sunlight. Li Zi is no exception. He travels underground as gas during the day, only daring to appear openly at night. This realization brings Yi Tian immense reassurance. With the Fusang divine tree bloodline, he can certainly suppress this demon general's strength. Do not forget, there are still physical attributes and secret techniques to consider. Steady yourself. Even if we cannot slay this creature, we can certainly drive it away. Yi Tian suddenly realized that his earlier thoughts of a 50-50 chance were rather conservative. Although the confrontation seemed slow, from the moment the toad-like creature appeared to Yi Tian forcing it back with his bloodline, it had all transpired in the blink of an eye. Both Yi Tian and the toad-like creature were eager to continue their assault. However, at that moment, a figure appeared, hands clasped behind its back. Standing between the two adversaries, like the great Peng soaring on the wind, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Little pest, why should I sully my brother Yi Tian's hands? The third prince, Li Chengfeng, made a dazzling entrance, waving his hand to produce a treasured fan, which he began to fan slowly. Instantly, flames erupted from the fan's surface, coalescing into the form of a fiery beast before Li Chengfeng. A fire qilin? Yi Tian's pupils constricted. Truly, the third prince of Tianlang County possessed such a treasure. The qilin, a sacred beast, inherently suppressed ordinary creatures, and the power of fire was an absolute counter to the sinister nature of the toad-like creature. How fortunate he was to have a good father. Even in a fantastical world, lineage matters. Yet, at this moment, Yi Tian was reluctant to let him intervene, for he was eager to test whether he could single-handedly slay a general of the Baijiang realm. Chapter 71. The Demon Clan's Bounty Board. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak and urge Li Chengfeng to halt, he heard the great toad let out a cry of astonishment. How can you possibly possess the power of the fire qilin? Who are you? As he spoke, the toad-like creature swiftly retreated, distancing itself from the fire qilin. Its heart was filled with deep frustration. It had been so confident, believing itself to be unmatched against what it perceived as mere trifles from the ninth transformation of Spirit Ascension, yet they continually posed a threat. The fiery aura made it feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The Fusang Divine Tree and the fire qilin were both its natural foes. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid inquiry! I yearn to ride the winds back home, yet fear the icy heights of the jade towers above. I am Li Chengfeng, son of the Tianling County king. Li Chengfeng lifted his chin and declared. The toad-like creature felt even more wary at this declaration. Damn it, the son of a king realm expert. No wonder he possesses such a treasure. Curse it, how I envy him. At that moment, the toad's heart began to lean towards retreat. Brother Chengfeng, there's no need for you to waste the power of your spiritual treasure on this little pest. Allow me to handle it. Yi Tian stepped forward and spoke. Absolutely not. Brother Yi Tian, for your sake, what is a mere spiritual treasure? I would gladly give you all of Tianlang County. Just wait a moment while I deal with this pest. Li Chengfeng resolutely declared, preparing to unleash the power of the fire qilin against the toad-like creature. Stop. Brother Chengfeng, I have always loathed ugly creatures. This toad is so hideous. I must slay it myself. Yi Tian grasped Li Chengfeng's arm and shouted. The toad-like creature was left dumbfounded. It seemed they were competing to kill it. Was it truly so easy to slay? Being called a pest time and again was utterly intolerable. I am not a pest. It shrieked in anger, spewing forth a large amount of purple gas, which was both foul-smelling and highly toxic. You think I'm some clay figure? The toad-like creature roared, releasing a stream of purple air that transformed into a purple iron chain, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Yi Tian's face. If it were an ordinary practitioner of the ninth transformation of Spirit Ascension, they would likely meet their demise on the spot. Yet Yi Tian remained unafraid. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he took a step forward. Buzz! Yi Tian formed a seal with his hands and activated the Peerless Secret technique, instantly doubling his combat power. In the next moment, he stepped onto a cloud, his figure transforming into a blur as he approached. The dragon-shaped spiritual seed within his dantian trembled, and a faint dragon's might erupted from his body. Bloodline, physical attributes, secret techniques, all powers unleashed. The toad-like creature was filled with horror as it sensed the dragon's might, its body trembling, almost unable to move. What a trifling creature! Even the famed purple crystal toad could not compare to the might of a dragon. Without hesitation, Yi Tian raised his hand and unleashed the 36 styles of mountain splitting. Striking directly at the toad's eye, boom! With a resounding crash, the toad's right eyeball was obliterated, a spray of purple, foul liquid erupting forth, yet it could not touch Yi Tian in the slightest. All was repelled by the bloodline manifestation behind him, evaporating into nothingness, including the toxins that dissipated without a trace. Now, the toad was reduced to a one-eyed creature, and Yi Tian continued his onslaught, delivering brutal blows that left the massive purple crystal toad riddled with gaping wounds. A sight most pitiable. Only at this moment did the toad finally regain its senses. The excruciating pain in its eye elicited howls of despair. It had completely lost the will to fight, transforming into vapor to escape underground. This was its unique secret technique, allowing for rapid movement and escape, highly effective. Yet this time, it was clear that it was doomed, foreseeing it transform into vapor. The eager third prince Li Chengfeng immediately activated the power of the fire Qilin, furiously fanning the treasured fan with astonishing speed. With a roar, the fire Qilin surged forward, crashing into the purple vapor. Sizzle! The flames spread, igniting the vast purple mist and severely injuring the toad, interrupting its secret technique. It reverted back to its original form, crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. However, the once massive purple toad had now shrunk to the size of a large barrel. Its vitality severely diminished, and the last remaining eye filled with terror. Ah, little pest, utterly defenseless. Is this it? Is this the demon general? So weak. It was not that it was weak, but rather that the young master was simply too powerful. With the third prince's assistance, how could it possibly fight back? The truth was that this creature was thoroughly suppressed, unable to unleash its full strength, and was on the verge of demise. Die quickly. For you are too ugly to behold. Congratulations to the young master for overpowering the demon general, transcending realms to defeat the enemy. Truly a prodigy. The viewers in the live stream flooded the screen with comments, praising Yi Tian. Their analyses were spot on. The toad's strength had never been fully realized, having been completely suppressed. Otherwise, a proper demon general would not have fallen so swiftly and so pitifully that it was merely bad luck for it to encounter someone like Yi Tian, whose bloodline attributes perfectly countered it, leaving it utterly helpless. Humph, you've even shrunk. Now tell me, who sent you? Li Chengfeng stepped forward, placing a foot on the toad's head, and inquired. The toad felt both humiliated and terrified. It did not wish to die. The demon clan issued the bounty. Currently, Yi Tian ranks 6th on their list. Killing him would yield vast resources. The toad hastily replied. What? My brother is only 6th. What rank am I? Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow and asked out of this. The toad was at a loss for words. The bounty list did not even include Li Chengfeng's name. This indicated that the demon clan looked down on him, deeming him unworthy of a bounty. But how could he dare to say that now? In the next moment, a glimmer of insight crossed the toad's eyes. This Li Chengfeng seemed to revel in flaunting his status. Perhaps if he flattered him, he could escape calamity. First, you are the first. Upon hearing your name, I could not help but wish to kneel and beg for mercy. Please spare me. Treat me as nothing more than a pest, and let me go. The toad's desire to survive was exceedingly strong. Upon hearing the toad's words, Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback. I am the first? My brother Yi Tian is only 6th. How embarrassing to be first. Humph. You do know your place. However, you are indeed a pest. I need not treat you as such, for you are truly a pest. Li Chengfeng relentlessly humiliated the toad. Indeed, you speak true. The demon sovereign of the celestial demon clan once heard your name, and was so frightened he could not sleep for an entire night. Spare me, and I shall return to inform the entire demon clan that they must kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing you. The toad's flattery became increasingly extravagant. Regardless, it was inappropriate to invoke the name of the demon sovereign. Yi Tian could hardly listen any longer, while Qing'er could not help but stifle a laugh. Even a fool could tell the toad was lying. Yet Li Chengfeng pondered seriously. The viewers in the live stream laughed once more, with some commenting that after watching the stream, they would need to change their pants 3 times a day, and perhaps it was time to wear diapers instead. At that moment, after the toad mentioned the name of the celestial demon sovereign. The large orange cat that had been sleeping on Dezhuang suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, the orange cat gazed at the toad. Meow. The orange cat let out a sound, leaping down from Dezhuang and approaching the toad, playfully pawing at it. Then, the orange cat raised its paw and began to strike the toad rapidly. Stop, you silly cat. That is a demon general. Li Chengfeng hastily reminded Deju, yet he failed to notice that at that moment, the expression of the scarred-headed man had turned exceedingly terrified, more so than when he had been defeated and nearly killed. He intended to plead for mercy, uttering the word prince, but before he could complete his sentence, Deju had already opened his mouth and swallowed him whole. Chapter 72. The Arrival of Great Enemies. Undoubtedly, the scarred-headed man had encountered Deju before he recognized that this was the son of the Devouring Sky Demon Emperor. The essence of the Devouring Sky Demon Emperor was the fearsome beast. Tao Dai. Though he himself was a so-called purple crystal toad, he was utterly incapable of holding his ground in the presence of Tao Tai. They existed on entirely different levels. How could the son of a demon emperor possibly associate with a group of human cultivators? The scarred-headed man could not fathom this, nor did he have the opportunity to do so, as he was consumed by Daju. His world was plunged into darkness, his consciousness completely submerged and dissipated. The demon general, the purple crystal toad, was dead. This scene left Li Chengfeng utterly horrified that Yi Tian, your cat has devoured this foul creature. That was a demon general, and it was poisonous. Make it spit it out. Li Chengfeng crouched down, trying to embrace Daju, but Daju nimbly evaded him, leaping back onto Zhuang's shoulder and closing his eyes once more. "Do not worry, brother Chengfeng. This is no ordinary cat. It is a rare beast known as the Devouring Yuan Beast," Yi Tian explained. "The Devouring Yuan Beast? I have never heard of it. Is it truly safe?" Li Chengfeng still felt uneasy. "Indeed, rest assured, the foul creature has been swallowed and is already dead." "We should find another location," Yi Tian remarked, surveying the chaotic surroundings, permeated with a foul stench, which was unsuitable for lingering. Thus, the group set off to a new location to prepare for dinner and cultivation. During this time, Yi Tian retrieved some medicinal pills to replenish his energy, primarily due to the considerable consumption from activating his unparalleled state that he felt somewhat weak and needed to restore his strength. However, if he did not activate his unparalleled state, his current realm would not be sufficient to overpower the scarred-headed man. Ultimately, it all boiled down to cultivation level. Yi Tian planned to strive for another breakthrough that night. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuang and Shunzi hurried off to hunt demon beasts, taking Zhuang along. Zhang Haoran, eager to test his combat power, followed suit. Yi Tian and the others settled down to converse. "Brother Yi Tian, I truly did not expect that the damned demon race would issue a bounty on us. But worry not, as long as I am here. Even if a demon king or demon emperor appears, I will shield you." Li Chengfeng expressed his unwavering belief regarding his place on the demon race's bounty list. However, the others present, aside from Zhuang, had already discerned the truth, based on the scarred-headed man's reaction. It was evident that Li Chengfeng's name was not on that list. Yet they all tacitly understood, and no one spoke it aloud. "Brother Chengfeng, it is my honor to have a brother like you." Yi Tian declared that a true friend is revealed in times of adversity. He recited a poem, igniting Li Chengfeng's excitement once more. "Such a fine poem, brother Yi Tian, since you have gifted me with your verse. I shall present you with this Qilin treasure fan," Li Chengfeng said, producing the folding fan he had just acquired and forcibly placing it into Yi Tian's hands. "This is too much," Yi Tian exclaimed, grasping the treasure fan. "You are being too courteous, brother Yi Tian. My father has 2 more of these fans. I can simply ask for another," Li Chengfeng replied. "However, the power of the fire Qilin within this fan is limited. It can only be used 5 times, and I have already utilized it twice, leaving 3 uses remaining." Yi Tian nodded, deducing that this spirit treasure was indeed a consumable item that was likely tied to the power of the fire Qilin, a force accessible only to those who had attained the status of a king. The process of harnessing, refining, and sealing such power within a spirit treasure was exceedingly challenging. This Tianlin County prince is quite impressive. Soon after, Zhang Chuang, Shunzi, Zhuang, and Haoran returned, bringing with them a multitude of demon beast carcasses to be processed and roasted. Unbeknownst to them, at the previous battle site, a streak of light flickered, revealing a black lotus that began to slowly rotate. From atop the black lotus, an enchanting figure leapt down. Even the mere silhouette was enough to ignite the imagination and stir the blood. The demon sex enchantress, Mu Yuiwei. She exuded the aura of a demon general, her true form presumably that of the rare beast, the purple crystal toad. This intense energy belonged to the fire Qilin. Yet there lingered another profound flame force that remained elusive. No wonder she was a figure of equal renown as the Cloud Fairy. The traces left behind at the scene already hinted at her prowess. However, she failed to recognize the bloodline of the Fusang Divine Tree. Although it existed on the Tianxian continent, it had never appeared in the eastern region, making it unsurprising that Mu Yuiwei had never encountered it. How intriguing,